Chapter 1. Only by enduring can one deserve to live. Sunshine Community. Building 18, Room 704. As Lin Yuan awoke in the unfamiliar bedroom, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Where is this? Wasn't he engrossed in a game? Moreover, this is not his humble abode. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a jarring sound of screeching brakes pierced through the air. Bang! That was the sound of vehicles colliding. Bang, bang, bang. What on earth is happening? A chain collision? Lin Yuan, disregarding his confusion, hurriedly got up and leaned against the window to peer outside. Confirmed. This is indeed not his humble abode. The community is situated by the street. Below lies a bustling commercial area, and not far off is an intersection. In the very center of the intersection, over 20 vehicles had violently crashed into one another. The cars behind them, oblivious to the situation, incessantly honked their horns. A crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and gesturing at the wreckage, with some calling for help on their phones. However, at that moment, the doors of the crashed vehicles began to open one by one. More than 30 individuals emerged from the cars. They shared a peculiar trait. Their postures were bizarre, their heads drooped, their limbs were grotesquely uncoordinated, and their skin bore an ashen hue, unmistakably indicating that they were not of sound mind. The onlookers were taken aback, and before they could flee, these individuals surged into the crowd. They howled with unrestrained excitement, seizing one person and sinking their teeth into their neck. In the blink of an eye, several had found their prey. The victims screamed in terror, cursing. "Madman, get away! Who are these lunatics? Let go of me!" They shouted and shoved one another. "Let go of my daughter! Let go of my daughter!" A woman wielding her bag struck the assailant on the head. Her daughter, appearing barely a teenager, was being devoured by the assailant. Despite the woman's desperate blows, the assailant refused to relinquish her daughter. Tears streaming down her face, the woman frantically scanned for help, suddenly dashing toward a nearby sanitation vehicle, seizing a shovel, and bringing it down heavily upon the assailant's head. With just a few strikes, she rendered the assailant's head a gruesome mess, dark, viscous blood mingled with fragments of skull, enough to turn one's stomach. Disregarding her nausea, the woman successfully pulled her daughter away from the assailant. Yet, at that moment, her daughter's face was already smeared with blood, a large chunk of flesh missing from her neck, her eyes now a ghostly white. "Sweetheart, are you okay? Don't be afraid. Mommy will take you to the hospital." The woman grasped her daughter's hand, intent on fleeing to the hospital. But her daughter suddenly clung to her mother, viewing her as sustenance. The woman struggled but could not break free. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the woman's eyes turned a ghostly white, her limbs contorting grotesquely. Her daughter released her mother and turned to pounce on another individual. The same fate befell the mother who had been bitten. Surrounded by the community buildings with shops on the ground floor and a bustling intersection, the chaos escalated as the bitten began to seize and bite at those nearby. The remaining individuals attempted to flee, but in the crush of bodies, escape was impossible, leaving them to watch helplessly as they were bitten. In less than 10 minutes, many bore injuries, gradually devolving into monstrous beings. Witnessing this horror, 2 words surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Zombies! He swallowed hard, his throat dry. How could zombies possibly exist? Where is this place? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the breeding system is starting to load. Memories are being infused. Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his consciousness. Soon, the integration of memories was complete. Transmigration? He had awakened to find himself transmigrated? His expression was one of utter disbelief. Is it really this haphazard? But whether he accepted it or not, his current situation undeniably indicated that he had transmigrated. In this world, he was a university student orphaned, supported in his studies by the family of his late parents' friend, the Liu family. The apartment he resided in belonged to Liu Qingxue, the daughter of the Liu family, who was 5 years his senior and whom he had always referred to as sister. Liu Qingxue usually lived at her company and did not stay here. As Lin Yuan familiarized himself with his identity, the voice in his mind continued. Ding, the breeding system has finished loading. Breeding system. Capable of breeding all living creatures, any creature touched by the host can be bred, and upon success, the bred creature will completely obey the host's commands. Breeding method. Captured creatures will grow over time. Consuming points can accelerate growth. Notice. The growth of bred creatures will yield benefits to the host. Notice. Benefits from the growth are minimal per instance. A quantitative change is required for a qualitative transformation. Host information. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 20. Bred creatures, none. Points, 0. Breeding tools, none. Staring at the system panel before him, Lin Yuan's lips twitched. How is this any different from being a noob? Forget it. I might as well just endure. Lin Yuan shook his head, dismissing the system panel. The early stages of an apocalypse are the most chaotic. If he ventured outside now, it would be akin to courting death. Having come to this realization, Lin Yuan turned away from the terrifying scene outside, secured the bedroom window, drew the curtains, and proceeded to the living room to lock all the windows tightly, ensuring the curtains were drawn. Casting a glance at the security door, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He retrieved a key, double-locked the security door, feeling a tad more at ease. Removing his shoes, he padded barefoot across the floor, approaching the sofa. He turned on the television, muted the sound, and read the news scrolling across the screen. This morning, a new virus has been discovered in our city. The virus infects humans, causing them to become bloodthirsty and lose their sanity. Let's connect with our reporter on the scene. The scene shifted outside. The reporter, a woman with a high ponytail, was running while speaking, but without subtitles. Lin Yuan couldn't grasp what she was saying. After a few steps, the reporter stumbled and fell. A suited young man, now a zombie, lunged at the reporter, and the image turned gruesome. The broadcast quickly shifted back to the studio, but Lin Yuan had lost interest. Given the circumstances outside, only by enduring could one deserve to live. However, enduring at home requires supplies. I wonder how well-stocked my place is. The system hasn't mentioned anything about providing supplies. This system is rather useless. Lin Yuan grumbled inwardly. Ding, the system is issuing a beginner's gift pack. Does the host wish to open the beginner's gift pack? I take back what I just said, it might have some use. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, preparing to open the beginner's gift pack when a chorus of zombie howls erupted outside. Chapter 2. In an apocalypse, what's the point of playing around? What the hell? Are these zombies spreading the infection this quickly? Upon hearing the howls, Lin Yuan's heart raced. The building has 18 floors, and he lived on the 7th. If he could hear the zombies' roars, it meant there were zombies inside. Glancing at the door he had just locked, he felt a twinge of insecurity. The room was eerily quiet, quiet enough to hear the refrigerator's hum and the air conditioner's gentle whir. He immediately shut off all appliances: television, refrigerator, air conditioner. Looking at the security door, though it was double-locked, a sense of vulnerability lingered. Lin Yuan began to move furniture, intent on barricading the door, but he had to be quiet. Moving heavy objects quietly proved challenging, and by the time he managed to block the security door, he was drenched in sweat. He sat behind the door, listening to the screams and roars outside, knowing that neighbors were already suffering. At that moment, he noticed his phone on the table flash. He stood up and grabbed it. It was a WeChat message from Lu Qingxue. Xiao Yuan, the apocalypse has begun. Suddenly, there are so many zombies outside. You must not go out. Protect yourself. Lin Yuan quickly silenced his phone and replied. I'm safe in the apartment. Where are you, Qingxue Jie? Before long, Lu Qingxue replied. I'm at home. I just returned to grab some documents during my lunch break and managed to avoid the chaos of the outbreak. I'm safe now. Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief and quickly responded, Qingxue Jie, stock up on food and water, be cautious. How are Uncle Lu and Annie? Dressed in an office attire and seated on the sofa with a baseball bat nearby. Lu Qingxue felt warmth at the message. They're abroad. I spoke to them over the phone. They're fine. That's good to hear. Qingxue Jie, remember to change into comfortable clothes, avoid high heels, lock the door, and conserve your strength. Lu Qingxue glanced at her office attire, momentarily taken aback, but soon understood Lin Yuan's intent. I understand. You be safe too. Yes, I will. Remember, do not open the door for anyone, and don't trust anyone. Ill remember? After their exchange, Lu Qingxue felt a significant reduction in her anxiety. She set down her phone and went to change clothes. Lin Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket, finally free to check the beginner's gift pack provided by the system. System, open the beginner's gift package. Beginner's gift package. 100 points, basic bug nest X1. Premium pet food X10. 100 points. Can be used to nurture creatures and purchase items in the shop. Basic bug nest. A small breeding space located within the system space, capable of housing creatures for nurturing, accelerating their growth by 5 times. Note, the basic bug nest can accommodate any type of insect, but it may house a maximum of 3 different species simultaneously. Premium pet food significantly enhances the growth rate of creatures. The speed of growth varies according to each species. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Lin Yuan felt moderately satisfied. Both the bug nest and premium pet food were essential for nurturing creatures, and it was fortunate that the system provided them as a gift. Otherwise, purchasing them with points would have swiftly depleted the newly awarded 100 points. However, to be honest, that 100 points was hardly substantial. I wonder if it's enough to care for this foolish dog. Lin Yuan glanced towards the corner cage, where a husky's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. From memory, it was one he had previously raised. Yet, times had changed. A husky, known for his perplexing thought processes, posed too many uncertainties in this apocalyptic world if it were to suddenly howl. Who could endure such a disturbance? Nevertheless, Lin Yuan had no intention of eliminating it. After all, he had cared for it for so long, and at present, he had no other creatures this foolish dog could serve as a valuable companion. The cage husky, noticing Lin Yuan's unyielding gaze, let out a bark and began to bounce around, eager for interaction. Did it think they were about to play? Indeed, it was a foolish dog. In this apocalypse, what was there to play with? Lin Yuan's expression darkened instantly. He hurried over and covered the husky's mouth with his hand. Foolish dog, be quiet. The husky, perplexed, wagged its tail and attempted to escape. Lin Yuan's lips twitched in frustration, such a dense creature that wouldn't heed a single word. If it caused a commotion and attracted zombies, what then? He grasped the leash around the husky's neck and released it from the cage. System, nurture the husky. Beep, consuming 10 points, nurturing 1 husky. A faint white light emanated from the husky, dissipating moments later as it scampered to Lin Yuan's side and rubbed against his leg. Lin Yuan noticed that the husky seemed less foolish than before, as if it could now comprehend his commands. Foolish dog, remember it's dangerous outside. Making noise will attract zombies. You must remain silent. The husky's eyes rolled, its large head nodded, and it sat down, raising its paw in a comical gesture, baring its teeth. The implication was clear. It would handle any approaching zombies. Lin Yuan patted the husky's head. No jumping or barking. I need you to complete a task. Find me an ant. The husky looked somewhat bewildered but quickly understood, nodding vigorously and sniffing the air in search. Ants were Lin Yuan's primary target for nurturing. The reason was simple: their abundance. Moreover, they were incredibly easy to locate. Essentially, as long as one could find a single ant, it would lead to discovering others. With a plentiful supply of ants, nurturing them would yield significant returns in due time. Strengthening his own body would enhance his survival capabilities, providing opportunities to venture out, while nurturing more creatures would allow him to utilize them against zombies. Lin Yuan meticulously devised his forthcoming plans. Now that he had a system, he intended to make the most of it. Chapter 3. How unfortunate. Even in the apocalypse, the food is abundant. Work diligently, do not be lazy. Upon witnessing the state of the husky, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After successfully raising the husky, they had forged a deep connection, and the creature had become significantly more astute. This made matters easier. There was no longer a fear of it attracting the attention of the zombies with excessive noise. Before long, the husky approached Lin Yuan, tugging at his trousers to beckon him over. Had it perhaps found an ant? The husky began an enthusiastic nodding motion, prompting Lin Yuan to rise and follow. The husky led him to a large flower pot beside the television cabinet, where a prosperous money tree thrived. The husky scratched at the soil, and Lin Yuan peered closely, discovering indeed a dozen or so ants within. Well done. Lin Yuan patted the husky affectionately, who reciprocated by licking his hand in a display of fondness. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan seized one of the ants. Ding. Successfully raised 1 ant, consuming 0.5 points. Ding. successfully raised 1 ant. Consuming 0.5 points. Ding. Successfully raised 1 ant, consuming 0.5 points. With a total of 16 ants, the moment they were successfully raised, Lin Yuan perceived the items in the room transforming into colossal forms, even catching sight of his own enlarged self. He understood this was the perspective of the ants, though the sensation faded in an instant. Lin Yuan speculated that once the ants matured, or he raised a greater number, he could utilize them to see other locations through the lens of raised creatures. After successfully raising these 16 ants, Lin Yuan released them through the gap in the window, sending them off to seek out more of their kind. With these 16 ants at his disposal, he need not waste time searching for more. Instead, he commenced gathering food from within his home. Having resolved to endure at home for a while, food was a vital resource. Lin Yuan first opened the refrigerator, discovering a few beverages, beers, and some instant sausages in the chilled compartment, while the freezer was utterly bare. What a waste of such a large refrigerator! Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he proceeded to the kitchen. Opening the cupboard, he found 2 full boxes of instant noodles, along with cookies, chips, and other assorted snacks. That a thorough search of the kitchen revealed a sealed bag of rice and a small amount of dried noodles. The husky remained steadfastly at Lin Yuan's side as he discovered its provisions, a large bag of dog food and canned dog food. Both he and the husky were reasonably well stocked. These instant noodles could easily last over a week. The rice could be used to make congee, providing sustenance for an extended period. However, there was a lack of drinking water, given that the zombie outbreak had only just begun. Tap water should still be usable. Lin Yuan gathered several empty 2-liter soda bottles and filled them with water. Feeling that the supply was insufficient, he also brought out bowls from the kitchen, filling them to the brim. Next, he searched for a few power banks and ensured they were fully charged. That as he rummaged through his tools, he realized that he would need effective weapons for combating zombies when venturing outside. After a lengthy search, he finally found a baseball bat. This bat had been a gift from Lu Qingxue. Beyond this, there were no other suitable weapons available. The broom was plastic and lacked any real lethality. And the kitchen knife, while usable, was less effective than the baseball bat against zombies. Lin Yuan placed the baseball bat by the entrance. Having completed these tasks, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After several hours of activity, he felt fatigued and his stomach growled, prompting him to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. The enticing aroma of the noodles made the husky leap in anticipation. Hold on, you have some too." Lin Yuan poured a bit of dog food for the husky, who happily began to eat. Once the noodles were ready, Lin Yuan took his bowl to the balcony. Slightly drawing back the curtain to observe the outside world, 3 hours had passed, and the street below had fallen eerily silent. There were no living souls to be seen. Zombies of various forms aimlessly wandered the streets. The intersection had become cluttered with dozens of wrecked vehicles, and many cars had crashed into the shops lining the street. Zombies were omnipresent, and the scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Even reaching the 7th floor, some survivors could be seen inside the shops, but throngs of zombies gathered at the entrances, pounding against the thick glass doors as if ready to shatter them at any moment. Lin Yuan knew these survivors would not last long. Glass doors offered little protection. Indeed, one glass door was soon shattered by the relentless assault of zombies, and a horde surged inside. The distant zombies, alerted by the commotion, rushed to join the fray, flooding the small shop within moments. The survivors inside, before they could even transform into zombies, were devoured cleanly without a chance to become one of the undead. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze elsewhere. Across the way, he noticed some individuals standing on their balcony, observing the chaos below. They were a mix of genders and ages. Some wept while others ate. They were at a loss, knowing they could not venture outside. Lin Yuan scanned both the opposite building and his own, noting that the number of visible survivors was not insignificant. That it appeared that most people were wise enough to recognize the danger and had taken refuge in their homes. After drawing the curtains tightly closed, Lin Yuan refrained from turning on the lights. The dimness of the room, combined with the sounds of zombies outside, created an atmosphere of terror. Yet, having witnessed the horror outside, Lin Yuan found such feelings of dread to be trivial. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Yuan retrieved his phone. Half an hour earlier, Lu Qingxue had sent him a message that he opened it to find a picture of a steak accompanied by a glass of red wine. What a lavish meal! Even in the apocalypse, steak with red wine. However, he was aware that these were merely staples from Lu Qingshua's household, and now that the world had changed, if not consumed soon, they would spoil in a matter of days. That he too took a picture of his nearly empty bowl of noodles and sent it back. That a response came swiftly. Xiao Yuan, how long can you sustain yourself with your supplies? Lu Qingshua's message conveyed concern. That I have plenty of instant noodles, rice, and dried noodles. Should last about 2 weeks. That's good to hear. My nanny has been preparing food for me regularly, so I should be fine for a week. After sending that message, Lu Qingxue felt a twinge of worry. Once their supplies were depleted, what would they do? Her phone lit up, and she quickly picked it up. Rice can be used to make congee, which can last a bit longer. Lu Qingxue thought Lin Yuan's reasoning was sound. Lacking vegetables, rice would suffice. Lin Yuan himself was unsure whether they could truly last that long. Perhaps soon the city would face water and power shortages, making it impossible to cook congee, thus rendering instant food even more vital. It seemed that during the early days, while there was still electricity, they could afford to eat more regularly. Once the power was gone, they would need to rely on instant meals. Lin Yuan immediately shared his thoughts with Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue read through his message and realized Lin Yuan had considered things more thoroughly than she had. For years, she had taken care of him. Yet now, in this critical moment, it was Lin Yuan who was reminding her of what to do. Chapter 4. Brash Talker. If you have the guts, go ahead and steal. Lin Yuan did not engage in further conversation with Lu Qingxue. Having exchanged information regarding their respective situations, he put his phone away. With the zombie outbreak just beginning, both he and Lu Qingxue had plenty to occupy themselves with. After all, fortifying their homes was no small task. Although Lu Qingxue was a girl, she maintained a fitness routine and had trained in boxing, ensuring her physical condition was quite good. Following Lin Yuan's guidance, she carefully used the furniture at hand to reinforce her home as defenses. Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa, browsing external information online. Today marked the first day of the zombie outbreak, specifically the first afternoon. The electrical and internet services were still operational, but no one could predict for how long. That he needed to gather as much information as possible while the systems remained functional. Donning his headphones, he opened a short video app. The first video he stumbled upon featured a student huddled in a dimly lit room, tears streaming down his face. Family, I'm so scared. I'm stuck in my dorm and can't go outside. There are zombies lurking just outside. That I only have one takeaway meal to eat. I have no other supplies. What should I do? Is there anyone who can help me? In the comment section, a user replied, be grateful. You still have one meal. That I didn't eat anything for lunch and was trapped in the restroom. I have nothing now, and my stomach is growling. That I'm currently in the supermarket's break room. There are supplies outside, but I'm too scared to go get them. There are so many zombies in the store. Hey, if I were you, I'd just go out and grab the supplies. What is there to fear about zombies? Just do it. Huh. All talk and no action. That if you really have the guts, go ahead and steal. Lin Yuan perused the information, noting that the addresses of these netizens spanned various provinces. That it appeared that not just this city had fallen. The zombie virus had erupted nationwide. Some netizens speculated that many individuals had likely been infected prior to this outbreak, only for it to suddenly manifest today. This could explain the multitude of sudden car accidents, as individuals abruptly transformed into zombies, like a ticking time bomb. Once the moment arrived, it detonated naturally. Lin Yuan scrolled through a short video app, observing that there were indeed many survivors, yet a considerable number remained in peril. Some were stranded on rooftops, devoid of supplies, having gone hungry for an entire afternoon. Others found themselves trapped in public restrooms, nearly succumbing to the foul stench, too frightened to venture outside. Those fortunate enough to hide within their homes were exceedingly lucky. After all, regardless of their circumstances, even those renting accommodations outside likely had some reserve of rice and flour, sparing them the immediate threat of starvation. Conversely, survivors lacking supplies would face a grim fate, either succumbing to zombie bites or perishing from hunger and thirst. At this moment, Lin Yuan stumbled upon an official news video. The anchor, with a composed demeanor, reported, "This is a rare virus. The cause of its outbreak has yet to be determined. However, the authorities are organizing response measures. That we urge everyone to protect themselves and remain indoors while awaiting rescue." Rescue? Lin Yuan shook his head. Frankly, the difficulty was overwhelming. Take, for instance, his own residential community. The situation was such that every building was infested with zombies. To rescue survivors, one would first need to eradicate the zombies. And this was merely one community. Based on the videos he had just watched, there were countless cities facing similar predicaments, with so many zombies. How could they be cleared in one fell swoop? Attempting to bypass zombies to rescue individuals was an utterly fanciful notion. Staying inside without venturing out necessitated ample supplies, without food or water. The only outcome would be a dead end, but who among them had sufficient reserves? Who could afford to be idle? Thus, waiting for rescue seemed an insurmountable challenge. Self-rescue was the only viable path. Moreover, even if rescue efforts materialized, there was no guarantee that he would be among the fortunate ones. He also pondered how many survivors remained in his community. Lin Yuan exited the short video app and opened WeChat, where he was part of a homeowners group. The chat was currently abuzz, in contrast to the past, when members remained silent. Now everyone was fervently chiming in. Some were still outside the community, trapped in supermarkets, while others inquired about the situation outdoors from the safety of their homes. Lin Yuan scrolled for a while, but the barrage of messages was overwhelming and devoid of substance that he exited WeChat and checked the school forum. In this commercial district, there was a university town not far from where he resided. Merely a 10-minute journey. Many university students rented accommodations in this community. Indeed, some students living in this area were posting cries for help on the forum. One user, under the pseudonym Yundan Fengqing, wrote, "I am trapped in the underground parking lot of Sunshine Community that I am hiding in my car, afraid to go outside. Can any fellow students from Sunshine Community update me on the situation? Is it safe to exit?" Numerous responses flooded in. "Classmate, don't come up. There are many zombies wandering in the community." Indeed, classmate, if you come up, it's over. There are zombies in the community and in the corridors. Returning home is too difficult. Just stay in your car. I'm also in the underground parking lot. Which area are you in? I have some water and food in my car that I just returned from the supermarket and didn't have time to go up. Lin Yuan took note of this classmate's username. Shangshan those above. Kindly prioritize your own safety. The more people, the greater the risk. Please do not disclose your location. The individual above might pose a threat. Lin Yuan continued to scroll through the posts, spotting several survivors from the same community. Many were still safely ensconced in their homes, yet all were anxious, uncertain of what to do next. Just then, Shangshan posted again, searching for survivors in Sunshine Community to establish a Sunshine base. Fellow students and family members in the community, with the zombie outbreak, our food and water supplies are limited. I believe many households lack sufficient provisions, and some must be enduring hunger that we cannot continue to sit idly by. Zombies do not tire, and their numbers will only increase, that we should take advantage of the current situation. When their numbers are still manageable, to begin our resistance, we can gradually gather together, eliminate all zombies in the community, and transform it into a secure fortress that we can then collaborate with those skilled in combat going out to gather supplies, including resources from abandoned homes. Elderly individuals and children can also be provided with a relatively safe environment. The survivors of Sunshine Community can seize a glimmer of hope. Those who support this initiative can message me privately. Let us discuss together. My only aim is to ensure that more people survive. Lin Yuan read through the post with great seriousness, remaining silent throughout, but he had merely observed the discussions, refraining from participating. Shui's idea was commendable, yet he had no desire to join. Having consumed countless films and post-apocalyptic novels, he understood a fundamental truth. In the face of apocalypse, the most terrifying entities were not the zombies, but rather humans. Human intentions are inscrutable, and in such dire circumstances, most individuals only thought of their own survival. Lin Yuan believed that with his own capabilities, he could endure in this place. However, beneath Shui's post, many responded positively, already planning their actions and determining where to commence. Some even shared the post in the homeowners' WeChat group. The ripple effect was profound. The group became notably lively, though many preferred to remain comfortably at home, reluctant to venture outside. Before long, some voices of dissent emerged. With so many zombies in the community, can we really eliminate them all? Shui, how many zombies have you killed? What gives you the authority to lead us? Everyone should just stay home and wait for rescue. We are simply not equipped to deal with zombies. One bite and we're infected. Exactly. The authorities have advised us to stay home and wait calmly. If you ignore their guidance and get bitten, don't come crying. The nascent Sunshine base was already in danger of being stifled at birth. Chapter 5, we cannot waste while it's still warm. Let's hurry up. Everyone possesses a herd mentality. As soon as one person takes the lead to criticize, many more will join in. Lin Yuan was entirely unfazed by this. Such scenarios had been anticipated. The community was home to a diverse array of individuals, none of whom possessed the capability or qualifications to unite so many survivors in an instant. Some opposed, while others supported. A heated argument ensued. Lin Yuan found no interest in engaging in this verbal skirmish. It was a waste of time and devoid of substance that he resolved to first establish his own army of pets, aside from dogs and ants. Other pets would also suffice. Lin Yuan immediately thought of pet stores and veterinary clinics, as well as shops selling small insects, that he promptly opened his phone's map and downloaded the electronic map. Enlarging the map, he scrutinized it closely. His community was situated in the bustling heart of Linghai City, surrounded by several other communities and not far from a university town. There were several large wholesale markets nearby, and numerous supermarkets as well. The more prosperous the area, the more people it attracted, thereby increasing the danger. Lin Yuan marked all the pet stores and veterinary clinics on the map, planning to visit these establishments at the earliest opportunity. After toiling for over half an hour to mark the locations of these establishments, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze and stretched his stiff neck, only to realize that night had enveloped the sky. Rising from his seat, he approached the balcony and slightly drew back the curtains that it was now past 7 in the evening, and the world outside had succumbed entirely to darkness, the streetlights powered by solar panels. Although damaged in numerous places, still flickered dutifully. Their pale, ghostly glow was intensely bright, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. Illuminated by the streetlights, Lin Yuan could faintly discern a few zombies meandering about. The undead seemed more animated at night than during the day, their low growls resonating with a ferocity that surpassed their daytime murmurs. Occasionally, the anguished cries of survivors echoed through the night, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of zombie roars. At this hour, the number of survivors still braving the outside world had dwindled significantly. Most had found refuge in safe havens, impervious to the reach of zombies, yet food was not guaranteed in such sanctuaries. Even if the zombies remained oblivious to their presence, survival in such conditions was a fleeting prospect. Listening to the unsettling sounds of growls and screams, Lin Yuan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Yet he managed to maintain a semblance of calm. That a composed mind was paramount in such dire circumstances. One must not falter. Returning to the sofa, he activated a small, energy-efficient night light he had found earlier. The faint illumination was sufficient to navigate the living room without the risk of colliding with objects and causing a commotion. This soft glow sufficed. There was no need to switch on the main lights. And with the curtains drawn, the outside world remained oblivious to his flickering beacon, thus preventing detection by other survivors. Just as he intended to continue his online search for information regarding the outside world, a commotion caught his attention. The husky trotted over, tugging at Lin Yuan's trousers. Whimpering softly, the dog shook its head. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then, through a mental connection with his pet, deciphered the dog's intent. His released squad of ants had returned. Finally, they were back. Lin Yuan hurried to the entrance, greeted by a throng of ants streaming through the cracks. Despite the dim light of the energy-efficient nightlight, he could clearly see the dense swarm. Elation surged within him. His ant brigade was finally coming together. Estimating their numbers, he realized there were approximately 500 ants. However, he soon confronted a dilemma. With only 89.5 points at his disposal and each ant requiring 0.5 points for nurturing, he lacked sufficient points to care for all of them. It was an awkward predicament, yet not an insurmountable one. Points were meant to be spent. As long as he worked diligently, he could quickly replenish his reserves, nurture them all. Though 89.5 points was not in abundance, spending them all allowed him to nurture only 179 ants. With over 300 remaining, he placed them all within the primary insect nest space, which accelerated their growth that he could wait until he had enough points to nurture them later. Additionally, there was a queen ant inside, which would expedite their growth and enable reproduction. A lucrative endeavor indeed. Points. Oh, points. The inability to nurture so many ants intensified Lin Yuan's desire for more. 100 points had evaporated far too swiftly. He needed a more substantial accumulation of points, but how to earn them? How are points acquired? Ping. Points can be obtained by slaying zombies. Is it truly that simple? Lin Yuan crouched by the door, shielded by a sturdy cabinet, listening intently to the sounds in the corridor. Where zombies were indeed lurking, that he glanced at the husky, who bounded over with a look of excitement, as if on the verge of barking. "Foolish dog, are you confident in handling what lies outside?" Lin Yuan inquired softly. The husky nodded vigorously. "All right, then I shall rely on you." Lin Yuan affectionately patted the dog's head. The husky's enthusiasm grew, as if it understood the task ahead, its eyes gleaming with determination. "Hold on. Let me clear the way first." Lin Yuan sighed, realizing he should not have barricaded the door. Carefully, he began to shift objects, exerting considerable effort until the entrance was cleared. With the key in hand, he unlocked the door. Now, with a simple turn of the doorknob, the door would swing wide open, leaving him to confront the zombies head-on. Perhaps a few brawny undead were poised to surprise him with a sudden entrance. The mere thought of this scenario sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine, that he felt utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. Should it come to that, his chances of survival seemed bleak. Yet, hoping for a stroke of good fortune, he sent an ant scurrying beneath the door to ascertain that no muscular zombies awaited him. After confirming the coast was clear, he exchanged a knowing glance with the husky, who stood ready for action. Lin Yuan gently turned the doorknob, signaling to the husky point 3, 2, 1. With a click, the door unlocked, and Lin Yuan pulled it open, stepping aside. With a leap, the husky charged out. Lin Yuan peered cautiously outside, spotting 7 or 8 zombies aimlessly wandering the corridor. Illuminated by the motion sensor lights, that he swiftly shut the door behind him, that a nearby zombie, alerted by the faint sound of the door opening, let out a piercing howl and charged in their direction. Despite the husky's seemingly foolish demeanor, its combat prowess was undeniable. Known for its destructive capabilities, the husky possessed remarkable speed, strength, and bite force that in an instant, it sprang forward, sinking its teeth into the zombie's neck with astonishing force. Tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, it was only at this moment that the zombie collapsed to the ground, and the husky continued to bite and claw at it until the neck was completely severed, the head rolling away lifelessly. With a swift turn, the husky returned at breakneck speed. Lin Yuan hurriedly shut the door. Through the perspective of the ant at the entrance, he noticed the remaining zombies stirring in response to the commotion. Inching closer. However, they soon dispersed and wobbled away. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The nurturing creature, the husky, has slain a zombie, earning 104 points. Ding! Earn 4 points from the nurturing creature, the husky." Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, astonished that such a weak zombie yielded such a bounty of points. His eyes lit up. This particular zombie had significantly replenished his point reserves. After all, he had started with only 100 points from the initial reward and had spent them all on nurturing ants. Now, not only had he regained his losses, but he had also managed to accrue additional points. By the way, system, what did the foolish dog do? Why the sudden influx of points? Ding! The nurturing creature, the husky, consumed the zombie's flesh, gaining energy and enhancing its attributes. The host synchronously receives point replenishment. Wow! Zombies truly are treasures, Lin Yuan thought, resolutely deciding not to waste this opportunity. Without delay, he released all the successfully nurtured ants, which quickly swarmed over the zombie, voraciously consuming it. Ding! Earn 0.2 points from the nurturing creature. Ants. Ding! Earn 0.3 points from the nurturing creature. Ants. Ding! Earn 0.2 points from the nurturing creature. Ants. The sensation was exhilarating, though each ant's contribution was modest. Their sheer numbers compensated for it. Moreover, as they feasted on the zombie, their vitality and physical strength steadily increased. 20 minutes later, the zombie was completely devoured by over 100 ants, leaving no trace behind. Not even a bone. Over 100 ants might sound like a considerable force, yet they could easily be crushed by a single hand. Remarkably, this small contingent of ants managed to consume an adult zombie entirely. Lin Yuan checked the system again. The husky had earned 108 points from the zombie, and he gained an additional 82 points. This single zombie had provided a total of 190 points. Chapter 6. The Mosquito and Fly Brigade, 1,000 points. Having gained valuable experience from the first encounter, Lin Yuan adeptly directed the husky to methodically eliminate the remaining zombies. There were 12 households on this floor, and the corridor stretched long. The husky charged at the zombies. Lin Yuan did not remain idle. He spent the 190 points he had just earned to nurture the 300 ants in the nest. Once completed, he released them into the fray, With the husky as the primary force, a swift ambush resulted in a severed throat, followed by a few more bites to conclude the battle. The ant brigade surged forth, ravenously consuming their prey. Half an hour later, in the corridors, the 8 wandering zombies have been entirely dealt with by the spirited husky. The ant squad incessantly gnaws and devours, albeit at a pace not matching that of the husky. A few zombie corpses still lie on the ground. Good job, silly dog. Lin Yuan chuckled, observing the husky frolicking at the doorway, and beckoned it to join the feast. The creatures in his care were utterly unperturbed by the threat of the zombie virus. Otherwise, the ability to consume and gain energy to enhance themselves would not exist. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, the husky wagged its tail and bounded towards the zombie corpses, joyfully commencing its meal. As Lin Yuan watched the zombies being swiftly devoured by the ant squad and the husky, he stroked his chin and noticed a detail. The points awarded for each zombie varied. The first zombie, a robust man, yielded a total of 190 points upon death and consumption. In contrast, an elderly zombie provided 80 points upon demise and an additional 50 points upon being devoured, summing up to 130 points. The differing ages and physiques of the zombies correlated with the points awarded. The frail and the aged. Even among zombies, this principle appears to hold true. Buzzing, Lin Yuan was interrupted in his contemplation by the sound of mosquitoes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that mosquitoes and flies were swarming around the zombies. What a fortunate find! His eyes brightened, and he promptly began to capture them. The process was not arduous. The husky dragged a zombie corpse to the doorway, attracting the flies and mosquitoes, which readily followed. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yuan extended his hand, and the insect soon alighted upon it. That a mere touch was sufficient for nurturing. Much like the ants, once a single mosquito or fly was successfully nurtured, managing the rest would become effortless. In less than 5 minutes, he had completed the nurturing process. Each mosquito or fly required only 0.5 points for nurturing, albeit in limited numbers. He had 24 flies and 18 mosquitoes. After successfully nurturing them, he instructed them to join in consuming the zombies. While their consumption was essentially limited to siphoning blood and devouring flesh, he did not expect them to yield many points. Rather, he sought to enhance their attributes. The cleanup of the zombie corpses took over an hour, with even the dried blood on the ground thoroughly consumed by the ant squad, leaving the area pristine and devoid of any trace. With the zombies on this floor eradicated, Lin Yuan's points surpassed the 1,000 mark, and he decided to transfer half of the ants to the primary insect nest space and dispatch the remaining ants to seek out others. The mosquitoes and flies were also sent forth to locate their kin, as he intended to expand the ranks of these 2 small factions. However, he retained a few by his side. Both mosquitoes and flies could fly freely, a convenience the ants lacked, making them far more advantageous for reconnaissance. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yuan returned to the living room. He opened the system to check his points, now exceeding 1,000, and pondered what valuable items he could procure. The system's marketplace unfolded before him, revealing a plethora of enticing offerings. Pet Premium Nurturing Fluid, priced at 500 points per bottle, could instantly mature a pet. Pet Enhancement Potion, available for 50 points a bottle, could fortify a pet's physique. Pet Speed Potion, also 50 points per bottle, could elevate a pet's swiftness. After browsing for a while, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a poor deal! It was far from cost-effective. If he sought to enhance and boost physical attributes, it would be more prudent to have them consume zombies instead, achieving the same results while accelerating their growth. These potions were utterly unnecessary. Lin Yuan was not pressed for time. He could afford to wait for gradual development. Moreover, what he truly desired were items that could enhance his own strength, for ultimately, one's own power is the most substantial asset. With this in mind, Lin Yuan resumed his meticulous search within the marketplace. An array of items dazzled his eyes. Various cold weapons, an assortment of firearms, and even diverse modes of transportation, including the latest combat aircraft and top-tier aircraft carriers. Of course, the prices for such items were exorbitant. Gazing at these treasures, Lin Yuan could only sigh and continue his search. After an extensive search, he finally stumbled upon a remarkable find. An E-grade gene potion capable of reinforcing human cells and optimizing genetic sequences, enhancing strength, endurance, stamina, and neural reflexes threefold. It bore no side effects but came with a hefty price tag of 10,000 points. Though the cost was somewhat steep, The benefits it promised were tempting. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating thoughtfully before nodding slightly. Although he currently possessed just over 1,000 points, a significant distance from the required 10,000. He had to remember that this was merely the result of vanquishing 8 zombies. Should he clear a few more floors, he should be able to amass the requisite points. However, it was now approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, and the hour was late. He had no intention of continuing the cleanup for the night. The priority now was to ascertain the situation on his current floor that he could not venture out to hunt, especially with the backyard ablaze. With this thought, Lin Yuan dispatched several ants to scout the area, that he was still unaware of how many survivors remained on this floor. The ants crawled into a neighboring apartment, and Lin Yuan focused intently, examining the surroundings through their perspective. The decor in this apartment was predominantly pink, with a few university textbooks haphazardly strewn across the sofa that a laptop sat open on the desk, displaying an unfinished thesis. The occupant was likely a college student on the verge of graduation, yet the room was now deserted. It remained uncertain whether she had perished or fled. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan had surveyed the 11 other units on this floor. 3 had survivors, while 8 were unoccupied. A few doors were ajar, indicating that zombies had intruded, while others were shut but devoid of occupants, clearly suggesting that the residents were away during the outbreak. Having confirmed the situation, Lin Yuan stood up, preparing to open the door and commence his scavenging for supplies. Chapter 7. Survivors Seeking Benefits? Awanti indulged them. Just as Lin Yuan was about to open the door to retrieve the supplies from these units, he heard a faint sound from outside. Someone. His movements halted, and he gently placed the doorknob back down. The situation was unclear. Better to let a few worker ants investigate first. The ants scurried through the crack beneath the door, followed by the mosquitoes and flies. Soon, through the eyes of the ants, Lin Yuan observed 2 doors slowly creaking open, and after a brief pause, the inhabitants emerged from within. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared to be 2 of the 3 units with survivors. In a certain household, there resides a middle-aged couple, while in another, a young university student makes his abode. The male of the couple, affectionately dubbed Old Chun by the neighborhood, is balding, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, and slightly overweight with an oily complexion. His wife, surnamed Zhao, is often referred to as Zhao the Crow's Mouth. She is notably slender and has a penchant for bold red lipstick. This couple has gained notoriety throughout the entire building for their infamous penchant for petty theft. Lin Yuan recalls several instances where, upon purchasing goods, he would encounter Old Chun, who would eagerly inquire about his purchases, claiming to have never tasted certain items and asking if Lin Yuan might share a sample. After enduring this several times, Lin Yuan began to take detours to avoid Old Chun whenever he bought something. As for Zhao the Crow's Mouth, she once visited an elderly neighbor on the same floor, and, upon discovering the old woman alone, audaciously stole her gold jewelry. When the elderly lady reported it missing, the police inevitably found the stolen items in Zhao's possession. Caught red-handed, Zhao still denied the theft, insisting she had purchased the jewelry. When pressed for receipts or purchase records, she was unable to provide any. Ultimately, the elderly woman's son returned, providing proof, which enabled her to reclaim her belongings. Faced with no alternative, Zhao resorted to tears and apologies, claiming it was an honest mistake due to her poor memory, asserting that she once owned a similar pair of earrings. The elderly woman's son, weary of dealing with such a person, chose not to pursue the matter further, which is why Zhao did not find herself sporting a silver bracelet afterward. The incident caused quite a stir, and the entire community became aware of her misdeeds. Ever since, Zhao has earned a reputation, and everyone remains cautious around her. Despite this, she shamelessly rummages through others' discarded trash, searching for anything of use. There have been multiple occasions when food deliveries left at doorsteps mysteriously vanished. And while everyone suspected Zhao, there was no evidence to substantiate the claims, leaving the matter unresolved. For the young university student, Lin Yuan had little interaction with him and was unaware of his name. Though he had heard whispers about him, it was said that he had previously tutored a young girl in the community, only to be severely beaten by her father for unknown reasons. Since that incident, Lin Yuan had not seen him, initially assuming he had moved away. Observing the trio, Lin Yuan noted that they only emerged when the corridor was deemed safe, having remained silent during the earlier confrontation with the zombies. While he was investigating nearby rooms, he discovered them peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Initially, he presumed they were merely observing, lacking the courage to step out, but to his surprise, they emerged mere minutes after the battle had concluded. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to see what these three individuals intended to do. Once outside, the trio cautiously surveyed the hallway, visibly relieved upon confirming the absence of zombies. Yet, they remained still, eyeing each other warily, well aware of the earlier chaos and having seen some of the events unfold through the peephole. They recognized that the formidable dog, dubbed Erha, was responsible for dispatching the zombies. At that moment, they all shared a singular thought. Had they known earlier, they would have gotten themselves a dog as well. It would have proven invaluable in such a critical situation. Lin Yuan often took Erha for walks, and they were aware that the dog belonged to him. With Erha having dealt with the zombies, the fruits of that labor rightfully belonged to Lin Yuan, yet their intentions were far from noble. Old Chun and his wife had conspired within their home, reasoning that Lin Yuan, being a university student, would be reluctant to refuse them if they approached him for supplies. Moreover, with the presence of Erha, they felt secure. Although their own supplies were still ample, they were uncertain and saw an opportunity to acquire additional resources from Lin Yuan's home, an opportunity they were unwilling to overlook. The more supplies they could gather, the greater their chances of survival. Should Lin Yuan refuse to share, they were prepared to press on regardless. They were not intimidated by Erha. After all, they were still human and had not succumbed to infection. Lin Yuan would never dare to unleash Erha upon them. After some deliberation, the couple boldly stepped outside. Noticing Lin Yuan had not emerged, they rejoiced. An excellent opportunity had presented itself. They scrutinized the young university student, and upon seeing no response from him, they confidently approached other apartment doors. Some of these doors stood ajar, revealing chaotic interiors, suggesting a struggle had taken place within. That a few doors were locked, prompting Old Chun to skillfully pick the locks with a wire. Lin Yuan was taken aback by this unexpected talent. He had only known of their greed and petty thievery, unaware of their proficiency in lock-picking. That it was likely they had frequently intruded into others' homes when no one was around. Otherwise, how could they have become so adept? Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled a few old phones he had discarded at home, which had since gone missing. Could it be that Old Chin had pilfered them? Fortunately, this particular room contained no valuable items. The young university student cast a glance at Old Chun and his wife, displaying no intention of engaging with them. In fact, he seemed to regard their behavior with disdain. As he proceeded to the apartment at the end of the corridor, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Lin Yuan recalled that the occupant of that apartment was an attractive young woman who lived alone and was rumored to be one of their university's professors, though he had never seen her and could not ascertain the nature of her beauty. Earlier, when he had sent out ants to scout, he had noticed someone inside but did not scrutinize further, as it was inconsequential to him. Knowing there was someone present was sufficient. The young man's intentions were evidently nefarious. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more prudent to search for supplies at this moment? Why seek out a resident? Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of the incident where this individual had been beaten by the young girl's father. It appeared he intended to return to his old ways amidst this apocalypse. Lin Yuan observed the trio's movements through the eyes of the ants and flies, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips, that he had been diligently battling zombies, while they brazenly stepped out to reap the rewards without so much as a word of acknowledgement to him. As if he were inconsequential. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? Little ones, it's time to act. With Lin Yuan's command, several ants swiftly scurried towards the trio, climbing onto their ears, necks, and wrists, delivering sharp bites. What is this? The three exclaimed in unison. Zhao the crow's mouth clutched her neck, grimacing in pain. Ouch, Old Chun, these mosquitoes are truly vicious. She initially believed she had been bitten by a mosquito. Old Chun, covering his ear, exclaimed, I got bitten too. Curse these wretched mosquitoes. Check my neck. I feel a huge lump. Zhao the crow's mouth, in a panic, kept her hand pressed against her neck, feeling the pain intensify. Being slightly taller than Old Chun, he craned his neck to see. Move your hand, so I can look. Only then did Zhao the crow's mouth belatedly remove her hand. Old Chun, under the dim light, took a glance and was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. The ant's bite had caused a small, bloodied hole, no larger than a mole, yet it was clear that a small piece of flesh had been bitten away. Old Chun felt a surge of pain in his ear. Quick, check my ear. Zhao the crow's mouth hesitated. Seeing the pallor on Old Chin's face only amplified her fear, and she hurriedly leaned in to inspect his ear. Her vision was not particularly keen, but as she scrutinized the situation, she quickly covered her mouth in shock. Old Chin's ear had been pierced through, resembling a bullet wound from a child's toy gun. What happened? Was it a mosquito? Both were gripped with fear. The young university student cast a disdainful glance at them and scoffed. What a fuss! Earlier, he had felt a brief sting, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely an ordinary ant that had climbed onto him without his notice. Just an ant. What is there to be afraid of? At the time, they had only seen Erha swiftly eliminate the zombies through the peephole. Completely oblivious to the ants' actions, as the zombies had already collapsed by the time the ants began their feast. Now, suffering from the bites, they did not anticipate any severe consequences. Lin Yuan observed their reactions with calm detachment. The ants had been consuming the zombies, and as a result, had become tainted with the zombie virus. However, due to their domestication, they remained unaffected. The trio, however, lacked such immunity, and now that they had been bitten, they were inevitably infected with the zombie virus. Lin Yuan simply had to wait for them to transform into zombies. Old Chun and Zhao the crow's mouth felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety, frequently glancing around as if something dreadful lurked nearby. They had previously unlocked several doors, but now they hesitated to enter. Old Chin felt his ear throbbing more intensely, while Zhao the crow's mouth continued to clutch her neck. It's all your fault. We shouldn't have come out. As Zhao Huayanzui began to complain, Old Chin cursed. What are you blaming me for? Did you not also wish to come out? If you hadn't come out, you wouldn't have been bitten by mosquitoes. These mosquito bites are so dreadful. They won't turn me into a zombie, will they? Ba ba ba. Close that crow's mouth of yours, speak carelessly again, and I shall rend it asunder. Tears streamed down Zhao Huayanzui's cheeks as she lamented. Old Chun, I have followed you for so many years. While I may not have contributed significantly, I have endured my share of hardships. How can you treat me like this? As she spoke, her eyes began to roll uncontrollably. Old Chin was taken aback and hastily retreated. Old Chin, what are you doing? What is happening? Zhao Huayanzui's speech became somewhat slurred. Her hand, which had been clutching her throat, fell limply to her side. Get away. Stay far from me. Do not approach. Old Chin kicked Zhao Huayanzui's calf, causing her to collapse to the ground. Old Chin, what are you doing? Do you wish for death? Zhao Huayanzui lunged forward, clutching Old Chin's leg. Old Chin began to kick wildly, attempting to shake her off, but no matter how fervently he kicked, he could not dislodge her. Get away, if you wish to die. Do not drag me down with you. Old Chin watched in terror as Zhao Huayanzui began to convulse, completely forgetting that he too had been bitten, and continued to kick frantically, despite her convulsions. It seemed as if Zhao Huayanzui had become fixated, holding tightly on Old Chin's leg, refusing to let go. Zhao Huayanzui's words were now barely intelligible. She lifted her head, her eyes devoid of their former luster. Now a dull gray. Her lips, painted a vivid crimson, parted wide, as if she wished to speak, yet all that emerged were guttural howls that a foul, viscous liquid oozed from beneath Old Chun, dripping onto Zhao Huayanzui's head. In a frenzied state, she bit down on Old Chin's leg. He kicked even more desperately, but his limbs began to twist grotesquely. Their struggle seemed to last an eternity, yet in reality, only a minute had passed. Lin Yuan observed coldly. What belonged to him was not meant for anyone else to claim. They had entertained thoughts that were never to be entertained. Thus, they must face the consequences. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard a noise and, through the perspective of an ant, saw that the door to the solitary woman's apartment had swung open at that very moment. Is there something? A melodious female voice rang out. Was this a case of seeking one's own demise? Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief at the scene before him. The young man had already been bitten by the ants, infected with the zombie virus, and was likely half zombified. Yet at this critical moment, the solitary woman had the audacity to open her door. Why open it now, of all times? Was she courting death? Indeed, hiss. The young college student suddenly let out a howl, lunging toward the slightly ajar door. The girl gasped, desperately attempting to slam the door shut. However, the young man's strength was formidable, and he forced the gap wider. Just as it seemed he would bite her, she suddenly revealed a kitchen knife. Striking down upon his arm with a swift motion, Dark red blood sprayed forth like a fountain, splattering across her face, with a few droplets landing in her eyes. Although the young man had begun to transform into a zombie, he still retained a flicker of consciousness. Instinctively, he released his grip upon being struck. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The young man cried out in despair, bewildered and overwhelmed by a sense of unease within. As he had glimpsed the girl, a primal urge to consume her had surged within him. I do not wish for this. I do not wish for this, he murmured as he sank to the ground. Yet, half a minute later, words failed him, leaving only guttural howls in their place. But he began to pound on the door frantically. Lin Yuan understood that the young man had completely succumbed to zombification. In the corridor, 3 zombies howled in unison. Lin Yuan knew he could not allow this to continue. He needed to resolve the situation quickly so he could gather supplies. Otherwise, he would attract more zombies and waste precious time. Foolish dog, it's your time to shine. Eliminate them. The husky, excited, bounded forward. Having already dispatched several zombies and feasted upon their flesh, the husky's attributes had improved, even gaining a few centimeters in size. Facing the 3 fledgling zombies, it was akin to slaughtering the weak. The first target was the young zombie. With a swift snap, the frail figure, having already succumbed to excessive indulgence, offered no resistance that in an instant, the husky severed its neck. A profusion of blood and flesh filled its maw, which it eagerly swallowed, delivering a few additional bites. The young man, who had barely transformed into a zombie moments before, was rendered lifeless. Ding! The husky has hunted a zombie. Earning 85 points, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. This creature was indeed too feeble, yielding only 85 points, comparable to the earlier elderly zombies. That seemed the value of points was not solely based on age or infirmity, but rather the energy provided by the zombies. The young man's weakness translated into minimal energy. Lin Yuan released the ants to feast upon the young zombie. The husky then lunged toward Old Chun and Zhao Yuanzui. Despite Zhao Yuanzui's transformation into a zombie, she remained clinging to Old Chun's leg. Although Old Chun had also been fully infected and transformed into a zombie, he was incapacitated by Zhao Yuanzui's grip. Sitting helplessly on the ground, mindlessly growling, the husky faced no challenge in dealing with the 2 that its enhanced bite force allowed it to dispatch each zombie with ease. When both Zhao Yuanzui and Old Chun collapsed, lifeless yet still entangled, it was evident they were a match made in hell. The 3 zombies were effortlessly eliminated within a minute. Old Chun's abdomen was torn open, spilling forth a pool of fat, while Zhao Yuanzui's throat was bitten, and the flesh of her face was ripped away, creating a rather grotesque sight. Lin Yuan chose to ignore the gruesome details. The more horrific the scene, the calmer he became. Ding! The husky has hunted 2 zombies, earning 220 points. Lin Yuan was quite pleased, estimating that Old Chun had been worth more due to his ample flesh. After dispatching the zombies, the husky joyfully leaped about, wagging its tail, glancing back at Lin Yuan's door, as if awaiting praise. Well done, foolish dog. Lin Yuan called out from within, and the husky, with its keen hearing, perked up and wagged its tail even more joyfully upon hearing the compliment. Lin Yuan directed the husky and the ants to consume the zombies, planning to wait until they had finished their meal before venturing outside. With no distractions, he could collect resources in peace. The husky began to devour voraciously, and the ants swarmed in. Having consumed numerous zombies earlier, their appetite remained insatiable, as if their stomachs were bottomless pits. Lin Yuan now understood that the flesh of these zombies was not mere meat, but a unique source of energy for the animals he had raised. That was precisely for this reason that they could consume endlessly without harm. The 3 zombies had provided over 300 points, and as they were consumed, the system's notifications rang out continuously. Ding! The ants have provided 0.2 points. Ding! The husky has provided 4 points. Ding! The ants have provided 0.3 points. Listening to the system's notifications, Lin Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. At this rate of hunting, accumulating 10,000 points was not an unattainable dream. Before long, he would gather enough points to exchange for an E-grade gene serum. Lin Yuan remained comfortably in his room, unhurried that moment. However, the door at the end of the corridor swung open. The girl crawled out, her eyes now tinged with a grayish hue, yet she had not entirely lost her consciousness. Please, please, save me. Song Yufei weakly called out, inching toward Lin Yuan's room. Lin Yuan finally caught a glimpse of her. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, she could be described as a striking presence among girls. Yet, she was not slender. Rather, her figure was exceptionally appealing. Lying on the ground, one could clearly discern a vast expanse of snow-white skin, fair and delicate. Although her eyes were beginning to change color, they could not obscure her exquisite features. She donned a water-blue dress, which had ridden up due to her crawling, revealing her long, fair legs. Even on the verge of becoming a zombie, she remained undeniably beautiful. And oh wonder that fellow had the audacity to pursue beauty. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, Lin Yuan mused, somewhat exasperated, as the woman continuously cried for help. Such cries would surely attract zombies. While zombies did not use elevators, they could ascend stairs if they came up through the fire escape. It would complicate matters. However, if zombies did indeed arrive, it would be an opportunity to earn points, as long as they were not too numerous. The Husky could handle them, but he had yet to gather sufficient supplies. If zombies were drawn in, he might very well be deprived of sleep tonight, likely busy all night long to avoid trouble. The wisest choice would be to eliminate her. Without Lin Yuan's command, the Husky continued gnawing on a zombie, not immediately rushing to attack the girl. Observing her through the ant's perspective, Lin Yuan noted that her consciousness had not yet fully dissipated. She could only be considered a semi-zombie, not completely transformed. Moreover, she was still shedding tears. Her large, watery eyes, though lacking brilliance, appeared as if adorned with gray contact lenses, exuding a pitiful charm as her small mouth opened and closed, calling for help. To be honest, Lin Yuan found it somewhat difficult to take action against her. Sighing softly, he instructed the Husky to bring the girl over. The Husky promptly advanced, biting onto the hem of her dress and tugging her towards him. However, with a tearing sound, the dress was ripped apart. What had once been a lifted dress now had only a small portion clinging to her, leaving her body almost devoid of fabric. Silly dog, Lin Yuan thought, bemused. Even without the Husky's enhancements, tearing the dress would have been a simple task. The Husky, momentarily stunned, then clamped its jaws onto the girl's shoulder, pulling her closer. With its newfound strength, it could have easily bitten off her shoulder if not for its careful control, successfully dragging the girl to Lin Yuan's doorstep, albeit leaving behind deep bite marks that oozed blood. Remarkably, despite the Husky's rough handling, the girl merely whimpered in pain, not yet fully transformed into a zombie. Seeing her resilience, Lin Yuan was willing to grant her a chance at survival, but it remained to be seen if her fate was favorable. The nurturing system could theoretically care for anything, even humans or zombies, but that was merely a theory. Moreover, he had no idea how many points it would require, that if nurturing was unfeasible or if he lacked sufficient points, Lin Yuan would have to express his regrets. System: how many points are needed to nurture her? Target name: Song Yufei. Age: 26 years. Weight: 54 kilograms. Height: 175 cm. Figure: 36E. Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Get to the point. Can she be nurtured? How many points? Chapter 10. Nurturing Song Yufei. Success. That alluring voice. Who could resist it? Ding. Nurturing Song Yufei requires the expenditure of 1,500 points. 1,500 points? Why not go rob a bank? Lin Yuan was speechless, that he had anticipated that nurturing Song Yufei would cost a significant amount of points. But he hadn't expected it to be this much. Nurturing a creature as large as the Husky had only cost him 10 points. The stark contrast was undeniable. He had worked hard to slay zombies for half a day to earn those points. And now he had to spend them, which was a painful thought. Host, friendly reminder: nurturing Song Yufei is a guaranteed profit. The system chimed in again. Guaranteed profit? Is there really such a good deal? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Although 1,500 points seemed substantial, in reality, it only required him to hunt about 10 zombies. With so many zombies in the community, if he eliminated them all, he would accumulate more than enough points. Furthermore, having never nurtured a zombie before, Song Yufei was currently in a semi-zombie state. Nurturing her might yield unexpected rewards. The system's pricing and value were proportional. Thus, if nurturing Song Yufei required such a considerable amount of points, the benefit should be equally significant. Observing that Song Yufei was on the brink of full zombification, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and nodded, expending 1,500 points. Nurturing Song Yufei, as the words left his lips. Song Yufei collapsed into unconsciousness. Ding. Nurturing Song Yufei successful, deducting 1,500 points. Lin Yuan glanced at the system's points panel, now reduced to a meager two-digit number, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. However, having already spent the points, he decided not to dwell on it. Unlike when he nurtured the husky and the ants, which had not resulted in a state of unconsciousness, Song Yufei's current state surprised Lin Yuan. Since the system indicated success, it should have worked, right? Lin Yuan scrutinized Song Yufei. Despite being smeared with blood, her figure remained captivating, and in her current state of undress, her appealing silhouette was laid bare. Her skin, previously tinged with a bluish hue due to her semi-zombie condition, began to revert to its normal, fair complexion, becoming smooth and delicate once more. Her distorted limbs also started to regain their normal shape. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Approximately 2 minutes later, Song Yufei's eyes fluttered open. Though her pupils appeared somewhat gray, they were neither like those of a normal human nor as terrifying as a zombie's. Instead, they possessed a unique beauty, reminiscent of someone wearing colored contacts. She blinked and stared blankly at Lin Yuan for a moment, but her gaze soon shifted to one of shyness and affection. "Master," her melodious voice rang out. Sweet and enticing, Lin Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Wow, who can withstand this? Please get up, the ground is cold. Lin Yuan hastily changed the subject. Song Yufei rose to her feet, scrutinizing her body, her face turning even redder. She remembered everything that had transpired and understood that her current appearance was not the result of Lin Yuan's actions, but rather the husky's doing. However, that was of little consequence now. With a slight shift in her steps, she approached Lin Yuan. She yearned to draw near, but felt embarrassed about her soiled condition, fearing she would dirty Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan examined her. To the casual observer, Song Yufei appeared no different from a normal human. Yet through the system, he knew that while she outwardly resembled a regular person, this was merely superficial. She was in essence still a zombie. The zombie virus had altered her genetic sequence. A change that was irreversible, of course. This alteration only affected her genes. Her body and consciousness remained unaffected by the virus, much like a normal person. This was not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. Since she was fundamentally still a zombie, she would not be subject to zombie attacks. Moreover, she was obedient and well-behaved. The 1,500 points spent earlier were worth it. As Lin Yuan pondered this, he noticed Song Yufei's demeanor. Wanting to approach, yet hesitating, "What's the matter?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Master, I wish to be close, but I fear I might dirty you," Song Yufei shyly replied. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. "Why don't you go take a shower first and change into some clean clothes? After you're done, come find me." "Thank you, master," Song Yufei replied, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to head home for a shower. After all, her clothes were still there. Oh, and were something convenient for movement. Lin Yuan added as a reminder. "Understood, master." Song Yufei glanced back, her voice soft and melodious. Watching her return home, Lin Yuan sighed with relief. Conversing with Song Yufei had been quite the ordeal. With her alluring figure and revealing attire, coupled with that enchanting voice, it was nearly unbearable, especially with her occasional desire to snuggle closer. Lin Yuan guessed that due to their nurturing bond, Song Yufei's attitude towards him was exceedingly affectionate, much like how the husky always sought to nuzzle against him. Fortunately, his self-control was commendable. Otherwise, he would have lunged at her long ago. Yet, this was not the right time. There were still matters to attend to. While Song Yufei was taking a shower, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to observe the situation from the perspectives of the mosquitoes and flies on other floors. He discovered that there were survivors on his floor. But the number of zombies wandering the corridor was also greater. Some zombies were banging on doors, while others roamed aimlessly, creating minimal noise. Throughout the building, in the areas visible to him, there were quite a few zombies. However, they remained confined to their respective floors and had yet to scatter. It seemed that his earlier efforts to eliminate zombies had not attracted any attention. Lin Yuan glanced at the community and noted that many zombies were still lingering. Yet he did not see any sign of the alliance that Shongshan Ruoxie had mentioned wanting to organize. This did not surprise him. With so many zombies around, successfully rallying survivors to form an alliance was no easy feat. Especially on the first day, it was entirely normal for such an organization to not materialize immediately. Satisfied that he had not caused any disturbance, Lin Yuan relaxed, realizing that his priority now was to thoroughly scour this building. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Lin Yuan. Since he could utilize the perspectives of ants, flies, and mosquitoes to observe other locations, why not employ Song Yufei's viewpoint to see other areas as well? As this thought crossed his mind, an enchanting figure appeared in his imagination that, of course, this was from a first-person perspective. While he could not see her face, he could admire her form and even hear the sound of water splashing. After indulging in this sight for a moment, Lin Yuan found himself rather overwhelmed. Her figure was truly stunning. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his nose, then hurriedly went next door to scavenge for supplies. Upon opening the door to the adjacent room, he found it just as he had seen through the NS eyes. Vacant, that it was a pink room, with pink sofa covers and chairs, exuding a distinctly youthful charm. Lin Yuan recalled that the occupant was a female university student whom he had encountered a few times before. She was indeed beautiful, albeit petite, appearing to be less than 1.60 meters tall, which made her look more like a lowly. There had been no sign of her among the zombies he had just dispatched, suggesting she was likely out and had yet to return. He wondered if she was still alive. Even if she were, it was doubtful she would come back. As he pondered this, he opened the refrigerator and was taken aback. Chapter 11. Lin Yuan felt somewhat inadequate. The strength of Song Yufei. The refrigerator contained no food. Instead, it was stocked with cosmetics and face masks. Did these things really need to be refrigerated? Lin Yuan found himself utterly bewildered. With a gentle sigh, he turned to the freezer compartment, relieved to find some fried, semi-finished products, such as grilled sausages and skewers, that he removed everything and placed it in his own refrigerator, the power of which he had already turned on. So he was not concerned about the noise attracting zombies. Lin Yuan continued his search in the adjacent room. Under the coffee table, he discovered some snacks like chips and cookies, and a thorough search of the kitchen revealed a small bag of rice, weighing about 1 kilogram, along with a box of instant noodles and several self-heating meals. Lin Yuan gathered these items into a large box and carried everything back to his room. Just as he finished organizing, he turned around to find Song Yufei standing behind him, but he had already sensed her approach, so Lin Yuan was not startled. Song Yufei had changed into a black sports outfit. However, her figure was so remarkable that the outfit did little to conceal her curves. Her long, silky black hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Without makeup, she still looked stunning, with fair skin, large eyes, and a rosy cherry-like mouth. "Master, do you need me to help you with anything?" Song Yufei leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Lin Yuan's. "Ahead, check other rooms for their rice, flour, snacks, instant noodles, and any food and drinks in the refrigerator. Gather everything," he instructed. "Okay, master, leave all of that to me. You can rest," she replied, pointing to the sofa. "It's fine. Let's work together and finish quickly so we can rest," Lin Yuan said. They did not rest, but instead worked together to collect supplies, each entering a different room. Lin Yuan entered Old Chen's home, which was cluttered with items. The balcony was piled high with cardboard and beer bottles. There were no snacks, cookies, chips, or instant noodles to be found. However, there was a large bag of rice and some vegetables. Meat was available, but in limited quantities, enough for only 2 meals. Old Chen's refrigerator was small, a mini single-door model barely half the height of a person, with a freezing compartment that could not hold much. Even this was not fully packed. Lin Yuan was too lazy to take the items out. Besides, once he gathered supplies from several homes, his refrigerator would be full. He figured that while this refrigerator was small, even the tiniest mosquito was still meat, so he simply unplugged it and picked it up. It was heavier than he expected. He was surprised by the weight of the small refrigerator, making it somewhat cumbersome to carry. At that moment, Song Yufei emerged from the adjacent room, passing by. She quickly set down her items and rushed over. "Master, let me help." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "You, with those slender arms and legs, can you manage?" "I can do it, trust me," Song Yufei said, not waiting for Lin Yuan to set down the refrigerator before she embraced it. Lin Yuan immediately felt a release of pressure from his hands as Song Yufei lifted the refrigerator and strode confidently out, her steps long and assured, showing no sign that the refrigerator was heavy. Her physical capabilities were beyond that of an ordinary person. She had already become a zombie and, coupled with the enhancements from the breeding system, had improved in all aspects. Carrying the refrigerator was truly effortless for her. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. He now yearned even more to enhance his strength. No, he needed to earn 10,000 points as quickly as possible. He followed behind Song Yufei, carrying the bag of rice, watching as she set down the refrigerator without breaking a sweat, her complexion unruffled. After placing the refrigerator down, Song Yufei turned to Lin Yuan, her exquisite face breaking into a joyful smile. "Master, how was that? I told you I could do it." "Well done," Lin Yuan praised, which made Song Yufei even happier. As they left the room, preparing to gather more supplies, a staggering zombie appeared at the end of the corridor near the fire escape. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, the zombie let out a ghastly roar and began to stagger towards him. Seeing this zombie, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. After all, it was merely a single zombie, a veritable source of points. Just as he was about to signal for his dog to engage, Song Yufei pulled him behind her. "Master, stay behind me. I'll protect you." Without waiting for a response, Song Yufei sprinted towards the zombie, her long legs carrying her swiftly. The zombie was a young man, dressed in a tank top and shorts, standing at a height similar to Song Yufei, but his body was muscular. Lin Yuan speculated that he either worked out or was an athlete, and he wondered if Song Yufei could handle such a formidable opponent. To be safe, Lin Yuan called upon his dog. "Stupid dog, just watch if she can't handle it. You go in." The dog, having been trained, understood and eagerly nodded its head, rushing into action as well. With a resounding thud, Song Yufei swung her fist, striking the zombie with tremendous force. The zombie's head twisted at an unnatural angle, almost as if it had broken. The zombie roared but did not retaliate against Song Yufei. It merely attempted to shove her aside. With a swift retreat, Song Yufei then leaped forward, delivering another powerful punch. The zombie's forehead caved in under the impact. Without missing a beat, Song Yufei continued her assault, striking the zombie's head repeatedly. Perhaps feeling that this approach was not effective enough, she delivered a swift kick, knocking the zombie to the ground. Lin Yuan heard the sound of bones shattering. Song Yufei followed up with a knee strike, and the zombie's head exploded in a gruesome display that was all over in just 2 seconds. 2 punches and a knee strike. Song Yufei's fists were now splattered with blood, and some had even splashed onto her clothing. "Oh no, I just took a shower," she pouted, her lovely brows furrowing slightly. "That I must be gentler next time. I wonder if Master will mind my clothes being dirty." Ding, breeding organism Song Yufei has killed a zombie. Earning 120 points. The system's notification chimed in time. Lin Yuan smiled. This zombie yielded more points than those he had previously encountered. Furthermore, Song Yufei's combat prowess was impressive. If she continued to take down zombies, those points would be easily within reach. Song Yufei approached Lin Yuan, looking a bit embarrassed. "Master, I got my clothes dirty." "It's fine. You did well that if your clothes are dirty, we can simply change them, that we have plenty." Lin Yuan reassured her, not concerned about such trivialities. After all, who could kill zombies without getting blood on themselves? Noticing that Song Yufei showed no interest in the zombie's corpse, he refrained from asking further and instructed her to wash her hands, suggesting she could change her clothes later. "Understood, Master." Song Yufei was exceedingly obedient. When Lin Yuan instructed the 2 dogs and the ant to handle the remains, he himself made his way to the fire escape. The door to the fire exit stood ajar, and Lin Yuan firmly closed it, ensuring all necessary latches were secured. Although he felt no fear of the zombies at present, he was somewhat fatigued and preferred to avoid dealing with them for the time being. Blocking the door was paramount to prevent any further incursions. Once the door was secured, Song Yufei joined him. "Let us gather supplies and barricade the door," she suggested. Following the principle of proximity, they headed directly to Song Yufei's home, retrieving her sofa to stack against the entrance. Chapter 12. Song Yufei's unique care method. After securing the entrance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Song Yufei's remarkable stamina. He was panting heavily, yet she remained composed and untroubled. "Master, you should take a moment to rest. I am more than capable of gathering supplies. My strength and energy are at their peak." "Very well. I shall entrust this task to you." Lin Yuan acquiesced for once, delegating the collection of supplies entirely to Song Yufei. Meanwhile, he returned home, retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from the refrigerator, and settled onto the sofa, sipping as he relaxed. Indeed, Song Yufei's physical prowess was impressive, and her speed was commendable. Upon each return, her arms were laden with provisions. Pleased with her efficiency, Lin Yuan decided to take a shower. After a long day of exertion, It was nearing 1 in the morning, and he did not share Song Yufei's unyielding vigor. He was truly weary. Upon finishing his shower, Lin Yuan emerged to find Song Yufei seated on the sofa. Having changed into a new outfit, a black lace nightgown, styled like a dress, revealing her shoulders and collarbone, that he felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted his gaze, using a towel to dry his hair. Song Yufei's hair, still damp, resembled a lotus emerging from the water. As Lin Yuan came into view, she sprang to her feet, her slippers adorned with 2 small bunny figures, revealing her dainty toes. She embraced Lin Yuan's arm and declared, "Master, I have gathered all the food and drinking water and arranged everything nicely." She gestured toward a corner of the living room. Lin Yuan couldn't help but applaud her efforts. Had he undertaken the task alone, he would likely have labored until dawn. The speed with which Song Yufei had completed the task, even managing to shower, was astonishing. "Master, where shall I sleep tonight?" Initially, Lin Yuan considered suggesting she return home. But upon reflection, he realized that Song Yufei was now his responsibility. How could he send her away? This place was her home now. Moreover, having Song Yufei nearby provided him with a sense of security against any potential zombie threats. Taking her hand, Lin Yuan led her to the guest room. "You shall sleep here tonight." The guest room, though modest, was impeccably clean. It had served as a temporary abode for Lu Qingxue on her occasional visits. Song Yufei nodded, her bright eyes blinking innocently. "What about you, master? Will you not join me?" Upon speaking, her delicate face flushed slightly. She was aware that inviting a man to share a bed was unconventional. Yet she felt an irresistible urge to be close to Lin Yuan, yearning for intimacy, even to nestle in his embrace. Being with him brought her immense comfort. "I shall sleep in the master bedroom next door." To be honest, facing such a captivating woman, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to be entirely unaffected. However, he was genuinely fatigued after the day's endeavors, and with the clock nearing 2 in the morning, sleep was essential. Could he truly forego rest? If he did, he feared he might collapse from exhaustion. He resolved to recuperate tonight, addressing matters come morning. "All right then," Song Yufei replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Should there be any disturbances, remember to check." Lin Yuan gently caressed her exquisite face, its texture smooth and delicate, akin to a peeled egg. Truly delightful to the touch. "Understood, master. Rest assured, I shall ensure no one disturbs your slumber." Song Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her glistening eyes reflected a sense of fulfillment. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Song Yufei's demeanor was undeniably impactful. Alas, the timing was not right. Preserving his life was paramount, and he needed to rest. Without further ado, he grabbed a night light and headed back to the master bedroom. As he passed through the living room, the dog approached him once more for affection. "Silly dog, guard the door tonight," he instructed, patting its head. The dog nodded in compliance, stifling a deep yawn. Weary in body and mind, Lin Yuan returned to the master bedroom, and as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Song Yufei lay in bed, soon surrendering to sleep as well. However, merely 2 hours later, she awoke, the clock reading just past 4 in the morning. The sky remained dark, and she felt a touch dazed. Rubbing her stomach, she realized she was quite hungry. So very hungry. She craved her master. Song Yufei murmured to herself, slowly rising, slipping on her slippers, and exiting the bedroom. The dog, noticing her movement, lifted its head briefly before settling back down to sleep. With tentative steps, Song Yufei approached the master bedroom door, gently turning the doorknob and entering. What a delightful aroma, drawn in by the scent emanating from the bed. She reached the bedside, kicked off her slippers, and nestled beneath the sheets. Lin Yuan was soundly asleep, but gradually, he sensed something was amiss. Finally, he awakened, feeling rather comfortable. Suddenly, he was startled to find someone nestled in his bed. "What the?" Lin Yuan was bewildered. What was happening? Song Yufei, now awake, blinked at him in confusion, quickly lowering her head, unsure of where to place herself. "Master, I didn't mean to," she murmured, flustered and at a loss. Lin Yuan was still trying to comprehend how this situation had unfolded. Was this a perk of having her as a pet? He hastily consulted the system. "System, what is going on?" "Host, Song Yufei is classified as a zombie, distinct from ordinary pets. She cannot be fed with standard food or pet supplies." Lin Yuan realized everything in an instant. Song Yufei's earlier behavior had revealed the truth. She had become his pet, incapable of harming him, and thus could not feed on his blood. However, her hunger persisted, prompting her to act on instinct to seek fulfillment. Lin Yuan now understood why the system had claimed that nurturing Song Yufei was a surefire investment. Subsequent care would not drain his points, as it would be his own vitality that would be consumed. Caring for Song Yufei was entirely different from tending to other pets. Other animals could feast on zombies, but Song Yufei could only thrive on him. This was the only way she could grow stronger and more capable. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. What more could he do now that she had been successfully nurtured? Any blame could only be directed at the system for not clarifying sooner that Song Yufei's care was unlike that of other pets. Nevertheless, it was his first experience. How could it have concluded in such a hasty manner? He observed Song Yufei curled up in the blankets, looking utterly bewildered, and felt a pang of sympathy. Was she truly feeling wronged? No. He resolved to teach her a lesson for taking such liberties while he was asleep. Without rousing him, was she not hungry? He would ensure she was well fed. Moreover, this time, he would initiate it. She must not ask for it herself. Master, I am already full. I am still hungry. The room was dim. The night light extinguished. Outside, the sky began to lighten, heralding dawn. Chapter 13. I haven't rested at all during these past few hours. Even a cow wouldn't be as exhausted as I am. Morning arrived at 7:12 a.m. In July, the nights were growing shorter. At this hour, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Though daylight flooded in, the drawn curtains shielded the sunlight, leaving the room dim. Lin Yuan reclined against his pillow, while Song Yufei nestled against him, her arms wrapped around his neck, one leg draped over his abdomen, clinging to him like a koala. Oblivious to the power she held over him, Song Yufei lay there. After a time, Lin Yuan felt a stirring restlessness. Master, what are you? Yufei, it's still early. But I'm already full. That's all right. Eating more will enhance your strength as you grow stronger. You can help share the burden. An hour passed at 8:20 a.m., freshly showered and dressed. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa. Meanwhile, Song Yufei was blow-drying her hair. Clad in an oversized white t-shirt, she looked strikingly beautiful, her long, fair legs captivatingly visible. Just the sight of her silhouette evoked memories of the previous night's battle in Lin Yuan's mind. One word came to mind. Exquisite. Moreover, there are attribute bonuses at play. She is not only a goddess of the university, but also a pristine, never before in love, exceptional woman. If it weren't for the apocalypse, and if there weren't a nurturing system in place, such a goddess would likely never have any intersection with him throughout her life. But, in this world, how many ifs truly exist? The current reality is that this extraordinary goddess teacher has completely become his, both in spirit and in body. Gurgle. At this moment, Lin Yuan's stomach growled. Master, are you hungry? Song Yufei put down her hairdryer and approached, snuggling directly into his embrace. She had increasingly become attached to Lin Yuan. In order to ensure you are well fed, I haven't rested for these past few hours. Not even a cow would be as exhausted as I am. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling the significant toll on his stamina. Song Yufei's cheeks flushed after fighting side by side with Lin Yuan last night. Although she had grown accustomed to many things, she was still not seasoned in such matters and felt somewhat shy. I'll go prepare a meal for you, she exclaimed before darting into the kitchen. Despite her beauty and being hailed as a goddess teacher in university, she was no mere ornament. In addition to fitness, she had trained in combat sports and was quite skilled in culinary arts. During her years of living alone, she had always cooked for herself. Watching Song Yufei busily working in the kitchen, Lin Yuan smiled, relishing her affection, and he grabbed a few bags of bread from the side, munching on them to satiate his hunger, all while picking up the television remote to turn on the TV. Although he had fought through the night, having just showered, he felt no fatigue and was curious about the situation outside. The news broadcast on television reported, this channel's latest update. The authorities have stabilized the situation. Everyone should remain calm at home, take necessary precautions, and refrain from going outside while awaiting rescue. Rest assured, help will arrive shortly. There is no need to panic. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before rescue would come. Everyone was encouraged not to worry. Most television stations echoed this unified sentiment. Presenting a template of news, Lin Yuan shook his head. He was skeptical of the televised statements, stabilize the situation in just a day. That seemed far-fetched. Furthermore, Telling everyone to stay indoors was all well and good. But what if they ran out of food? If there was nothing to eat, wouldn't they starve? Even if one only drank water, how many days could they truly hold out? Could they really expect rescue to arrive in that time frame? By then, seeking food outside might prove impossible due to sheer exhaustion. Ultimately, the outcome would lead to a dead end. Lin Yuan dismissed these proclamations, and with the television repeating the same news, it held little value as a reference. He turned off the TV and picked up his phone. Compared to the template-like news on TV, the information accessible on his phone was far more real and reliable. Just as he picked up his phone, he saw a message from Lu Qingxue. Xia Yuan, how are things on your end? Are you all right? Lin Yuan quickly replied, I'm fine, Qingxue jia. What about you? In a luxurious villa community named Yulong Bay, in a spacious living room, the tall and stunning Lu Qingxue was having breakfast. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, she donned a sports outfit. Yet even in such attire, her alluring figure could not be concealed, her curves fully displayed with each step she took. As she gazed at the message Lin Yuan had sent, a flicker of unease appeared in her water-like eyes. The haunting cries of the zombies had not ceased throughout the night, nor had the screams of survivors. Her home boasted excellent sound insulation, situated in an upscale neighborhood with few residents. However, she still occasionally heard those sounds, especially during the deep night when the quiet amplified them. Even with her doors and windows secured, the sound seemed to penetrate her ears, leaving her to endure nightmares through the night, hardly getting any rest. Reflecting on this, Lu Qingxue tightened her grip on her phone. That I am quite safe. You must take care of yourself. She typed this message and sent it off. She refrained from revealing her own unease from the previous night to Lin Yuan, fearing it would only cause him distress. Speaking of it would serve no purpose other than to heighten his worries. So it was better left unsaid. Lin Yuan, upon reading her reply, furrowed his brows and then shook his head. Lu Qingxue had always been this way, keeping her troubles to herself, and no matter how difficult it was, she was reluctant to express it. Lin Yuan chose not to confront her, his fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard. You too, take good care of yourself. After sending the message, he set his phone down. Lu Qingxue, living alone, undoubtedly felt insecure. Although she claimed she could manage for a while, it was likely a fade, unwilling to share her true circumstances with him. Simply waiting around would not suffice. He needed to devise a plan. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. After yesterday's developments, he now had the company of Era and Song Yufei, ensuring his own safety. However, he still couldn't venture to Lu Qingshue's side that if he couldn't go. What about nurturing a creature? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before nodding. This approach was indeed feasible. Ideally, he would seek a flying creature, in comparison to terrestrial beings like Era. Birds offered significant advantages. They could provide offensive capabilities, serve as surveillance and early warning systems, and could even create disturbances to attract the attention of zombies. Moreover, if necessary, he could send supplies to Lu Qingxue. With supplies, Lu Qingxue would not need to venture outside, ensuring her safety. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan promptly opened the map he had downloaded the previous day and surveyed the pet shops listed. He needed to expedite his plans to visit the pet shop. With this in mind, Lin Yuan reminded Lu Qingxue once more. Ensure the safety of your home, do not go outside, and remember to stay vigilant. Rest assured, Xia Yuan, I won't be going out. Lin Yuan and Lu Qingxue exchanged a few more casual remarks before she decided to catch up on sleep, having hardly rested the previous night. During the day, with the zombie activity subsiding somewhat, she hurriedly sought to recuperate. Lin Yuan then turned his attention to the WeChat group. The group remained lively. Early in the morning, there were already hundreds of unread messages. Unbothered by the effort, Lin Yuan scrolled through the messages from where he had left off, discovering that several individuals who had been quite active the previous day had gone silent that morning. One member, nicknamed 9-402, had posted at around 6 in the morning, I've been in the underground garage all night. I'm so hungry. I can manage the small stuff, but what about the big one? Someone replied, didn't someone say yesterday that they wanted to form an alliance? Hurry up and rescue people. What alliance? If it really came down to rescuing someone, they wouldn't even dare utter a word. Only a fool like you would believe that. Shangshan Ruoshui, hurry up and rescue people. If the alliance can't even save people, what is the point of forming it? Regardless of their comments, Shangshan Ruoshui had not spoken again. Could it be that this individual, who wished to establish a survivor base, had met an unfortunate end? Chapter 14. What the heck? Who asked you that? Surely it can't be that unfortunate. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and continued scrolling down, only to see that the 9 to 402 member had posted again. I can't take it anymore. I need to go out. If this continues, I'll truly go mad. After sending this message, there were no further updates from that person. It had been over 2 hours since 6 o'clock. Given the silence for so long, Lin Yuan speculated that the individual likely met their demise after venturing out to confront the zombies. While the number of zombies in the underground garage might be minimal, it was improbable that not a single one lurked there, making discovery a real possibility. Just as Lin Yuan finished reading the morning messages, several new notifications popped up in the group that a member from 10 to 605 posted. I miss takeout so much. If only I had stocked up on food, ordered takeout every day, and now I have nothing at home. I am starving. I've already drunk a whole bottle of water. Another member from 10 to 502 chimed in. Me too, me too. I'm planning to go out to find something to eat. If this continues, I'll either die at the hands of the zombies or starve to death at home. How tragic. 10-605 replied. Bro, I'm the one upstairs. If you find food, bring me a portion. 10-502 responded. Why not go out together? Come down, and we'll go out together. 10-605 replied. I'm too scared. There are zombies in the hallway. Lin Yuan observed the exchange between the two and smirked. In this day and age, who would be selflessly generous? If someone ventured out to find food, why should they bring back a portion for you? As expected, others in the group had begun to berate the member from 10 to 605. A flurry of complaints erupted, leaving the member too frightened to reply. With little useful information in the WeChat group, Lin Yuan opened the forum to take a look. While Shangshan Ruoshui had gone silent in the WeChat group, he was quite active on the forum that he was still alive. He had posted several times about forming a Survivor Alliance in Sunshine Community. The latest post read, Our Survivor Alliance has gathered several members. Given the current situation, it's incredibly challenging to face zombies alone. Everyone must unite. As long as we stand together, zombies can be defeated. This morning, we have successfully vanquished 2 zombies. I believe that with more individuals joining our ranks, we shall be capable of confronting even greater hordes of the undead. In due time, we can provide everyone with a safe and secure environment. Those wishing to join us, do not hesitate to send me a private message. I possess ample supplies and will share my location with you. Bring your belongings and let us unite, for together, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. The more he observed this person, the less they appeared to be trustworthy. As expected, a comment soon appeared below. Do not believe him. If he is capable, let him come find you. Look at what he says. Asking people to bring supplies to him. What if he deceives you and ends your life? Who will you turn to for justice? This comment garnered numerous likes, with many agreeing with its sentiment. Yet others chimed in, family, I have already joined forces with Shangshan Ruoshui. He is truly a good person, and his combat prowess is formidable. That it was he who dispatched the zombies this morning. Lin Yuan remained noncommittal. If this individual could indeed ally with Shangshan Ruoshui, there would surely be dangers along the way. Though he himself was quite capable, he continued to boast about Shangshan Ruoshui. Perhaps he was merely an alternate account or using someone else's device. Such possibilities were highly plausible. Lin Yuan had no desire to gamble with human nature and was uninterested in joining that Survivor Alliance. The comment section contained a fair number of rational individuals who suspected that Shangshan Ruoshui had ulterior motives. Those genuinely willing to join his so-called alliance were few and far between. Lin Yuan understood why Shangshan Ruoshui had ceased to speak in the WeChat group. Any words he uttered would only invite further scrutiny and criticism, leaving no room for his voice to be heard. Here in the forum, he might deceive a few naive and gullible college students. But that would only yield 1 or 2 at most. After all, those who had survived until now were far from foolish. They possessed at least a modicum of sense. Lin Yuan opened a short video and glanced at it. Many of the clips were pleas for help, but there were also some exceptions that he saw a streamer who had set numerous traps around their home. This streamer was previously a mukbang host, possessing ample supplies and could easily survive for a month or 2 indoors. The streamer had barricaded the windows and doors and set traps, receiving a great deal of likes. Another streamer, a craftsman, donned a suit of iron armor and ventured outside. He returned with an abundance of food, live streaming the entire experience to considerable acclaim. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of this streamer. Their stamina was truly remarkable, daring to venture out in such heavy gear. Encountering a few zombies could indeed be managed without fear. However, should they face a zombie tide, it would be tantamount to delivering oneself to doom. Another streamer utilized a drone to procure some food from a friend's house, moving many viewers with their friendship. Lin Yuan watched for a while, reflecting on how everyone was showcasing their unique talents. Just then, Song Yufei approached with breakfast in hand, 2 bowls of white rice porridge, 4 poached eggs, 2 grilled sausages, and 20 small steamed buns. Lin Yuan recalled that these small buns were the frozen variety he had found at someone else's home yesterday. Now steamed, they appeared quite appetizing. "Master, please try them and see if they suit your palate." Song Yufei looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. Having fed her, she now wished to nourish him as well. Would you like to have some too?" Lin Yuan sipped the porridge, curiosity piqued about whether Song Yufei could still consume food in her current state. It smells wonderful." Song Yufei took a small bun and enjoyed it wholeheartedly. Is it truly edible? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that despite being full, Song Yufei could still consume food, as the two sensations were likely distinct. "Yufei, do you feel anything unusual?" Song Yufei hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cast a coy glance at Lin Yuan. "Master, it feels as though the taste is somewhat different." "What? Who asked you that?" Lin Yuan retorted, somewhat irked that I was inquiring if you felt any discomfort after eating, considering that although you currently resemble a human, your genetic sequence has indeed been altered by the zombie virus, and you fundamentally remain undead. Realizing her misunderstanding, Song Yufei's delicate features grew even more crimson. However, she recognized Lin Yuan's concern and bit her lip, stating, "Master, I don't feel hungry, but seeing this food makes me want to eat it, and consuming it has caused no discomfort." "That is good. As long as there are no issues," Lin Yuan refrained from saying more. Although Song Yufei could survive without eating, if she desired food, why not let her indulge? After all, his supplies were ample, and he had no fear of her consuming them. Moreover, with her abilities, she could locate more food in the future. Once they finished their meal, Song Yufei went to wash the dishes while Lin Yuan settled on the sofa to digest, a freshly brewed cup of tea before him. Though he enjoyed carbonated beverages, he refrained from indulging this early in the day. Continuing to scroll through short videos, he gathered news from the outside world. Just then, the dog bounded over, wagging its tail. Lin Yuan initially thought the dog was hungry and prepared to fetch some dog food. However, the dog tugged at Lin Yuan's leg, urging him to go outside. Chapter 15. Song Yufei's combat prowess. Earn points. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. His ant squad had returned. Looking up, he noticed ants streaming in through the crack in the door. Through the ants' perspective, Lin Yuan observed that the corridor was devoid of zombies and promptly opened the door. Yes, he did. He was met with a dark mass of ants on the ground. While a swarm of flies buzzed in the air, the sheer number of ants was somewhat unsettling. There were over 5,000 ants. Although not an overwhelming number, Lin Yuan felt satisfied. This community placed great emphasis on sanitation, frequently sending property management to clear ant hills. So having this many was commendable. In the air, there were more than 150 mosquitoes and over 360 flies. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the community's cleanliness. However, considering that the previous day's breeding of flies and mosquitoes had been minimal, managing to gather this many was still a positive outcome. Yet, looking at these little creatures, Lin Yuan faced a dilemma. His points were insufficient to sustain them. With so many, he currently lacked the points for breeding. He had exhausted his points yesterday when he sustained Song Yufei. Later, while collecting supplies, they had only earned a little over 100 points after dispatching a zombie. Now his total points were below 200, allowing him to breed a mere 300 ants. Lin Yuan calculated that he had previously bred enough ants, so he could initially focus on breeding mosquitoes and flies, that he decided to breed all 150 mosquitoes and 150 flies. After completing this operation, Lin Yuan was left with only a scant few points. These points truly did not last long. Song Yufei and the dog watched from the side. The dog was particularly intrigued by the ants that had fought alongside it the previous day. Stretching out a paw to poke at them. "Careful, silly dog, don't crush them," Lin Yuan quickly called out. The dog's size dwarfed the ants, which, despite having consumed zombies and grown significantly, were still no match for it. One swipe of its paw would surely obliterate a large number. Get back, get back." The dog hung its head, Reluctantly retreating to the side, Lin Yuan continued to send out some of the ants, mosquitoes, and flies to search for their kin. This was a long-term plan. Unless the creatures he bred could reproduce, he would have to keep searching to expand his breeding army. Quantity leads to quality. This principle applied exceptionally well to his breeding endeavors. After completing all of this, Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already past 9 in the morning. All right, time to get to work. His points were nearly depleted, leaving him in dire straits, and he needed to put in the effort. His goal for the day was modest: to clear as many floors as possible, which would earn him points. Allow him to survive and develop and gather supplies. Earlier, while Song Yufei prepared breakfast, he had already dispatched mosquitoes and flies to scout the floors above and below. The zombies on the lower floors were significantly more numerous than those above, with their numbers dwindling as one ascended. Therefore, Lin Yuan resolved to begin clearing the upper floors. He resided on the 7th floor, and the building had a total of 18 stories. There were still 11 floors remaining above him. This was indeed a monumental task. However, with Song Yufei serving as the primary offensive force, and the dog only needing to provide support rather than take on the brunt of the fight, as it had the day before, the pressure would not be too overwhelming. "Master, I'm heading out to work now. Would you care to give me a kiss for encouragement?" Song Yufei, clad in form-fitting athletic where that accentuated her curves, tied her hair back and donned knee pads to Tio Lin Yuan's surprise. She even wore a pair of pure steel black knuckle dusters. This ensemble appeared both highly professional and undeniably alluring. A mere kiss of encouragement. Nothing excessive. "Wait, where did you get that knuckle duster?" "My coach issued it during my time training in Sonda, suggesting that before we girls mastered the art, we could wield this knuckle duster to deter anyone from approaching us." "Your coach's advice seems quite reasonable to ha." "Master, I was merely jesting. This is a custom piece I ordered online. Back when I was in university, I often had suitors following me at night, which is why I took up Sonda. However, ever since I started training, I haven't had the opportunity to use this knuckle duster." Lin Yuan was taken aback, discovering that beneath Song Yufei's exquisite, commanding exterior lay a mischievous spirit. Indeed, it appeared that her inclinations leaned more towards violence. Which girl armed with a knuckle duster could exhibit such an eager, excited demeanor? The husky trotted over, wagging its tail and nudging Lin Yuan. "Silly dog, although your role today is merely to assist, do not grow complacent. When Yufei finds herself overwhelmed, you must step in. It's all for the sake of earning points." The husky wagged its tail in excitement. Once prepared, Lin Yuan signaled for Song Yufei, the husky, and his army of ants, flies, and mosquitoes to embark on their mission. Meanwhile, he remained behind, tending to those still untrained, while keeping a watchful eye. Lin Yuan refrained from venturing out, primarily because he still considered himself a novice, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. It would not bode well that he felt at ease waiting at home, confident in the combat prowess of Song Yufei and the husky to handle the zombies on the upper floors that he reminded her as they stood at the door. "Yufei, take the stairs, avoid the elevator. The power might cut out at any moment and elevators are perilous. Being trapped inside would spell trouble." Song Yufei turned back, her ponytail swishing. "Got it, master. Await my good news." She single-handedly cleared the fire escape, leading the husky and her army of ants upstairs, while Lin Yuan retreated to his room. Observing through the eyes of a mosquito that as soon as Song Yufei ascended, she encountered a young zombie head-on. The young zombie made no move to attack her, merely spinning aimlessly. The Night-S trials had endowed Song Yufei with greater strength, and with the custom steel knuckle duster, she delivered a decisive blow, sending the young zombie crashing to the ground. Its temple caved in, its head that had hung to one side, now drooping leftward. The husky leapt in to finish the job, sinking its teeth into the zombie's neck and tearing away a chunk of flesh. The army of ants and flies soon followed, swarming over the fallen zombie. The commotion alerted all the zombies in the corridor. Hiss, hiss, growl, gurgle, hiss, they all rushed towards her. Though only 6 remained, they held a numerical advantage over the husky and Song Yufei. Yet, such numerical superiority was utterly meaningless that a horde of mindless creatures disregarded Song Yufei entirely, flailing about chaotically. This disorder granted her a significant advantage. With the knuckle duster in hand, she unceremoniously struck the zombies, each blow resonating with the impact of pure steel. All 6 zombies collapsed at her feet. The husky eagerly joined in, dispatching each one with a swift bite. With the Husky's assistance, Song Yufei's approach to dealing with the zombies was less gruesome than the previous night. She merely knocked them down and moved on, avoiding the gory splatter of brain matter that she wished to evade. Within mere minutes, the zombies on the 8th floor were eradicated. Ding! The domesticated creature. The Husky has slain a zombie, earning 103 points. Ding! The domesticated creature, Song Yufei, has slain a zombie, earning 90 points. Lin Yuan, having done nothing, merely listened to the series of notifications from the system. His previously empty points surged instantaneously. The zombie dispatched by Song Yufei was a female. One punch had obliterated her head, and the Husky had no need to finish her off. Chapter 16. I do not wish to save anyone. Moreover, I have no food. Lin Yuan directed his domesticated squad from a distance, commanding them to consume the zombies. The Husky, having fulfilled its supporting role, joined in the feast. Consuming zombies would enhance their physical attributes. And it also allowed for a thorough cleanup. Lin Yuan was unperturbed by the slight delay. During this time, he had the ant squad scout the living conditions on this floor, discovering 4 households with survivors. They had all heard the commotion outside, peering through their peepholes, but none dared to emerge for the unoccupied units. He was in no rush to scavenge for supplies. He would attend to that once the zombies on the upper floors were dealt with. After the Husky and ant squad finished their meal, Song Yufei led them onward to the 9th floor. Seeing that Song Yufei was handling things quite adeptly, Lin Yuan decided to withdraw his gaze and picked up his phone to catch up on news from the outside world. Just as he did, he noticed a video posted in the WeChat group by a resident of Unit 18-806 that the video prominently featured Song Yufei delivering a devastating blow to a female zombie. 18-806, the unit above. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The survivor who had captured the footage of Song Yufei had actually shared it in the group. 18-806, wow. Everyone, come quick and see. A formidable beauty has emerged in our building. Not only is she stunning with a perfect figure, but she can also single-handedly take on zombies, destroying one with a single punch. Incredible. I'm drooling. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. He had originally intended for this to remain a secret, but now it would surely attract attention. What a hassle. However, it wasn't too long before someone chimed in to mock the original poster. That must be fake. 18-806 was displeased. How can you claim it's fake? I just witnessed it with my own eyes on my home surveillance. That zombie looks so obviously photoshopped. And look at that woman-esque figure. Is it even possible for someone to look that good in real life? Perhaps it's AI generated? I agree, it seems fake. Besides, what woman possesses such combat prowess to take on a zombie alone? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. With so many skeptics, Lin Yuan's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly. However, he decided that the individual who had posted the video should not be allowed to remain. He promptly instructed the ants to infiltrate, taking a bite out of him. Within 2 minutes, the man began to convulse. By the time he attempted to retaliate, he had already transformed into a zombie, unable to voice any further objections. This only served to reinforce the disbelief of those who had been skeptical from the start. See, I told you it was fake. No one is talking now. Exactly. If it were real, why not share another clip? Some responded to the resident of 18-806 that yet 18-806 could no longer reply. Thus, everyone dismissed the incident as some prankster's fake video. Not taking it too seriously, Lin Yuan set down his phone and redirected his attention to Song Yufei, who had successfully cleared the 9th floor of zombies. The Husky and the ant squad rushed in. Just as they had on the 8th floor, that moment, a door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. Upon witnessing the grim scene of zombies being dispatched by the Husky, her legs trembled. Yet, the will to survive compelled her to cautiously peek her head out. Worried that Song Yufei might perceive her lack of sincerity, she stepped further into the corridor. Young lady, seeing how capable you are, could you possibly help me? I don't need much, just a bit of food. Song Yufei furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. I do not wish to save anyone. Moreover, I have no food. Food. Her master still needed to eat. How could she possibly share with this person? Furthermore, all these supplies belonged to her master. In an instant, Song Yufei grasped this, resolutely rejecting the middle-aged woman. How can you be like this, young lady? I'm not asking for much. I'm merely requesting some food, and you wouldn't even consider it. Are you just going to watch me starve to death? Song Yufei's annoyance grew. Was this not moral coercion? Although she had been raised by Lin Yuan, she still possessed her own consciousness. The middle-aged woman's words caused her delicate face to harden. If you want supplies, go find them yourself. Why should I help you? And stay away from me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to act. With that, Song Yufei dismissed the woman, preparing to ascend and continue her fight against the zombies. Who would have thought that the middle-aged woman would charge at her, attempting to grab her? Hey, do not leave. Surely you have food. Bring it out quickly. Originally, Song Yufei had no intention of taking a life. But in a moment of provocation, she turned and landed a punch on the woman's head, akin to striking a zombie. The middle-aged woman's physical condition was far inferior to that of a zombie, and she fell to the ground with a single blow, her neck snapping. Not a word was uttered before she succumbed to death. As the ants began to feast, the woman miraculously revived, yet it was merely a convulsion, transforming her into a zombie. Observing this, Song Yufei felt no remorse. Seizing the moment before the creature could rise, she delivered a powerful kick, smashing the middle-aged woman's head into the ground, blood and matter splattering everywhere. Looking at the remnants splattered on her leg, Song Yufei's brows furrowed in distaste. What a nuisance, she sighed, regretting her violent outburst. Song Yufei, along with the Siberian husky and the ants, were all creatures nurtured by Lin Yuan, allowing him to observe the world through their perspectives. That middle-aged woman had met her deserved fate. The husky and the ant squad continued to devour the zombies. Once they finished, Song Yufei led them to the 10th floor. In the community, only a fraction of the residents were part of the Owner-S group. Not everyone had witnessed the videos from that time. Thus, any survivors who caught a glimpse of Song Yufei through the peephole were unaware that she had already cleared 2 floors, eliminating nearly 20 zombies. They had only seen a fleeting moment. Many had merely heard the commotion and hadn't had the chance to observe before Song Yufei had dispatched the zombies. Yet, there were still some foolish individuals who sought their doom. Another middle-aged man, with shifty eyes, opened the door to confront Song Yufei. She initially assumed he was seeking help and chose to ignore him, casting a cold glance his way. The man, gazing at Song Yufei with an intense fervor, thought of her as merely an ordinary person, that he believed the zombies in the corridor were being dealt with by the husky, and thus felt no fear. Little girl, your husky is truly impressive. However, the noise you are making is quite alarming. There are zombies outside. It's very dangerous. Would you like to come to my home for a moment? His eyes burned with desire, captivated by her beauty and physique as he took a step closer. Noticing that the husky remained preoccupied with its meal, he felt even more at ease. Song Yufei smirked coldly as the man approached her side. With her right fist adorned with a black steel knuckle, she struck with force. Chapter 17. This is the proper use of a pet. Bang. The middle-aged man was caught completely off guard and was knocked down by Song Yufei's punch. This time she restrained her strength, ensuring she did not kill him. Ah, shut up. Curse it. How can this woman be so fierce? Beautiful lady, please spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. The man's will to survive surged. In such a moment, he would not genuinely heed her request to be silent. To do so would be akin to courting death. Do you even believe that? Song Yufei narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of cold laughter flickering across her face. She was no Na'vi girl fresh to the world. Such worn-out lines, even unworthy of television dramas, were not to be taken seriously, that we must eradicate the roots. I told you to be quiet. With that, she lifted her foot and stomped down. The man's eyes widened in horror, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Damn it. You foul woman. I will fight you. He was shattered. He would never again be able to commit such acts. Whether it was due to the excruciating pain of his shattered manhood or the rage of being unable to indulge again. The man staggered to his feet, his face contorted in agony as he pulled a switchblade from his pocket. Yet before he could take 2 steps, Song Yufei sent him flying with a kick. I merely intended to incapacitate you, alas. Since you refused to heed my warning, I have no choice but to eliminate you. As her words fell, the husky leaped into action. 2 minutes later, the man's legs thrashed a few times before he felt no pain. He had already transformed into a zombie. However, as a fledgling zombie, he had yet to rise before the husky pinned his head down. The ant squad surged forward without offering him a moment's respite. Inside the room, Lin Yuan observed everything with clarity, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Clearly, not all survivors were wise. Some remained utterly oblivious. In such dire circumstances, they still dared to entertain ulterior motives that if they possessed any capabilities. Perhaps such thoughts could be deemed acceptable, but lacking any skill and still emerging with sheer foolishness, a surefire path to death. Yet upon reflection, even in peaceful times, such behaviors persisted. In the apocalypse, it was all too common for some to seize the chaos to commit misdeeds. The previous young college student and the middle-aged man were both of this ilk, hoping to indulge in actions they would never dare in ordinary times. Had Song Yufei been just an ordinary person, she might have fallen victim to their schemes. Unfortunately for them, she was far from ordinary now, and her methods were undeniably ruthless. Lin Yuan was quite pleased with her approach. The remaining survivors in the building heard the man's pig-like screams, which were far more harrowing than being bitten by a zombie that a few bites from a zombie would only cause minor injuries. And if there were not many zombies, one wouldn't be bitten much before transforming. What they just witnessed was sheer torture. The survivors were oblivious to the events, mistakenly believing another survivor had been bitten, which only heightened their panic. Terrified of being bitten themselves, they reinforced their doors. Once the Husky and the Ant Squad had thoroughly devoured the middle-aged man, Song Yufei led them onward to cleanse the upper floors. She was now quite adept at this task, with the prior encounter as a lesson. Song Yufei showed no mercy to anyone who emerged with ill intentions. They were all to be eradicated. Initially, if these individuals had not harbored malicious thoughts, they could have survived until she finished clearing the building. Yet, their choice to stir trouble meant she would not hesitate to send them to their doom. Fortunately, those seeking death were but a few. The majority retained their wits. Song Yufei and the Husky grew bolder, both exhibiting exceptional physical prowess. Ascending past the 7th floor, on each of the 11 floors, there were an average of 8 to 9 zombies, with a maximum of a dozen per floor. Although Song Yufei led the offensive, she felt no fatigue. After all, it was merely a matter of a few punches. The steel knuckles allowed her to deliver devastating blows with each strike. Moreover, the zombies did not attack her, rendering them akin to stationary targets as she dispatched them with ease. Far more fragile than the training dummies she had previously practiced on. The Husky, functioning as her support, merely needed to follow her lead, biting through the zombies' necks once they were downed, thus completing its task before joining the Ant Squad in their feasting. Its veracity surpassed that of the Ant Squad. After all, being a close relative of wolves, its bite could easily tear through flesh. Consequently, the amount it consumed on their journey exceeded that of the Ant Squad. This not only enhanced its various attributes, but also made its fur glossy and its physique more robust, exuding an air of fierceness and newfound intelligence. With a mere glance from Song Yufei, it understood her commands. Ding, pet creature Husky has killed a zombie, earning 102 points. Ding, pet creature Ant has devoured a zombie, earning 0.2 points. Ding, pet creature Song Yufei has killed a zombie, earning 110 points. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, listening to the system's notifications while watching his points surge, feeling as invigorated as if he had just consumed a large glass of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. This was indeed the correct application of a pet. At this rate, he might just accumulate the 10,000 points needed to exchange for an E-grade gene serum by the end of the day. Though the thrill of earning points while reclining was delightful, he despised being weak. Only by enhancing his own strength could he truly have confidence in surviving this apocalyptic world. Moreover, and most importantly, Song Yufei's power would only continue to grow if he did not improve. It wouldn't be long before he found himself begging her for mercy. Besides, he would not only have Song Yufei by his side in the future. He had yet to reunite with Lu Yuqing. Chapter 18, 10,000 points, E-grade gene serum, tripling all physical attributes. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. This moment, Song Yufei had successfully cleared all 11 floors with the Husky by her side. Accompanied by Lin Yuan, this building has already established 12 layers of secure zones that around noon. Song Yufei returned with her Husky. Lin Yuan took stock and realized that throughout the morning, they had successfully eliminated over 90 zombies. His points had finally surpassed 10,000, with some remaining. Master, we've taken care of everything. Moreover, there are quite a few spoils, Song Yufei exclaimed excitedly as she removed the backpack from her back. This backpack was found in the home of a rather foolish survivor. As she crouched down, she poured the contents of the backpack onto the carpet at the entrance with a clatter, to his astonishment. It was filled with prohibited weapons, makeshift knives, composite metal rods, military daggers, pure steel knuckle dusters, daggers, and butterfly knives. All of these were unearthed from that fellow's abode. It was unexpected that he had concealed such items. Goodness, these items are quite valuable in this apocalyptic world. Let us keep them for now. They might come in handy later, Lin Yuan mused. Song Yufei nodded in agreement, tidying up the items. Her clothes were stained with blood, she was perspiring, and most importantly, she felt a deep hunger, craving for Lin Yuan to satiate her. After organizing the belongings, she gazed at Lin Yuan with intensity. "Master, I'm a bit hungry." Her soft voice reached Lin Yuan's ears, seeing the fervent look in her eyes. He understood her intentions. However, this was not the appropriate moment for such matters. He was preoccupied with the gene serum. Now that his points were sufficient, he did not wish to delay any further. "Let us take a shower first, and then we can eat," Lin Yuan said. "All right." Upon hearing that there would be food soon, Song Yufei instantly brightened up, turning to head home for a shower, forgetting her clothes. Once she finished washing up and had her fill, she would return to retrieve her garments. With that thought in mind, she began to hum a tune. After sending Song Yufei off, Lin Yuan eagerly opened the system store. His eyes fixed on the E-grade gene serum that he had been anticipating this moment for a long time. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan exchanged for the E-grade gene serum that a syringe materialized in his hand. It was small, akin to a standard injection syringe, not thicker than his pinky, yet it bore slight differences. The needle tip was concealed within, ready to emerge at the push of a button. The serum inside shimmered with a vibrant green hue. The husky bounded over, jumping excitedly at the sight of the gene serum, clearly envious. Instinctively, it sensed the value of the item. Lin Yuan shot an exasperated glare. "Scram! Guard the door!" The husky whined softly, as if saying, "All right, I'll go," before wagging its tail and trotting to the entrance. Everything was in place, allowing Lin Yuan to use the serum with peace of mind. He anticipated the serum's effects. No longer hesitating, that he held the syringe against his arm, wondering how much it would hurt. However, compared to its effects, any pain is trivial. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Taking a gentle breath, he pressed the button on the syringe. With a soft hiss, the needle emerged, piercing his skin as the gene serum automatically injected into his body. Then a mild pain radiated from his arm, and as he released the syringe, he remarked, "That wasn't so bad." Yet, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of intense pain surged through him. What the hell? The ache was as if his bones were being crushed. Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Curling up on the sofa, the excruciating pain was nearly unbearable. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. His body began to sweat profusely, the perspiration carrying a foul, acrid scent tinged with black. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. After merely a minute, the pain began to subside. Although that minute felt interminably long for Lin Yuan, gradually, the sensation of pain lessened. Once he felt entirely free of discomfort, he exhaled deeply. Finally, it's over. With the pain dissipated, he felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. The E-grade gene serum had tripled his speed, strength, endurance, physical stamina, and neural reflexes. The room was too small to test his speed, but he could certainly assess his strength. His eyes lit up as he scanned the area, heading towards the washing machine on the balcony. This washing machine was a front-loading model, marked to weigh around 80 pounds. After installation, additional concrete weights brought it to over 130 pounds. Lin Yuan bent down, gripping the sides of the machine, and effortlessly lifted it. The sensation was exhilarating. Joy radiated from Lin Yuan's eyes. With his current strength, he believed he could easily crush a zombie with a single punch. Moreover, with such a significant boost in power, he had faith that his speed would not disappoint either. Even in the worst case, if he couldn't defeat them, escaping would certainly be feasible. It was time to put the plan for the pet shop into action. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he turned to thoroughly wash up. However, just as he approached the bathroom, he slapped his forehead, recalling that after exchanging for the serum, he still had points left over. Just enough to raise the remaining little creatures. Upon inspecting the initial insect nest, he noted there were about 200 flies left, so he decided to raise all of them first. Next were the ants. Raising 5,000 ants would require 2,500 points. Lin Yuan knew he didn't have enough points, so he focused on utilizing them wisely, that he raised a significant number of the ants, leaving only a small remainder. Lin Yuan was not in a rush. There were plenty of zombies outside. Once Song Yufei and the husky went out to hunt zombies, he could earn more points and raise the rest of the ants. For now, these ants would serve as his laborers, acting as mining tools. They could devour zombies for points and scout the area. As for the flies and mosquitoes, they formed his airborne reconnaissance squad. They could be dispatched to gather intelligence about the outside world without drawing attention, as every household had them. Perfectly inconspicuous. Furthermore, they were not just for reconnaissance. They could also attack those humans. Each of them carried the zombie virus, and a single bite would seal one's fate as a zombie. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan adhered to the principle of non-aggression. As long as those survivors did not provoke him, he would not retaliate against them. All right then, go out and get to work. Lin Yuan sent the flies and mosquitoes out to observe the surroundings while seeking new companions to join them. Once that was settled, the door swung open, revealing Song Yufei's return. She had changed into a white crop top and denim shorts, evidently having changed for mealtime. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. Her figure, her legs, her waist, utterly unbeatable. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly. However, Lin Yuan did not draw back the curtains, leaving the room dim. Under the soft glow of the warm wall lamp, Song Yufei's presence became even more alluring. Her fair, long legs, enticing waistline, and delicate collarbone, combined with her E-grade allure, captivated Lin Yuan's gaze. Yet he did not rush. He was in dire need of a shower due to the unpleasant odor clinging to him as he passed by Song Yufei. He noticed her gazing at him expectantly. Don't rush. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Song Yufei's ears turned slightly red, and she said nothing further, choosing to sit on the sofa and wait. After a busy morning, she was undeniably famished. Just now, when Lin Yuan walked past her, the scent of his masculinity wafted into her nostrils, overshadowing any unpleasant odors. Now, however, she felt quite uncomfortable, her gaze frequently drifting towards the bathroom door in anticipation of Lin Yuan's emergence. Lin Yuan soon finished his shower, clad in beach shorts with his upper body bare as he stepped out. Upon witnessing this, Song Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She stood up and approached Lin Yuan. "Master, are you hungry?" Her voice was both sweet and alluring. With such beauty beside him, Lin Yuan could hardly refuse. Song Yufei was beautiful, fit, and enticing, and here she was, eagerly waiting for him, if he turned her down. Would he still be a man? Foolish dog, if you're so idle, go out and slay some zombies. Clean up the lower floors and take the ant squad with you. With a whimper, the husky dashed out, racing to the door, pawing at the doorknob, and bursting outside. What a clever pup, growing increasingly intelligent. Lin Yuan carried Song Yufei to the entrance, gently closing the door behind them before returning to the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from within that moment. Lin Yuan remained unaware that while he and Song Yufei were dining, chaos had erupted upstairs. Earlier in the day, Song Yufei, accompanied by her husky, had been hunting zombies. Although they encountered a few oblivious survivors, such encounters were rare. Most of the survivors remained safely indoors, unwilling to venture out. It was not due to their moral scruples, but rather their self-awareness. Among them were those with the heart of a thief but lacking the courage to act, as well as others who, upon witnessing Song Yufei's formidable prowess in dispatching zombies with ease, reconsidered any malicious intentions they might have harbored. They refrained from provoking her and chose to remain in the comfort of their homes. Naturally, Song Yufei had no interest in confronting them or seeking out trouble. At this juncture, the survivors, hearing silence in the corridor, recalled Song Yufei's bravery and speculated that she had likely cleared the zombies from the hallway. The bolder among them cautiously opened their doors to peek outside. After several tentative checks and confirming the absence of danger, some ventured out. Zhang Kai, a middle-aged man of considerable girth, stood at around 175 centimeters tall and weighed over 180 pounds, with a round face and prominent ears. He had operated a pool hall prior to the apocalypse and was in his 40s, having once mingled in the underworld. He was intelligent. Earlier that morning, he had observed Song Yufei and understood the extent of her combat abilities. Although he was unfamiliar with her origins, he found it hard to believe that such a stunningly capable woman could have escaped his notice before the end of the world. However, this was of little consequence. After much contemplation, he finally grasped Song Yufei's intentions in clearing the zombies. Having eliminated the undead above, she would surely not neglect those below, indicating that she would continue her efforts in the afternoon. Once the zombies in the entire building were eradicated, safety would be assured. That he surmised that Song Yufei aimed to gather all the resources in the building and then wait for official rescue. How foolish, Zhang Kai smirked, revealing a few gleaming gold teeth that he wondered when help would arrive. Remaining in the building while awaiting the inevitable cutoff of water and electricity was, without question, a path to doom. He had no intention of resigning himself to such a fate. Instead, he planned to escape once Song Yufei had cleared the building. His vehicle was parked in the lot below, easily accessible upon descent. However, he would need assistance. Going alone would be perilous. Zhang Kai exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, discarding the cigarette but on the ground and crushing it under his expensive leather shoe. With a grin, he began knocking on doors, calling out, "Is anyone there? Come out quickly. I will lead you to safety." His voice was not loud, but clear enough for anyone inside to hear. The survivors upstairs, now aware that the corridor was free of zombies, felt a surge of hope. Many, eager to escape, were predominantly young individuals unaccustomed to cooking. They often relied on takeout or dining out, leaving their homes with scant supplies. That as Zhang Kai moved from door to door, the survivors saw a glimmer of hope. Before long, he had gathered 3 survivors. Although they were keen to leave, they remained skeptical of Zhang Kai's intentions. That he reassured them, "Trust me, I can get you out. There's a van parked downstairs. We can all fit in it and drive away. That I've already contacted a friend who owns a boxing gym. It's spacious and stocked with supplies enough for us to survive." Despite his size, Zhang Kai possessed a silver tongue. "Look around. We have no provisions here. Soon we will be unable to sustain ourselves. That my friend is formidable. He can take down zombies with a single punch. Once we get there, our safety will be guaranteed. Now, gather the other survivors on these floors and see what they think," he instructed. The 3 survivors hesitated, but eventually agreed to help summon others. One by one, they called out, quickly assembling the survivors on the 12th floor. Chapter 20. The Clever Survivors, The Unfortunate Survivors, Explosive Developments. Including Zhang Kai, there were a total of 22 survivors, a mix of men and women. However, not all survivors emerged. A few cautious souls remained behind, observing from the shadows. Yet Zhang Kai was satisfied with his haul. He didn't truly intend to lead them to safety. He merely sought to use them as cannon fodder. "Listen to my commands. Once that woman has cleared the zombies below, we will make our move." The group exchanged glances. That a young man in his 20s spoke up, "Why don't we just gather the supplies here and stay safe at home? With so many households, surely someone has food we can collect." "That you're a fool," Zhang Kai scoffed. "You saw that woman's fighting prowess. She has a dog with her, and she has been the one clearing out the zombies. Do you think she would share her supplies with us?" But the young man struggled to formulate a counter-argument, momentarily at a loss for words. "Exactly. Do you think we can take her on?" Zhang Kai continued, his voice rising. "Look at the state of the zombies. She cannot be an ordinary person. We would stand no chance against her. Once she has finished with the zombies, she might turn her attention to us." The young man was taken aback, realizing the truth in Zhang Kai's words. That that moment, a woman spoke up. "This morning, I saw her kill a man. He wasn't a zombie. He was my neighbor, begging for help, and she killed him." Zhang Kai's eyes gleamed with delight at her revelation, eagerly nodding. "Exactly. A person who would kill someone seeking help is certainly a threat to us as well. She is preoccupied with clearing zombies now, but once she is done, she'll surely come after us. Rather than sit here and wait for death, it would be wiser to make a break for it when she is occupied." His fervent persuasion resonated with the crowd. They recognized Song Yufei's undeniable strength and recalled the screams they had heard earlier. Definitely not the cries of someone being devoured by zombies. Clearly, she was capable of slaying survivors. Remaining here was unsafe. Seizing the opportunity to escape was a prudent choice. "Let us wait here for a moment. That if anyone needs to grab supplies, do it quickly. Just a small backpack will suffice. Don't take too much. We want to have room in the vehicle, and it'll be harder to run later. That if you have weapons, bring them along. That we'll regroup here shortly." After Zhang Kai's instructions, the crowd dispersed. One woman lingered beside him. Though not conventionally beautiful, she was attractive enough, appearing to be in her mid-20s. "Why aren't you getting your things?" she asked, leaning closer to Zhang Kai and whispering, "Brother, when we escape, can you take me with you?" She reached out, gently caressing his arm. Zhang Kai, having navigated the underworld, understood her intentions well enough that he smiled. "What are you talking about? Didn't I say I would take you all with me? What vehicle could accommodate so many?" The woman breathed softly in his ear. "Brother, take me with you. I'm quite useful." Zhang Kai grasped her hand firmly. "Stay in line, and I'll ensure you get out. Just remember, no unnecessary chatter." The woman smiled brightly. "Don't worry, brother. I won't say a word." Before long, others began to return. They had gathered their essential belongings. Soon, everyone reconvened, but with Zhang Kai, only 19 were present. As 3 individuals had opted to stay behind after reconsidering their trust in him, why now? The group had become loyal followers of Zhang Kai, but the 3 who had hesitated felt uneasy and chose to remain where they were. As the clock neared 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Kai checked his watch and felt it was time to act. He noticed the absence of zombie growls from below. "Let us go. Downstairs, stay alert, and keep quiet. If anything goes awry, head back upstairs immediately." Zhang Kai concluded his words and led the group down the fire escape. Many among them clutched various tools, rolling pins, mops, and kitchen knives. They descended the stairs cautiously, akin to thieves, fearful of making any noise. Throughout their descent, the absence of zombie growls in the corridor provided further reassurance. It seemed that the woman and her dog had eradicated the zombies from the entire building, reinforcing the validity of Zhang Kai's earlier assertions. The group navigated carefully to the ground floor, with Zhang Kai positioned at the center. Indeed, there were no zombies on the first floor, eliciting great joy among the crowd. "You, go open the door." Zhang Kai pointed at a young man, one who had previously voiced dissent. The young man hesitated, reluctant to approach. Although the interior posed no threat, the outside remained in uncertainty. What if a zombie were to leap out upon opening the door? "Quit dawdling. Hurry up." Zhang Kai frowned, his piercing gaze intensifying his menacing demeanor. The young man, intimidated by this glare and the collective scrutiny, steeled his resolve and approached the door. He gently pushed it open. And to their relief, no zombies surged forth, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. "Move, move. Hurry outside, hurry." With the throng rallying behind him, Zhang Kai successfully stepped into the open air. Witnessing their escape incited excitement among the onlookers from the surrounding apartment buildings, who gathered on their balconies, eager to see if this group could indeed make their way to safety. Meanwhile, those survivors who had not followed Zhang Kai outside lingered on their balconies, uncertain if their decision to remain behind had been prudent. Many shook their heads, convinced that the escapees would surely fail. There was no vehicle large enough to accommodate such a multitude. How could they be so foolish? Even if their own vehicles lingered below, the congested roads of the community might thwart their escape. The unknown dangers outside loomed too large. Home was the safest haven. Indeed, numerous cars occupied the parking spaces below, yet none were vans. There were only sedans, SUVs, and an array of electric bikes. The crowd turned their gazes toward Zhang Kai, their silence inquiring. "Where is your vehicle?" A middle-aged woman voiced her concern first. "Didn't you say there was a van? Where is it? These small cars can't possibly fit us all. Find your own vehicle." Zhang Kai dismissed their inquiries, striding towards a modest CAR-IT was an ordinary sedan, and flanking him were 2 men and 2 women, forming a protective circle around him. The 2 men, both in their 30s and robust in appearance, accompanied 2 attractive women, one of whom had previously flirted with Zhang Kai. These 4 individuals were the ones Zhang Kai intended to take with him. The others were merely expendable. His true plan was to lure the zombies away, should they encounter any outside. "That bastard is trying to flee." Someone cried out, "He deceived us. The scoundrel, stop him." As the group realized the portly man intended to abandon them, they rushed forward to obstruct his escape. They had been let out under false pretenses. Was he now to leave them behind? A bespectacled man stood in front of the car, preventing Zhang Kai from getting in, while others surrounded the vehicle, some tugging at the doors and others grasping at Zhang Kai and his companions. Despite their fury, the crowd retained a semblance of rationality, wary of making too much noise and attracting the attention of any lurking zombies. Just then, an unexpected phone rang out loudly amid the silence. "To love even when dead. To not cry to the point of exhaustion is unsatisfying." The melodious ringtone shattered the stillness, drawing the ire of the group. "Shut off your phone. Are you trying to get us killed? You wretch, I'll make you pay. Panic spread through the crowd as the ringtone drew the attention of the zombies nearby. Suddenly, zombies that had previously been at a distance began to converge toward them. Zhang Kai's anger flared as he bellowed, "Get out of the way!" Chapter 21. What is this? Seeking death, longing for a demise. Zhang Kai forcefully kicked the bespectacled man out of his path, but he needed to escape quickly. However, the bespectacled man, though appearing frail, was surprisingly resilient. He quickly regained his footing after being knocked down. "Damn it! I told you to move! If you don't, we'll all die." Zhang Kai's expression twisted with fury as he seized the man's collar. Nearly lifting him off the ground, in response, the bespectacled man grasped Zhang Kai's hand and shouted, "You promised to take us with you. If we can't leave now, you certainly won't escape either. If it weren't for you, we'd still be safe inside the building." The bespectacled man's eyes blazed with rage. All of this was Zhang Kai's fault. If he hadn't incited them, they would have remained safely indoors. Now, escape was out of the question. The surrounding zombies continued to close in, but fortunately, their numbers were still manageable. Just a handful of survivors could fend them off with their weapons. However, if they lingered much longer, the horde would overwhelm them, rendering their numbers useless. With a fierce determination, Zhang Kai struck the bespectacled man on the head, shattering his glasses, and forcefully pulled him aside. "You think you can stop me with your pathetic attempts?" He spat, turning to the two young men who had followed him. "Hold them back. I'll start the car." The two young men protected the women, standing guard at the car door, to prevent the other survivors from approaching. With the group positioned on the outskirts, they could help fend off the zombies. Zhang Kai pressed the car key, drawing the attention of the nearby zombies even more. With each beep, the zombies grew increasingly frantic, and those previously unaware of the commotion began to converge on the sound. Zhang Kai, disregarding everything else, climbed into the car, followed swiftly by the four individuals he intended to take with him. Upon witnessing this, the remaining survivors surged toward the vehicle, but were met with kicks from the two young men, pushing them away. The occupants of the car hastily pulled the doors shut. The remaining survivors, still eager to block their escape, found themselves grappling with the encroaching zombies, rendering them unable to thwart Zhang Kai's group. "Fight your way back to the building," the bespectacled man shouted, prioritizing retreat over confrontation. They had to return inside before the zombie numbers swelled beyond control. However, at that moment, several flaming glass bottles plummeted from the sky. The bottles crashed with explosive force near the vehicle, triggering a series of deafening blasts that set off alarms on the surrounding electric bikes. The cacophony was overwhelming. The blaring alarms attracted not only zombies but also other survivors peering from their windows, eager to understand the chaos unfolding below. As the zombies surged toward Building 18. Many onlookers were left bewildered, unsure of the sudden uprising. Only those in the vicinity of Building 18 comprehended the situation and recognized the danger. Zhang Kai seethed with anger. He had not anticipated anyone would obstruct their escape. Such an uproar would undoubtedly summon a horde. If the zombie tide descended upon them while his car remained blocked, they would be trapped, unable to flee. He glanced at the source of the thrown bottles. Spotting a familiar figure, a thug with whom he had previous conflicts, the man grinned broadly, flashing a toothy smile, and raised his middle finger at him. The commotion outside was so loud it roused Lin Yuan, who had just concluded his business with Song Yufei and was lost in slumber. Yawning, Lin Yuan stepped onto the balcony and glanced down, quickly discerning the situation below. The individuals gathered there were the survivors of their building. Previously, while Song Yufei was clearing the floors, Lin Yuan had utilized ants for reconnaissance. Although he hadn't meticulously remembered their faces, seeing them now confirmed their identities. What is this? A death wish? Are they truly so reckless? Lin Yuan scoffed. These few dozen individuals had been safe within the building, yet they chose to venture out to meet their doom. If they could just hold on for a few more days, he could clear more areas, and even if they were short on provisions, they could seek food outside when the time came. But if they willingly sought their own destruction, he could hardly be blamed. Lin Yuan observed them coldly for a while before returning to bed. He dispatched mosquitoes and flies to scout the area, entering the perspective of a mosquito for a clearer view than he could obtain from the balcony. Chaos reigned below. Zombies and survivors were entangled in a desperate struggle, leaving Zhang Kai unable to escape in his vehicle. Bang! Another bottle of liquor plummeted from above, shattering the car's windshield, which now bore a crack. Zhang Kai's face paled. With the glass broken, escape would soon be impossible. That if the zombies struck the glass a few more times, it would shatter entirely, and then it would truly be too late to flee. Realizing this, Zhang Kai bellowed in haste, "Get out! Quickly! Back into the building!" This was the only viable route. Any other would lead to certain death. He yanked open the car door and dashed towards the building. Disregarding the two sobbing women, the women in a state of panic hurriedly opened their doors and followed, their legs trembling as if they could barely run, nearly collapsing to the ground. They sprinted towards the corridor. But a throng of zombies had already gathered there, with more converging from all directions. The survivors formed a circle, resisting the onslaught of zombies as they slowly edged towards the building's entrance. Yet, there were simply too many zombies, and their advance was agonizingly slow. Help! Help me! One individual, slightly slower to react, was seized by a zombie and dragged away. Once he was pulled out, the zombies swarmed him, feasting ravenously. A girl screamed in terror, while another, paralyzed by fear, would herself. The bespectacled man, while fending off zombies, erupted in anger, cursing Zhang Kai, "Damn you! This is all your fault. If you hadn't let us out here, we wouldn't be facing this horde of zombies." The bespectacled man, now without his glasses, could barely see, flailing his backpack in a desperate attempt to keep the zombies at bay. He had initially wielded a rolling pin, but it had broken in the fray. His eyes were bloodshot as he swung his backpack wildly, preventing the zombies from advancing. However, his outburst resonated with the others, and they too began to blame the instigator of their plight. Some, more hot-headed, abandoned their fight against the zombies and lunged at Zhang Kai, raining down punches and kicks. But after only a couple of kicks, Zhang Kai retaliated with a fierce kick of his own, sending one assailant sprawling. "Get lost! I also want to lead you to safety. Who told you to be so useless? Do you believe everything I say? Your deaths are not my concern." Zhang Kai was aflame with rage, a tempest of fury surging within him. "You bastard! Is that even human language? I'll end you." The man, having been knocked to the ground, cursed fiercely before lunging at Zhang Kai once more. Just then, a gunshot rang out. A gory hole appeared in the man's head. Chapter 22. Once this job is done, I shall no longer be impoverished. A gun, please. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Zhang Kai had somehow acquired a handgun. In that moment, the previously rowdy crowd fell silent, some even forgetting to fend off the zombies, as three more were dragged away by the undead. "Damn it. You're the loudest one here. Go to hell." Zhang Kai shot the bespectacled man, exploding his head in a shower of gore. He didn't spare the one who had cursed him the fiercest either. "Da!" The survivors screamed in terror, intensifying their efforts to fend off the zombies, no longer daring to curse Zhang Kai. The zombies, now distracted by the fresh corpses, turned their attention to feasting, significantly reducing their assault on the survivors. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kai urged the remaining individuals to sprint towards the building's entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, only 8 of them remained. Among these 8 were Zhang Kai and the 2 young men by his side. The 2 women he had chosen were unprotected, running slowly and timidly, crying out at every turn, and had already been consumed by the zombies. There were simply too many zombies. They didn't even have a chance to become zombies themselves. The 8 rushed into the corridor, exhaling in relief. "Quick, shut the door," Zhang Kai shouted. After calling out, he dashed upstairs. The other 7 quickly followed suit, none willing to close the door, as zombies were already surging in. No one wished to court death. Alas, in such circumstances, wishing not to die does not guarantee survival. 2 individuals lagged behind and were seized by zombies that as soon as one was caught, the zombies converged, tearing into them. Their screams were swallowed by the roars of the undead. Zhang Kai did not dare look back. He ascended the stairs with all his might. Despite his girth, he was surprisingly agile, though his stamina was lacking. After climbing several flights, he was panting heavily. Yet, the instinct for survival propelled him onward. Zombies were hot on his heels, albeit at a slower pace. Behind him were 3 others, a middle-aged woman in her 40s and 2 burly young men. The rest had perished in the jaws of the undead. At that moment, the middle-aged woman suddenly accelerated, catching up to Zhang Kai. She lunged at him, knocking him down and pinning him beneath her. So focused on fleeing, Zhang Kai had not anticipated an ambush at such a critical moment, and he tumbled to the ground, his face striking the stairs. nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood flowed from his face and head, but he paid it no mind, desperately attempting to rise. Yet the middle-aged woman was relentless, sitting atop him and repeatedly slamming his head against the stairs. "You bastard! You beast! You could have saved my daughter, yet you pushed her into the horde of zombies. You killed her. Give me back my daughter's life." As she pounded his head, curses spilled from her lips with all her strength. Zhang Kai, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness and survival instinct, gripped the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. But at this angle, he missed the middle-aged woman and instead struck one of the burly young men who had just ascended, causing him to tumble down the stairs, rolling helplessly. "Damn it! Don't drag me down with you." His face was filled with panic as he cursed, attempting to rise, only to be caught by zombies who seized his leg and began to devour him. The middle-aged woman, still atop Zhang Kai, paid him no heed, having lost all semblance of reason. Originally, she and her daughter had been safe upstairs, but when Zhang Kai had come to persuade them, her daughter had been skeptical, yet she had believed him, forcibly dragging her daughter down with her. She loathed Zhang Kai for her daughter's demise, but loathed herself even more. Had she not insisted on descending, her daughter would still be alive, aware that escape was impossible. She resolved to drag Zhang Kai down with her. This bastard could not be spared. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Kai's head was relentlessly battered against the stairs, blood and brain matter pooling beneath him. Zhang Kai was beyond saving, yet the middle-aged woman did not relent. The zombies had now grasped her, biting into her neck, but she would not release her grip, continuing to pound Zhang Kai's head. Soon, the middle-aged woman too succumbed to the zombies' assault. Zhang Kai's body met the same fate, both of them consumed by the insatiable horde. There were simply too many zombies. They devoured every morsel until nothing remained but a skeleton adorned with scraps of flesh. Building 18 had been completely overrun by the undead. The corridor was teeming with zombies, their guttural howls echoing intermittently that a few households, not deceived by Zhang Kai, remained huddled in their homes, their faces pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Even their breaths were muffled, as they feared that the slightest noise might attract the attention of the zombies outside. Lin Yuan observed all of this with keen clarity, witnessing every detail, from the soju bottles thrown from the opposite building to Zhang Kai's actions. Nothing escaped his notice. Mosquitoes and flies served as his vigilant sentinels, had it not been for the individuals above hurling the soju bottles. Triggering the alarm of the electric bicycle, Zhang Kai might have truly managed to escape. However, even if he did manage to flee, it was likely to be a dead end. The intersection outside the community was already completely choked with hundreds of vehicles, and many cars were abandoned on the road. The other streets were too distant for him to discern the situation, but judging by the state of the intersection, the conditions on the other streets were unlikely to be much better. If Zhang Kai sensed that the situation was amiss and chose to retreat with everyone, they might at least save half of their number. Had someone swiftly locked the door upon retreating back into the building, they could have secured enough time to escape. They could have fled to the upper floors, locked the fire escape door, and hidden in any room, remaining silent, thereby increasing their chances of survival. With so many opportunities, they failed to grasp even one. Had they made the right choice at any point, they would not have ended up facing complete annihilation. As for Zhang Kai's demise, Lin Yuan could only think of two words to convey his sentiment: deserved it. After all, he had intended to lead everyone as cannon fodder. From the very start, he had no genuine intention of helping them escape. The fate he met was indeed self-inflicted. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the current predicament. The apocalypse amplifies the malevolence inherent in human nature, which is perfectly normal. Even the building that had been cleared previously now swarmed with zombies, and in comparison to before, their numbers had increased. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity for points. It seemed that Song Yufei and Erha would have to toil for it, through the perspective of the flies and mosquitoes. Lin Yuan noted that the zombies were predominantly concentrated in the lower floors, with around 30 on his floor alone. The upper floors had fewer. After making a rough estimate, he surmised that there were approximately 300 zombies in this building. 300, that equated to over 30,000 points. Once this endeavor was completed, he would no longer be impoverished. Yufei, silly dog, prepare yourselves. We have work to do tonight. Erha leaped joyfully, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Song Yufei, her fists clenched, sparkled with enthusiasm. She had just filled her stomach and was now brimming with vigor. Slaying these zombies brought her immense satisfaction, and she was already looking forward to it. Master, I can hardly contain my excitement. Lin Yuan glanced up to find that Song Yufei had changed into a fitted tracksuit, the pure steel knuckles back on her hands. Chapter 23. Act swiftly to eliminate the threat, seeing the youthful vitality displayed on Song Yufei's stunning face. Lin Yuan couldn't resist ruffling her hair, grinning as he said, "All right, just be cautious. Zombies pose no threat to you, but those survivors are far more cunning that if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to be ruthless." Understood. Song Yufei nodded, comprehending Lin Yuan's intent. She turned and opened the door, stepping out with Erha following closely behind. As they stepped into the corridor, a zombie was immediately present, prompting Song Yufei to swiftly close the door behind them. Although the sound was minimal, it still drew the attention of the zombies. Hiss! A young zombie, aimlessly wandering just a few meters away, was lured by the sound of the door closing and began to approach Song Yufei. Without waiting for the young zombie to draw near, she surged forward with a few quick steps. Bang! A powerful punch. The young zombie collapsed to the ground, its face a gruesome mess. Song Yufei refrained from delivering a finishing blow, delegating that task to Erha as she charged towards another zombie. The cleansing routine was familiar to both Song Yufei and Erha, executed with remarkable efficiency. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, casually picking up his phone. At that moment, the owner group and university forum were abuzz with discussions about the afternoon's zombie outbreak. Some even shared videos of Zhang Kai and his group attempting to escape, only to be surrounded by zombies. The WeChat group was rife with chatter. After glancing at the information, Lin Yuan put his phone away. One crucial reason Zhang Kai failed to escape was the sabotage perpetrated by those in the building across. Although a phone rang when Zhang Kai and others descended, it was quickly silenced, attracting only a few zombies. It was the soju bottles thrown from the opposite building that triggered the electric bicycle's alarm, serving as the pivotal catalyst for the annihilation of Zhang Kai's group. Indeed, Zhang Kai was no virtuous man. He sought to flee while using others as cannon fodder. Yet those individuals across were even worse. Unable to escape themselves, they deliberately engaged in sabotage, extinguishing others' chances of survival. Such individuals cannot be allowed to remain. Lin Yuan envisioned that when he eventually ventured out, they might orchestrate some mischief against him. Act swiftly to eliminate the threat. Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan wasted no time, but he dispatched several flies and mosquitoes through the window, which soon arrived at the opposite building. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, merging his consciousness with theirs. In the corridor of the opposing building, zombies were indeed wandering, but their numbers were sparse, with only 3 or 4 on each floor, and even fewer on the upper levels. Lin Yuan surmised that the commotion from his building had drawn many of the zombies across, resulting in the lower numbers there. The flies and mosquitoes slipped through the cracks into the 2 households engaged in sabotage. These 2 adjacent units housed 3 men in one and a man and a woman in the other. They stood on the balcony, gazing over. One lanky man even pulled out his phone to record a video. Lin Yuan directed a mosquito to land on the lanky man's clothing, clearly observing the video on his phone, an image of Song Yufei and Erha harvesting zombies. This lanky man was filming surreptitiously. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he commanded the mosquito to bite the man's face. Smack! The lanky man felt a sharp pain on his face and instinctively swatted at it, nearly dropping his phone. The mosquito bit and swiftly flew away, leaving the lanky man swatting at thin air, and a noticeable bump appeared on his face. Damn it, pesky mosquito! The lanky man cursed, flustered and searching for the insect. The 2 men beside him were armed with slingshots, loaded with professional steel balls. If fired, they could certainly shatter the corridor's glass. They were discussing the best angle to shoot when they turned to the lanky man. Startled by his appearance, the bump on the lanky man's face swelled larger, the skin becoming increasingly translucent, as if it might burst at any moment. What the hell? The 2 men recoiled in shock. The lanky man, noticing their reaction, asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" One of the men gulped, pointing at the lanky man's face. Your face. Your face." Before he could finish, a pop sounded, and the bump on the lanky man's face burst, oozing a stream of dark red liquid, which dripped down his face, accompanied by a burning sensation. The lanky man dropped his phone in agony, wailing as he dashed towards the bathroom. desperate to see what had happened to his face. The remaining two men exchanged fearful glances, their expressions revealing their shared apprehension. What happened to him? Could he be infected? We need to get out of here. The two men hastily fled, leaving their belongings behind. As they rushed out the door and shut it, the lanky man emerged from the bathroom, his eyes now a ghastly gray-white, his face a mass of decay, and his limbs grotesquely twisted. The two men sprinted to the neighboring unit, where the man and woman resided, knocking frantically on the door. Xiaoyan, open the door! Quick, open up! There was only one zombie on their floor, positioned at the staircase, but it hadn't yet approached when the door swung open. The two men dashed inside, securing the door behind them, and exhaling a sigh of relief. One of the shorter men collapsed onto the floor. Yangge, Li Ge, what happened to you two? Where's Wang Ge? Xiaoyan, clad in hot pants and heavy makeup, appeared frail, resembling a delinquent that don't mention it. Wang Ge suddenly mutated, scaring me to death. Thankfully, I ran fast with you, or I would have been infected, sitting on the ground. The poplar tree spoke. Xiaoyan was left in utter confusion. After all, he had not been bitten, so how could he suddenly be infected and mutated? I heard him mention mosquitoes, and then he got infected. Could it be that mosquitoes can transmit the infection as well? Li Yang's voice trembled with fear. Mosquitoes are everywhere. If they can indeed transmit the infection, that would be utterly terrifying. Zhao Yuan, Xiaoyan's boisterous boyfriend, interjected, surely not. I was bitten by mosquitoes yesterday and felt perfectly fine. That if mosquitoes can infect, then the number of infected people would be staggering. I doubt anyone would survive. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Li Yang's expression softened slightly. All of this, of course, did not escape Lin Yuan's keen observations that in truth, each of the four individuals in the room was harboring a mosquito, hidden away so cleverly that they were oblivious to its presence. I cannot say whether others will survive, but you certainly will not. Lin Yuan's eyes glinted coldly. In that moment, both Xiaoyan and Li Yang felt a simultaneous sting as the mosquito bit them. What was that? They exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Xiaoyan, filled with trepidation, glanced around, only to discover a swelling on her arm. That it's here. It's here. Li Yang shouted in terror as he stared at the back of his hand. What do you mean it's here? What is this it? Xiaoyan shrieked, her fear escalating to unprecedented levels. Even surpassing the terror she felt upon witnessing countless zombies downstairs. As she screamed, she scanned her surroundings, dreading the emergence of something monstrous. It's the mosquito. The mosquito is here. The poplar tree cried out, flinging open the door and bolting outside, frantically knocking on the doors of others. Help me. I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me? In his frantic attempt to gain entry into someone else's home for safety, he pounded on doors, having witnessed the horrors that ensued after a swelling burst. Xiaoyan and Li Yang turning into zombies was merely a matter of time. Huff, huff. The zombie in the corridor, upon hearing the commotion, rushed toward Yang Shu as if maddened. Yang Shu, desperately running while knocking on doors, hoped for a survivor to grant him refuge. Inside the room, Zhao Yuan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. What's going on? Is it really necessary to react this way, just because of a mosquito bite? He looked curiously at Xiaoyan and Li Yang, his face pale as a ghost. Realized there was no escaping his fate. Any further struggle would be futile, but he merely stared blankly at the swelling on his hand, not urging Zhao Yuan to flee. He was already doomed. Why should Zhao Yuan have any hope? With this thought, Li Yang embraced Zhao Yuan tightly. What the hell, Li Ge? Why are you hugging me? Zhao Yuan exclaimed, startled, as he attempted to push him away. But Li Yang gripped him fiercely, refusing to let go. For once he transformed into a zombie, Zhao Yuan would be his first meal. The swelling on Li Yang's hand had already burst. Within mere minutes, his body began to convulse, completely succumbing to the zombie transformation. Damn it! You treacherous Li Yang! You've doomed me! Only then did Zhao Yuan realize the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. With no chance to escape, he was overwhelmed by Li Yang and Xiaoyan, both of whom had already sunk their teeth into him, swiftly turning him into a zombie as well. The three newly transformed zombies staggered out through the ajar door. The commotion from Yang Shu's frantic knocking had attracted the attention of several survivors. Yet none dared to open their doors. These individuals had been troublemakers even before the apocalypse and were hardly regarded with respect. Now, in the face of such chaos, their reluctance only deepened. However, their curiosity was piqued. They leaned against the peepholes, observing the strange scene unfolding. What the hell is going on? Are they trying to get themselves killed? If they keep this up, they'll attract the zombies. By this time, Yangshu was no longer at the door, leaving them in the dark about the events transpiring outside. Some, unable to resist their curiosity, hesitated over whether to open the door and take a look. Moments later, hearing Yangshu's voice fading, as if he were knocking on a door downstairs, a young man could no longer contain himself. That it was not mere curiosity that drove him. He sought an opportunity to raid Yangshu's residence for food and water. His own supplies had run dry by noon, and if he couldn't find something to eat, he would surely starve. Summoning his courage, he opened the door. What the hell? As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the sight of 3 zombies staggering toward him from the adjacent corridor. Terrified, he hastily attempted to slam the door shut, but it was too late. Li Yong lunged at him, seizing his arm and biting down fiercely. "Let go of me, you bastard!" the young man screamed, desperately trying to close the door. But Zhao Yuan and Xiao Yin were already upon him. The 3 zombies tore flesh from his body, leaving him bloodied and grotesque, with no intact skin left on his arms or face. In the meantime, Yangshu, upon reaching the lower floor, found himself surrounded by 2 zombies. Unable to escape the fate of becoming one of them, an compassionate survivor opened their door to save him. He was destined to perish. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how he had fallen into such a predicament. Just moments ago, he had been watching others being bitten by zombies from the balcony. How had the tide turned so swiftly against him? Lin Yuan coldly observed the unfolding chaos. Yangshu's frantic actions before his demise attracted a horde of zombies, swarming into the neighboring building. The influx of zombies into that structure thrust it into peril. Yet Lin Yuan felt no guilt that I end this apocalypse. Who was there to show compassion? The surge of zombies caught the attention of survivors in other buildings within the community. But they remained indifferent, merely observing the scene unfold. The commotion below had drawn an abundance of zombies, flooding into the neighboring building. It was nothing out of the ordinary. A few mosquitoes and flies lazily returned. And during their flight, Lin Yuan noticed 2 drones hovering in the sky. He furrowed his brow slightly, dispatching the other mosquitoes and flies around him. In an instant, hundreds of perspectives surged into Lin Yuan's mind, akin to having hundreds of surveillance cameras installed within his consciousness. Although the sensation was somewhat dizzying, it proved remarkably convenient, leaving no blind spots to this moment. The entire community lay within his purview. It was only then that he realized there were indeed quite a number of survivors in this community. All these survivors were engaged in a singular activity, observing the outside world with their phones, telescopes, and cameras. The survivors in the nearby buildings were particularly focused on the situation unfolding in his vicinity. This was hardly surprising. The distance between the buildings was inherently close, and given the ruckus caused by Song Yufei and Erha, it was only natural that they drew attention. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan felt that his decision to remain indoors was exceedingly wise. Although his abilities had indeed strengthened, if any among them were armed like Zhang Kai, he would be in grave danger. If Zhang Kai could possess a firearm, why could others not? Even if the likelihood was slim, he was not willing to take that gamble. He remained vigilant, monitoring the external situation and eliminating potential threats, completely eschewing the reckless urge to charge out and confront zombies, thereby exposing himself to the public. A tall tree attracts the wind. Those who witnessed his prowess might concoct malicious schemes against him. Just like Yangshu and the others in the building across, frustrated by the escape of others, they might resort to sabotage, dragging him down with them. Such individuals were far too numerous. Lin Yuan cast another glance towards Song Yufei's side. Their cleansing efforts were swift. They had already cleared their floor and were ascending to the next level. Song Yufei continued to serve as the primary combatant, since zombies posed no threat to her. She would kill until fatigue set in, then find a place to rest before resuming her onslaught. Erha, on the other hand, would find an unoccupied room to rest when tired, only to re-emerge once rejuvenated. The ant squad diligently handled the cleanup, working like industrious laborers to earn Lin Yuan points. The incessant notifications from the system rang out, indicating a steady increase in Lin Yuan's points. Earning points while reclining was nothing short of delightful. Lin Yuan stood up, grabbed a cold cola, took a hearty gulp, and directed his gaze toward the basic insect nest space in the system. There were still ants from earlier in the day that had yet to be nurtured. Having just earned points, he decided to raise them now, allowing them to join the labor force and expedite the accumulation of points. Moments later, these ants were successfully nurtured and dispatched to seek out Song Yufei and Erha, joining the industrious ranks. Just as he completed this task, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A system notification indicated that the queen ant had laid 1,000 eggs, all of which had successfully hatched. In less than 2 days, the queen had produced such a remarkable number of offspring, showcasing the exceptional prowess of the rudimentary nest and premium pet food, that a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yuan's face as he promptly released the 1,000 ants from the nest, all of which were successfully nurtured. Coupled with the previously raised ants, the zombie worker ant squad had swiftly expanded by nearly 3,000 members in a mere instant. Chapter 25. With a gun in hand. Who dares to speak out? The ants that remained in the nest exhibited impressive growth, appearing slightly larger than before. Among the ranks of the ant squad were individuals of even greater size. The first batch nurtured by Lin Yuan. These ants had been voraciously consuming zombies and had now doubled in size, their bodies gleaming with a dark sheen. Their speed in devouring zombies surpassed that of the newly joined ants by a significant margin. Lin Yuan's mood was exceptionally buoyant. These ants were bound to grow, and once fully matured, a coordinated assault could potentially see them devour a zombie. In the blink of an eye, he observed the ants exiting the room. Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa and reopened a chilled bottle of happy water, savoring each sip in the apartment complex. Each household had stashed away some food and beverages in their refrigerators. And after collecting a substantial amount yesterday, he felt he had truly achieved freedom with his happy water. Glancing at his phone, he noted that Lu Qingxue had not sent any messages. Earlier that morning, she had mentioned needing to catch up on sleep, so it was likely she was still slumbering. Nevertheless, the WeChat group remained lively. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Yuan casually scrolled through the messages. 18 to 906. Zhang Kai came looking for me. Thankfully, I didn't go out with him. I'm still safe. I feel incredibly fortunate. 15-403. I saw a horde of zombies swarming your building. Are you all right? 18-906. I'm fine. There's an exceptionally capable young lady in our building, along with a particularly fierce husky. They're clearing out the zombies. I just need to stay put and avoid causing any trouble. 15-403. Wow. What kind of young lady? Any photos? Share one. 16-602. I'm so envious. Why don't I have such an impressive young lady here? 18-906. No photos. I wouldn't dare step out to take any. Just being alive is a blessing. I certainly don't want to provoke the young lady and risk being kicked out of the building. The group members echoed their agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. It was crucial to remain safe and not take unnecessary risks. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, recognizing that 18-906 was quite astute. Avoiding the reckless impulse to venture outside, he also refrained from provoking Song Yufei. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan chose to disregard his presence, allowing him a chance to survive within the building. Continuing to scroll, Lin Yuan came across a post featuring several boxes of instant noodles, bottled water, and snacks, without any indication of the building number, from a user named Ping and Yisheng. Ping and Yisheng. Thank you, Zhang Kai, for the generous supplies. The group was puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind the message, prompting inquiries. Ping and Yisheng. The commotion caused by Zhang Kai attracted all the zombies away from my floor. I stealthily raided the neighboring infected household and gathered a good amount of supplies that I can hold out for a while now. His words illuminated a realization for many. Some had not considered this angle, while others, paralyzed by fear, were too timid to venture outside. Inspired by his account, several expressed their intent to explore the area for supplies. Lin Yuan scrolled further and encountered another post with an image of a small supermarket shelves, accompanied by a young muscular man, likely in his 20s. Lin Yuan surmised he was an athlete. The subsequent message from the same individual read, I also owe my gratitude to Zhang Kai. Thanks to him drawing away the zombies, I managed to reach the supermarket. Now I need not worry about food and drink. The group was filled with envy, yet they hesitated to boldly venture out. Knowing that luck was not guaranteed for everyone, Lin Yuan continued scrolling. He noted a post from someone who had successfully escaped the complex. However, there were unfortunate souls who had announced their intentions to go out, only to subsequently vanish without a trace, likely having met their demise at the hands of zombies. Although the zombies near Building 18 had been lured away, The complex was vast, and many remained unaddressed. Venturing out recklessly without adequate combat capability was merely a gamble. Someone had utilized a drone to capture footage, which was shared in the group, revealing a young man surrounded by zombies, ultimately succumbing to their onslaught. Another video depicted an individual being chased by zombies into a dead end. Stop posting such videos. We've seen enough of that. Exactly. Sharing these only heightens our distress. Lin Yuan continued to peruse the messages, noting that the complex was alive with activity that evening, as was the group chat. The drone operator shared several more videos, one of which featured Song Yufei dispatching zombies. The video began with a view of Building 18, gradually revealing Song Yufei's stunning visage, followed by her delivering a decisive blow to a zombie, with the husky lunging at the creature. Here's the video of the young lady fighting zombies that you all wanted. The group erupted in excitement. Wow, she is truly a beauty. Absolutely stunning, and her physique is incredible. I can't believe this is real. It's astounding. Lin Yuan observed the fervor in the chat, opting not to interject. Song Yufei was now exposed to the group, and since they bore no ill will, there was no need for him to eliminate them. They posed no threat to her. Sipping his soda, Lin Yuan continued to monitor the conversation. Moments later, a video surfaced in the group. A dozen survivors dragging the corpses of several women and tossing them near a horde of zombies before making a hasty retreat. As the footage drew closer, the leader, a muscle-bound man with shoulder-length hair reminiscent of a character from a gangster film, could be seen, flanked by others adorned with tattoos. The corpses of the women were devoured by the zombies. But the group seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as they escaped, engaging in conversation as they fled. These women were utterly useless. We barely got our fill before they died. What a pity. Truly pathetic. We'll find better ones next time. Even in fragments, their words revealed their heinous nature. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. These individuals were clearly not of noble character. In comparison, Zhang Kai seemed relatively benign. It was worth noting that when Zhang Kai had first attempted to deceive others, he had possessed a firearm, yet he refrained from using it, preferring to manipulate instead, with a gun in hand. Who would dare challenge him? When he descended to the lower floors, his intention was merely to escape, and he had only resorted to violence when cornered. However, this group was fundamentally different. Their dialogue indicated they preyed upon survivors, exhibiting a depraved obsession with tormenting women to death. There are many kinds of villains, but such individuals are the most contemptible. Lin Yuan immediately dispatched the mosquito and fly squads to comprehensively search for these individuals within the complex, eager to uncover their identities and intentions. Just then, the video concluded. The poster then released a lengthy message, filling the screen like an essay. Chapter 26. Once I conduct my research, we shall take action against her. After reading through it, Lin Yuan discovered that the video's creator had found himself in a dire situation, caught amidst a horde of zombies. After narrowly escaping, he had hidden in a dumpster. From his vantage point, he had witnessed the scene captured in the video and decided to film it with his phone. The women in question were employees from a nearby supermarket, whom he had encountered the previous night. They had gathered supplies and invited him to join them in seeking protection from Shangshan Rua Shui. Lacking resources at the time, he had hesitated to accompany them as Shangshan Rua Shui's group passed by. He overheard their conversation, which revealed far more than what had been presented in the video. It became clear that Shangshan Rua Shui was not genuinely interested in establishing a survivor base, but rather driven by his own selfish desires. His true name is Zhang Tianyang, and he is 31 years old this year. The few individuals surrounding him are his brothers. Previously, they operated an internet CAF and a billiard hall together. They gathered to devise this plan, ostensibly to establish a survivor base to unite the survivors that in reality, when male survivors sought refuge with them, they would recruit those of formidable strength. However, if the newcomers were too weak, they would seize their supplies, kill them, and dispose of their bodies. As for female survivors who approached, their fate was even grimmer. Not only would they be robbed of their resources, but they would also be subjected to their whims. Last night, several women endured a harrowing experience at their hands, ultimately succumbing and being cast into the horde of zombies. With their demise, all the supplies they carried were appropriated. This video has ignited outrage among the residents of Sunshine Community. What a despicable scoundrel. How is it that such a person is not devoured by zombies? Thankfully, I did not heed Zhang Tianyang's words. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I know Zhang Tianyong all too well. He is nothing but a gambler and a leech, never engaging in virtuous deeds. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, he can only be said to have unleashed his true nature. Alas, the apocalypse breeds distrust among people. And with Zhang Tianyong's antics, the survivors in the community can forget about unity. Zhang Tianyong truly deserves to die. The numerous survivors in the group erupted in furious denunciations, effectively vilifying Zhang Tianyong. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, finding nothing particularly surprising that I end this apocalyptic world. Order has collapsed, and the veneer of civilization has been stripped away. Individuals like Zhang Tianyong are destined to proliferate. This was precisely the reality of the apocalypse. When this fellow previously called for survivors to unite in the group and on the forum, Lin Yuan sensed something was amiss. Now, his suspicions have merely been confirmed. However, if this group remains in the community, it could pose a significant danger. Lin Yuan stroked his chin that he was not a bleeding heart. He was merely contemplating his safety. Presently, the community has yet to experience water and power outages, making it an ideal environment for him to continue surviving and developing. In other words, the community is now his temporary base, and he does not wish for any disruptive elements to linger nearby. In the property management building, in the security room, they lounged comfortably, propping their legs up while monitoring the surveillance footage of the community. A few individuals were still engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, a subordinate stood up, exclaiming, "Boss, take a look at the WeChat group. Someone posted a video exposing us. Everyone in the group is currently cursing." Zhang Tianyong took a drag from his cigarette, glancing over with indifference. "Let them curse. It doesn't kill me. Once we find the opportunity to eliminate them, we won't let them into our base in the future." Zhang Tianyong exhaled a smoke ring, remaining silent. Boss, look, a beautiful woman." One subordinate called out, bringing his phone closer for Zhang Tianyong to see. The screen displayed a video of Song Yufei. Zhang Tianyong's eyebrows raised. Such a stunning woman was someone he had never managed to pursue before. "Boss, this woman is formidable. I heard in the group that she has killed quite a few zombies and cleared several floors. Initially, she had cleaned out her building, but a fool attracted a horde of zombies. Yet this woman is fierce. She is still fighting zombies. Such a woman, if captured, would indeed be extraordinary. Moreover, she was breathtakingly beautiful, comparable to a star." The subordinates began to discuss animatedly. In this lifetime, being with a woman like that would be worth dying for. Yet, this was not the main point. This woman had slain numerous zombies, and once she occupied that building, all the supplies within would be hers. That if we could get her, those supplies would be within our grasp. She may be skilled at fighting zombies, but she is no match for us. If we work together, we can surely capture her. "Boss, can we really get this woman?" The subordinates gazed at Zhang Tianyong with eager eyes. Zhang Tianyong crushed the cigarette but underfoot and slowly replied, "Of course we can. Let me devise a plan, and then we shall go after her." After saying this, he turned his attention back to the surveillance, preparing to strategize on how to find Song Yufei. An hour later, Zhang Tianyong meticulously reviewed the video and finalized his plan. Building 18 was swarming with zombies, and Building 16 across the way was similarly infested. However, the adjacent Building 17 had far fewer zombies. They could initiate their approach from Building 17, by constructing a rope bridge between the rooftop of Building 17 and the 10th floor railing of Building 18. They could slide across with an incline of 8 floors. The surveillance footage indicated that the upper floors of Building 18 were devoid of zombies, ensuring relative safety. With the plan in place, Zhang Tianyong instructed his subordinates to gather supplies. The security room was stocked with numerous items. Zhang Tianyong had previously engaged in rock climbing and had brought safety ropes, which they now prepared to take. A group of them set out in a grand procession towards Building 17, traversing areas largely free of zombies. Whenever they encountered any, they were swiftly dispatched, and they continued onward. Before long, they arrived at the base of Building 17. Chapter 27. Is this the taste of blood? Zhang Tianyong and his entourage looked up at Building 17, their excitement palpable. "Let's go upstairs," he declared, glancing back at his subordinates. "When we encounter zombies, eliminate them swiftly and quietly." The subordinates nodded in agreement, each silent, wary of making noise that might attract zombies, which would complicate matters. The group ascended the building with quiet determination, their every move closely monitored by Lin Yuan. He gazed out the window. It was now past 7 in the evening, and darkness was creeping in that if not for the extended daylight of the season, night would have already fallen. Trash belongs in the trash bin. He tossed his empty soda bottle into the bin, a smile curving his lips. Nightfall meant the zombies would become more active, their aggression heightened compared to daylight. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Erha dashed in, followed closely by Song Yufei. Although she appeared slightly fatigued, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile graced her face. "Master, we've cleared the upper floors. We'll tackle the lower ones soon." "All right, no rush. Let's take a breather first." "Master, I feel as though my strength has increased. Earlier, I could defeat zombies with a punch, but I needed Erha to finish them off. Just now, I smashed a zombie's head in one blow. I'm capable of a one-hit kill. It felt incredible." As she spoke, she excitedly swung her fist, the pure steel black knuckles slicing through the air with a whoosh. "After the feast you gave me this afternoon, I feel like I'm being drained by you. My little juice extractor. If your strength doesn't improve, all my effort would be in vain." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in disbelief that he never anticipated that someone who appeared so fit, with an impeccable presence and striking beauty like Song Yufei, would turn into such a ferocious creature after tasting forbidden fruit. She was like a wolf starved for several days. Fortunately, his own body had been enhanced and all attributes had tripled. Otherwise, he might have been drained dry by Song Yufei. "But you didn't tea refuse." Hearing Lin Yuan casually mention their meal earlier, Song Yufei's cheeks flushed, yet she blinked her doe-like eyes innocently. "Moreover, you said you like me just the way I am." Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. He felt that Song Yufei was venturing deeper down the path of seduction, almost evolving into a female rogue. Thankfully, while her demands had been rather intense, he managed to hold his ground. Moreover, Song Yufei's enhanced abilities meant she could accumulate points more rapidly, which was ultimately a positive development. That moment, Erha trotted over to Lin Yuan, nuzzling against him before circling excitedly. Observing Erha, Lin Yuan noted some changes. The dog seemed larger than before, its coat shining with a healthy sheen that he reached out to pat it, finding its fur remarkably smooth and pleasant to the touch. Additionally, Erha's leg muscles had visibly strengthened, enabling it to run faster and jump higher. "Good boy, keep it up," Lin Yuan encouraged, patting Erha's head affectionately. "Master, are you hungry?" "I'll go prepare dinner," Song Yufei inquired. Her question triggered Lin Yuan's realization of his own hunger. After a long afternoon of hard work, he had indeed expended considerable energy that lets prepare more meat dishes for dinner. The perishables we've collected won't last long. Song Yufei leaned in and planted a kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek, giggling as she said, "Rest assured, my master, I promise to satisfy you. And don't forget to cook for me later." With that, she swayed her hips and made her way to the kitchen. Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Women truly are a fascinating species. Could this be described as a taste for the finer things in life? As Song Yufei busied herself with cooking, Lin Yuan continued to observe Zhang Tianyang and his group. They had already reached the rooftop of the adjacent Building 17, that Zhang Tianyang held a safety rope and a hook in his hands. Gazing at the 10th floor of Building 18, searching for a suitable place to secure the rope. "Boss, do you think it's feasible?" a blonde-haired lackey inquired. Although the neighboring building was not far, it was still a distance of several meters, and one couldn't ascertain Zhang Tianyang's skill level. Zhang Tianyang cast a sidelong glance at the blonde lackey and huffed in annoyance. The other subordinates quickly chimed in, "Blonde, what are you saying? How dare you question the boss's abilities?" Upon hearing this, the blonde lackey broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Tianyang had a notoriously bad temper. If he truly got angry, it was possible he could throw someone off the building. The blonde quickly slapped himself twice. Repeatedly apologizing, "Boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly." Zhang Tianyang said nothing more and flicked the hook, which with the safety rope, flew through the air, wrapping securely around a pipe that he then tied the end of the safety rope to a steel pipe on the rooftop. "Wow, boss, impressive," the blonde exclaimed, eager to flatter. "You slide over, open the window, and then secure the rope inside at a safe spot," Zhang Tianyang instructed, raising an eyebrow and tossing a safety hammer into the blonde's pocket. "Why should I take the dangerous task? Why don't you go?" The blonde couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet he had no choice. His only option was to take the lead and slide over. Clinging to a glimmer of hope that if he didn't take this initial risk, he might be simply tossed off the building. Damn, If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. The blonde internally cursed but dared not voice his thoughts, wishing he could slap himself again. Hurry up. Zhang Tianyong kicked the blonde. Feeling wronged, the blonde could only pick up the sliding rope, attaching it to the safety line. That he glanced down, noting the darkness outside. But the streetlights below illuminated the ground clearly. At this height, a fall would leave no intact body behind. The blonde stepped back, terrified to look down, his legs trembling. Boss, I have a fear of heights. Can someone else go? He turned back to Zhang Tianyong, eyes wide with despair. Zhang Tianyong smirked, tossing his hair back, and said amiably, Fear of heights? Excellent. Black Tiger, let me see if he truly fears it. The blonde trembled as he looked at Black Tiger, whose muscular build and imposing stature made him a formidable presence, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, and a loyal subordinate of Zhang Tianyong. Black Tiger stepped forward with a grin, effortlessly lifting the blonde and bringing him to the edge of the rooftop. The blonde dangled precariously, clutching the protective wall with both hands. Let me go. I don't want to die, boss. Spare me. Half of his body dangled over the edge, hanging at the height of the 18th floor. And he couldn't help but scream in terror. Zhang Tianyong scoffed. Pull him up. We don't want to attract any zombies. Black Tiger finally hoisted the blonde back up, only to deliver 2 resounding slaps across his face. The force of the blows left the blonde dazed, spitting out blood mixed with a few teeth. Damn it, if you scream again, I'll knock the SHT out of you. Black Tiger threw the blonde to the ground and kicked him squarely in the chest, knocking him down. Zhang Tianyong approached, crouching down to grip the blonde's mouth, his expression still wearing a friendly smile. So, do you want to take the lead for us? Chapter 28. Your master has many tricks up his sleeve if you're unwilling. I want to force you. The smile on Zhang Tianyong's face widened, but it was a smile that instilled fear. The blonde could only whimper incoherently. Zhang Tianyong finally released his grip on the blonde's mouth. I'll go. Boss, I'll go. The blonde stammered, scrambling to his feet. His legs trembled even more than before, but he had no choice but to step forward toward the safety rope that he dared not look down again. Fearing he would lose the courage to proceed, gripping the sliding rope, he hesitated. Black Tiger cursed. Damn it. Hurry up. Do you want to die? Stop dragging your feet. Do you want me to help you? As Black Tiger moved as if to assist. The blonde dared not wait for him. Black Tiger, I can do it. I'll be right there. Faster. Quit acting like a woman. The blonde couldn't delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he leaped forward. The sliding rope secured itself firmly to the buckle around his waist. And even without looking, his heart raced wildly. The distance from the 18th floor to the 10th was significant, but the blonde slid down effortlessly, nearly crashing into the wall. He quickly extended his legs to push off, narrowly avoiding collision. Fortunately, his speed was not too great. Otherwise, he might have broken a bone upon impact. The blonde exhaled in relief, but suddenly felt the hook tied to the pipe shift slightly, sending his heart racing once more. He quickly extended his foot toward the area where the air conditioning unit was located, managing to reach it just in time. The air conditioning unit was a designated space for installations, with a surface that provided some safety. Noticing that the blonde was still hesitating to open the window, Black Tiger's frustration grew. What are you waiting for, you coward? Hurry up. I'll make sure to give you a beating later. Black Tiger wished he could yell at the blonde to hurry, but feared that loud noises would attract zombies, so he could only clench his fists in frustration. One of the subordinates hesitantly asked, Boss, what if he goes over and unties the rope, leaving us stranded? Or what if he fails to secure it properly and puts us in danger? The subordinate was visibly worried. After all, the blonde had just received a beating. What if he harbored ill intentions? Zhang Tianyong let out a cold laugh. With 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare. Black Tiger echoed, Don't forget, there are many zombies in that building that if he doesn't let us pass. How will he handle those zombies? The rest of the subordinates erupted in laughter. Black Tiger is right. No wonder the boss trusts you. Black Tiger basked in the praise, once the blonde steadied himself. He hurried to open the window, only to find it locked from the inside. In desperation, he pulled out the safety hammer and smashed the glass. The boss is truly foresight. No wonder he can be the boss. While I remain a subordinate, the blonde lamented with a bitter smile. After some effort, he finally broke the glass, injuring his hand in the process. I'll never take the lead again. Let someone else do it. The blonde gasped in pain, cursing under his breath that if Zhang Tianyong were here, He would never dare to speak such words, only allowing himself to vent now, not wanting to waste any more time. The blonde brought the safety rope inside, surveyed his surroundings, and focused on the fire extinguisher cabinet. He approached, opened it, and secured the safety rope to the fire hydrant. From this vantage point, he could only see a few shadowy figures moving on the opposite rooftop. Unable to signal, he resorted to messaging Zhang Tianyang on his phone. The pain from his wounded hand made him grimace, but he bore it stoically. Zhang Tianyang dispatched 3 more subordinates to slide over and verify the safety of the rope before he himself made the crossing, instructing Black Tiger to remain vigilant. Once Zhang Tianyang slid over, the subordinates followed one after another, landing on the rooftop. The air was thick with the stench of zombie blood, nearly causing them to retch. Ugh! One of the subordinates couldn't hold back and vomited. Pathetic. You can't even endure this much stench. Black Tiger stepped forward and kicked the retching subordinate. The subordinate looked up at Black Tiger, feeling wronged but too afraid to speak. The others who felt nauseous quickly stifled their discomfort. Zhang Tianyang pushed open an unlocked door and led his subordinates inside. "Boss, shouldn't we go down to find that woman?" The blonde asked. After speaking, he mentally chastised himself for his inability to control his mouth. Why did he have to speak so carelessly? Zhang Tianyang sat casually on the sofa, taking a puff from his cigarette, then turned to look at the blonde through the smoke, narrowing his eyes. "How about you go down and scout the situation below first?" "Boss, I'm injured. The smell of blood down there might attract zombies." "Perhaps someone else should go." The blonde quickly raised his hand, showing his injured hand, torn by glass shards. "What a useless fool." Black Tiger kicked the blonde again. The blonde dared not express his anger, lowering his head in fear. Zhang Tianyang then picked up his phone, scrolling through the group chat, searching for useful information to formulate the next course of action. 7th floor. Lin Yuan was already enjoying the dinner that Song Yufei had prepared for him, which included steaming white rice, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and fish-flavored shredded pork, all of which appeared exceedingly appetizing. "Take your time. Don't choke." Song Yufei hurriedly fetched a bottle of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator, fearing Lin Yuan might choke on his food. "Yufei, you don't seem like someone who cooks that I never expected you to possess such culinary skills," Lin Yuan said as he swallowed his mouthful and accepted the cola from Song Yufei, letting out a contented sigh. Earlier in the morning, although Song Yufei had cooked, it was rather simple fare, and the dumplings were frozen. Now, the delicious dishes she had prepared revealed her true prowess. She had whipped up 2 delectable meals in no time. Song Yufei smiled coyly. "Master, I have many more dishes I can make that I in the future. I will take my time to cook for you. Indeed, your master has an array of culinary tricks as well." Lin Yuan chuckled. Images flashed through Song Yufei's mind, causing her ears to flush a rosy hue. Just then, her lovely brows furrowed slightly. "Master, it seems there are people upstairs," with a sudden burst of energy. Song Yufei leapt to her feet. "Then I'll go see which fool has come to stir up trouble." Lin Yuan gently pressed her back into her seat, stating, "It's merely a bunch of trash. No need for you to intervene, that I have my ways of dealing with them." "Master, what do you intend to do?" Song Yufei blinked her eyes inquisitively. "All right, you will know shortly," Lin Yuan said, a hint of a chilling smile crossing his lips as he resumed his meal. "Very well. I shall heed your command," Song Yufei said, her exquisite features breaking into a smile, reflecting her unwavering trust in Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan continued to eat, he directed his ant squad to ascend the stairs. Dealing with Zhang Tianyang and his entourage was actually quite simple. They could be dispatched with a mere bite from the ants. However, that felt somewhat too lenient for them. Lin Yuan instructed the ant squad to search around and soon found ample sound equipment in several homes. It was not difficult to locate. Most residents in this neighborhood were university students from the nearby college town, with the remainder being office workers, all of whom likely possessed a television and computer. Having sound equipment was entirely normal. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyang and his group were strategizing their next move. The lackey in the security room had already sent a video, below the 7th floor of Building 18. There are still many zombies and some are wandering upstairs. The 7th floor has several zombies as well. "Boss, should we go down now?" one lackey inquired. "With so many zombies below, why don't you go down and test it out?" Zhang Tianyang shot back, glaring at the lackey. The blonde-haired lackey silently rejoiced that he had refrained from asking earlier. Otherwise, he would have faced a scolding. "Let us just wait," suggested Black Tiger, at the woman's pace. It won't take long for her to clear out the zombies in this building. Why then, she'll likely be exhausted, and we can take our chance to capture her. Zhang Tianyang patted Black Tiger's shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Black Tiger, you're clever. We shall call this tactic the praying mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. Just then, a sudden crackle of electricity filled the living room. Zzz. After 3 days and 3 nights, at the dead of night, ear-splitting music erupted unexpectedly, startling everyone. Zhang Tianyang sprang to his feet, rushing into the living room, his face paling as he beheld the television blaring music programs. Damn! Who the hell was careless enough to turn on the TV? The others looked at one another, bewildered. They had been in their rooms, doing nothing at all. Black Tiger quickly unplugged the power and turned to the blonde lackey. Delivering 2 sharp slaps, the blonde was stunned. I didn't say a word. Is there no justice? Damn it. You were the first to slide over. It must have been you, Black Tiger scolded, Brother Black Tiger. I swear it wasn't me. I have no idea how this happened, the blonde explained, wincing in pain, struggling to speak, but he dared not take the blame, quickly grinding his teeth to clarify. Black Tiger kicked the blonde to the ground. Fuming, damn it, if it wasn't you, then who? You were the first to slide over and took your sweet time. Who else could it be? Everyone, come and beat him. Several lackeys rushed in, each delivering a kick to the blonde. It really wasn't me, the blonde protested, shielding his head. Hit him until he tells the truth. Black Tiger growled fiercely. The blonde, in excruciating pain, felt he might be beaten to death, that he had worked diligently, suffering cuts from glass, and now these people were turning on him. It was utterly inhumane. In the face of inevitable doom, the blonde snapped. Damn it, Black Tiger, can't you think a little? If I did it, what good would it do me? Black Tiger, incensed by the insult, his eyes aflame, pushed past the crowd of lackeys and kicked the blonde again. Dare to insult me? You're asking for death. At that moment, Zhang Tianyang intervened. Everyone, cease this madness, making such a racket. Are you all looking to lose your lives? Quickly check how that television turned on. With Zhang Tianyang's command, Black Tiger halted, spitting out a glob of phlegm. I'll deal with you later. The lackey surrounded the television, inspecting it thoroughly, but finding no explanation. After some thought, Black Tiger proposed, Boss, this house feels a bit cursed. How about we check another room? Fine, Zhang Tianyang agreed, leading everyone outside. You are my little apple, how I love you, never too much. The song echoed through the corridor, sending chills down their spines. What is happening? Is someone singing again? It was clear that the music was not coming from the room they had just occupied. I gaze at the moon above. A dragon rises from the east. Not just one room was emitting sound. Several rooms were simultaneously blaring music, and it was exceedingly loud. The winding river flows from the heavens. In unison, everyone turned, noticing that the television they had just unplugged had resumed its singing. One person rushed over to check, and the blonde remained sprawled on the floor like a dead dog. Proving he wasn't the culprit, Boss, what should we do? Run quickly, let us get out of here. This place is too eerie. At this moment, even Zhang Tianyang lost his composure. He couldn't fathom how the television had suddenly turned itself on or how it could change channels on its own. Nor could he comprehend how all these sound systems could start blaring music. Most importantly, the tremendous noise would undoubtedly attract the zombies, as more televisions and sound systems were activated by Lin Yuan's ant squad. Building 18 descended into a frenzy of music that in an instant, a horde of zombies surged upward from below. Even the zombies at the entrance of the community noticed the commotion and began to converge on the source. Lin Yuan silently observed the unfolding chaos. Having finished his meal, he leaned against the balcony, with a can of freshly opened cola in his left hand and Song Yufei nestled against him on his right. He leisurely watched the grand spectacle as a multitude of zombies streamed upward while more gathered at the building's entrance, flooding into the corridor. The surrounding zombies were drawn in. Excellent. A few more wouldn't hurt. Lin Yuan felt no trepidation at the sight of so many zombies flooding into the building. If it had been before, he would never have dared to provoke such a horde. A single misstep could lead to his demise. However, things were different now. Song Yufei would not be harmed by the zombies, and her combat prowess was extraordinary. Even if there were many zombies, they posed no threat to her. The two-headed dog had devoured countless zombies, enhancing its attributes and becoming a far cry from the foolish dog it once was. And then there were his loyal ant squad. With them around, clearing out these zombies was merely a matter of time. At last, the pursuit had begun. A more profound, chilling smile crept across Lin Yuan's face as he shifted his perspective into that of a mosquito, clearly witnessing the zombies closing in on Zhang Tianyang and his crew. Chapter 30. In a world where one must be ruthless to stand firm. You guessed correctly, but alas, you are bound for death. Seeing the horde of zombies closing in behind them, Zhang Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily shouted, "Dahuang, Zhugan, Feiji, you three hold the line for a moment." The three designated individuals glanced back while running, realizing that it wasn't just a single zombie pursuing them, but a veritable swarm of over a dozen. And that was merely the visible portion. There could very well be more lurking in the shadows. Asking them to stay behind to fend off the horde was tantamount to sending them to their doom. Damn it. Zhang Tianyang, do you think we're fools? You deal with it yourself. Zhugan cursed, continuing to run without acknowledging Zhang Tianyang's orders that he was unafraid of the consequences that would follow. With so many zombies, survival was uncertain, and he couldn't care less about future retribution, that if they could escape, parting ways with Zhang Tianyang at the end was a minor concern. The same decision was made by Dahuang and Feiji, who also opted for flight. Run. Damn it. Zhang Tianyang let out a furious curse. He did not run in the same direction as the three bystanders. Instead, he dashed up the safety passageway towards the upper floors. As he ran, he scanned for potential hiding spots. Some survivors upstairs, having heard the commotion, hastily barricaded their doors and concealed themselves in their bedrooms, covering their mouths and noses to suppress any sound, terrified that a horde of zombies might burst in. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered ominously, while a massive throng of undead pursued him, creating a terrifying and surreal atmosphere. Zhang Tianyang, blessed with remarkable stamina, sprinted up to the 18th floor in one breath. Then, without pausing, charged straight onto the rooftop. The rooftop door slammed shut with a resounding clang as Zhang Tianyang collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for air. Damn it, if I find out who set this trap for me, I'll make them pay. He cursed with a venomous glare. He realized he had been betrayed, yet he couldn't fathom who had orchestrated such a scheme. With so many televisions and computers blaring simultaneously in those empty rooms, how was it even possible? Could it be that woman? He thought of Song Yufei. Truth be told, her figure was stunning, her beauty almost unreal. It was downright absurd that she was also so formidable, single-handedly slaying countless zombies, that IT would be wise to avoid provoking her again if he managed to escape this time. Taking a deep breath, he quickly approached the edge of the rooftop and peered down. The drop was immense. The streetlights below seemed leagues away. While he had confidence in his physical abilities, he was not so audacious as to believe he could descend from the 18th floor in a hurry. He gazed across at Building 17. Thankfully, he had been prudent enough to prepare a length of rope. Zhang Tianyang unshouldered the rope he had carried and began his preparations. His target was the 10th floor of Building 17. If he could slide across, he would be safe. 2 minutes later, the rooftop door was pounded with a dull thud, interspersed with the guttural growls of zombies. Damn it. Zhang Tianyang cursed as he watched the iron door slowly give way. About to collapse, fortunately, he had already secured the rope leading directly to the 10th floor of the opposite building. However, the darkness obscured his vision, preventing him from noticing the numerous large, dark ants silently climbing the rope, their mandibles poised to gnaw at it. With a thunderous crash, the rooftop door fell apart, and a tide of snarling zombies surged forth, their faces twisted in hunger. "That a bunch of fools," Zhang Tianyang sneered, raising his middle finger defiantly before pushing off and sliding down the rope. Down on the balcony. "Master, is he going to fall to his death?" Song Yufei asked, gazing up at Zhang Tianyang as he slid away. Moments earlier, she had witnessed a swarm of flies and mosquitoes carrying numerous ants to the opposite building to gnaw at the rope. "Impossible," Lin Yuan replied, watching as Zhang Tianyang, realizing the rope was beginning to fray, clung to it in terror mid-descent. "This guy has decent physical qualities. He'll likely just break a leg, but he won't die." He had calculated the distance between buildings 17 and 18 to be around 60 meters, with each floor approximately 3.5 meters high. Theoretically, as long as Zhang Tianyang had the requisite physical conditioning, he could grip the rope and descend safely to the ground, letting go 3 meters above the surface to land unscathed. However, this was merely theoretical. Zhang Tianyang lacked the physical prowess for such a feat, rendering the theory moot. Everything transpired as Lin Yuan had anticipated. Once the rope snapped, Zhang Tianyong instinctively tightened his grip. Plummeting downward, the weight of free fall was overwhelming, his palms raw and bloody, his arms torn by the sudden strain, his shoulder joints dislocating to that moment. He was still 7 to 8 meters above ground. Unsurprisingly, upon impact, both of his legs shattered, suffering compound fractures. Yet astonishingly, he remained resilient. Despite his grievous injuries, he did not scream in agony. "See? I told you he wouldn't die," Lin Yuan remarked, watching as Zhang Tianyong, even with fractured limbs, struggled to crawl away. He clicked his tongue, turned, and picked up a bottle of beer, gauging the distance before hurling it. The bottle exploded beside Zhang Tianyong, scattering shards of glass. Startled, his face turned pale as he looked up. Meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, "You bastard, you set me up." Zhang Tianyong suddenly realized that Lin Yuan was behind his predicament. But what good was that knowledge? "You're right, but unfortunately, you're going to die." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he raised his hand and grabbed a case of beer. "Damn it." Zhang Tianyong's pupils dilated. Bang! A case of beer detonated beside him. With a cacophony of screams, the zombies were drawn to him, converging with ravenous cries. "Get away from me, you repulsive creatures! Stay back, all of you!" Zhang Tianyong's face was a mask of terror. Yet with both arms dislocated and his legs shattered, he had no chance of escape, forced to watch helplessly as the zombies closed in on him. The zombies descended upon him like ravenous students at a cafeteria, ripping and tearing at his flesh. They were not hunters. They did not care whether their prey lived or died. They only craved blood and meat. Thus, Zhang Tianyong was fully conscious, painfully aware as he was devoured by the undead. His piercing screams echoed throughout the community. "What on earth is happening? Who's screaming down there? I don't know, never seen him before." The survivors who had previously identified Zhang Tianyong excitedly messaged in their group chat. The person being consumed by zombies downstairs is Zhang Tianyong. This revelation sent the Sunshine Community Owners Group into a frenzy. "Ha ha ha, so it's that scoundrel. He deserves it. He truly deserves it." Some initially sympathetic individuals now felt he was not screaming nearly loudly enough that I end this apocalypse. Those who sow discord deserve to die. Why not bring in more zombies to bite him a few more times? What a shame for those few women. This scoundrel truly deserves his fate. Damn him. Let me add some fuel to the fire. Nearby survivors, reveling in the chaos, hurled their beer bottles toward Zhang Tianyong. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, Zhang Tianyong endured excruciating torment akin to death by 1,000 cuts, howling for over 10 minutes before finally succumbing. Ultimately, every shred of flesh and even his bones vanished into the ravenous maws of the undead. Leaving no trace behind, Lin Yuan stood on the balcony, witnessing the entire event without any semblance of remorse. Though the apocalypse had only just begun days ago, he had already acclimated to the violent environment. In this new world, only the ruthless could survive. Anyone who dared to provoke Lin Yuan or threaten those he cared for would meet a grim fate. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianyong's demise had brought Lin Yuan some benefits. The chaos he had orchestrated to draw in the zombies was not merely for revenge. He intended to gather the undead. This idea had been brewing in his mind for some time, but he had refrained from executing it for fear of endangering Song Yufei and Erha. Now, with Zhang Tianyong and his crew delivering themselves to him, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. Following Zhang Tianyong's fate, the zombies upstairs became even more concentrated, serving as the sole benefit Zhang Tianyong had provided. "Yufei, rest for a moment, and then while the zombies are gathered upstairs, we will clear them out." Song Yufei, having regained her energy, replied, "Master, shall we set off?" Go. Chapter 31. What is the point of earning money if you do not spend it? As Song Yufei and the foolish dog ventured out to eliminate zombies, Lin Yuan too had no time to waste. After all, there was still Refuse to deal with. Zhang Tianyong and his associates have yet to resolve their matters thoroughly. When this group arrived, they left a subordinate behind in the security room. Although others captured limited footage with drones, the clarity was insufficient. However, the surveillance in the corridor could capture everything distinctly. It would be prudent to eliminate that individual to prevent him from excessively leaking the video of Song Yufei slaying zombies. Besides Song Yufei, there are also Shagu and the Ant Squad. Should footage of them feasting on zombie surface, it could incite considerable turmoil. Moreover, the person in the security room is also a subordinate of Zhang Tianyang, having committed his share of misdeeds, deserving of his fate. Lin Yuan guided a mosquito to the security room, where the red-haired subordinate was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while scrolling through his phone. Engrossed in images of beautiful women, truly, he seemed to revel in his idleness. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue softly as the mosquito, larger than an average one, landed on the red-haired man's neck, its sharp proboscis piercing into his flesh. The man felt a sudden pain in his neck and swatted at it. But the mosquito had already taken flight, evading his grasp that in an instant, a swollen lump appeared on his neck, rapidly bursting and oozing blood. The blood flowed, causing the surrounding skin to ache intensely. With a pained cry, the red-haired man collapsed to the ground, his wails only lasting a little over a minute before his eyes began to glaze over and his limbs convulsed. Watching this scene, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The mosquito squad had noticeably strengthened since the afternoon, with their mutation rate seemingly accelerating, that he recalled that when the mosquitoes had bitten Xiao Yin and others earlier. Their mutation had not progressed so swiftly that it seemed that their feeding on zombie blood had significantly contributed to their enhancement. Nonetheless, he pondered the implications of the mosquitoes growing too large, as they could easily attract attention. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan chided himself for overthinking. The size of the mosquitoes mattered little. Being noticed was not an issue. Their agility was remarkable, and even ordinary mosquitoes prior to being cultivated had proven elusive for him to swat. Let alone the enhanced ones now. Ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to hit them. His concerns were indeed unwarranted. Thus, he decided to let them feed freely, enhancing their strength. With the arrangement complete, Lin Yuan resumed his task of watching videos. Constrained within the building, this was his sole means of gathering information from the outside world for news reports. Beyond the dates and times, none were trustworthy. Occasionally, he would tire of scrolling and check on the achievements of Song Yufei and Shagu. Their synergy had reached a remarkable level, leaving no zombies in their wake. The speed at which they eradicated zombies had also noticeably increased. Amidst a pile of zombies, Song Yufei delivered powerful punches, obliterating the skulls of 2 zombies in a gruesome display of violence. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply at the sight that he resolved that upon her return, he would arrange for her to undergo strength training, ensuring she mastered her newfound power. During their feeding session that afternoon, he had noted how every time she rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, she would instinctively cling to him, that if she were to lose control and embraced him with all her might, it could spell disaster for him. His gaze shifted to Era. With Song Yufei's enhanced abilities, Era had ceased merely assisting her in combat, now operating independently. With a powerful leap, it tackled a zombie, its sharp teeth sinking into its neck, tearing away flesh and bone, leaving only a thin strip of meat attached to the body. Furthermore, Era had begun to utilize its claws, capable of caving in a skull with a single swipe. Had this foolish dog truly grown so formidable? It appeared that following Song Yufei had not been a complete waste of time. At the very least, its strength had improved. This was indeed a benefit of being an auxiliary. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, noting he had accumulated over 10,000 points. Once Song Yufei and Era finished their current endeavor and returned to rest, he expected to see his total exceed 20,000, what to purchase with 20,000 points. Money is meant to be spent. Accumulating wealth without expenditure renders the pursuit meaningless. Opening the system store, he focused primarily on products that would enhance his own strength. The E-grade gene serum he had previously purchased for 10,000 points was a one-time use item and could not be stacked. Having already utilized it, buying another would prove fruitless. Thus he dismissed it. The next tier of gene serums cost an astounding 100,000 points. Exorbitantly expensive, ordinary gene serums required 8,000 points to double one's physical attributes. Also being one-time use items, non-stackable, that an enhancement of just double for 8,000 points was far inferior to the previous serum's triple enhancement for 10,000. It simply was not worth it. Earning these points was no easy feat, and spending a similar amount for a mere double enhancement would be foolish. That he perused further. The E-grade speed serum claimed a triple 1s speed, which seemed promising. Yet upon closer inspection, it cost 20,000 points? What a sham! The special power serum, which promised to quintuple strength for a limited duration of 1 hour, was priced at 3,000 points. Naturally, it was inexpensive due to the time constraint, definitely not worth it. As Lin Yuan scoured through the other potential serums, he found that those capable of genuinely enhancing his strength were prohibitively expensive, while the more affordable options offered minimal benefits. After much deliberation, he was left without a suitable choice. Chapter 32. Searching for quality goods, gazing at the array of enticing products displayed in the pale blue system store, each boasting unique effects, yet all carrying staggering prices. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He reclined against the sofa, weary of the search. System. Had this been before the apocalypse, I would have gladly apprenticed under you to learn the art of commerce. Your practices are nothing short of extortionate. After what felt like an eternity of browsing, the system store was indeed vast, overwhelming him with options. Numerous items promised substantial boosts to his strength in a short time frame, with some effects surpassing that of the E-grade gene serum. The sole disadvantage was their exorbitant prices. He simply could not afford them. What if he enhanced the strength of Song Yufei and Shagu? Lin Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. Strangely enough, this seemed like a viable solution. While personal strength was paramount, lacking funds rendered all efforts moot. The enticing products in the store fueled his envy, yet without points. Even his gaze was rendered futile. Having realized that enhancing his own strength was not feasible at present, bolstering the capabilities of Song Yufei and Era would yield similar results. Their enhanced strength would accelerate the rate at which they earned points. Although the initial investment was significant, the returns would be greater. Thus, it formed a perfect positive cycle. With this decision made, Lin Yuan straightened up from the sofa, directing his focus back to the pale blue store interface. He quickly began selecting products that would benefit his cultivated creatures. Before long, he spotted an icon resembling a puppy's head. Dog specific. This could be promising. Let us see what good items are available. E-grade dog biscuits. Enhancing a dog's bite force by 100%, priced at 2,000 points. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is rather lackluster. Not worth it. Shagu could easily enhance its strength by simply biting a few zombies. E-grade large bones, purportedly designed to help dogs sleep better, cost 1,000 points. This is even more useless. He thought that 8,000 points for a mere sleep aid. Is there anything worthwhile? Frustrated, Lin Yuan scoured the store, noting the plethora of enticing items. Yet many were merely traps for his points. One wrong step could lead to a financial pitfall. After an exhaustive search, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he finally discovered a commendable item at a reasonable price. E-grade dog food cans. Tailored specifically for dogs, capable of altering their genetic sequence and enhancing various attributes such as strength, endurance, speed, olfactory senses, and auditory capabilities. The specific enhancements would vary slightly depending on the dog breed. Upon reading the description, he glanced at the price, 6,000 points. This seemed quite favorable. His gene serum, which enhanced attributes by threefold, cost 10,000 points, while this dog food can offer similar effects for only 6,000. It was undeniably a fantastic bargain. This is the one. Lin Yuan directly exchanged the E-grade dog food can, continuing his search for items suitable for Song Yufei. Yufei posed a bit of a conundrum. She was a zombie, and there was no category for zombies here. It was uncertain whether Yufei could utilize the gene serum I had previously employed. Lin Yuan pulled up the description for the E-grade gene serum and perused its contents. It was suitable for human use, capable of altering human genes and enhancing attributes threefold. Gazing at the word human, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Yufei. She probably couldn't be classified as human, could she? Although Song Yufei appeared indistinguishable from a human, with her skin being somewhat problematic, soft and fragrant, and possessing human consciousness. Her genes were those of a zombie, rendering her impervious to zombie attacks, with far superior endurance, strength, and explosiveness compared to humans that he could only look for alternatives. This one seems promising. Lin Yuan's gaze landed on the E-grade energy fructose. That E-grade energy fructose, suitable for all life forms, including humans, zombies, animals, and plants. This looks good. Yufei can't use my serum, but this energy fructose should work for her, as she currently exists between human and zombie states, which should not pose a problem, especially since plants can consume it. Lin Yuan glanced at the price. 16,000 points. Quite reasonable, within his means. After making his choice, Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes, yawned, and got up to fetch a cold beer from the fridge, returning to the sofa. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the chilled beer, he felt more alert and picked up his phone again. beginning to scroll through videos to catch up on news from the outside world. Late at night, just past midnight. Click! The door swung open, and Song Yufei and the husky returned. "Master, we're back," in the living room. The energy-saving night light emitted a faint, warm glow. Lin Yuan had just turned off his phone when Yufei's tall figure slipped into his embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck, her head resting against his chest. With her long lashes gently closed, she greedily inhaled his scent. Despite her significant power increase, after several hours of continuous battle, she too felt exhaustion, both physical and mental fatigue. However, nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, breathing in his scent, she sensed her weariness dissipating considerably, her entire being relaxing. "That you've worked hard. Let me hold you for a moment." Lin Yuan tenderly caressed Song Yufei's hair, his gaze soft and no, sensing Lin Yuan's tenderness. A look of feline delight appeared on her exquisite face. Yet she still refused. "I smell like zombies. It's too unpleasant that I'll shower first, and then let you hold me to rest." The odor of zombies was unbearable, reeking of decay and the stench of blood. She didn't want Lin Yuan to endure those foul scents any longer. "Don't rush. I have something good for you to use before you shower." Lin Yuan held Yufei tightly in his arms. 16,000 points was more than enough. He produced the E-grade energy fructose. "What good thing?" Song Yufei looked at Lin Yuan curiously, wondering if he was about to offer her something to eat again. "Master, we should wait until after the shower to eat. Otherwise, it might be uncomfortable. Can this also be consumed?" Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He felt that if this continued, Song Yufei, the exquisite lady, might only think about such matters daily. Was there really a difference? Looking at the pink-cheeked, fair-skinned Song Yufei in his arms, Lin Yuan helplessly explained, "It's not that sort of thing. I have prepared something else good for you." Song Yufei, puzzled, asked, "Something else? What is it?" Lin Yuan produced the E-grade energy fructose, resembling a lollipop, but without a candy coating, entirely transparent like crystal, emanating a soft blue light, containing pure energy. Upon seeing the energy fructose, Song Yufei was immediately captivated. Her throat involuntarily rolled. She craved it intensely. The husky jumped up, its eyes shining. It too sensed the allure of this fine item. "Rest assured, you have something else." Lin Yuan shot the husky a glare, revealing the E-grade dog food he had exchanged earlier. The can bore a cute dog illustration, quite reminiscent of the husky. Upon sighting it, the husky immediately diverted its attention from the energy fructose, saliva dripping from its mouth. "You silly dog, here you go." Witnessing the husky's eager demeanor, Lin Yuan tossed the dog food can directly to it. Chapter 33. Song Yufei advances. The husky advances. The husky grabbed the dog food can and bit down a few times before opening it. Chomp chomp. Watching the husky wag its tail and devour its meal, Lin Yuan suppressed the urge to kick it and turned his attention back to Song Yufei, extending the E-grade energy fructose towards her. "Yufei, you should eat too." Song Yufei accepted the energy fructose, her beautiful eyes filled with longing, her delicate neck subtly moving as she couldn't help but swallow. "Master, can I eat it now?" Though she yearned for it. Song Yufei still glanced at Lin Yuan, as if unsure whether this was truly for her. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair, smiling. "This was meant for you. Go ahead and eat." And Song Yufei no longer hesitated. Opening her mouth to bite into the energy fructose that as her pearly teeth pressed down, a crisp sound echoed, and the energy fructose shattered. Pure energy flowed into Song Yufei's body. Crunch, crunch, in just a few moments. She finished the energy fructose, a faint silver glow enveloping her body as she collapsed into Lin Yuan's embrace. Song Yufei had fainted once more. Lin Yuan wasn't worried. When he first nurtured Song Yufei, she had fainted then too, only to awaken successfully nurtured. The situation now should be similar. Observing the absence of pain on Song Yufei's charming face, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of envy when he injected the gene serum. The pain was excruciating, nowhere near as effortless as Song Yufei's experience, that he couldn't help but wonder if the difference stemmed from the gene serum he used versus the energy fructose Song Yufei consumed, or if it was simply because one was human while the other was a zombie. Lin Yuan glanced at the husky, who had finished the dog food can and had also dozed off. Lin Yuan smirked, truly fortunate, to experience no pain at all. Was this the disparity between nurturing a creature and its master? Well, if it hurt, it hurt. It was better for both of them to avoid suffering. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan felt Song Yufei gently stir in his arms, and he quickly looked down. Song Yufei's long lashes fluttered, and after blinking a few times, she opened her eyes. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Wow, an evolution. Her once grayish-white pupils had transformed into a brilliant silver, resembling the effect of silver contact lenses, enhancing her beauty. Coupled with her perfect, striking figure, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a manga. Unaware of her transformation, Song Yufei, seeing Lin Yuan's astonished expression, hurriedly rubbed her face. "Master, is there something on my face?" Lin Yuan chuckled. "Nothing at all. You're just even more beautiful now that I tee this." A blush crept across Song Yufei's cheeks. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the husky. Although the items they consumed were different, the husky had feasted on numerous zombies, and now with an enhanced dog food, it might also resemble Song Yufei's transformation. The husky had awakened and trotted over to Lin Yuan, lying beside him. "Yufei, don't you think the husky has grown a bit?" Lin Yuan stroked the husky's head. Indeed, its size had significantly increased, resembling an Alaskan Malamute, and its pupils had taken on a silver hue, with strands of silver fur interspersed among its coat. It no longer bore that foolish appearance. Instead, it exuded an air of majesty and aloofness. The husky was now markedly different from its former self, much to Lin Yuan's delight. Song Yufei observed the husky closely, remarking after a moment, "Master, the husky has indeed grown, and I feel that both of us are considerably stronger than before. Then tomorrow, when we venture out to hunt zombies, we shall see the results that will reveal how much stronger you both have become." "Master, I'll go take a shower first." After saying this, Song Yufei planted a kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek. Earlier, she and T felt particularly hungry, but for some reason, after consuming the energy fructose, she felt a bit famished. As Song Yufei headed off to shower, Lin Yuan fell into thought. Judging by their appearances, they had likely progressed in rank, though he was uncertain of the tier. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. In his previous life, when playing games, pets had experience bars that filled up to indicate when they could level up, clearly displaying their levels. But now, he could see neither the huskies nor Song Yufei's experience bars, nor could he discern their levels. Alas, my understanding of this world's power system is still woefully inadequate. I must observe closely to ascertain their strength levels. However, the transformations in Yufei and the husky were sufficient to confirm that they had indeed advanced. The two of them may ascend, but one must fear that the zombies will also evolve. Tomorrow, I must carefully observe whether there are any advanced zombies outside. Lin Yuan suddenly grasped a crucial point. If Song Yufei and Era can advance, then surely the zombies can too. If there are more formidable zombies that feast upon more humans, their evolution will undoubtedly be swift. Even if their rate of advancement lags slightly behind that of Song Yufei and Era, it is only a matter of time before they evolve. The path ahead is arduous. The enhancement of Yufei and Era's strength cannot be neglected. Otherwise, should they encounter zombies of similar strength later, it may prove to be a formidable challenge. Only by consistently maintaining a higher tier than the zombies can one dominate them. Lin Yuan felt a surge of urgency. He could not afford to be complacent. He needed to continue accruing points to elevate the strength of himself. Yufei and Era. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. 10 minutes later, Song Yufei emerged from the shower, not having changed into her pajamas, but instead wrapped in a towel. The towel was short, barely concealing her impressive figure, leaving her long legs fully exposed. Song Yufei approached and wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, causing the towel to loosen slightly with her movements, nearly coming undone. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Song Yufei covered his mouth with hers. Why has he become the passive party again? This simply wouldn't do. Lin Yuan flipped over to seize the initiative, swiftly lifting Song Yufei and carrying her back to the bedroom. Before long, sounds of a struggle resonated throughout the room, continuing until the early hours of the morning. Song Yufei nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, contentedly drifting off to sleep. However, Lin Yuan found himself unable to rest, lying in bed while listening to the distant roars of zombies. Feeling somewhat vexed, both Era and Song Yufei required rest. It was impossible to engage in 24-hour combat. Currently, Song Yufei and Era constituted his main combat force. When they were resting at night, the ant squad would be unable to feast upon the zombies. The entire night would be wasted in this manner, leading to a loss of potential points, rendering that time utterly squandered. What if the ants could feast upon living zombies? With this thought, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. If the ants could indeed consume living zombies, wouldn't that allow for a form of idle point accumulation? Chapter 34. Idling for points. Could it be that I have also advanced? The feeding capabilities of the ant squad were undeniably impressive. If the ant squad were to directly devour those living zombies, would the zombies resist? If they did not resist, would that imply that the ant squad could feast without any reservations? These were questions that could only be answered through experimentation. Let us give it a try. Lin Yuan murmured softly in the next moment. His perspective shifted to that of an ant. This was a squad of 1,000 ants, now on the third floor, where the zombies had yet to be cleared by Song Yufei. The corridor was filled with wandering zombies, and Lin Yuan casually selected a young zombie covered in wounds, directing the ant squad to rush forward. Crunch, crunch, the faint sound of feeding echoed. The 1,000 ants had entirely swarmed over the young zombie, beginning to feast. The zombie, devoid of pain, became agitated, emitting involuntary low growls, while many surrounding zombies were drawn to the sound. However, it seemed that due to the absence of human scent, these zombies did not approach. Indeed, the mere sound of feeding could incite agitation in the zombies, yet it did not provoke aggression. Lin Yuan controlled one of the ants, observing from a distance as the young zombie merely roamed back and forth, howling in agitation, completely indifferent to the ants voraciously consuming its flesh. That a smile crept upon Lin Yuan's face. But before long, that smile transformed into bewilderment. What was happening? Did this fellow train in some form of invulnerability? Why had the feeding speed diminished so drastically? Lin Yuan noticed that the ant squad had been feeding for quite some time, only managing to tear off a tiny morsel of flesh, a stark contrast to their previous speed when consuming zombie corpses. This pace was exceedingly slow. With this time, they could have stripped the bones from an entire zombie. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan promptly commanded the ant squad to burrow through the ears and wounds of the zombie, beginning to consume from within, initially believing that this method would accelerate the process. Lin Yuan was left speechless to discover that the speed remained unchanged. It was just as slow. This pace was far inferior to when they were consuming zombie corpses. How could this be explained? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuan began to suspect that this young zombie had indeed honed some form of extraordinary resilience during its life. Yet, how could that be? If it were so formidable, how could it have been bitten and transformed into a zombie? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to change targets. Quickly, he selected an older zombie. The ant squad's feeding upon this elder zombie was slightly faster, but that marginal increase was nearly negligible. Undeterred, Lin Yuan switched to an even more robust zombie. The speed of their feeding slowed even further, becoming almost ineffective. This was utterly absurd. Although Lin Yuan was baffled by the phenomenon, he speculated based on his earlier experiments. Could it be that while alive, the zombie's internal virus was active, granting it heightened resistance, and that the more robust the zombie, the more potent the viral presence? If this were true, then the ants would indeed find it increasingly difficult to feed. While once the zombie perished, the viral activity would wane, allowing for swifter feeding. Though this conclusion was speculative and decidedly unscientific, after all, no matter how potent the virus, the ants were merely consuming flesh, which should be irrelevant to the virus. The facts were undeniable. Despite its unscientific nature and the absurdity of the notion, it seemed there was no alternative explanation. Despite the slow feeding speed, it was still feasible. During the day, the ant squad would follow behind Yufei and Era, tasked with clearing away the corpses of the zombies, enhancing their own strength while accruing points. Once Song Yufei and Era took their rest, the ants could then feast upon the living zombies. Those zombies would not attack the ants, nor could they resist. While the efficiency might be diminished, every little bit counts. With a full night of tireless work, they could still accumulate a significant amount. That as the ant population grew, the yield from a single night would become considerable. Even the mightiest dam can be breached by an ant's burrow, no matter how formidable the zombies. Given sufficient time, they could be consumed. Lin Yuan dispatched all the ants, mosquitoes, and flies, with the mosquitoes and flies drawing blood while the ants feasted, each complementing the other without hindrance. Ding. The ants have consumed a zombie, yielding 0.3 points. Ding. The mosquitoes have drawn blood, yielding 0.2 points. Ding. The system's notifications rang out, and Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Slow progress was still progress. far better than wasting time during the night. The points gained from the mosquitoes were surprisingly comparable to those from the ants, and they could continue feeding indefinitely, akin to an insatiable abyss. Hiss. If the untrained mosquitoes were similarly formidable, it would be disastrous. Could they drain a person dry over the course of a single night? Lin Yuan recalled the sensation of being besieged by mosquitoes in the past, when incense and nets were arranged to fend them off. And he couldn't help but visualize the scene of mosquitoes draining a person, sending chills down his spine. Thankfully, regular mosquitoes became satiated quickly. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying, with the ant squad and mosquito squad idling to earn points. Lin Yuan embraced Song Yufei and drifted off to sleep with ease. The following day, Lin Yuan awoke to find it was already past 8. The Song Yufei had long since risen, preparing breakfast for him in the kitchen. As Lin Yuan washed his face and gazed into the mirror, he sensed something was different about himself. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his arms seemed somewhat bulkier, and his shoulders had broadened significantly. Had he gained muscle? Could it be that I have also advanced? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, a sense of strength that exceeded even that of the previous day. After drying his face, he turned to the living room, his gaze landing on the busy figure of Song Yufei in the kitchen. Could it be that Yufei's nurturing had contributed to this? After all, she had not consumed any zombies. If she could provide nourishment without feasting on zombies, could it be that last night? Chapter 35. What a wonderful day! In the early morning, surprises abound. Lin Yuan felt somewhat uncertain, but sensed that this was likely the only possibility. The previous act of feeding Song Yufei must have had its rewards, albeit limited. However, last night, as Song Yufei advanced in her abilities, the returns had increased, which is why he could feel it with this thought. Lin Yuan's gaze towards Song Yufei grew peculiar. Yufei, you are truly a treasure trove. Just then, Song Yufei emerged, carrying breakfast, her long, lustrous black hair tied up in a high ponytail, bouncing with vitality. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, she blinked and inquired, Master, what did you say? Do you need me to do something? Well, I want you to finish your meal and muster some energy. Song Yufei nodded eagerly. She felt an abundance of strength coursing through her, eager to venture out and slay zombies. Yet she also wished to accompany Lin Yuan for breakfast. She set down her meal, lifted a cup of soy milk, and gently blew on it before taking a sip. Lin Yuan glanced at the table, surprised to find 4 handheld pancakes filled with grilled sausages, lettuce, and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a cup of soy milk that he picked up a pancake and took a bite. The meal that Song Yufei had prepared last night had already delighted him, and today as pancakes were surprisingly delectable as well. Yufei, these pancakes are fantastic. They taste even better than those sold outside. With a bright smile, Song Yufei replied, Master, I mentioned yesterday that I have many culinary skills. Next time, I shall prepare something different for you. That sounds wonderful. I am quite looking forward to it. Lin Yuan relished the pancakes, consuming 3 out of the 4, while Song Yufei enjoyed 1, that this was certainly far superior to instant noodles. Lin Yuan rubbed his belly, reclining on the sofa, feeling utterly satisfied that if others were to witness this scene, they would surely be envious. In this apocalyptic world, how could one still indulge so lavishly? While others had nothing to eat, Lin Yuan was enjoying such a sumptuous breakfast. After clearing the table, Song Yufei went to change her clothes. Donning a snug black workout outfit, her trusty steel claws firmly in place. Era, it's time to get to work. Song Yufei called out, heading out with Era. The 7th floor had been cleared of zombies yesterday. Yet overnight, around 20 more had wandered in. Song Yufei, accompanied by Era, immediately charged forward. The sound of commotion filled the air as the zombies, oblivious to Song Yufei's presence, were instantly drawn to Era. One towering zombie, larger than Song Yufei, roared and lunged at Era. But Era simply sat on the ground, wagging its tail, completely unfazed. Ha! Song Yufei let out a spirited shout, dashing forward with incredible speed that Lin Yuan could hardly follow with his eyes. With a single punch, bang! The blow struck the zombie's forehead and exited through the back of its skull. A head explosion. It had even greater power than yesterday. As she withdrew her hand, the zombie collapsed with a resounding thud. Hiss, hiss. The remaining zombies, alerted by the noise, began to gather. A fierce determination ignited within Song Yufei's eyes. She swiftly closed the distance to another zombie, delivering yet another powerful punch. This time, it was a female zombie, her skin rotting with little flesh remaining. The punch sent blood splattering everywhere, her head bursting apart. Through the ant's perspective, Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The impact of such a blow was indeed staggering. Simultaneously, it underscored the significant enhancement in Song Yufei's strength. She was far stronger than the day before. Lin Yuan glanced at Era, who had pounced onto another zombie, delivering a crushing blow with its paw. Splatter, blood gushed forth as the zombie's head shattered. This foolish dog had indeed improved significantly. Yesterday it could merely flatten skulls. Today, it crushed them entirely. Clearly, the decision made last night to enhance their abilities was exceptionally wise. Lin Yuan chuckled, thoroughly pleased with the dramatic increase in strength displayed by both Song Yufei and Eriche that in no time. The 7th floor was cleared of zombies. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief as he checked the system. Last night, the ants and mosquitoes had also dispatched over a dozen zombies, yielding more than 2,000 points overnight, that he was immensely satisfied. Excellent, the plan for idle time is highly feasible. Furthermore, if the ant team could be strengthened and their numbers increased, the overnight earnings would be quite substantial. Lin Yuan could already envision the joy of a continuous influx of points that as he pondered, a multitude of ants suddenly swarmed in through the gap of the door. What on earth? Lin Yuan hurried over, recognizing the lead ant as one he had raised, while the rest were newcomers, untrained. With the 7th floor devoid of zombies, Lin Yuan opened the door to let the ants in. A vast, dark mass filling the entrance. Upon estimation, he realized there were over 10,000 ants. Where did they all come from? Puzzled, he communicated with the lead ant, finding no barrier in their mental connection. Through this exchange, Lin Yuan understood the situation. You clever little creature, you ventured outside last night. The area outside the community was littered with severed limbs and dried blood, highly attractive to ants, mosquitoes, and flies. Many ants had been drawn outside, leading to the discovery of this massive influx. By the way, where are the mosquitoes and flies? Lin Yuan quickly sensed around. Shifting perspectives through different mosquitoes, he soon located them. Some mosquitoes and flies were leading new members already in the hallway, and their numbers were not insignificant. Over 300 mosquitoes and 500 flies. Well, this is quite a pleasant surprise. Excellent, everyone shall be raised. With around 7,000 to 8,000 points on hand, Lin Yuan decisively accepted all the new members. Once the new members were raised, Lin Yuan dispatched them to join the scavenging team. With the strength of Song Yufei and Era enhanced today, their speed in clearing zombies had significantly increased. With the addition of these new members, the efficiency of devouring zombies would also rise. Today was indeed a splendid day. Surprises were in abundance from the break of dawn. Song Yufei and Era's cleaning efforts proceeded smoothly, allowing Lin Yuan to retreat to the sofa, that he needed to begin his tasks too. However, before diving into video watching, he first sent the mosquitoes and flies to scout the area. Many places outside were under the watchful eyes of his mosquito monitors, making it effortless to gather information about the community's situation. Lin Yuan controlled the mosquitoes near each building to conduct inspections. He spotted numerous new zombies, including the survivor who had exposed Zhang Tianyang's misdeeds yesterday. What a pity! After about half an hour, he had a comprehensive grasp of the community's circumstances. Surprisingly, within a single day, the number of survivors had halved. Now, less than 20% remained. Although the numbers were few, caution was paramount. It was best to remain hidden and continue to survive. Lin Yuan made plans not to expose himself. As Song Yufei and Era were still openly hunting zombies and one was aware of his existence, which provided him with a sense of security, he picked up his phone to check the outside situation. Upon opening the WeChat group, he immediately saw a plea for help. Chapter 36, Moral Coercion, Continue. Why is no one responding? The plea originated from Unit 16-502, requesting assistance from the sister in Building 18, stating that they had run out of food and imploring her for some provisions, assuring her that they were nearby and that she could reach them in no time. Beautiful sister, with your kindness, you surely cannot let me starve at home, can you? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow upon reading this message, another instance of moral coercion. Unit 16 was very close to Unit 18, just across the way. Previously, when the zombies were drawn away, This person could have ventured outside to search for food and safely returned, yet now they shamelessly sought to burden Song Yufei with that risk. What a pipe dream. Lin Yuan had no intention of assisting this individual and continued scrolling down to his astonishment. 16-502 had copied and pasted the message, sending it 5 times. Were they afraid Song Yufei would overlook it? Lin Yuan scrolled past the messages to continue reading. Peace for life. Hey up there, if you don't take the initiative to look for supplies outside, why should the sister help you? She has already done us a great favor by luring the zombies to her building. Lin Yuan remembered this peace for life. Yesterday, they had seized the opportunity to scavenge instant noodles and other food from neighbors in the same building while the zombies were distracted. 16-502. Just because you found food doesn't mean I can too, that I'm asking the sister for help. I didn't ask you, what gives you the right to comment? Peace for life? Huh. With your sort of attitude, the sister wouldn't even bother to respond to you. Stop trying to seek attention here. You should drink more water. Oh no, you've already filled your head with enough nonsense. It's best not to drink any more. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Ping and Yisheng's sharp tongue. At this moment, he felt inclined to retort, if you can talk, then speak more. However, to avoid revealing his identity, he chose to remain silent. 16-502 and Ping and Yisheng engaged in a verbal sparring match. After exchanging barbs for several rounds, others joined the fray. 15-908. I too wish to seek assistance from the young lady. I have run out of food here. Can she come to provide me with some? I assure you, if she saves me, I will repay her with unwavering loyalty. 16-502. Ping and Yisheng, did you see that? I'm not the only one appealing to the young lady. We all require her aid. Young lady, please heed our cries and come forth. 14-302. I beseech the young lady for help. 17-802. 1. 13-809. 1. As the messages continued, the screen was flooded with the number of those seeking assistance exceeding 20. Faced with such a multitude, Ping and Yisheng simmered down and ceased the banter. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. These people were truly greedy. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the young lady they spoke of could not see these messages. Even if she did, she would not come to their rescue. Lin Yuan chose not to respond, silently diving back into the chat. 16-502. Breaking news. The young lady has begun exterminating zombies again. Accompanying this was a video. Within it, Song Yufei, clad in a black tracksuit, dispatched the zombies with ruthless efficiency, a scene both violent and gruesome. 16-502. Did you all see that? The young lady appears to have grown stronger. She is eliminating zombies at a much faster rate than before. 16-502. With such bravery, it shouldn't be difficult for her to rescue us, right? 15-908. The young lady is so impressive. If only I were as formidable, sigh. I hope she notices me. I'm here waiting at home. 17-802. Huh. In my opinion, she is merely adept at killing zombies. Once she clears out the undead from that building, she'll claim it for herself. She wouldn't care less about our survival. Waiting for her is futile. Upon hearing this, the group chat fell into a silence lasting 2.5 minutes. 16-502. The above comment resonates. If she intended to save us, she would have done so by now. Even if she lacks the opportunity, she would at least communicate with us. It's clear she has no intention of aiding us. 15-908. Stop talking. If you keep this up, the young lady truly won't come. She is a good person. 17-802. If she means to save us, she will. If not, no amount of pleading will change that. I believe it's best not to harbor any hopes in her. 14-302. You're right that we messaged her last night, yet she did not respond. Today is no different. It seems she has no plans to come to our aid. 14-302. Such a person deserves to be devoured by zombies. I cannot fathom why heaven bestowed such power upon her. 17-802. Heaven is indeed unfair. She possesses such strength, yet harbors such a dark heart, that I believe we must resort to self-rescue. She only cares for herself. So do not expect her assistance. 15-908. 16-502. Quickly check what the young lady is currently doing. Perhaps she hasn't seen our messages. However, after 2 minutes of silence, the previously active 16-502 did not reply. 15-908. 16-502. What is the situation? Why the sudden silence? 14-302. Could it be that they were devoured by zombies? That shouldn't be possible. They were safely at home. 15-908. How could that be? They were just speaking moments ago. 14-302. Don't panic. Perhaps they were simply busy. By the way, why is 17-802 suddenly gone silent? 15-908. 17-802. At that moment, both 16-502S and 17-802S rooms were occupied by two young zombies. Wandering aimlessly, their necks adorned with identical ruptured lumps. Nearby, two mosquitoes flitted away unnoticed. The group chat fell into an abrupt silence. 1 minute later. 15-908. Why are those two still silent? Are they not done? 14-302. I'm on the verge of mutation. 15-908. What is happening? Are you in danger? Only silence awaited her, as 14-302 also fell silent. 15-908. What the hell is going on? What is happening? Don't scare me like this. Why has everyone suddenly stopped talking? Chapter 37. Do I appear so foolish as to believe such videos? In room 908 of Building 15, a girl named Zhao Ran clutched her phone. Trembling, she was perplexed as to why everyone in the group chat had suddenly gone quiet and why 14-302 had abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Could they all be playing tricks? Zhao Ran shook her head in disbelief. There was no reason for them to engage in such antics. Perhaps they had all inexplicably transformed into zombies? Fear tightened her grip on the phone as she scanned her surroundings. Once reassured that all was well, she resumed her perusal of the group chat, rereading the messages multiple times. These individuals have scolded the young lady, yet I have not spoken ill of her. After several readings, Zhao Ran made a startling realization that left her breathless. Could it be that their insults had caused them to become zombies? In a panic, she hurled her phone onto the bed, her heart racing wildly. Perhaps the young lady possessed supernatural powers. I'm fortunate to have refrained from disparaging her. Zhao Ran, still trembling, patted her chest in relief. She picked up her phone again, scrolling through the group chat. But this time she refrained from uttering a single word, fearing that any misstep could lead to her own transformation into a zombie. Yet, the group chat soon erupted with comments, still berating Song Yufei. They remained blissfully unaware that those who had previously insulted her had mysteriously vanished. Each of these new voices only managed a solitary insult before falling silent, as though they had suddenly disappeared from existence. Without exception, half an hour later, the group chat fell utterly silent. The insults had completely vanished, and there were no pleas for help remaining. Zhao Ran gazed at her phone, watching the messages disappear one by one, further solidifying her earlier hypothesis. The remaining survivors in the chat also keenly observed that speaking ill of Song Yufei resulted in an immediate loss of voice. They quickly fell silent, anxiously surveying their rooms. A shared, terrifying suspicion took root among them, compelling thoughts they wished to avoid. They feared that those who had just berated the young lady had indeed transformed into zombies. They longed to inquire in the chat if those individuals were still present, yet dread held them back, fearing that speaking out might draw the attention of an unseen entity lurking in the shadows, leading to their own disappearance from this world. The survivors in the group were engulfed in a collective panic regarding the unknown force at play. The instigator of this fear was none other than Lin Yuan, who now reclined comfortably on the sofa. Finally, it is quiet. That was no easy feat, surely. No one will seek assistance now. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, beginning to devise his next plan. There was no need to concern himself with the happenings in the community. Yufei and Erha were clearing the zombies at an accelerated pace. By tomorrow, they should be able to eradicate all the zombies in this building, at which point he could venture out. Pet shop, oh pet shop. Lin Yuan consulted the map. Although the nearest pet shop wasn't too far, it wasn't exactly close either. The current situation outside remained uncertain, and the information gleaned from the group chat was scant. Time to continue watching videos. The local videos should provide a wealth of information. Lin Yuan opened the video app, browsing through the local category. After scrolling through a dozen videos, all of which featured pleas for assistance directed at the authorities, he came across a familiar food streamer showcasing his ample supplies, inciting envy among viewers. Lin Yuan quickly swiped past, deeming such content unhelpful to him, that he persisted in watching several more assistance-seeking videos until one caught his attention. This particular video did not feature humans, but zombies. A robust middle-aged male zombie stood amidst a horde of undead, towering over them by a significant margin. The menacing aura was palpable even from a distance. Most crucially, his wrists, elbows, shoulders, and knees were adorned with bone blades. What the hell? A mutated zombie. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted in realization. There was no doubt this was a mutated zombie. He no longer harbored any doubt. The bone blades on this creature were unlike anything possessed by other zombies. Confirming its mutation, the video shifted. A young man's pallid face came into view, the footage slightly shaky, revealing his extreme anxiety. Near Qingdao Square in Shansheng, a horde of zombies has emerged, along with a terrifying-looking zombie. Thankfully, I have not been discovered. The video has concluded, and once again, it replays the scene of the middle-aged mutated zombie. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, astonished that the zombies have mutated so rapidly. Given the circumstances, I must expedite the breeding of creatures. Although Yu Fei and the silly dog are formidable, having only 2 such strong entities is insufficient. By increasing the number of bred creatures and coordinating with Yu Fei, we can unleash a greater power. However, why is Shansheng listed in the same city category? With this question in mind, Lin Yuan glanced at the video caption, forwarding the zombie tide near Qingdao Plaza in Shansheng. Families here are in for a rough time. Fortunately, I am not in Shansheng. The caption carries a tinge of schadenfreude, a sentiment Lin Yuan finds unsurprising. This world is not composed solely of good people. Deriving joy from the suffering of others is all too common. After observing the mutated zombies a few more times, he swiped past the video. Before long, Lin Yuan noticed another video, Blood Wolf Survivor Base recruiting survivors. The base is located at the sports arena, inviting nearby individuals to participate. Joining our base is undoubtedly a wise choice. We have over 20 martial artists and athletes capable of ensuring your safety. Just bring supplies, and the Blood Wolf base welcomes you. What are you hesitating for? The magnetic voice, coupled with visuals of over 20 robust men lifting weights and boxing in the gym, creates a striking visual impact. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Doesn't this follow the same strategy as Zhang Tianyang? Survivors who fall for this trick are likely to meet a grim fate. One wonders how many young women might be deceived by this video. Speaking of which, the sports arena is quite close to Sister Qingshua's place. I should show her this to prevent her from being misled. As Lin Yuan pondered this, he promptly forwarded the video to Lu Qingxue. Upon seeing the video, Lu Qingxue, puzzled, sent a question mark. Xiao Yuan, why are you sending this to me? Do you want me to go there? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, his fingers hovering over the screen. Before he could send his initial message, he revised it. Sister Qingxue, this is a scam. Please be cautious and do not fall for it. It turned out Lin Yuan's intention in sending the video was to warn her. Her beautiful brows furrowed as she murmured, "Do I really look so foolish? Would I believe such a video?" Chapter 38. One wonders which of these bases will ultimately prevail. Lu Qingxue reconsidered, realizing that Lin Yuan did not think she was foolish, but rather was concerned for her safety, prompting him to send the video. With this thought, a faint blush appeared on her exquisite and aloof visage, warming her heart. "Did I understand, Xiao Yuan? I will be careful, Sister Qingxue. How is the situation on your side? Do you have enough supplies?" On the other end of the screen, Lu Qingxue recognized that her earlier assumption was indeed correct. Lin Yuan was worried about her, which is why he had said so. She smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Xiao Yuan, there's no need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself." Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. The situation on Lu Qingxue's side seemed stable, but he still had time to seek avian pets. And soon he could deliver supplies to Lu Qingxue. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Lu Qingxue, he concluded the conversation and continued scrolling through videos to observe the outside situation. The number of survivors was dwindling, while the number of zombies was increasing. Moreover, the zombies had begun to evolve. The external circumstances were growing increasingly perilous. After perusing several survivor videos, an official video caught his eye. A short-haired female reporter was delivering the news. "Dear citizens, this morning, the official rescue team has been organized. The team will enter the city in batches to provide assistance, and the gathering points will be announced shortly. Please be prepared to rush to the nearest gathering point as soon as the location is disclosed. The rescue team will escort everyone to safety. For the latest updates, please follow the official account, which will also send SMS reminders." Lin Yuan chuckled at the video, surprised by the swiftness of the official response. However, he wondered about the combat effectiveness of this so-called rescue team. Now that zombies have begun to evolve, If the rescue team employs heavy weaponry on a large scale, it may only attract more zombies. Those who truly head to the gathering points might face dire consequences. That he glanced at the comments beneath the official video. The most popular being a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Wah, we finally have official rescue. Thank you, looking forward to the announcement of the gathering point. The subsequent comments echoed similar sentiments of gratitude and anticipation, with not a single individual questioning the plan's viability. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The fates of those survivors were of no concern to him, nor would he advise others against going to the gathering points. Silently dismissing the video, Lin Yuan continued scrolling. The large supermarkets in the vicinity had all been occupied by survivors, who had spontaneously established survivor bases. The numbers within these bases were modest, typically ranging from 10 to 20 individuals. They were also recruiting nearby members, but with conditions. The members of these supermarket bases predominantly sought survivors with high combat capabilities. They lacked supplies but were in dire need of fighting strength. After half an hour of observation, Lin Yuan discovered that several bases had emerged in the surrounding area. One wonders which of these bases will ultimately prevail. Furthermore, are these so-called survivor bases genuinely recruiting survivors? Or are they merely graves for the unwary? Individuals like Zhang Tianyang are unlikely to be few. Lin Yuan had never considered joining these survivor bases. He possessed a battalion of creatures, enabling him to thrive in this apocalyptic world without the need to associate with a group of deadweight. After browsing for a while longer, encountering nothing but plea videos, Lin Yuan decided to forego further scrolling and directly search for the keyword mutated zombies. To his surprise, he found what he sought. The most popular video was that of the Shanqing zombie, covered entirely in bone blades, which he had encountered earlier. This video had been shared extensively, with more of the same video appearing below it. Were there truly no other mutated zombies? Was this the only one? Lin Yuan felt perplexed. Logically, if a mutated zombie had appeared in the neighboring city, there should be mutated zombies in his own vicinity as well. Yet he had seen none. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood. The apocalypse had only just begun 2 days prior. It was reasonable for reports of mutated zombies to be scarce. Perhaps the individuals who had witnessed the mutated zombies had already perished, resulting in a dearth of information online. Despite this line of thought, Lin Yuan continued to peruse news about mutated zombies. Approximately half an hour later, he finally stumbled upon a different video. The footage appeared to be taken from a surveillance camera, depicting a zombie horde. Among the zombies, one particularly tall young zombie stood out, towering over the rest. That it bore no bone blades, yet its limbs were elongated, presenting an abnormal human proportion. It sprinted through the horde with remarkable speed, outpacing the other zombies effortlessly, despite numerous injuries that did not hinder its velocity. This was likely a zombie enhanced for speed. That I wonder how my speed compares to this zombie now. However, from the looks of it, the mutations in zombies mirror the effects of the gene serum I used, enhancing attributes such as speed, defense, and attack, while significantly increasing their size. Although I have yet to encounter a zombie with enhanced defense, one should appear eventually. Observing these two types of mutated zombies, Lin Yuan began to grasp certain rules governing this apocalyptic world, specifically the evolutionary trajectories of humans and zombies. The rate of human evolution likely cannot match that of zombie mutations. We are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and most individuals are preoccupied with survival. I possess the gene serum that enables me to evolve ahead of others. For the rest, it remains uncertain when they will commence their evolution. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, he felt immense gratitude for having the system. Otherwise, his evolutionary pace would lag behind that of the mutated zombies, leaving him defenseless against them. At present, the upgrade system and progress here remain uncertain, but judging from the speed of that agile zombie, Song Yufei must be faster than him. This implies that Song Yufei's level is likely slightly higher than that of the zombies. Lin Yuan felt a measure of reassurance. As long as his evolutionary pace consistently outstrips that of the mutated zombies, coupled with the breeding of more creatures to foster their growth, he need not fear the zombies. However, he must wait for Song Yufei to clear this area before he can venture to the pet shop. That he finds himself increasingly impatient, wondering what kinds of pets the shop might offer. The map only displays the names of pet shops without specific descriptions. The shop owner should be posting short videos online. Lin Yuan promptly searched for pet shops on the short video platform. Immediately, videos from several pet shops in the same city appeared, and his attention was drawn to an account named Red Leaf Pet Shop. What a coincidence. The pet shop is precisely the one nearest to his apartment. Chapter 39. The proprietor of this establishment has a rather unconventional approach that he clicks on the homepage and browses the information about this pet shop, which primarily specializes in the common pets of cats and dogs. However, Lin Yuan's attention is soon captured by a particular detail. Eagles. Goodness, this pet shop actually sells eagles. The proprietor's methods are rather wild. It remains to be seen if there are any eagles currently inside. Suddenly, a faint sound emanates from the door. Lin Yuan lifts his gaze to see Song Yufei returning with a husky. Typically, when he is engaged in his tasks, he does not focus on the perspective of caring for animals. And he had not noticed that Song Yufei had finished her battle and was taking a break. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. What matters is that today, Song Yufei has returned not only with the husky, but also cradling something in each hand. In her left hand, she holds a black and white striped tabby cat, whose small head turns inquisitively, surveying its unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of timidity that in her right hand. She carries a cage containing a brilliantly colored macaw. What a stroke of luck! Lin Yuan's eyes brighten. He had not anticipated that Song Yufei would bring back a tabby cat and a macaw. Does this not mean that his collection of pets has just expanded by 2 new species? Moreover, the avian creature he has longed for has finally arrived. Unlike dogs, while cats may not match the husky in size or strength, they excel in agility and speed, capable of scaling walls with ease. With the macaw now in his possession, he can visit the pet shop without delay. Indeed. Let us take this macaw. Yufei, you are truly my lucky star. Lin Yuan rises and approaches Song Yufei, taking the cage from her hands and gazing intently at the parrot within. Song Yufei playfully pouts, Master, why do you only have eyes for the parrot? I slaved away all morning, and you do not spare a thought for me. Such a charming and alluring demeanor from this exquisite lady is utterly captivating. Yes, you have worked hard. You should take a good rest. Lin Yuan chuckles, momentarily distracted by the parrot. He embraces Song Yufei and sits down on the sofa, placing the macaw on the coffee table. Song Yufei snuggles into Lin Yuan's embrace, inhaling his scent, feeling her fatigue dissipate significantly. Yufei, where did you acquire this cat and parrot? Lin Yuan gently inquires, still holding her close, that I heard a cat meowing while clearing out zombies. And upon entering, I discovered this little one at the shop not only as cats, but also parrots that I thought they would starve without anyone to feed them, so I brought them back. Yufei, in the future, remember to bring back any small animals you come across. Lin Yuan privately muses that when he sent out his mosquitoes to scout, he and T conducted a thorough search, merely checking which places had survivors and which did not. Otherwise, he might have discovered the cat and parrot much earlier. It seems he must be more meticulous in the future to seize opportunities to expand his collection. Song Yufei blinks, Master, if there are too many small animals. It be quite noisy. Moreover, our home cannot accommodate many animals, can it? Lin Yuan cannot help but laugh. He had not expected Song Yufei to have such an imaginative perspective. He affectionately ruffles her hair and softly replies, Silly girl, I certainly want to keep them all at home. That would be a jest. Once they are under my care, they will need to earn their keep. They cannot simply lounge at home. Furthermore, this residence is merely temporary. Once the water and electricity are cut off, he will surely have to relocate at that time. He can find a larger place or even go to Lu Qingshue's villa. He need not worry about space for his pets. Immediately, Lin Yuan takes the necessary steps to care for both the tabby cat and the macaw. To nurture the tabby cat, he spends 10 points, the same as for the husky. Nurturing the macaw also costs 10 points. Lin Yuan estimates that the cost of caring for these pets will not differ significantly. After being nurtured, both the tabby cat and the macaw exhibit a heightened sense of awareness. The tabby cat, in particular, no longer shows the timidity it did upon entering. It affectionately leans against Song Yufei, even nuzzling her affectionately. However, these 2 little creatures, though recently nurtured, still cannot compare to Song Yufei and the husky. They require further enhancement to enable them to join the fight effectively. Lin Yuan glances at his remaining points and is astonished to find he still has over 20,000. Earlier that morning, he had spent nearly all his points nurturing a 1,000-strong ant squad. Now, only a few hours later, Song Yufei and the husky have managed to earn him back over 20,000 points. This is remarkable, considering they had only been out for just over 3 hours. It seems that Song Yufei and the Husky have significantly increased their efficiency in clearing zombies after their promotion. Lin Yuan hugs Song Yufei tightly and kisses her gently on her luscious lips. Yufei, you are amazing. Song Yufei initially intended to take a shower, but nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace feels too comfortable, and she wishes to linger a little longer. After being kissed so passionately, her cheeks flush crimson, and her eyes glisten with a misty sheen. Goodness! Lin Yuan's heart races. Has he ignited a fire? But now is not the time. You should go take a shower. I will just set these two little ones up, master. Wait for me. I'll be quick. Leaning in close to Lin Yuan's ear, Song Yufei playfully breathes out, then wriggles free from his embrace, casting a flirtatious glance before sashaying off to fetch her clothes for a shower. When this enchanting lady turns seductive, she becomes utterly captivating. Lin Yuan exhales softly, then opens the system shop. There are cans of dog food. There should also be cans of cat food that he directly searches for cat food cans. The system interface scrolls, and indeed, cans of cat food appear, adorned with the image of a small gray-striped cat. Costing 6,000 points, this cat food can optimally enhances the genetic sequence of feline creatures, significantly boosting their physical attributes, including strength, endurance, speed, olfactory senses, and auditory acuity. The specific enhancements vary slightly depending on the breed of the feline. Similar to the introduction of dog food cans, the effect should be comparable. This will suffice. Lin Yuan promptly spends 6,000 points to exchange for the cat food can, having acquired the cat food for the tabby. Lin Yuan begins selecting provisions for the parrot. Within the avian category, there are numerous options available. Premium earthworms for speed, 200 points. Premium earthworms for strength, 200 points. Premium sandworms for versatility, 2,000 points. Premium caterpillars for versatility, 2,000 points. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan decides that the macaw will primarily serve as a courier and is not expected to engage in combat. Thus, comprehensive abilities are unnecessary. It would be wiser to invest in speed and stamina. This way, he can achieve maximum results with minimal expenditure. Although he currently possesses a substantial number of points, they have been diligently earned by Song Yufei and the Husky, and he cannot afford to squander them. He is uncertain how much enhancement a portion of earthworms provides, but judging by the price, it should not be too significant, as one gets what one pays for. Therefore, he decides to exchange for 5 portions of the premium earthworms for speed and 5 portions for stamina. That should be sufficient. Lin Yuan spends 2,000 points to acquire these 10 items, and the cat food can and earthworms materialize in his hands. Chapter 40. There are still plenty left. They will suffice. The earthworms are contained in a glass box, with the 2 types differing in color, one red and one blue, each comprising 5 worms that so few. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, doubting whether such a meager quantity of earthworms can meet his expectations for the macaw. The macaw, which had been quietly resting in its cage, suddenly flaps its wings upon seeing the earthworms. Lin Yuan places the glass box in front of it, and the macaw swiftly devours the earthworms. After finishing all 10 earthworms, the parrot falls into a stupor, lying motionless in its cage. Master, what is wrong with it? Song Yufei, having finished her shower, emerges clad in a short, slightly sheer, white nightgown that accentuates her figure, nearly causing Lin Yuan to swoon. Lin Yuan feels that Song Yufei's physique has improved, her curves more pronounced, and her legs appearing even slimmer and fairer. Don't worry, it will awaken soon. Lin Yuan averts his gaze, feeling his resistance to Song Yufei weakening. If he continues to stare, he might succumb to temptation. There are still matters to attend to. He turns to open the can of cat food and places it on the floor. Meow, the tabby cat, having scrutinized the can of cat food for quite some time, immediately pounces as soon as Lin Yuan sets it down. Within moments, it finishes the can, only to succumb to a state of unconsciousness. Much like the macaw before it. Having learned from the previous experience, Song Yufei is less apprehensive this time. Master, shall we give them names? Song Yufei expresses her enthusiasm. Certainly. What names do you propose? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yufei suggests, since the cat is gray-striped, let us name it Xiao Hui, and the parrot is colorful, so it can be called Xiao Wu. Lin Yuan cannot help but chuckle. Song Yufei blushes, glancing at Lin Yuan. Master, what are you laughing at? Is my choice of names not good? You have done splendidly, just as you suggested. They shall be named Xiao Hui and Xiao Wu. Song Yufei's eyes curved into crescent moons. Come, sit over here, let me dry your hair. Lin Yuan smiled as he pulled Song Yufei beside him, taking the towel from her hands to gently dry her still damp long hair. Song Yufei relished this sensation, her eyes narrowing slightly in delight. Meanwhile, the golden retriever, feeling left out, nudged Lin Yuan with its nose, making it clear that it too desired a name. With earnestness, Lin Yuan addressed the creature. "Silly dog, you already have a name. It is Silly Dog, understand?" The golden retriever paused momentarily, but soon licked Lin Yuan affectionately twice, realizing it had indeed been named long ago. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, although the golden retriever's intelligence had somewhat increased. It still retained a hint of foolishness. Song Yufei giggled, "Master, you are teasing it that I am not. I only tease you. This enchantress certainly knows how to charm." It was not long before the two of them stirred awake. Approximately 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan observed them closely. There was no significant change in their physique, and the tiger-striped cat's eyes had not transformed into the silvery hue of the golden retriever. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan deduced the reason. Although both the tiger-striped cat and the golden retriever had consumed canned food, the latter had previously engaged in combat and devoured a considerable number of zombie corpses, significantly enhancing its strength, thus allowing it to evolve after eating that. In contrast, the tiger-striped cat lacked the foundational experience to undergo such an evolution. Yufei, when you go out later, take this cat with you and let it consume more zombies. "Master, it is called Xiaohui." Lin Yuan smiled indulgently. All right, bring Xiaohui along when you go out." "Understood, Master." Just as Lin Yuan was about to open the parrot's cage to release it, he noticed the parrot had already unlocked the cage's latch with its claws. "Quite clever. Fly around and see." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the parrot immediately took to the air within the room. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, despite not being particularly suited for flight, especially long-distance flight, now that it had been enhanced. This flaw could be overlooked that he glanced at his points, having spent 8,000, leaving him with 18,000 remaining. There was still a significant amount left, enough to utilize. A smile involuntarily spread across Lin Yuan's face. Seeing him happy, Song Yufei also beamed with joy, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Master, I will go prepare dinner." "All right, remember to make some meat dishes. What you made last night was delightful." Song Yufei nodded in acknowledgement, kissing Lin Yuan once more before reluctantly rising. Lin Yuan glanced around. The golden retriever was sprawled on the floor, asleep, while Song Yufei busied herself in the kitchen. Only the ant squad and the mosquito fly squad remained outside. Earning points. Currently, the ant squad had surpassed 20,000 members, rapidly devouring zombie corpses. The zombie Song Yufei hunted earlier had long been consumed by the ant squad, and now they were feasting on living zombies. Although their speed was not particularly fast, their sheer numbers meant that it took little time to devour a single zombie. Moreover, these ants had become quite clever. They entered through the zombies' ears, gnawing at their brains first. Once the head was gone, the living zombies transformed into corpses, allowing the ants to consume at a much quicker pace. Lin Yuan marveled. These little creatures are becoming increasingly intelligent, that if only their numbers could increase a bit more, then idling would yield a considerable amount of points. Lin Yuan began to feel excited. After about half an hour, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Song Yufei emerged with a platter of dishes. "Master, today I made spicy blood curd, stir-fried pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes, and tomato scrambled eggs." As she presented the dishes, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Yufei, you are amazing. Not only is your speed in battle impressive, but your cooking skills have also improved remarkably. How did you prepare so many dishes so quickly?" With a playful wink, Song Yufei replied, "Master, hurry and eat. Once you are full, I will also have my share." Lin Yuan swallowed hard, realizing the implication of her words. Her swift cooking was clearly intended to ensure she had more time to eat with him later. He picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge heartily. "So delicious," he exclaimed between mouthfuls. Song Yufei also partook in the meal, though not as quickly as Lin Yuan. Initially, Lin Yuan had thought the dishes would be too much to finish. He was unsure whether it was due to Song Yufei's culinary prowess or his enhanced appetite. But he managed to clear all 4 dishes, leaving only the broth of the spicy blood curd. Song Yufei handed him a bottle of chilled cola. Lin Yuan took a hearty gulp and let out a satisfied belch. Leaning back on the sofa, he rubbed his stomach, feeling quite stuffed. Song Yufei chuckled softly. "Master, are you all right like this?" Chapter 41. The Departure of the Diamond Parrot, the Pet Shop. Lin Yuan's expression turned dark. Would I not be fine? You should know. Master, you are so full. Engaging in vigorous activity is not advisable. That is nonsense. One must exercise after a meal, Lin Yuan declared, lifting Song Yufei into his arms as they made their way to the bedroom. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Kai had caused a stir, but today was remarkably peaceful. It was 2 in the afternoon. The blazing sun shone down like a mischievous child, unabashedly radiating heat, indifferent to whether people could withstand it. Survivors within the apartment complex, having endured the trials of the apocalypse over the past few days, were now so hungry that they felt faint, and the sudden onset of high temperatures only intensified their lamentations. In room 704, the living room, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, nestled in the sofa, with a chilled drink at his left, freshly brought by Song Yufei, adorned with glistening water droplets, just at the perfect temperature. The air conditioning hummed, filling the living room with a refreshing chill. Lin Yuan had no such concerns. The sound of the air conditioning might attract zombies. Let them come. The pet squad was outside, ready to prevent him from drawing any unwanted attention. Master, have some fruit. Song Yufei strode in with long legs, carrying a plate of sliced fruit from the kitchen. She sat down on the sofa and delicately offered him a piece of apple. Looking into the depths of Song Yufei's eyes, which shimmered with an even deeper silver hue, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Her strength had increased once more, though it did come with its challenges. He felt that Song Yufei's control over her strength still needed improvement, as he still felt a slight ache in his lower back. That why Yufei, as we continue to hunt zombies, you should practice controlling your strength. Your power is considerable now. A single punch can obliterate a zombie's head. While that is exhilarating, it can be exhausting over time. You need to manage your force, just enough to take down a zombie without wasting energy. This way, you will be able to endure longer, understood? Song Yufei listened attentively and replied, Understood. Mastered, I will practice controlling my strength shortly. She refrained from lounging around. It was now 2 in the afternoon. And having just been nourished by Lin Yuan, she felt invigorated and full of energy. Master, I am well rested. I shall return to work. All right, go ahead. Lin Yuan watched as Song Yufei got up, unable to resist giving her a playful pat on her firm backside. Song Yufei let out a soft squeal, her cheeks flushing as she changed into a pair of jeans and a light blue top, having soiled her workout attire. Once she left, Lin Yuan finally stood up, his hand resting on his waist. On my poor back. Once I've accumulated more points, I must hasten to enhance my strength. Lin Yuan exhaled, straightening his back and stretching before heading to the guest room, where he was greeted by a vast swarm of ants on the floor. Thankfully, he had prepared for this. Otherwise, he would have inadvertently crushed quite a few. The floor was indeed covered with ants. Each time the ant squad returned from their foraging missions, Lin Yuan had instructed them to await him in the guest room upon their return, and they had done just that. This time, they brought back an astonishing 15,000 ants. Impressive. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, promptly spending nearly 8,000 points to nurture all of these ants. After nurturing them, he discovered that among the ants, there were other species present. They were not all the worker ants he had previously encountered. There were larger flying ants, as well as big-headed ants and yellow house ants, and notably, 5 ant queens. Including these 5, he now possessed 12 ant queens. Lin Yuan placed all the queens into the nest, allowing them to grow and lay eggs inside. These queens would not be able to consume many zombies outside. It was far better for them to produce ants here, ensuring that his ant population would continue to grow. After nurturing the ants, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the mosquitoes and flies, which numbered over 500 combined. He promptly nurtured them as well. All right, everyone, go out and get to work. With a swift command from Lin Yuan, swarms of ants and mosquitoes rushed outside, and in the blink of an eye, the dark mass on the floor of the room vanished. With the addition of these ants, his total count surpassed 37,000, the combat prowess of the ant squad visibly enhanced. After Song Yufei dispatched a zombie, the ants swarmed in, and within mere seconds, they had completely devoured the corpse. Lin Yuan gasped in awe. Such speed was remarkable. Now, the ant squad could keep pace with Song Yufei and Erha in their hunt for zombies. When Song Yufei and Erha took a breather, the ants would have finished consuming the zombie remains, and then they could feast on the living zombies. The mere thought of it brought him joy. Taking a sip of cola, Lin Yuan turned back to the living room. It was time to explore the world outside the community. With a wave of his hand, the parrot in the cage flew onto his arm. "All right, little one, it's your turn." Lin Yuan approached the window, pulled the curtain aside slightly, opened the window, and released the parrot. He then closed the window and tightly drew the curtains, shifting his perspective to the parrot. He watched as it flew several laps around the community, hovering just above the height of the 10th floor. From this vantage point, everything below appeared considerably smaller. The sensation was unlike standing on the 10th floor. It felt as if he were soaring through the skies, embodying the parrot, experiencing pure freedom. Lin Yuan savored this feeling of liberation without losing himself in it. After a few circuits around the community, he instructed the parrot to venture outside. His destination was the nearest Hongya pet store. Located in the commercial district, the store was approximately 6 kilometers from Yangguan community, though the straight-line distance was merely 2 kilometers. Lin Yuan sought the pet store not only to expand his breeding army, but also, and more importantly, to procure a flying bird that he intended to purchase a strength-enhancing potion to send to Lu Qingxue. However, the straight-line distance to Lu Qingxue was over 80 kilometers, and even with the enhanced macaw, it could not cover such a distance. Moreover, its altitude and stamina were insufficient, making it an easy target for predators. If the potion were intercepted, it would be a tremendous loss. Finding a flying bird at the Hongya pet store could resolve this issue. Without further delay, Lin Yuan urged the macaw to accelerate. A 2-kilometer distance was easily manageable for the enhanced macaw. From the parrot's perspective, the situation on the ground was nothing short of harrowing. Chapter 42, Red Falcon, Sparrow Hawk. Hunting falcon, the once spacious streets were now choked with vehicles. Some cars had crumpled hoods, others had completely wrecked trunks, and several were piled together in a crumpled heap that it was evident how catastrophic the multi-car pileup had been. The occupants, whether human or zombie, were likely reduced to mere pulp. The shops lining the bustling streets bore the scars of plunder and destruction. Dried blood, severed limbs, and putrid remains littered the streets, permeating the air with a foul stench. Swarming with flies that in just 2 days, a vibrant city had transformed into a scene of decay. Zombies roamed the streets, howling and shrieking, amplifying the terror and desolation of the city. The parrot flew past a large supermarket named Jia Le Duo. Lin Yuan noticed 2 survivors at the entrance, quietly calling for help. A young man and woman, seemingly around 18 or 19, were clad in soiled, tattered clothing, their plight evident in their weary expressions. Lin Yuan instructed the parrot to fly lower. Observing the situation closely, the pair spoke in hushed tones, fearful of attracting zombies, pleading with those inside to let them in. A cold voice responded from behind the shuttered door. "The girl can enter. The boy must fetch supplies first." The shutter opened a crack, and the girl hurriedly crawled through. The boy quickly followed, but the shutter slammed shut with a resounding thud. He narrowly avoided being crushed. However, the noise had drawn the attention of nearby zombies. Glancing around, the boy had no choice but to flee. If he lingered, he would be trapped. Lin Yuan watched coldly. The supermarket had previously advertised for survivors, seeking strong individuals. The boy appeared somewhat frail, while the girl seemed even less capable of defending herself. Lin Yuan saw through their intentions in an instant that in this apocalyptic world, survival was especially challenging for women, particularly the more attractive ones. Lacking combat skills, they were often forced to rely on the creators of these bases, paying a hefty price in return. If it were someone like Zhang Tianyang, that girl's fate would likely be more tragic than being devoured by zombies. Zombies began to gather near the supermarket shutter. Unmoved by the scene, Lin Yuan commanded the parrot to continue its flight. After about 5 minutes, the parrot finally arrived at Hongya Pet Store. Yet, to his dismay, the glass door was shattered. Could it be that there's nothing left? He pondered, distressed. Surely not. In the apocalypse, who would loot small animals? He quickly instructed the parrot to venture inside. Upon entering, he saw deformed cages, remnants of fur scattered on the floor, and bloody footprints. The parrot flew to the cages, and Lin Yuan glimpsed the labels. Previously, they housed cats and dogs of various breeds, including golden retrievers and German shepherds. But now the cages were utterly empty. Clearly, they had been ravaged by zombies. Lin Yuan sighed. He had specifically chosen this pet store from numerous options, having later discovered that the owner maintained a breeding facility for birds of prey. Now, however, all the small animals were gone. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, Pets like cats and dogs would scream in danger, attracting zombies. He still felt a twinge of disappointment at the emptiness. Taking a deep breath, he directed the parrot to explore further, examining each cage label, finding only those for cats, dogs, and rabbits, but none for birds. Wait a moment. He sold birds. Surely they wouldn't be kept here? Lin Yuan wondered, puzzled. Just then, the parrot flew deeper into the store, and Lin Yuan spotted a door ajar. He urged the parrot to squeeze through the GP. To his delight, a staircase awaited him. The pet store indeed had a second floor. He quickly commanded the parrot to ascend. The second floor was in far better condition than the first, showing signs of damage but not severe. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted 3 birds. He recognized them from the pet store's documentation: red falcon, sparrow hawk, hunting falcon. All belonged to the falcon family, yet they were merely juveniles, not fully grown. Lin Yuan was instantly elated, having felt disheartened downstairs. He now discovered birds, not just any birds, but 3 different species that most people could not easily acquire. The pet store owner had something remarkable. Though they were still young, he could raise them. Once matured, they would be incredibly useful. Moreover, being juveniles meant their cages were small, and they were lightweight, allowing the parrot to transport them back, that if they were already fully grown, it would be a different story altogether. Time to get to work. Lin Yuan commanded the parrot to grasp the cage containing the red falcon and fly outside. Thankfully, the parrot had been enhanced. Otherwise, it would have struggled to carry the cage. Even so, the parrot, upon flying out, did not ascend as high as before. It could previously soar 10 floors high, but now it could only manage about 5 up below. The survivors spotted the macaw. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the survivors noticed it. They were awestruck, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. That really a parrot? And it's carrying a bird cage, they exclaimed. How is this parrot so extraordinary? Most parrots are merely ornamental and cannot fly high at all. Yet this one flies to the 5th floor while carrying a cage. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, speculating about which remarkable individual owned such a magnificent parrot. Lin Yuan paid no heed to their astonishment. Urging the parrot to continue its flight. 10 minutes later, the parrot returned. Lin Yuan set the cage down and instructed the parrot to continue on its mission. Had this been a non-enhanced parrot, it would have been utterly exhausted by now. However, due to Lin Yuan's care, it had barely rested and pressed on toward Hongya Pet Store. Lin Yuan dared not delay. Time was of the essence. Any procrastination could mean losing a bird, which would be a significant loss, given that he had finally located 3 birds. The round trip took 15 minutes, and the parrot's stamina was noticeably depleted, causing it to slow down slightly. Completing 3 round trips consumed over an hour. Fortunately, he successfully placed all 3 bird cages safely within Lin Yuan's residence. The parrot, exhausted, perched on one side, gazing listlessly at Lin Yuan. Feeling utterly disenchanted, despite its enhancements, even it could not endure the strain of these 3 trips. Lin Yuan reassured, "Don't worry, I'll give you some earthworms later." Upon hearing the mention of earthworms, the parrot's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of interest. Indeed, this trip had not been in vain. Chapter 43. It certainly did not disappoint. I saved a substantial amount. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the 3 fledglings the parrot had brought back. This was something he had awaited with bated breath, and it was a hard-won reward. The 3 fledglings, upon arriving in their new environment, were still somewhat disoriented, remaining motionless within their cages. Lin Yuan observed them closely, noting that none bore any injuries, and their feathers retained a respectable luster, indicating they had been fed during the apocalypse's onset. Within the diminutive cages, there were containers for water and food, yet they were utterly empty. Thankfully, the apocalypse had only erupted 3 days prior. Had it been any longer, these fledglings would inevitably have succumbed to hunger and thirst. Lin Yuan felt remarkably fortunate. Had he been a few days late, he would have found only their lifeless remains. Without hesitation, he decided to nurture them. The cost of raising the 3 fledglings amounted to 30 points, a price comparable to that of the husky and the parrot. Once the nurturing was complete, the fledglings no longer seemed so timid as when they first arrived. They looked up at Lin Yuan with anticipation, mouths agape, resembling fledglings clamoring for food. Observing their eagerness, Lin Yuan hastily opened the system shop, determined to cultivate these 3 young hawks properly, for their potential far exceeded that of the parrot in terms of combat prowess, flight altitude, speed, and endurance. They outclassed the parrots significantly. Lin Yuan meticulously sifted through the bird-related items in the shop's categories. During his earlier selection for the parrot, he had noticed several cost-effective items in the bird category. For instance, premium bird feed, which functioned similarly to what the husky consumed, offered comprehensive enhancements to avian physical attributes, and required only 8,000 points. Now, with 3 fledglings, the total would amount to 24,000 points. Lin Yuan glanced at his points. After nurturing the ants at noon, he only had a little over 15,000 points, but now it was nearly 30,000. Excellent. The strength of Yufei and the husky was indeed on the rise. Moreover, with the increased number of ants, their consumption rate had accelerated, yielding a commendable amount of points from devouring the corpses of zombies. In just an hour, he amassed nearly 15,000 points. Working 8 hours a day would yield 12,000 points. Yet, that seemed a tad insufficient. The zombies in the building were limited, and hunting them outside would likely not yield such rapid results. Although points were hard to come by, true steel is forged through fire. Compared to these 3 fledglings, this amount of points was negligible. Thus, Lin Yuan promptly spent 24,000 points to exchange for the premium bird feed. Spending such an amount left him with a pang of regret. Reducing his points to a little over 5,000, but he quickly set aside his concerns about the points and placed 3 portions of premium bird feed into the feeding boxes of the 3 cages. The bird feed, brown pellets glistening faintly, was evidently a high-quality product. Upon seeing the feed, the fledglings immediately bowed their heads and began to eat. Meanwhile, the parrot grew anxious. It had toiled for a considerable time and yearned for food as well. The parrot looked longingly at Lin Yuan, flying to his hand and lightly pecking at it. Eat, eat, eat. In an unprecedented display, the parrot spoke. Since Lin Yuan had taken it in, he had yet to hear it utter a word, believing it to be one of those that could not speak. Yet now, it was driven by hunger to vocalize. All right, you can eat. Lin Yuan spent 600 points to exchange for 3 premium sandworm stamina items. A glass box appeared in his hand, containing 3 blue sandworms. Seeing the sandworms, the parrot eagerly began to feast. Lin Yuan glanced at the 3 fledglings beside him, who had already finished their bird feed and were now in a state of stupor. Lin Yuan had grown accustomed to this state. Such enhanced items often induced a state of unconsciousness upon use that he awaited the fledglings' awakening with anticipation that a faint brown glow emanated from their bodies. Delicate yet clear in Lin Yuan's sight, enveloping the fledglings like an eggshell. After approximately 5 minutes, all 3 fledglings roused, their bodies having grown considerably, appearing much more robust, though they had not yet reached maturity. They were certainly impressive. Their eyes and bodies displayed no silver changes, a fact Lin Yuan had anticipated. After the little gray consumed the cat food earlier, it had not evolved either. The same reasoning applied to these 3 fledglings. No matter. As long as they ventured out to battle and consumed enough, evolution would surely follow. To go out and give it a try. Let me witness your strength. Lin Yuan opened the cages, and the fledglings, in sync with Lin Yuan's intentions, circled around him a few times before soaring outside. Lin Yuan approached the door and opened it, letting them out, while the parrot eagerly followed suit. You may go out as well. But your combat abilities have not been enhanced. Simply follow behind and feast. No need for combat. The parrot nodded, excitedly trailing behind the 3 fledglings as they flew out. The 4 birds headed straight for the 3rd floor, where Song Yufei was located. The zombies on the floors above had been thoroughly cleared by Song Yufei, and now the building was relatively quiet, with few zombies wandering below the 3rd floor. However, the zombies on the ground level occasionally ventured outside. Lin Yuan paid them no mind. They would inevitably be dealt with in due time. The 4 birds soared to the 3rd floor, joining the fray. Lin Yuan watched closely that he had invested a substantial 24,000 points in enhancing them. If they underperformed, that would be a considerable loss. With a whoosh, a piercing sound filled the air as a falcon swooped down upon a zombie's head, its talons striking fiercely. The zombie's skull was punctured with several holes, the falcon's claws ensnared with hair and flesh. The falcon's talons were akin to steel blades. With a mere swipe, the zombie's head was reduced to shambles. The red kite and the sparrowhawk followed suit, their combat abilities rivaling those of the falcon. Though their sizes were modest, their lethality was undeniably formidable. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they did not disappoint. The 3 fledglings exhibited remarkable speed, circling above the zombies. Leaving no skull intact, as for the macaw, it joyfully feasted alongside the ants, viewing the zombies as delectable morsels to enhance its power at this rate. There would be no need to purchase small insects for it. Letting it consume zombies outside would suffice for its growth. Another significant saving. Chapter 44, No Time to Waste. Humanity is evolving too. The survivors keeping an eye on Building 18, some zooming in with their phone cameras, others using binoculars, were all stunned by the sight of the three fledglings ruthlessly attacking the zombies' heads. They were utterly dumbfounded. Some survivors rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Surely they were not mistaken. Within Building 18, aside from that formidable young lady and her dog, 3 hawks had appeared, although the fledglings appeared merely as chicks. They were undeniably genuine hawks. Who exactly was this young lady in Building 18? This question lingered in the minds of the survivors, yet no one dared to discuss it in the WeChat group any longer. Those who had previously hurled insults in the group had mysteriously vanished. When others privately messaged them, they received no responses. Some even heard the sounds of neighboring residents transforming into zombies, leaving them too frightened to utter a word. Now they dared not speak freely in the group, fearing repercussions. They could only etch these astonishing scenes into their memories, silently processing the events without daring to voice their thoughts. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the survivors' prying. He remained within his abode, having drawn the curtains, rendering himself invisible to any onlookers that as for the creatures he was nurturing, they would eventually be revealed to the public, as long as the survivors did not cause trouble. He had no intention of taking action against them. Knowing the fledglings were formidable, Lin Yuan felt at ease, allowing them to hunt at will and no longer focusing on the unfolding battle. He settled onto the sofa, picking up his phone to continue watching videos. After several videos, he stumbled upon an official clip, which, as mentioned earlier, awaited the release of gathering point information. Yet, nearly a day had passed. And still, no information had been forthcoming. I knew these officials were unreliable. When would they finally announce the gathering point? Lin Yuan shook his head and resumed watching videos that a few seconds later, he came across a video that made his lips twitch involuntarily. This video featured none other than his parrot flying with its cage. How could they capture this? Just how idle were these survivors? Oh well, if they managed to film it, so be it. The video was brief, and they would have no clue from where the parrot had come or where it was headed. Lin Yuan glanced at the comments below the video, noting that the majority of viewers were utterly astonished. What an impressive parrot! It possesses such extraordinary strength. Additionally, some individuals are focused on the red falcon in the cage. This parrot is indeed grasping the red falcon. Am I not mistaken? How remarkable! The parrot has taken flight with the red falcon. Over half an hour has passed, and it is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yuan glanced at his score, which has once again exceeded 10,000 in just over half an hour. These adorable creatures have earned him over 7,000 points. Lin Yuan promptly exchanged for an E-grade genetic potion and called over 3 eaglets, binding the potion to the leg of the red falcon. The other 2 were not idle either. Lin Yuan packed some lightweight, storable snacks like biscuits into a bag for the sparrow hawk and the hunting falcon to carry. All 3 eaglets were dispatched by Lin Yuan. One was tasked with delivering the potion, while the other 2, although carrying food, were primarily there for protection. Should any unforeseen events occur along the way, the combat abilities of the 3 eaglets would be ample to ensure the potion remained secure from theft. Watching them soar away, Lin Yuan reclined on the sofa, that he had become a pauper once more, but he remained unperturbed, for with Song Yufei, the husky, and the ant squad working diligently, he would soon amass more points. Song Yufei had nearly cleared the zombies from this building, and it wouldn't be long before they could shift their focus downstairs. Lin Yuan estimated that with the current combat power of Song Yufei and the husky, coupled with the striped cat Xiao Wei and the ant squad, they would complete the clearing of this building today, significantly replenishing his points. Feeling somewhat bored while lying on the sofa, Lin Yuan recalled that the Hongya pet store had several hamsters and rabbits. Never mind, he couldn't afford such distractions. Hamsters lack combat prowess. What purpose would they serve? As for the rabbits, were they to be raised for meat? With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and began to observe from the perspective of the 3 eaglets. The 3 eaglets were flying much higher than the parrot, surveying the zombies below as if they were mere ants at this altitude. Even if there were survivors, they would be unlikely to notice their presence. Who would look up at the sky for no reason? Lin Yuan instructed one of the eaglets to descend, examining the conditions on the ground. The situation here was not much better than in his vicinity. Chaos still reigned supreme. The towering buildings still displayed remnants of urban civilization. Yet the disorder on the ground revealed that this area had recently endured a severe riot and panic. Scattered zombies roamed freely, wreaking havoc. Suddenly, Lin Yuan spotted a peculiar zombie. While the others were futilely battering the mall's entrance, this particular zombie possessed exceptionally muscular arms. With a single punch, it collapsed the massive door that a horde of zombies surged into the mall. And soon, screams echoed within, but tranquility returned in no time. Clearly, the battle concluded swiftly. Lin Yuan paid little heed to the survivors within the mall. His interest lay more with this unique zombie. This must be a strength-type zombie. He had now identified 3 evolutionary types of zombies: bone blade zombies, speed-type zombies, and strength-type zombies. He could not afford to slow down his own strength enhancement. Utilizing the eaglet's perspective, Lin Yuan continued to scrutinize various streets, gaining far more insights than he could from the short videos he had seen. Moreover, the journey for these 3 eaglets spanned 80 kilometers, far surpassing the 2 kilometers of the parrot, allowing for greater observation. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan discovered another extraordinary individual. This person was being pursued by a horde of zombies. Yet, their speed was astonishingly swift, far exceeding that of an ordinary human. It appeared that humanity was beginning to evolve. Lin Yuan's thoughts grew more serious. However, he was not overly concerned. Although this individual's speed was greater than that of the average person, it was less than double with the genetic potion he had used. His speed was 3 times that of a regular human, making him significantly faster than this person. Furthermore, the rate at which he was earning points had greatly improved compared to when he had first begun. As long as he continued to develop, he would soon be able to enhance his strength further. Lin Yuan pondered how this individual had evolved. Was it merely through constant flight from the pursuing zombies? He felt somewhat perplexed, realizing that his understanding of this world was still insufficient, necessitating further observation. Currently, he only knew that zombie evolution enhanced attributes in various directions, and upon reaching a certain level, they would advance, similar to Song Yufei's silver pupils. Beyond this, he was still not well versed in the world system. The eaglets continued their flight, but this time Lin Yuan did not spot any evolved humans or extraordinary zombies. Chapter 45. A photo from Lu Qingxue. Phew. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief that at present, the evolution of both zombies and humans remained a rarity, not yet reaching a large-scale emergence that he still had time to improve himself, ensuring that he and his nurtured creatures maintained a distinct advantage over the zombies. After observing for a while, it was now past 8 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the sky. The 3 eaglets finally arrived outside Lu Qingxue's residence. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and sent Lu Qingxue a WeChat message. "Sister Qingxue, please look out the window." Lu Qingxue was somewhat perplexed. "Why should I open the window? What is outside?" She approached the window and upon drawing back the curtain, beheld the 3 eagles, each clutching something in their talons. Lu Qingxue was astonished and hurriedly opened the window, allowing the 3 eagles to soar inside. The sparrow hawk and hunting falcon placed the food on the table. Lu Qingxue noticed a green potion tied to the leg of the red falcon. Further piquing her curiosity, she quickly messaged Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, I've let the 3 eagles in. Did you send these little guys? They can fly such a distance while carrying things? Incredible. How did you manage that? Sister Qingxue, please remove the potion from the red falcon's leg and consume it. It can enhance your physical attributes." Lin Yuan succinctly conveyed the essential information, having discovered during his previous exchange that the potion had both injectable and drinkable forms, with identical effects. Fearing Lu Qingxue might hesitate to inject it, he opted for the drinkable version. Lu Qingxue had already taken note of the potion on the red falcon's leg and was curious about its nature. Now, upon hearing Lin Yuan state it could enhance her physical attributes, her intrigue and excitement grew. She refrained from questioning Lin Yuan about the potion's origins. Upon seeing the 3 eagles, she understood that Lin Yuan harbored secrets, since he chose not to disclose them. She would not press him for answers that as for the potion's safety, Lu Qingxue held no doubts. She trusted Lin Yuan implicitly, believing that if he advised her to consume it, it would surely pose no issue. "I understand, Xiao Yuan. I'll drink it right away. Sister Qingxue, it may cause some discomfort after you drink the potion, so bear with it." Upon reading this message, Lu Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly. How could such a statement be so suggestive? She shook her head, dismissing the unwholesome thought, and proceeded to remove the potion, tilting her head back to drink it. The potion tasted akin to water, lacking any distinctive flavor. Mere seconds after swallowing, she began to feel pain coursing through her body. Ugh! This pain was not gradual but rather a sudden onset. Lu Qingxue collapsed onto the sofa, curling up. The intense pain caused her to let out muffled groans, and she clenched her teeth, determined not to vocalize too much. Fortunately, despite the severity of the pain, it was short-lived. After a minute, she noticed the discomfort beginning to wane. However, she remained on the sofa for several more minutes before finally mustering the strength to rise. Her clothes were drenched in sweat and emitted an unpleasant odor. Lu Qingshue's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her brows furrowed, and she quickly messaged Lin Yuan, "Xia Yuan, I've consumed the potion, but I need to take a shower. Please wait a moment. All right, you can release the eagles to let them return while you shower." Lu Qingxue replied affirmatively, stood up, and opened the window to release the eagles. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan had witnessed her pained expression through the eaglet's perspective. Lin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. He had initially thought such suffering was unique to him, only to discover that Lu Qingxue experienced similar pain. He surmised it was likely due to her not being one of his nurtured creatures, thus resulting in a more intense reaction. Fortunately, Lu Qingxue was remarkably resilient and managed to endure the ordeal. After waiting for half an hour, Lu Qingxue finally finished her shower and sent Lin Yuan a message. "Xiao Yuan, I'm all done." Lin Yuan felt somewhat contemplative. Lu Qingshue's showering speed was considerably slower than Song Yufei's. However, he had no intention of voicing this observation to Lu Qingxue. "Sister Qingxue, please test your physical prowess now." Lu Qingxue set her phone down, turned her head, and finally focused on the wooden dining table. She approached it, raised both hands, and to her astonishment, she lifted the table with ease. Lu Qingxue attempted to hoist the table directly. Remarkably, she succeeded. "My goodness, have I become a strong man?" Lu Qingshue's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the effects of the potion would be so extraordinary. Previously, she could hardly move the table. Yet now it was a simple task. It was as if she had transformed entirely. Lu Qingxue set the table down, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was utterly thrilled. She immediately picked up her phone to message Lin Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, my strength has become astonishing. I can easily lift my dining table. Not solely strength, but also speed and other attributes would see significant enhancement." Upon reading Lin Yuan's response, Lu Qingxue, without a hint of doubt, activated the treadmill to test her newfound velocity. Her legs moved with such swiftness that they seemed to blur before the eyes, astonishingly tripling her previous speed. After ceasing the treadmill, she took a moment to calm her exhilarated heart. "Xiao Yuan, you were absolutely right that my current speed exceeds my former capabilities by more than threefold. If zombies were to appear now, I could effortlessly dispatch them with a single blow and then make my escape. They wouldn't stand a chance in pursuing me." Lu Qingxue was overwhelmed with joy. She had not anticipated such a grand surprise from Lin Yuan, which sparked the idea of reciprocating with a surprise of her own. Contemplating this, she glanced down at herself, clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, that a blush crept onto Lu Qingshue's cheeks as she recalled Lin Yuan's earlier interest. Why not show him now? She entered her room, turned on a soft night light, and began to prepare. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan received a photograph. Holy smokes! The moment he laid eyes on the image, his pulse quickened as he eagerly enlarged it. Under the dim light, her stunning physique was laid bare. The curve of her waist, the length of her legs, her exquisitely delicate face. Lin Yuan hastily saved the photo. That moment, he noticed a message from Lu Qingxue. "Little guy. Thank you. This is what you've always wanted to see." Lin Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he had only hinted at his desire before, Lu Qingxue had always feigned ignorance, never revealing herself that he never expected her to take the initiative this time. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, taking a moment to regain his composure, before replying, "Qingxue, take care of yourself, that I'll be there soon." Lu Qingxue blushed as she responded with a simple. Her phone felt like it was burning in her hand. They had long harbored feelings for each other, yet had never acknowledged them until today, finally breaking through that delicate barrier. Chapter 46. He and Song Yufei did not need this at all. Lin Yuan, Upon seeing Lu Qingshue's reply, let out a deep breath, suppressing the heat rising within him, and exited the chat window. To be frank, Song Yufei, the stunningly alluring woman, was no less captivating than Lu Qingxue in both beauty and figure. Both were exceptional in their own right. Yet, as the saying goes, the unattainable is forever alluring. Moreover, Lu Qingxue was his childhood friend, which lent a completely different sentiment to their bond. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Song Yufei returned with her Alaskan Malamute and a little gray dog, her lovely face beaming with excitement. Master, all the zombies in this building have been cleared out. Well done. Lin Yuan ruffled Song Yufei's hair. Upon receiving his praise, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. If it weren't for the zombie blood staining her, she would have eagerly leaped into his arms. Master, I'm going to take a shower now. With that, Song Yufei hurried off to wash up and change. Once she entered the bathroom, Lin Yuan casually retrieved a can of dog food and some cat kibble, feeding the Alaskan Malamute and the little gray dog while simultaneously accessing the system. Thanks to the efforts of Song Yufei and the dogs, every zombie in the building had been thoroughly eliminated, earning Lin Yuan a staggering 80,000 points. Finally, he felt a sense of financial abundance. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. With wealth in hand, it was time to spend. With a wave of his hand, he opened the system store, gazing at the dazzling array of potions and various strength-enhancing items displayed on the pale blue screen. He couldn't help but swallow hard, but quickly rolled his eyes in disbelief. How ridiculously expensive! 80,000 points seemed like a fortune, yet it was utterly insufficient for these potions that he scoured the items. Finding that the cheapest was the E-grade gene potion, while the D-grade gene potion was valued at a staggering 10 times that, reaching a whopping 100,000 points. And that was still on the lower end. Prices escalated into the millions and even tens of millions. If they were in the tens of thousands, he could grit his teeth and splurge, but these prices in the hundreds of thousands and millions left him feeling utterly powerless. There was no time to waste accumulating points for several days. Before the water and power were cut off, he needed to enhance his combat abilities with utmost urgency, that if potions were beyond his means, he would have to focus on equipment instead. Equipment was also a crucial part of strength. Possessing a good set of gear could greatly elevate one's capabilities. Thus, Lin Yuan began browsing the equipment section. He found a lightweight, stab-resistant bulletproof vest that seemed highly practical. Satisfied with his protective gear, he recognized that with the zombie outbreak and societal chaos, many official areas had fallen, that in the past, ordinary citizens rarely had access to firearms. However, that was no longer the case. Who knew if someone might get lucky and possess a firearm? The previous example of Zhang Kai was a prime illustration, although it was unclear where he acquired it. It was evident he had secured a weapon before the apocalypse, that if he hadn't been cornered, who would have guessed he would have a gun? These uncertainties loomed large, though Lin Yuan's physical abilities had improved threefold thanks to the gene potion. He was not superhuman, that if he encountered an armed foe, having a set of bulletproof gear would significantly increase his chances of survival. The lightweight bulletproof vest, he had his eye on utilized bulletproof plates and could also resist piercing weapons. It would provide excellent defense against mutated zombies wielding bone blades. Lin Yuan checked the price of this vest. Only 3,000 points for a full set. Buy. With defensive gear secured, it was time to turn his attention to offensive equipment. In his heart, Lin Yuan yearned for firearms and other ranged weapons. After all, the zombies were relatively weak now, and possessing a gun would mean an overwhelming advantage against both zombies and humans. However, while the idea was appealing, the prices were cruel. Even the most ordinary handgun would cost several tens of thousands of points, which was hardly cost-effective. After much contemplation, Lin Yuan decided to spend 3,000 points on a Tang knife. With his E-grade gene potion enhancing his physical prowess, he would be more than capable of slaying ordinary zombies and humans alike. Wielding the Tang knife, Lin Yuan swung it excitedly, embodying the notion that with a blade in hand, one could reign supreme within a 10-mile radius. Men had little resistance to such cool weapons. Meanwhile, the Alaskan Malamute observed Lin Yuan with an expression that suggested it was watching a fool, while the little gray dog lazily licked its paws, ready to doze off at any moment. After toying with the knife for a while, Lin Yuan sheathed it just as Song Yufei emerged from the bathroom. Draped in a towel, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of her. Song Yufei's cheeks were slightly flushed, her damp hair cascading over her fair skin, and her alluring figure made the towel accentuate her curves in an exaggerated manner. The rising steam enveloped her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, igniting a primal desire within Lin Yuan. Overwhelmed by the sight, he felt as if he were losing composure. Noticing Lin Yuan's heated gaze, Song Yufei's face turned crimson as she nestled into his embrace. Delighting in their closeness, Lin Yuan held the beautiful woman. He contemplated equipping Song Yufei with a set of gear. She was the primary combatant, and now that the zombies in Building 18 had been cleared, she and the Alaskan Malamute would venture out to eliminate more zombies. The outside world posed increasing uncertainties and dangers. Thus, ensuring Song Yufei's safety with quality equipment was paramount. Lin Yuan promptly acquired a lightweight bulletproof vest for Song Yufei. Upon learning it was a gift from him, her face lit up with joy as she planted a kiss on his cheek before donning the vest. Its snug fit accentuated her ample figure, resembling a female counterterrorism operative, paired with her anime-like beauty, creating a uniform allure that stirred Lin Yuan's desires. After securing her defensive gear, Lin Yuan spent another 3,000 points to upgrade Song Yufei's brass knuckles to a superior model. The new set, crafted from titanium alloy, was tougher and more durable, perfectly complementing Song Yufei's strength. With her newly updated equipment, Lin Yuan was confident that she would be able to hunt down even more zombies the following day. Naturally, he did not forget about his childhood friend. Now that they had established their relationship, Lin Yuan was more than willing to pamper his beloved. He also prepared a bulletproof vest, a set of brass knuckles, and a Nepalese military knife for Lu Qingxue. Additionally, to prevent losing contact with her if their phones lost signal, Lin Yuan spent 6,000 points on a set of radio equipment and 2 matching communication headsets. With this setup, even after modern devices failed, he and Lu Qingxue would still be able to communicate. As for Song Yufei, he and Song Yufei had no need for such things at all. It appears that these items collectively weigh a bit too much. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, casting his gaze upon the 3 young eaglets. The communication headset was manageable, but the bulletproof vest and the claw gloves combined weighed around 10 pounds. The 3 eaglets, being quite young, found it challenging to carry such weight while flying. Fortunately, having previously consumed premium bird feed, they had undergone one enhancement. With just one more enhancement, they should be able to bear the weight of these 10 pounds of equipment. Consequently, Lin Yuan spent 6,000 points to purchase 3 portions of ordinary bird feed, which, while effective in enhancing strength, speed, and stamina like the premium variety, offered lesser results. Come on, eat up so you can get to work. Lin Yuan placed the ordinary bird feed in front of each eaglet. They emitted excited chirps, nudging Lin Yuan's palm with their heads before eagerly devouring the feed. Before long, all 3 portions were consumed, and the eaglets fell into a deep slumber. Under the influence of the extraordinary energy contained within the ordinary bird feed, their bodies visibly strengthened, their wings expanding. After a mere 10 minutes, the fledglings awoke, and Lin Yuan tied a rope around their feet. Together, the 3 eaglets effortlessly lifted the bulletproof vest. With that task accomplished, the remaining claw gloves and communication headset were a simple matter. Once Lin Yuan secured these items to the eaglets, he sent them off into the night to deliver the equipment to Lu Qingxue. Chapter 47. The expenditure of these 50,000 points was well worth it. While the eaglets were on their way to deliver the items to Lu Qingxue, Lin Yuan redirected his attention to the system shop. Although his previous spending spree involved numerous cold weapons and armor, the prices were relatively low, only costing him 30,000 points. Now he pondered how to utilize the remaining 50,000 points. With his armor and equipment already in place, what he truly lacked were professional skills. Despite possessing formidable physical prowess, Lin Yuan's application of strength was rather rudimentary, as he had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse and lacked mastery of lethal techniques. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan found clarity on how to allocate his 50,000 points that he began searching the system shop for skill-enhancing items that could improve his technique in wielding strength. Remarkably, it did not take long for him to discover a suitable item: intermediate mixed martial arts, a comprehensive fusion of all combat techniques from human civilization, elevating all forms of striking and weaponry skills to a mastery level. Price: 50,000 points. This item perfectly matched Lin Yuan's needs, promising to significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. The 50,000 points were deducted. A torrent of combat techniques flooded Lin Yuan's mind. Akin to a tidal wave, goodness. Lin Yuan felt as though someone were drilling into his skull with a power tool, the sensation of forcibly assimilating memories comparable to the effects of a genetic serum. Observing Lin Yuan's distress, Song Yufei, nearby, expressed concern and quickly embraced him. "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The intense pain was fleeting, and Lin Yuan, gazing into Song Yufei's beautiful eyes filled with worry and concern, gently reassured her. Strangely enough, in just a breath, Lin Yuan experienced what felt like years of training in a single moment that in those memories. He became a martial artist, mastering either unarmed combat or swordsmanship through diligent practice in all seasons, ultimately achieving mastery. With these memories integrated, Lin Yuan transformed into a top-tier fighter in hand-to-hand combat. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the E-grade genetic serum, Lin Yuan could easily overpower 20 or 30 opponents, emerging as a formidable figure among humanity's cold weaponry. This expenditure of 50,000 points was indeed worthwhile. Lin Yuan, in high spirits, kissed Song Yufei on the lips. Upon confirming his well-being, Song Yufei blushed and excused herself to prepare a meal for him. After thoroughly clearing an entire building, Lin Yuan effectively gathered all the supplies into his possession. The rice in his home filled the entire room. The neighboring empty units were neatly stocked with numerous refrigerators, brimming with meat and vegetables for the foreseeable future. Lin Yuan need not worry about food. With an abundance of supplies, Song Yufei's exceptional culinary skills had the space to shine, and before long, she laid out a grand feast replete with delicious aromas and flavors. Lin Yuan eagerly devoured the spread, finishing every dish. Feeling slightly stuffed, he opened a bottle of wine and savored it leisurely in this harsh apocalyptic environment. Who could imagine someone like Lin Yuan living so comfortably? If other survivors were to witness him, their envy would be palpable. After all, while others were starving for days, Lin Yuan's single meal was worth 3 days' worth for others. Meanwhile, after a long flight, the 3 eaglets arrived outside Lu Qingshue's window. Lin Yuan took out his phone and sent her a message. "Qingxue, open the window. I've sent the eaglets to bring you something." Upon receiving the message, Lu Qingxue approached the window and opened it. The 3 eaglets, carrying the bulletproof vest, claw gloves, and communication headset, entered her room. As she unfastened the items and recognized them as a bulletproof vest and claw gloves, a look of delighted surprise lit up her face. She truly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to acquire such gear. However, recalling the obedient eaglets and the genetic serum, she soon felt reassured that in an apocalypse, what was so strange about it? Everyone had their secrets. And clearly, Lin Yuan had his. Lu Qingxue was not overly curious. She only needed to know that Lin Yuan had feelings for her. After all, she had harbored a crush on him for years. And now that he had finally opened his heart to her, what more could she desire? With joy, Lu Qingxue donned the bulletproof vest, posed in front of a full-length mirror, and snapped a picture to send to Lin Yuan. Gasp! Upon seeing the photo, Lin Yuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. The image of Lu Qingxue, with her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings, a regal face, and a pear-shaped figure, created a striking contrast with the bulletproof vest. Exuding a unique allure, Lin Yuan sent back a playful emoji depicting a nosebleed. Little pervert. Lu Qingshue's cheeks flushed, but with the window already opened, she found little reason to be coy. Moreover, she had just sent a picture. Biting her lip, she walked to her wardrobe, changed into several different outfits, and sent more pictures to Lin Yuan that in the photos. Lu Qingxue donned a nightgown, lace lingerie, and posed provocatively in ways that were hard to describe. Lin Yuan, gazing at these images, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Sister Qingxue, do you have more? Send me some more. That's all there is, and besides, can you handle it?" Lu Qingxue replied playfully, her face flushed. Lin Yuan chuckled and continued to negotiate for more. A scene observed by Song Yufei, nestled in his arms, who pouted, her delicate features tinged with a hint of grievance. Noticing the change in the mood of the lovely girl in his embrace, Lin Yuan set down his phone and wrapped his arms around Song Yufei, playfully asking, "Are you unhappy?" Being held by Lin Yuan melted away Song Yufei's grievances. After being cared for by him, her affection for him reached its peak that as long as Lin Yuan showered her with love, she felt content that "I'm not unhappy." Song Yufei nuzzled against Lin Yuan's chest, radiating satisfaction that if Lu Qingxue was the cool and regal queen, then Song Yufei was the gentle, intelligent girl next door. Though both were alluring, they were entirely different. Lying ain't a good habit. I saw everything just now, da-da. I had a tiny bit of discontent. But now I'm fine. As long as Master is happy, Yufei is happy. With that, Song Yufei snuggled into Lin Yuan's embrace like a koala, greedily inhaling his scent. Having already been ignited by Lu Qingshua's teasing, Lin Yuan found himself unable to resist Song Yufei's tender demeanor. Then let us make sure you're happy first, and if you're happy, then I'll be happy too. He grinned mischievously, and amid Song Yufei's surprised squeals, he carried her into the room. Chapter 48. I was wrong, but I would dare again next time. Yufei, shall we take a shower? Cocooned in the blankets, with only her beautiful eyes visible, Song Yufei weakly replied. Master, I'm utterly exhausted right now. Can I wash up tomorrow after I wake up? I isn't it uncomfortable to sleep all sticky. Don't worry, I genuinely just want to take a shower. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. Was he that obvious? To be honest, perhaps it was the stimulation from Lu Qingshua's photos that had invigorated him today. Previously, he and Song Yufei would usually reach a stalemate. But after 2 hours, he felt he could still go on, while Song Yufei had surrendered. Really? Song Yufei hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to place her trust in Lin Yuan. However, as she emerged from beneath the blankets, she discovered that her legs felt weak, leaving her utterly incapable of standing. Master, I cannot rise, she lamented, her voice tinged with a pitiable tone that no one could resist, especially not in such a manner. If you continue like this, I shall ensure that you cannot stand even tomorrow. Master, I was wrong, yet I shall dare again. The sound of Song Yufei's somewhat clingy voice, coupled with her breathy exhalations, reached Lin Yuan's ears that he vowed to indulge her whims. In the dead of night, at 2 o'clock, the battle concluded with Lin Yuan emerging victorious. Dare again. Song Yufei's pleas for mercy were in vain. Both succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, the army of ants persisted in their relentless task of clearing away the zombies. Under the desolate moonlight, a swarm of ants ascended the corpses of the zombies, methodically consuming their flesh and blood, from skin to muscle, and finally to brain matter. In the stillness of the night, apart from the whispers of the wind, the only sound that remained was the incessant crunching of their feast. The zombies, devoid of pain, resembled emotionless machines, numbly succumbing to the ants' relentless gnawing until they collapsed, reduced to mere piles of bones. The sound of their fall attracted the attention of other zombies. Yet upon surveying their surroundings and finding nothing amiss, they resumed their aimless wandering. As one zombie fell, the ants swiftly climbed upon another, continuing their gruesome banquet. Thus, the cycle repeated, and one by one, the zombies roaming the community fell. Lin Yuan's points within the system soared at an astonishing rate. An hour later, the streets of the community were littered with the remains of the zombies at 3 in the morning. Merely 3 days after the apocalypse began, the power had yet to be completely cut off. The few streetlights that remained intact cast a dim glow, while moonlight spilled across the ground. Many survivors, unable to sleep due to hunger, noticed that the number of zombies on the streets had significantly diminished. The distance was too great, and the light too dim for them to discern the presence of the army of ants. However, after the slaughter conducted by the tens of thousands of ants, the density of the zombies wandering the community had visibly decreased. What has happened? Why are there so few zombies now? Could it be that the girl from Building 18 has emerged to slay them? What a chance! Everyone, come out and search for food. I am so hungry. Is anyone from Building 16 joining? Building 14, find your companions. Time waits for no one, hurry. Having gone a day without food, many survivors began to rally together in a group chat. In the 3 days since the apocalypse began, while a few fortunate survivors had managed to gather enough food resources, they remained the minority. The vast majority had nearly depleted their food supplies. As most residents of the community were young people accustomed to ordering takeout and lacking the habit of stockpiling food, once their snacks at home were consumed, they faced the grim prospect of starvation. After 3 days, many were left emaciated, suffering acutely from hunger. The sensation of an empty stomach, with acid gnawing at their insides like a knife, brought them to the brink of despair. Hunger is undoubtedly one of the cruelest tortures known to mankind, as evidenced by the grim tales from ancient times. Now, witnessing the reduction of zombies in the community and the diminishing threat of death, the desire for food swiftly overshadowed their fear of mortality. In an instant, numerous brave survivors from the lower floors took their chances, fashioning ropes from their blankets and climbing down from the windows. Most were bundled in thick clothing, donning motorcycle helmets to shield themselves from potential bites. And many wielded kitchen knives or improvised long weapons to bolster their courage. However, for these survivors, such makeshift armaments provided little genuine safety, especially as the crowd grew larger, increasing the likelihood of accidents. A young girl, trembling with fear and pale as a ghost, stealthily navigated the darkness, careful not to make a sound. Yet the tension in her body made it difficult to maintain control. With a sudden clatter, she inadvertently kicked an empty soda can, its metallic clang piercing the silent night like a bell tolling. This sound, to the ears of the zombies, was akin to the dinner bell ringing the surrounding zombies. Their eyes, glowing a fierce red, turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Feeling their gaze upon her, an overwhelming sense of dread seized the girl, causing her muscles to tighten uncontrollably. Her hands clasped tightly over her mouth in a desperate attempt to stifle any sound. She longed to run, but her nerves rendered her limbs unresponsive, leaving only the frantic beating of her heart echoing in her ears. Despite her utmost efforts to remain silent, the sound of her breathing and the rapid thump of her heart betrayed her presence. The zombies let out excited howls, akin to rabid dogs, as they lunged at the girl, tearing her to the ground and feasting upon her flesh. Her thick clothing was shredded, cotton flying about as a dozen zombies savagely ripped her apart. The excruciating pain elicited a scream that shattered the tranquil night, signaling the commencement of a gruesome feast. The cries of the girl roused the entire horde of zombies in the community, their bloodlust ignited by the scent of fresh blood. All survivors venturing outside became their prey. "No, don't come any closer. Husband, help me. Save me. Let me go, you foul witch. I shall fight you. Don't touch my son." Fear, despair, defiance, and madness intertwined within the community, while the incessant wailing of electric bike alarms provided a monotonous accompaniment to this tragic elegy of the apocalypse. Yet, amidst the chaos, some fortunate survivors seized the opportunity to escape into a nearby convenience store or flee the community altogether, and no one could predict their fates. However, compared to starvation, these individuals at least had a glimmer of hope for survival. In a room, Lin Yuan, cradling Song Yufei in his arms, was stirred awake by the cacophony of chaos in the community. His heightened senses, a result of genetic enhancement, alerted him to the disturbance. What is happening? Turning his gaze toward the outside, he realized that the view was obscured by the surrounding buildings, prompting him to shift his perspective to that of a mosquito scattered throughout the vicinity, through the eyes of the insects. He vividly witnessed the scene of zombies slaughtering survivors. Lin Yuan shook his head, unmoved by the spectacle. After observing for a moment, he severed the connection and, holding Song Yufei close, returned to slumber. It was not that he was cold-blooded. Rather, he understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Although Lin Yuan possessed a system, he was far from invincible, acutely aware of his limitations. Thus, he would never assume the role of a misguided savior. Even if a deluge raged outside, it was of no concern to him. At 4 in the morning, the community finally fell silent. Those survivors who had ventured out met grim fates, either becoming fodder for the zombies or succumbing to infection, transforming into new undead. The already sparse number of survivors dwindled even further. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxiu had not slept a wink. It was not that she was unable to, but rather, the enhancement from the E-grade genetic serum left her brimming with energy. Feeling extraordinarily vibrant and wide awake, leaning against the bed, she clutched the bulletproof vest gifted to her by Lin Yuan. Her strikingly beautiful face adorned with a rosy hue, occasionally breaking into a gentle smile. Having grown up alongside Lin Yuan, their bond had always been strong, despite their age difference. Long ago, she had realized her affections for him. Yet back then, she was uncertain whether he viewed her merely as an older sister or reciprocated her feelings. Now, having finally broken through that barrier, her thoughts were consumed by Lin Yuan's image throughout the night. She wondered if he had awakened yet, longing to speak with him. She glanced at her phone to check the time, but ultimately decided to wait until dawn to reach out to Lin Yuan. She eagerly anticipated the day they would reunite. Chapter 49. The Blood Wolf base has set its sights on Lu Qingxiu. At 3:30 in the morning, a subtle sound of a vehicle coming to a halt broke the stillness outside. In the dim light of her bedroom, Lu Qingxue, on the verge of slumber, abruptly opened her beautiful eyes, her hearing sharpened by the enhancements. That sound is coming from outside. She quickly threw off the covers and approached the window. Parting the curtains to peer outside, did I end the stillness of the late night? Illuminated by the glow of the streetlights, she observed several off-road vehicles parked silently outside the community. As the doors swung open, a dozen burly men emerged, each wielding weapons such as machetes and fire axes. These individuals swiftly scaled the fence surrounding the community, infiltrating its confines. Someone has set their sights on this place? Lu Qingshue's striking eyes narrowed slightly, yet she felt no panic, for she had foreseen such a scenario. She simply hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. These vehicles have appeared before. They must belong to the individuals from the nearby survivor base that has recently gathered. Lu Qingxue often encounters discussions about this in forums and videos, where it is mentioned that a survivor base has been established, with everyone managing together, uniformly searching for food and distributing it. It seems to be a promising place for mutual support in the struggle for survival. However, money does not fall from the sky, and there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Yuan had previously cautioned her to be wary of this survivor base. She had scoffed, thinking Lin Yuan underestimated her intelligence, believing her easily deceived. How could she not see that this survivor base was not as simple as it appeared? The apocalypse had arrived, and the darker sides of human nature were beginning to surface. Once freed from the constraints of the law, the malevolent instincts within humanity would gradually awaken. Yet she never anticipated that within just a few days, they would set their sights on her villa community. With this in mind, Lu Qingxue calmly retrieved the bulletproof vest, claw, military knife, and wrist guards that Lin Yuan had sent her. This entire ensemble was a result of Lin Yuan's considerable effort to ensure her safety in the face of danger. The snug bulletproof vest fit her perfectly. The military knife secured to her slender thigh, and the wrist guards adjusted to allow full wrist mobility. After donning the military gloves, she finally slipped on the claw. Clad in this gear, she resembled a counterterrorism elite, exuding an air of confidence with her tall, perfect figure, both striking and formidable. In the past, Lu Qingxue would not have been so composed. Now, equipped as she was, her body had undergone extensive enhancement, with all her attributes tripled: speed, explosiveness, and strength far surpassing that of an average adult male. Coupled with her prior boxing training, her combat prowess was no longer comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Creak, creak, the faint sound of footsteps ceased. Zhang Jinhui, accompanied by his subordinates, stood in the shadowy corner of the community, his gaze sweeping over the rows of luxurious villas, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Split into two groups and proceed according to plan. Leave no men alive. Take the women and food back. Remember, resolve everything at the quickest speed. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will find themselves fed to the zombies. Zhang Jinhui had originally been a boxing coach at a nearby gym, well acquainted with the local situation, that he had managed to survive the outbreak. But with zombies lurking everywhere, even his boxing skills and combat prowess made survival exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, he encountered members from the Bloodwolf base. 2 days prior, he successfully joined the base and, owing to his commendable combat abilities, became the squad leader, commanding a team of over 10 individuals. Today marked his 4th mission that I end the previous 3 missions. He had led his team to eliminate at least 50 survivors and seize a substantial amount of supplies. After enduring these 3 missions, he had grown accustomed to life in the apocalypse. Murder, a grave sin that would have warranted the death penalty in the past, was no longer a concern to him. Yes, Captain. The group split into 2 teams, with Zhang Jinhui leading 7 men toward the nearest villa, effortlessly dispatching any zombies they encountered along the way. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance, and breaking in was a trivial task. They swiftly entered the premises. Zhang Jinhui and his team moved rapidly, killing any men they encountered without granting them a moment to resist. This woman is quite brazen. Even in the apocalypse, she dresses so scantily to tempt us. One of the subordinates, noticing a woman clad only in a short nightgown, advanced and pinned her to the sofa. Damn it, did you forget what I said? Zhang Jinhui cursed as he kicked the subordinate to the ground. They weren't here to pursue women, while women were of course a consideration. The primary objective was food. The days of the apocalypse had made Zhang Jinhui acutely aware that with food, anything else could be easily obtained. His subordinates quickly regained their focus, nodding in agreement. The subordinate who had been kicked down dared not protest, quickly standing up and tossing the woman aside without a glance, joining in the effort to collect food. Over these past few days, Zhang Jinhui had transformed from someone who turned pale at the sight of murder to one who licked blood off his hands, a fact witnessed by his subordinates that if he was displeased, he truly would kill. With enough speed, this upscale community would soon be under their control, with women and food in abundance. Most importantly, it was relatively safe, as the nearby population was sparse and zombies were few. It would serve perfectly as their territory. Captain, this is the place. The owner of this villa is Lu Qingxue. She usually lives alone and rarely has visitors. Lu Qingshue's figure surpasses that of any model, and her beauty eclipses that of any star. Zhang Jinhui and his crew had swept through several villas, their movements stealthy and efficient. Each time they entered a villa, any sounds of resistance quickly fell silent. Even if someone heard, they would merely assume it was an animal knocking over a trash can or something similar. At this moment, their target was the villa where Lu Qingxue resided. Their swift actions suggested they were not novices at this sort of thing. Lu Qingxue had no delusions about intervening. With the apocalypse upon them, the future was uncertain. Lin Yuan had instructed her to ignore anyone who sought her out and not to concern herself with the fates of others. Merely to wait for him to find her. She firmly remembered Lin Yuan's words, ensuring she did not expose herself and lived cautiously. Have they finally set their sights on me? Lu Qingshue's beautiful eyes narrowed. She heard every word from outside, thanks to her enhanced hearing. Tightening her grip on the claw, she fixed her gaze on their movements. She was ready. Once they entered the villa, she would not hesitate to take action against them. In the past, she might have hesitated, but now she knew she had to rely on herself to resolve the situation. In the bedroom, Lin Yuan, who had been sleeping beside Song Yufei, abruptly opened his eyes. Is something wrong with Qingxue? He had noticed the Blood Wolf survivor base in a video earlier and had kept it in mind when he had sent supplies through the 3 young eagles. He had specifically included 1,000 mosquitoes and 5,000 ants for transport. Just now, the mosquitoes had communicated the situation to him through a mental link. The Blood Wolf base, are you truly seeking death? Master, what is it? Lin Yuan threw back the covers and prepared to rise. Although his movements were gentle, Song Yufei sensed it and sleepily rubbed her eyes, looking at him in confusion. Did I wake you? Seeing her sit up, clutching a light blanket that concealed her mature figure while revealing her delicate collarbone, Lin Yuan helped her smooth her tousled hair that a few unwise individuals have targeted Qingxue. I'm a bit concerned that I'll keep watch in the living room. You continue to sleep, and I'll wake you when dawn arrives. Song Yufei was well aware of Lu Qingshue's presence, as they exchanged messages several times a day, often engaging in lengthy conversations. Sometimes, when Lin Yuan was showering, Lu Qingxue would message him, and it was Song Yufei who would check it. Not to mention, Lin Yuan had sent a substantial amount of equipment to her just before bed. What is happening? Upon hearing it was about Lu Qingxue, Song Yufei immediately became alert, her earlier sleepiness vanishing. Has someone targeted her? Lin Yuan nodded. You remember the survivor base I mentioned before? The Blood Wolf base? Yes, they have set their sights on Qingshue's villa community. These scoundrels are indeed up to no good. Song Yufei's slender brows furrowed, a rare coldness appearing on her exquisite face. Earlier, Lin Yuan had shared the Blood Wolf survivor base video with Lu Qingxue and discussed it with Song Yufei. And both had deemed the base untrustworthy. They had not anticipated their suspicions would prove correct. Master, I'm not that easily fatigued, and dawn is not far off. Missing out on a bit of sleep won't matter. Qingxue is in trouble. You need to watch over her. Although she has enhanced her physical abilities through gene serums, she has yet to engage in real combat since the outbreak. She must not suffer any losses. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she tossed back the blanket, grabbed her clothes from the bedside, and began dressing. The mature woman is truly admirable. Not only is she understanding, but she is also so considerate. Gazing upon Song Yufei's exquisite physique, which was soon entirely concealed by clothing, Lin Yuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Although he had grown accustomed to it, he never tired of the sight. What appeared to be an act of dressing was merely the donning of one of Lin Yuan's shirts. The oversized garment draping over her long, fair legs. Alas, her original attire had long been torn to shreds by Lin Yuan, scattered across the floor in disarray, with her undergarments reduced to mere scraps. No longer wearable. Hearing Lin Yuan's unmistakably teasing tone, Song Yufei felt her cheeks flush and could not resist casting a sultry glance in his direction. "Master, you seem to have misunderstood me." Lin Yuan, busy dressing, looked over in confusion that if one could monopolize, who would wish to share? A mischievous smile graced Song Yufei's delicate features. "But what can I do? My master is so formidable that I must beg for mercy each time. Thus, I must hasten to find an ally. I am quite eager to join forces with Qingxue." Lin Yuan's lips twitched in response. "You actually have your sights set on Lu Qingxue as an accomplice? You claim you aren't a seasoned player? I'll go prepare breakfast for you." With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, Song Yufei gathered her lustrous black hair into a casual bun. Her enchanting eyes took in Lin Yuan's expression, and with a slight smirk, she departed the room, leaving Lin Yuan astonished. It seemed she had already contemplated matters so far ahead. Clearly, enhancing her strength had become an urgent necessity. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, recalling the several occasions he had witnessed Song Yufei's combat prowess. Although he had emerged victorious each time, forcing her to plead for mercy, he had exerted his utmost strength in every encounter. Each time he faced her powerful, graceful legs, he had to give it his all. The prospect of contending with Lu Qingxue alongside her was daunting. In the living room, as he stepped out of the bedroom, the faint sounds of cooking wafted from the kitchen, eliciting a smile from Lin Yuan, that a master of the domestic sphere, as well as the battlefield. She effortlessly dispatched zombies outside, while fulfilling all his desires within the confines of their quarters, ultimately submitting to his will. Though they had known each other for less than 3 days, such a remarkable woman was indeed a rare find. He retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, plopped down onto the sofa, and twisted off the cap. The icy, effervescent liquid burst on his palate, invigorating him entirely. The silly dog lounged on the carpet by the door, now awake, while Xiao Hui was nowhere to be seen. "Silly dog, go turn on the lights and open the curtains for me." Previously, he had concealed his abilities due to a lack of strength, but now, armed with newfound confidence, Lin Yuan no longer needed to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, after the thorough cleansing carried out over the past hour, very few survivors remained in the Sunshine community, posing no threat to him whatsoever. With a thud, upon receiving Lin Yuan's command, the once lazy husky sprang to life, quickly turning on the living room lights and eagerly drawing back the tightly drawn curtains. Instantly, brilliant light streamed through the windows, illuminating the darkness that in the early hours of the morning. This illumination was blinding. The remaining survivors in the nearby buildings were startled, their mouths agape as they took in the scene. Lin Yuan sat on the balcony's sofa, his silhouette first revealed to these survivors under the radiant light, especially striking against the backdrop of Song Yufei, who, clad in an apron, busily prepared breakfast in the kitchen like a devoted spouse. These survivors were utterly speechless. In the living room, Yufei, make the rice porridge a bit thicker. Understood, that I'll prepare a couple of side dishes as well, that I need to keep an eye on Sister Qingxue. Do you want to join? Sure, share your perspective with me, that I've seen her photos, but have yet to meet her in person. Regarding Lu Qingxue's safety, despite the serious tone they had adopted earlier while in the bedroom, neither Song Yufei nor Lin Yuan truly worried. Lin Yuan had long since prepared for any eventuality. Even if Lu Qingxue were unable to defend herself, his ant and mosquito squads could effortlessly handle any unwelcome intruders. Chapter 51. Who doesn't like women? At 4:27 a.m. in the midst of summer, dawn broke early. Though the sky had yet to brighten, a faint glow began to appear on the horizon. Creak, creak, the sound of sturdy high-top hiking boots crunching against the asphalt echoed softly, barely audible. Yet in the stillness of the villa district, it carried far. "Captain, this is Lu Qingxue's villa." Zhang Jinhua and his 8 companions halted, gazing at the prominent standalone villa illuminated by the night that a few of the younger members licked their lips, their eyes aflame with desire. This was the villa of Lu Qingxue, a rising star in the business world of Linhai City. Prior to the apocalypse, they would have never had the chance to encounter such a goddess, only glimpsing her on social media or in interviews. But now, this goddess resided right within that villa. Entering would grant them direct access, perhaps even the opportunity to. The mere thought quickened their breaths. "Captain, the base sent us here to gather supplies, but what if we could?" One of the younger members swallowed hard, glancing greedily at Zhang Jinhua. Upon hearing this, the other 6 young men turned to him, their faces flushed with excitement. Who could truly resist a goddess like Lu Qingxue? Before the apocalypse, they had adhered to the law, but times had changed. Power was the only truth. Over the past 2 days at Bloodwolf Base, they had grown fond of their new lifestyle. Moreover, no one could guarantee how long they would survive. Today, they could freely enter the villa, commit acts of violence, and seize supplies. Who knew if they would be turned into zombies by tomorrow? While they were still alive, they should indulge. However, given Zhang Jinhua's previous stern words, they dared not overstep their bounds. They had witnessed Zhang Jinhua's prowess. No one would dare truly defy him. Lu Qingxue was certainly not a woman to be trifled with. This matter shall not be reported to the base. Zhang Jinhua's gaze swept over the group, and a knowing smile broke through his otherwise impassive face. But I will go in first, really. The initially anxious young men beamed with surprise upon seeing Zhang Jinhua smile. They had not expected their captain to genuinely agree that I knew the captain was reasonable. Don't worry, Captain, you go in first. Once you've had your fill, we'll take our turn. Damn it, I've been going crazy these past few days. The women at the base are all hideous, either excessively plump or elderly aunts. Any woman with even a hint of beauty has been snatched away by the higher-ups that I wouldn't have bothered with them even if paid before the apocalypse. This Villa District isn't half bad. Once we're done, we can keep Lu Qingxue here and return whenever we have the chance. That is a brilliant idea. It's settled then that we're in for a treat from now on. Observing the excited expressions of his subordinates, Zhang Jinhua narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile growing more pronounced. Who in this world doesn't like women? He certainly did. However, he understood the importance of self-restraint. As for Lu Qingxue, he didn't hold her in such high regard. As long as he survived, there would be plenty of women to enjoy. But not everyone grasped this truth. He was acutely aware that these young men followed him merely due to the base's orders. To earn their genuine loyalty, he could not be excessively harsh. Appropriate rewards were essential. Just like now. Just one Lu Qingxue besides, he would be the first to partake, but he stood to gain, and had no reason to refuse. All right, let us move quickly that I've arranged for another squad to transport supplies, and they won't disturb us for a while that we should have about 2 hours. Zhang Jinhua waved his hand, and the young men ceased their chatter. Their faces alight with excitement as they followed him swiftly toward Lu Qingxue's villa that moment. They remained oblivious to the dark, stealthy ants and mosquitoes that had quietly landed on their clothing. In the Sunshine Community, in the living room, Song Yufei had already removed her apron, still clad in Lin Yuan's white shirt, that on the coffee table before her lay 3 small dishes, 2 baskets of steamed buns, and a pot of thick white rice porridge. The delectable aromas of the dishes, the savory scent of the steamed buns and the fragrant rice porridge, wafted through the air, making it impossible to resist salivating. Master, these people are utterly disgusting that I truly wish I could fly over and smash their heads to pieces. Song Yufei held a bowl of rice porridge, a look of profound disdain etched on her stunning features. What had initially been a desire to share breakfast with Lin Yuan had vanished entirely in the face of her revulsion. After preparing the meal, Lin Yuan had shared his perspective with her. For him, it was hardly a challenge. A mere thought sufficed, as all of them were his domesticated creatures, and he could share his vision at will. Since then, Song Yufei had been observing the conversation among Zhang Jinhui and his cohorts through the perspective of the Mosquito Squad. Every detail laid bare before her. This left her grinding her teeth in frustration. Such scum were the very bane of her existence. During her previous encounters with survivors while clearing out floors of zombies, she had dealt with several of their kind, eliminating them all without mercy. Enough! These individuals are about to meet their demise. There's no need to be angry. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, lifting a piece of fried egg and placing it in Song Yufei's bowl. I understand the reasoning, but I simply cannot bring myself to comply. Forget it, I want to eat. Just the sight of these people turns my stomach. Song Yufei set down her utensils, her snowy, white legs entwined as she nestled into the sofa. The loose shirt she wore offered scant coverage, and as she crossed her legs, her alabaster thighs were revealed, a sight truly breathtaking. She watched Lin Yuan leisurely savoring his rice porridge and nibbling on the steamed buns, unable to resist blinking in surprise. Master, are you not angry? Of course I am. Lin Yuan replied tersely, though he knew that anger would serve little purpose, even if he wished to personally dispatch them. The distance rendered it impossible that he was never one to be magnanimous. If it weren't for Lu Qingshue's intention to act independently, he would have already commanded the ant and mosquito squads to devour these ruffians whole. Chapter 52. He was determined to make Song Yufei weep, to the point of begging for mercy. Master, could this be a manifestation of possessiveness? Song Yufei smiled alluringly, leaning in to embrace Lin Yuan's neck. Her breath fragrant as orchids. Enjoy the show, but do not ignite the flames. Of course not. Song Yufei teased with a wink, yet her demeanor grew more earnest. Master, look. They have arrived at the villa's entrance and are attempting to pick the lock. Lin Yuan raised his gaze slightly as they conversed. Zhang Jinhui and his companions had already marched to the villa's front door. Master, please let me see Qingshu. I truly wish to avert my gaze from them. Lin Yuan set down his bowl and utensils. All right. No need to prolong this. I end the next moment. The perspective before them shifted. Qingshu looked stunning in that outfit. As Song Yufei beheld Lu Qingshu, impeccably dressed with a high ponytail and exuding an aura of cleanliness and efficiency. Her beautiful eyes widened. She had seen Lu Qingshue's photographs multiple times, but this was her first experience witnessing her in person through shared vision. To be honest, the reality far surpassed the images. That tall figure, those alluring curves, that elegant neck, those long legs. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. You're not lacking either. Perhaps once the troubles with Qingshu are resolved, we could explore this together. Lin Yuan smiled, recalling the photographs Lu Qingshu had previously sent him. That he turned to Song Yufei, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Song Yufei's figure was in no way inferior to Lu Qingshue's, and he realized he had yet to see her in such tactical attire. What a waste that had been! Indeed, master. I have never worn such anti-terrorism uniforms in my life that I'd love to try them on. Song Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Yuan, her allure reminiscent of a freshly picked peach, undeniably tempting. Enchantress. Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed, his lips twitching as he quickly averted his gaze. He had made a decision. Once the issues with Lu Qingshu were settled, he would definitely teach Song Yufei a lesson. How could she lack awareness of her own charm? It was utterly unreasonable for her to treat him this way daily. Within the villa, a swarm of dark ants and mosquitoes dispersed around the entrance, quietly observing everything in the living room. Lu Qingshu, resembling a counterterrorism elite, had stealthily approached the villa's entrance. She did not turn on the lights. There was no need. After the enhancement from the genetic serum, her physical attributes had tripled, including her cognitive awareness and vision. Previously, she had been slightly nearsighted and accustomed to wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but today, the serum had not only alleviated her nearsightedness, but also granted her exceptional vision. Even in the darkened hall, she could see clearly, and the lack of illumination would lower Zhang Jinhui and his cohort's guard, making them believe she was still asleep, completely unaware of their arrival. This allowed her to seize the initiative. Standing straight before the door, she donned the finger claws Lin Yuan had gifted her on her left hand and drew the military knife she had secured to her thigh in her right hand. Gripping it tightly, her eyes narrowed, her exquisitely beautiful face emanating a coldness, her breaths becoming slow and almost imperceptible. Although she lacked actual combat experience, she had considerable training. Her boxing coach had been globally renowned and had won numerous prestigious awards. Each training session was intense, often resulting in injuries. Yet that was her philosophy. She approached every task with sincerity, whether necessary or not. Thus, at her young age, she had achieved remarkable success in the commercial world. However, training was merely training. Now, fully accepting the apocalypse and preparing for the act of killing, she could not entirely suppress the tension rising within her, that a fine sheen of sweat formed on her smooth forehead. And her heartbeat quickened. I can do this. I must not let Xia Yuan down. Lu Qingshu gazed at the door, noting that the furniture and refrigerator that had blocked it were now moved aside, facilitating the entry of Zhang Jinhui and his gang. Her gaze hardened, the nervousness she had felt swiftly quelled. With a click, the door's keypad lock emitted a sound, and the heavy door opened a crack. They're here. Lu Qingshu's icy gaze sharpened, raising her knife hand slowly. Okay, what a high-end keypad lock. Just a piece of junk. I said I could open it in 3 minutes. I assure you it won't take more than a second. The skinny monkey did well. Thank goodness for him. He saved us a lot of trouble. The dimly lit hall suggested that Lu Qingxue was still enjoying a sweet dream in her bedroom. Perfect. We can let her savor her dreams for a day. As sounds of lewd laughter echoed from outside, Lu Qingxue's expression grew even more frigid. In truth, before the apocalypse, she had heard such remarks countless times. Back then, she had dismissed them without a second thought, never allowing them to affect her emotions. However, the situation had changed. Lu Qingxue had solidified her feelings for Lin Yuan. She was Lin Yuan's woman. Only Lin Yuan had the right to gaze upon her body, to fantasize about her. These scoundrels dared to desecrate her. She would never forgive them. The most crucial part was that in this apocalypse, she could kill. She could take their lives with her own hands. Since Lu Qingxue is still asleep, let us get to work. A low voice resonated. Lu Qingxue recognized the voice. It belonged to Zhang Jinhui, the team leader. Hey Lu Goddess, we've arrived. Chapter 53. Lu Qingxue's combat prowess had truly astonished him. Creak. The villa's door slowly swung open from the outside. 3 burly subordinates walked in front, with Zhang Jinhui and 4 other lackeys following closely behind. The moment they laid eyes on Lu Qingxue standing behind the door, they were momentarily taken aback. That a woman? How beautiful! Who is she? How did she end up here? In that fleeting moment, numerous thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhang Jinhui and his companions. However, before they could formulate a response, the woman before them suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, Lu Qingxue raised her gleaming military knife high and brought it down diagonally towards the 3 burly henchmen in front of her. The speed of her strike was astonishing. Although the 3 men were robust, they were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Squelch, squelch, squelch from left to right. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, splattering everywhere. The first henchman's head was cleaved open. The second's throat was severed, and the third suffered an even grimmer fate. Lu Qingxue's blade sliced diagonally down from his shoulder, creating a gaping wound in his chest that even severed his spine. In a single stroke, she had dispatched all 3. Damn. The moment was fleeting, for Lu Qingxue had been well prepared, and her physical abilities were enhanced threefold by gene therapies. Thus, from the moment her knife fell to the instant the 3 henchmen were dispatched, it took less than half a second. The remaining 4 henchmen, being mere ordinary men, had yet to register the abrupt turn of events. However, Zhang Jinhui, being a boxing coach, possessed a reaction speed far above that of the average individual. In an instant, he regained his composure, his face paling as he quickly pushed off the ground and retreated. Yet his speed was no match for Lu Qingxue's bang. Without waiting for the corpses of the 3 men to hit the ground, Lu Qingxue's left hand, adorned with brass knuckles, clenched into a fist and, propelled by her fierce momentum, struck the face of the last remaining young henchman with dyed yellow hair. Despite being a woman, Lu Qingxue was no ordinary individual. Years of rigorous training and boxing had endowed her with strength far surpassing that of the average person, and now, with her enhanced power, she was a force to be reckoned with. The impact of her punch caused the young man's cheek to cave in, his eyeball exploding like an egg, blood gushing from his eye sockets. The yellow-haired youth did not even have time to utter a scream before his skull was crushed, leaving him lifeless. His body did not collapse, but was instead kicked by Lu Qingxue, sending it flying backward, crashing into the remaining 3 henchmen who were still stunned. Zhang Jinhui, reacting quickly, had already retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding being struck. My arm is broken. What is happening? What occurred? Shouhou. Huang Maotafei. How could this be? The 3 henchmen, sprawled on the ground after being struck by the corpse of the yellow-haired youth, finally came to their senses. Their faces etched with horror. The rapidity of these events was bewildering. They had just unlocked the password, ready to enter the villa, believing they would indulge in the presence of the goddess Lu Qingxue, whom they had long coveted. Little did they know that this seemingly aloof goddess had been lying in wait behind the door, and they never anticipated her to be so terrifying. This is not a goddess. She is clearly a merciless warrior. Why you really are Lu Qingxue? Zhang Jinhui had retreated several steps, finally creating some distance. Seeing the lifeless bodies of Shouhou and Huang Mao, his eyes twitched violently, but he simply could not accept this reality. This is absurd. The television had portrayed Lu Qingxue as a straight-A student, dedicated to her studies, and after graduation, wholly immersed in her business pursuits. Even if she had dabbled in boxing, it was merely a hobby. How could she kill with such decisiveness? She didn't even blink. Even he, upon killing for the first time, had not been so swift and efficient. He had thought her to be a meek little lamb, only to find she had transformed into a fierce tiger. Your reaction is quite prompt. Glancing at Zhang Jinhui, Lu Qingxue had discerned his thoughts and spoke in a cold, aloof tone, imbued with a unique elegance. Seeing that I haven't obediently fallen asleep, are you disappointed? As she spoke, Lu Qingxue had gracefully approached the three henchmen sprawled on the ground, and before their terrified gazes, she brandished her military knife. Delivering decisive blows. No, Captain, save me. No. The three henchmen, eyes wide with fear, could only raise their hands in futile defense. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. The military knife in Lu Qingxue's hand was of the highest quality, procured from Lin Yuan's system market, while the weapons wielded by the three men were inferior. Lu Qingxue's knife effortlessly cleaved through both their weapons and their heads, as if slicing through watermelons. Crimson and white spilling onto the ground. Observing the blood staining her shoes, Lu Qingxue pressed her rosy lips together to suppress her discomfort, raising her beautiful eyes to lock on Zhang Jinhui, who stood a few meters away, rigid with fear. All your henchmen are dead. You are the only one left. Lu Qingxue's voice was soft, even melodious, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhang Jinhui's forehead. I can't believe this. He was genuinely terrified of Lu Qingxue. He had watched her with wide eyes as she dispatched three men in quick succession. The speed of her strikes and the force of her punches were unimaginable. One stroke not only severed the weapons from the hands of the three henchmen, but also took their lives. Wasn't that something only seen in movies? Could she be any more terrifying? Lu Qingxue, I admit I underestimated you. Zhang Jinhui swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingxue, filled with wariness as he slowly retreated. However, you have also killed my men. It was our offense to target you. The lives of these 7 men shall serve as my apology to you, Zhang Jinhui. How about we let this matter rest? Do not be so hasty to refuse. Allow me to inform you that we are from the Blood Wolf base. And you must have seen our recruitment videos for survivors. Opposing us will yield no benefits for you. Let us consider today's incident as if it never transpired, that I will not report this to the base. And these 7 men can be deemed to have perished at the hands of zombies, leaving no trace of your existence. What do you think? Chapter 54, I say, could you perhaps calm down for a moment? In the living room of Sunshine Community 704, Master, Qingxue's figure is truly splendid. Qingxue exudes such an extraordinary aura. It's no wonder she was referred to as the flower on the high ridge before the apocalypse. Wow! Qingxue's skills are remarkable. Her strikes are so decisive and swift. Song Yufei, clad in an oversized shirt, had somehow nestled into Lin Yuan's embrace, her long, fair legs playfully resting on his lap, swaying gently, did I say. Could you perhaps calm down for a moment? Lin Yuan firmly grasped her slender legs, gritting his teeth. In just a short while, you've caused a ruckus 3 or 4 times. This little enchantress truly keeps her promises. She acknowledges her mistakes promptly, yet she dares to ignite the flames again. She had assured him earlier that she would refrain. But ever since Lu Qingxue had made her move, she had been incessantly fidgeting. Master, do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? Lin Yuan shot her an exasperated glance. What do you think? Song Yufei playfully stuck her tongue out, immediately settling down. However, Lin Yuan had genuinely misjudged her. This was not deliberate on her part, that as a genetically engineered being. Her instinct to be close to her master was ingrained in her DNA. Every time she approached Lin Yuan, she found herself irresistibly drawn to his embrace. Yearning for physical closeness and, more importantly, for feeding, of course, relishing the feeding process was merely one reason. The primary allure lay in the intimate proximity that she found utterly captivating. Master, this fellow is being rather unruly. Ever since earlier, he's been retreating, creating distance. Should we remind Qingxue? Although Song Yufei had quieted down, she had not released Lin Yuan from her embrace. Her fair arms remained wrapped around his neck, the fragrance of orchids wafting as she spoke, tickling Lin Yuan's neck. However, compared to her previous antics, Lin Yuan was unfazed by this minor distraction that no need to remind her. If he is being unruly, Qingxue's observational skills are sharp. Lin Yuan shook his head. Rising to grab an open can of iced cola from the coffee table, taking a large swig, feeling somewhat more comfortable in the heat, this fellow. 5 meters might seem a safe distance. But unfortunately, Lu Qingxue, enhanced by gene agents, had transcended the limits of ordinary humans that I in her eyes. This 5-meter distance was hardly different from standing face to face. To eliminate this man, it remained merely a matter of one swift strike. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, focusing on Zhang Jinhui, a smile creeping across his face. This fellow was creating distance. I suspect he intends to contact another team in the villa area for assistance. His calculations are astute, yet regrettably. Song Yufei's beautiful eyes blinked, a smile curling at her lips as she chuckled softly. She certainly understood her master's implications. In front of the villa's entrance, the horizon glowed with a brilliant fish-belly white, as a fiery red hue slowly ascended from the skyline, painting the vast expanse of the sky and gradually drawing away the night's curtain. Is that all there is to it? I find it rather unimpressive. Lu Qingshue's senses were acutely attuned now. She glanced at Zhang Jinhui, whose steps still retreated, and a hint of a cold, elegant smile graced her rosy lips. How extraordinary! This was her first experience with taking a life. After an initial discomfort, she had now settled into a profound calm, devoid of any anxiety, as if she had entirely acclimated to the act. Moreover, casting her gaze upon the military knife in her hand, a flicker of astonishment danced in Lu Qingshue's beautiful eyes. She had truly not anticipated that the blade gifted to her by Lin Yuan would prove to be so formidable. Initially, she had assumed that eliminating these individuals would require considerable effort, yet it had turned out to be surprisingly effortless. From the onset of the battle until now, merely a few seconds had elapsed, far quicker than she could have imagined. This was attributable not only to her enhanced physical capabilities, but also to the knife's remarkable efficacy, rendering the act of killing akin to slicing through vegetables. The exhilarating rush was a sensation Lu Qingxue had never encountered before, and frankly, she found it rather enjoyable. Zhang Jinhui, with a smile that bore a hint of relief, halted his retreat. I asked this what you deem a safe distance. Lu Qingxue inquired, her eyes slightly lifted at the corners. Betraying her interest, just as Lin Yuan had noted, she had perceived Zhang Jinhui's retreat from the very beginning. She had refrained from obstructing him, deeming it unnecessary. Even at this distance, there was still no need for concern. After taking the gene-enhancing drug, she had thoroughly assessed her current physical prowess, her present speed. She could cover 5 meters in less than a second. There was hardly any difference from standing face to face. Even with a gun in Zhang Jinhui's possession, it would be of no consequence, especially considering he was unarmed at this moment. Regrettably, Zhang Jinhui remained oblivious to this fact. From the moment Lu Qingxue had acted, she had only displayed her strength, explosive power, and combat awareness. She had yet to reveal her speed, which had tripled. You recognize my intentions, yet chose not to impede me. I am at a loss whether to label you foolish or arrogant. Zhang Jinhui scoffed that I have practiced boxing for 12 years and taught it for 5, that this 5-meter distance, not even a cheetah could catch me off guard, that I may not be able to best you. But I certainly can outpace you. At this juncture, his smile grew more self-assured as he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his lower back. It was a commonly used model, universally compatible. Communication was possible as long as the channels matched. Furthermore, this device boasted an impressive range of up to 3 kilometers. Upon seeing the walkie-talkie in Zhang Jinhui's hand, Lu Qingshue's elegant brows knitted slightly before relaxing once more. Seems my initial assumption was correct. Lu Qingxue regarded Zhang Jinhui with uplifted eyes, her demeanor unperturbed, even revealing a hint of a smile. You truly do have accomplices within this villa district. Summon them here. I wish to witness the prowess of your blood wolf base. This was the reason she had refrained from killing Zhang Jinhui, allowing him to engage in his petty schemes. She aimed to eradicate them all. Earlier, upon hearing the commotion, she had observed several vehicles approaching the villa district. It was evident that Zhang Jinhui was not alone. Only by eliminating them all would the blood wolf base remain unaware of her presence, ensuring her safety, and since the others had yet to arrive, she would have to draw them out herself. Now, Zhang Jinhui had indeed taken the bait. Chapter 55. If Lu Qingxue could conceive such a strategy, how could he not? Master, was this not your intention all along? Song Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment as she grasped Lu Qingshue's rationale for sparing Zhang Jinhui, recognizing it as a ploy to draw out the other members of the Blood Wolf base and eliminate them entirely. It was undeniably the most prudent course of action. After contemplating, Song Yufei realized that had she been in Lu Qingshua's position, she likely would not have considered the situation so thoroughly, while she too would have sought to eradicate the threat. She would have prioritized eliminating Zhang Jinhui first before addressing the remaining members of the Blood Wolf base. However, such an approach would carry a significant risk of leaving some adversaries unaccounted for. Let us observe further, Lin Yuan remarked with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. People are inherently different. Each individual's thoughts and choices are naturally distinct. Song Yufei's decisions stemmed from her own nature. She preferred straightforwardness over convoluted strategies. This inclination was also why she had a fondness for the finger tiger as a weapon. It was not solely due to her training in Sanzhou, which emphasized fist-fighting. Rather, she relished the visceral satisfaction of striking directly. In contrast, while Lu Qingxue had also trained in boxing for several years, her achievements in the business realm at such a young age, earning her the title of business goddess, were not attributed to her fists but rather her meticulous and astute mindset. However, if Lu Qingxue could devise such a plan, how could he not? He merely wished for her to experience the brutality of slaughter in a post-apocalyptic world without burdening her with excessive concerns. He would take care of those troublesome loose ends himself. Before the villa, I hope you can still manage a smile later. Gazing at the exquisite smile that graced Lu Qingshue's stunning visage, Zhang Jinhui felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye, a vague sense of unease creeping in. Yet he quickly suppressed this feeling, donning a cold smile once more as he hurled a harsh remark at Lu Qingxue before seizing the walkie-talkie. Ma Gan, cease all resource collection immediately and gather everyone to converge at the Eastern Villa. 5 seconds passed without a response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What is happening? Zhang Jinhui's expression shifted slightly as the unease he had suppressed surged back uncontrollably. Ma Gan, what the hell are you doing? Respond immediately. Answer me. The static continued, devoid of any reply, save for the crackling of the radio. At that moment, Zhang Jinhui finally sensed something amiss. His complexion paled, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Damn it, Ma Gan, respond to me. Where the hell are you all? Where are the others? Zhang Jinhui gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice a furious growl, his calloused hand squeezing it so tightly that it emitted a distressing cracking sound, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lu Qingxue observed Zhang Jinhui's escalating panic, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. This was diverging from her expectations. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she retrieved the communication earpiece that Lin Yuan had given her. Placing it in her ear, glancing towards the horizon, where the sun was about to rise, she surmised that Lin Yuan was likely still asleep and had yet to awaken. Yet, she felt an inexplicable certainty that he had long since risen, perhaps even monitoring her. Xiao Yuan. She tentatively called out, "Did I end the next instant?" Lin Yuan's voice resonated, as if he had been waiting for her to speak. Qingxue, I'm here, upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice emanate from the earpiece. Lu Qingshue's eyes widened in astonishment, only for her exquisitely cold features to break into a radiant smile of sheer delight. This little lecher had indeed been concerned for her. You've dealt with his companions? Though it seemed implausible, given that the apartment where Lin Yuan resided was over 80 kilometers away in a straight line, making it impossible for him to be present here. How could he have resolved Zhang Jinhui's companions? Yet she couldn't shake the feeling. Yes, I have taken care of his companions. Now, only the scoundrel before you remains. Rest assured, with me here, you are in no danger. Lin Yuan's voice, calm and gentle, flowed through the earpiece into Lu Qingshue's ears, sending shivers of delight through her, as if he were right beside her. This sensation was entirely different from their usual text exchanges. Most importantly, the feeling of being protected by Lin Yuan was something she cherished and relished. Lu Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her heart brimmed with joy. All right, let me first deal with this scoundrel before I speak to you. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she hurriedly removed the earpiece. This little lecher. Why did it feel as though he were flirting with her? Despite speaking so normally and astonishingly, she found herself somewhat unable to withstand it. Lu Qingshue's cheeks, already tinged with a hint of crimson, were subtly warming, not due to her reluctance to continue listening to Lin Yuan's voice, but rather because if she persisted, she would be unable to restrain herself. Just those 2 sentences had made her heart race uncontrollably, as if Lin Yuan were whispering directly into her ear. In previous conversations with Lin Yuan, despite his flirtatious demeanor, she would merely feel a slight shyness. Never to this extent. What should she do now that they were converging? Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, and raised her gaze to Zhang Jinhua, whose once menacing face was now drenched in sweat and marked by panic. This fellow must be dealt with. What do you intend to do? Zhang Jinhua was utterly flustered. He could not comprehend why this was happening, but he had meticulously planned today's operation, knowing that the survivors in this villa district were few. Mostly women, and he had brought along capable men. Logically, success should have been virtually assured, with no unexpected occurrences. Yet, that damned unforeseen event had indeed transpired. He had assumed that capturing Lu Qingxue would be a trivial task. But now, all 7 of his subordinates had been rendered powerless, leaving him all alone. That he thought that as long as he informed the team led by Ma Gan of his situation, everything would be fine. However, up until now, he had received not a single response. Although he was unsure of what had befallen Ma Gan and his team, it was likely that they had all perished. That he had believed that after 3 days of apocalyptic trials, he would no longer fear anything. After all, he had personally killed 30 survivors in that span. Yet at this moment, he found himself trembling in fear, his legs weak, lacking even the strength to turn and flee. He had initially wanted to keep her alive, to lure her companions over for a collective resolution. Observing Zhang Jinhua in his state of utter terror, Lu Qingxue raised her elegant eyebrows slightly. Her cold, authoritative voice ringing out, "It seems I was overly concerned. You are no longer of use to me." Chapter 56. Killing is preferable to being killed. Whoosh! The instant her words dropped, Lu Qingxue sprang into action. Dressed in tactical boots, purchased by Lin Yuan from the system's marketplace, the hard soles kicked up a cloud of dust as she darted forward like an arrow, effortlessly covering 5 meters in the blink of an eye. "Why you?" Zhang Jinhua's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. He never expected Lu Qingxue to possess such terrifying speed. The distance he deemed safe was rendered laughable. As Lu Qingxue approached, her left hand raised in a fierce fist aimed directly at him. He realized with despair that he could not react at all. After years of boxing practice, he had always been confident in his abilities, yet now he could barely muster the strength to defend himself. Bah! Lu Qingxue's punch landed squarely on Zhang Jinhua's temple, unleashing an astonishing force that mirrored the earlier fate of his blonde subordinate. In an instant, Zhang Jinhua's eyeballs burst, blood gushing from his eye sockets, accompanied by the shattering of his skull. One punch, a fatal blow. Lu Qingxue, now experienced, deftly evaded the spray of blood erupting from Zhang Jinhua's eye sockets, ensuring she remained unscathed, with Zhang Jinhua's lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Tranquility returned to the villa's exterior, though the presence of several corpses added a sinister ambience. The acrid scent of blood pooled on the ground, permeating the air, while the once lively villas stood silent. It seemed that the other survivors in this villa district had all been slaughtered by those under Ma Gan, as mentioned by Zhang Jinhua. Lu Qingxue glanced around briefly before withdrawing her gaze. "Xiao Yuan, I've killed so many." She retrieved her communication headset and donned it once more. "Did I end this apocalyptic reality? Such experiences were inevitable. Killing was far preferable to being killed." Yes, I understand. She felt herself adapting swiftly. Apart from a brief moment of nausea at the beginning, she now felt entirely at ease. After this night, she had undergone a transformation. "All right, let's return, take a hot shower, and rest well, that I'll handle the cleanup work from here." Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the communication device. Lu Qingxue responded, refraining from questioning Lin Yuan's plans for cleanup. Since he had declared it, she trusted him unconditionally. Moreover, she genuinely felt fatigued at that moment. All she desired was a hot bath followed by a good night's sleep. The previous night, due to the Gene potion, she had been overly exhilarated and had not slept at all, having just taken a life for the first time. Though the act was swift and did not exhaust her physically, the psychological impact left her yearning for a restful slumber. Yet, as she recalled Lin Yuan's concern and protection, she found herself halting her steps. Xiao Yuan had always been safeguarding her, yet it seemed she had never been able to do anything for him. Should she send him some more revealing photos? But she had already sent several, and it felt as though she had exhausted her wardrobe without any new outfits. What to do? Lost in thought, she suddenly remembered she was about to take a shower, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Xiao Yuan, I want to take a bath and sleep afterward, but it seems the water pipe in the bathroom is broken. Could you possibly help me via video call? Listening to Lu Qingshue's slightly anxious yet shy voice through the communication device. Huh? The water pipe is broken? Are you serious? Song Yufei, nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, paused in surprise upon hearing Lu Qingshue's words, but then realization dawned upon her. The previously lazy observer now sparkled with excitement. All right, so that's how we're playing it? Qingxue, you are quite the naughty one, trying to spark some flame, but that is not my concern. I've been quite compliant. Wait, that is not right. If Qingxue ignites a fire from so far away, who will extinguish it? The excitement on Song Yufei's face suddenly froze. Oh no. Lin Yuan was fully aware of Song Yufei's little antics and wore a bemused smile. Now you're panicking? Where did that bravado go when you were being naughty earlier? Did you really think that igniting a fire would exempt you from putting it out? Xiao Yuan, don't you want to help me take a look? Lu Qingshue's voice came through the communication device. As she noticed Lin Yuan had not responded for a while, biting her rosy lip, she couldn't help but ask again, feeling her heart race. Not wanna. How could I resist the reward after this battle's MVP conclusion? Ahem. I remember there's a 4K ultra-clear video conference camera in your villa. May I use that? Lin Yuan cleared his throat and replied with utmost seriousness. After all, a broken water pipe is a big issue. Seeing it clearly will help me determine where the problem lies. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment, her cheeks suddenly ablaze. That why you remember that? Have you been thinking about it all along? No, the bathroom is just steamy. You have too many excuses. Lu Qingxue was not about to fall for Lin Yuan's trickery. Biting her lip, she quickly replied, I'll go prepare now. That live camera hasn't been used in ages. I'll set it up and call you back. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she swiftly removed the communication headset. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand to fan her flushed cheeks, feeling somewhat better. Although a hint of shyness lingered, it was overshadowed by sweetness. She immediately stepped lightly into the villa, closed the door, and ascended the stairs to choose her outfit. In room 704, in the living room, just as Lin Yuan removed the communication headset, he noticed Song Yufei had somehow climbed onto his back. Master, can we negotiate? What do you have in mind? Lin Yuan chuckled as he glanced at her, fully aware of her intentions, yet choosing not to confront them, curious to see her next move. Qingxue is going to take a while to prepare. Can I eat something first? Eating, is that appropriate? Lin Yuan's lips twitched. You better think it through. If the fire burns too hot later and you can't extinguish it, don't come crying to me. If I surrender. Will you let me go, master? Song Yufei looked at him with innocent eyes. What do you think? He had previously stated that he would teach this older sister a lesson, even if she begged for mercy. Letting her go? Dream on. Chapter 57. This round, the advantage is hers. Song Yufei was indeed quite clever. She intended to seize the initiative for herself. Otherwise, once Lu Qingxue concluded her business, it would be too late if Lin Yuan's fire fully ignited. This round, the advantage lay with her. With her current strength, coupled with the surprise she had prepared 2 days in advance and Lu Qingshue's support, she wondered how Lin Yuan would withstand it. How could he possibly resist? Regarding the operation, just a moment ago, while Lin Yuan was conversing with Lu Qingxue, she had already devised an entire plan. The time now is 5:30 in the morning. The first rays of dawn have ascended from the horizon, casting golden sunlight that dispels the last remnants of darkness that I in the living room. Lin Yuan reclines on the sofa, idly awaiting a video call from Lu Qingxue. The atmosphere is tranquil, with Song Yufei having tidied up the remnants of the meal on the coffee table before retreating to her room, claiming she was preparing a surprise for Lin Yuan. The foolish dog has been sent out by Lin Yuan to work. The ant squad and mosquito squad have spent the entire night grinding away, freely hunting zombies and earning points, still tirelessly toiling away as the morning arrives. Xiao Hui, the tabby cat, returned briefly, and Lin Yuan had initially wondered where it had been. After checking the system's points log, he discovered that this creature was indeed a night owl, having spent the night hunting zombies instead of resting, only returning when it felt the dawn approaching. Remarkably, Xiao Hui had amassed over 6,000 points for Lin Yuan in a single night, which genuinely surprised him. To reward it properly, Lin Yuan decided to purchase extra cat food, which left the foolish dog drooling. Yet compared to Xiao Hui's docility, Lin Yuan found himself more disdainful of the dog, and thus shooed it away. Not long after, the ant squad and mosquito squad, having ventured out in search of companions, returned one after the other. Upon learning that the streets outside the community had attracted a considerable number of ants and mosquitoes, he directed these squads to disperse their search efforts beyond the community. After a day and night of searching, the results were astonishing. The ant population had increased by 30,000. Among the most delightful surprises was the acquisition of 27 queen ants, including those already in the initial insect nest space. He now possessed nearly 50 queen ants, a significant increase. The number of his ant army had finally surpassed 80,000. The mosquito and fly populations had also seen additions, albeit fewer, 3,200 mosquitoes and 2,600 flies, all ready for nurturing. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan recalled that yesterday he had squandered all 80,000 points, but thanks to the diligent efforts of his squads throughout the night and the pleasant surprise from Xiaohui, his points had risen back to over 50,000. This was more than sufficient to nurture them, that he arranged for all these newly nurtured members to be sent out for work. Lin Yuan reclined on the sofa once more, glancing at his phone. That IT had already been nearly 20 minutes. Lu Qingxue had yet to initiate a video call. He sighed, lamenting how troublesome women could be, taking so long even to take a shower. Little did he know, at that moment, Lu Qingxue was in the bathroom, meticulously setting up the 4K ultra-clear live streaming camera that he had requested. Song Yufei was also engaged in some unknown activity in her room. Yet to emerge. Lin Yuan shook his head, about to open a short video app to catch up on the latest news from the outside world when suddenly, the door creaked open. Master. Song Yufei stepped out from her room. Casting a glance at Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness and mist, her exquisite face adorned with a rosy hue. Lin Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, the anti-terror elite. His eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yufei's figure was already quite perfect, and it was no exaggeration to say that even the heroines in Korean comics might not compare to her. Coupling this with the enhancements from her elite training, she seemed invincible. Master, just wait a moment, I'll be ready shortly. Song Yufei cast a charming glance at Lin Yuan before hastening to the balcony, tightly closing the windows and curtains, ensuring complete privacy. In an instant, the living room was enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, as Lin Yuan stood there, bewildered, Song Yufei produced several small, palm-sized ambient lamps from seemingly nowhere, which illuminated the room in a soft pink glow. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed. Master, this is the second surprise I prepared. How do you like it? Lin Yuan was taken aback as he watched her return from her room with yet another surprise. A packet of popping candy. Popping candy? Lin Yuan felt his mind whirl. Song Yufei, where on earth did you learn this? I remember you could hardly kiss before. When did you master all this? He realized that her progress in this area had surpassed that of a novice driver. Speeding directly onto the expressway, racing towards the realm of an experienced driver to know, she has already evolved into an experienced driver. The speed of her transformation was even faster than her enhanced abilities. Master, rest assured, these past 2 days, aside from hunting zombies, I dedicated all my time to studying. Just now in my room, I reviewed all the lessons I found over the past 2 days that I guarantee I'll score full marks this time. I won't let you down. Although Song Yufei's face was flushed, her tone conveyed a sense of pride. That as for these, I found them in the apartments downstairs. Most residents in our community are young, many of whom are students, so they were quite easy to gather at this point. Her beautiful eyes turned to Lin Yuan, filled with eager anticipation. Master, defeating me today won't be as easy as it seems. Previously, she had been nothing short of a novice by Lin Yuan's assessment. It was a shame for her goddess-level beauty and figure to go to waste. Yet this was hardly her fault. She had been stunning since childhood. But her beauty had deterred those who admired her from confessing. After graduating from university, she began her teaching career, immersing herself in work to why now she had passed the age of yearning for a passionate romance. After all, she was already 26 years old. It was no longer so simple to be pursued like in her youth. Originally, she had resolved to remain single for life, considering that in today's society, being single was increasingly common. Who wasn't a single dog these days? Having been single for 26 years, was she not proud? Then, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. She contracted the virus, believing she was destined to perish, only to be saved by Lin Yuan. From that moment, her heart was entirely occupied by him. Understanding that she was a novice, she was determined to study hard, not wanting to disappoint Lin Yuan. After 2 days of learning, she had undergone a transformation. Today, she would challenge Lin Yuan. She aimed to overturn the tables and take control, defeating Lin Yuan decisively. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone vibrated. Got a video call. It was from Lu Qingxue, Chapter 58. The lives of others are none of his concern. At 8:45 a.m. The summer sun blazed down like an unyielding child, waking early and bursting with an inexplicable vitality. Its scorching heat resembled a furnace packed with firewood, with sparks falling incessantly on every inch of the ground, radiating intense warmth. In room 704, the curtains slightly drawn, allowed a sliver of light to filter in. Outside, the sun blazed, yet the room remained cool and inviting, with the ceiling lamp casting a warm glow. Song Yufei nestled beneath the covers, revealing only half of her petite face. Her misty, beautiful eyes gazed out at the azure sky. Feeling profoundly aggrieved, defeated, she had been utterly defeated, and not just defeated, but thoroughly vanquished. Naturally, Song Yufei could not accept such an outcome. It was even hard for her to believe. This was entirely different from her expectations. In her plans, Lin Yuan should have been no match for her. She envisioned swiftly overpowering him. Then, like in an anime, placing her foot on his face and disdainfully uttering the words, "Is this all you've got?" She had longed to do this for ages. Yet, the chasm between her ideals and reality was immense. Would she dare to try again in the future? Observing Song Yufei's expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. How boastful she had been before. Now, she was aware of her grievances. Of course, he understood that her dismay stemmed from her inability to accept the outcome. Her physical prowess was not so feeble. A little rest and sleep would restore her. "Dare you?" Song Yufei sniffled, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, striving to appear steadfast. I dare not. I dare not." Song Yufei's resolve crumbled instantly as she hurriedly shook her head. "All right, take a good rest. I'll go eat something. Consider today a holiday. No need to work." Though the absence of Song Yufei would certainly diminish today's point earnings, Lin Yuan was unconcerned. Points could always be earned anew. Moreover, with the newly acquired ant squad and mosquito and fly squads working, the pace of earning points had hardly slowed. Understood, master. Song Yufei obediently closed her eyes, preparing to rest and sleep soundly. After tucking her in snugly, Lin Yuan turned and exited the room. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into a fresh outfit, Lin Yuan felt invigorated, and he made his way to the kitchen, where he sought out a couple of simple dishes and steamed a pot of rice. Delighting in a somewhat late breakfast, having eaten his fill, it was time to get to work. While Song Yufei could afford to rest, he could not. He retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from the refrigerator. Opting not to lounge on the couch, but instead bringing a single armchair from the study out to the balcony. Unscrewing the cap of the soda, he took a leisurely sip, relishing the icy bubbles that burst on his palate. Offering a delightful sensation. It was a feeling that rivaled even that of popping candy. Perhaps he would try soda again next time. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself as the system notification sound indicating the accumulation of points echoed in his mind. He had set it to alert him every 1,000 points, yet even so, the notifications came with surprising frequency. This was exhilarating. His little squad of pets, keep it up. Lin Yuan opened his phone, navigating to his photo album, where the first entry was a half-hour-long video of a recent video call with Lu Qingxue, which he had saved deliberately. The sensation of seeing but not being able to touch was truly frustrating. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Yuan shook his head and closed the video, but he had resolved to begin relocating his base. He had never intended to remain in this community indefinitely. It had merely served as a temporary staging ground for his development. Now, having significantly enhanced his strength and increased the number of pets under his care, alongside Song Yufei and the combat prowess of the silly dog, he felt confident that as long as he did not provoke the zombie horde, he would not face any real danger. While reaching Lu Qingxue's villa district to regroup with her posed some challenges. With a well-planned route, it was far from impossible. However, he had preparations to attend to first. Reflecting on last night's nearly hour-long zombie riot, Lin Yuan lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, channeling his thoughts to summon the mosquito and fly squads scattered throughout the community. Reviewing the reconnaissance results from last night. These insects were initially intended for surveillance, keeping a constant watch on the number of survivors within the vicinity. To his astonishment, there were only about 50 survivors left in the community. Lin Yuan glanced out the window, softly murmuring that he never expected such a vast area to succumb so completely in just 3 days. Truth be told, he had refrained from intervening too much with the zombie tide over these 3 days. In fact, he had attracted quite a few zombies to hunt, alleviating some pressure on the survivors and providing them with a chance at survival. Yet, despite this, the community had fallen. One could only imagine the plight of survivors across the city and even the nation at large. However, that was of no concern to Lin Yuan. He had never aspired to be a savior, nor did he care whether these survivors lived or died. His sole desire was to navigate this apocalypse while ensuring that the women around him could live carefree and joyful lives. Untouched by the calamity, the fate of others was of no significance to him. Lin Yuan began to arrange for the relocation. First and foremost, he intended to take all the supplies from this community. This was a certainty. In an apocalypse, what is most scarce? Supplies, of course. The food and water in his building had already been gathered by Song Yufei over the past 2 days and stored in the nearby houses. There was plenty of rice and flour, and the refrigerators and freezers were stocked with dozens of preserved meats that he had already scoured the supplies in the other buildings, finding them completely depleted. The survivors had consumed everything long ago. However, the supermarket at the entrance of the community still had some food reserves to transport these supplies. 2 large refrigerated trucks should suffice, and both he and Yufei could drive, which was quite convenient. Lin Yuan immediately focused his thoughts, dispatching 3,000 mosquito squads to the underground parking garage to search for refrigerated trucks that he then sent another 3,000 mosquitoes outside the community, splitting into 2 groups to scout for vehicles. Now, he just needed to wait for results, at which point he and Song Yufei could retrieve the trucks. Chapter 59. This is indeed an excellent leveling map. Next up is the Blood Wolf Survivor Base. Lin Yuan reclined on the single armchair, his left hand resting behind his head, while his right hand caressed his phone, the glaring sunlight streaming in from the balcony causing him to squint slightly, revealing a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. Did I end this apocalypse? Everyone yearns to survive. Resources are limited, and everyone desires them. Thus, killing for the sake of acquiring resources is inevitable, and that is understandable. Lin Yuan kills too. He despises the self-righteous, and he never considers himself a good person. Yet, strictly speaking, he isn't a bad person either. His guiding principle is simple. Just don't provoke him. Previously, when he witnessed the plight of a young couple at the Hongye pet store, he merely observed coldly that if he had chosen to intervene, he could have easily saved the boy and the girl. It would not have posed a challenge for him. After all, they were so close, and his squads of ants were nearby, capable of arriving swiftly. But he chose not to, because that is reality. Those scenarios that once seemed unimaginable, difficult to accept, or absurd will now manifest in this apocalyptic world, and it will likely become the norm. The Blood Wolf Survivor Base serves as a prime example. Lin Yuan harbored no desire for vengeance. Such behavior was foolish. If one had a grievance, it should be addressed immediately. Today, he had many matters to attend to, the most pressing of which was dealing with the Blood Wolf Survivor Base. At 9:47 a.m., in the Villa District, the small squads of ants, their bodies gleaming a deep black, had tirelessly worked for over 4 hours. Last night, Zhang Jinhui and his team had killed numerous individuals. The residents of this Villa District were already few in number, with many being women and children, possessing little to no combat ability and weak resistance. Before the apocalypse, this Villa District had security and management services. Yet they became the first to fall to the zombie virus outbreak, transitioning from the greatest defensive force to the most significant threat. With the loss of such security, Zhang Jinhui and his team faced no opposition. As Lin Yuan dealt with Ma Gan's team, all the men in the villas had been killed, and even the children were not spared. The women and supplies had been gathered, prepared for transport. Lin Yuan had initially intended to give the women a chance to escape after neutralizing Ma Gan's team, but their reaction surprised him. None chose to flee. Instead, their eyes reddened as they picked up the weapons from Ma Gan's team and, in a frenzy, lunged at the zombies that had been Ma Gan and his comrades. While Lin Yuan had eliminated Ma Gan's team, it was these women who were the true executioners. Describing their actions as dismemberment would not be an exaggeration. However, they were merely ordinary people, and in the process, they inevitably sustained injuries and soon succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies. Though Lin Yuan found this outcome unexpected, he understood it well, much like Zhang Kai's mother, who upon her daughter's death chose to be bitten by a zombie rather than live without vengeance. These women were similarly driven. The apocalypse had pushed them to the brink of collapse, witnessing their family and children slaughtered before their eyes by Ma Gan and his team as if they were mere livestock, resulting in their complete breakdown. Their choice mirrored that of the mother who killed Zhang Kai. They preferred death to vengeance, unwilling to let Ma Gan escape, even after he became a zombie. Thus, this villa district now held no living souls. Save for Lu Qingxue, the rest were either dead or wandering zombies. Lin Yuan's ant squads worked diligently, and the fly and mosquito squads were equally industrious, yet their numbers were somewhat limited. Although the villa district had few residents, there were still over 200 people, and when including the staff and security, as well as the zombies outside the district, their numbers exceeded 500 that after toiling for over 4 hours, they had only consumed a little over 100 zombies. The efficiency was indeed quite low. Lin Yuan, perceiving the world through the perspective of a mosquito, surveyed the villa district before shaking his head and shifting his viewpoint to the bedroom of Lu Qingxue. Soundly asleep, she was utterly exhausted, having forgotten to turn on the air conditioning due to her earlier concerns about attracting the attention of the zombies outside. Despite the oppressive heat, she had refrained from using the cooling system, succumbing to sleep in a drowsy haze after a shower. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, causing the room's temperature to rise, and a fine sheen of sweat began to form on her fair, smooth forehead. Lin Yuan shook his head, controlling a dozen ants, and located the air conditioning remote, activating the unit. Soon, a refreshing breeze flowed forth, rapidly cooling the room and creating a delightful atmosphere. Lu Qingxue, still in deep slumber, seemed to sense the change. Her previously furrowed brow, a result of the heat, gradually relaxed, and she wrinkled her delicate nose, mumbling something indistinguishable, her voice barely audible. Lin Yuan caught a faint whisper that sounded like his name before she turned over and drifted back into sleep. It seemed even the goddess could toss off her covers while dreaming. After observing for a moment, Lin Yuan switched his perspective again. The area surrounding Lu Qingxue's villa had been thoroughly cleared by the ant squads. The bodies of Zhang Jinhui and his men had been reduced to mere remnants, and the blood spilled across the lawn had been completely consumed by the mosquito squads. Lin Yuan guided a few mosquitoes upward, and soon the entire villa district, along with the surrounding terrain and buildings, came into view. This area proved to be an exceptional leveling map. Although not situated in the city center, the villa district occupied a prime location, boasting not only subway access but also large shopping malls and upscale commercial streets, drawing a significant flow of people. Wealthy individuals are still people. Even when purchasing villas, they consider the convenience of transportation and shopping, as well as the availability of high-end leisure spots for afternoon tea and relaxation. Not everyone prefers to purchase a villa in the suburbs. While tranquility is appealing, it can also be dreadfully dull, resembling a ghost town by night. For the timid, such isolation may deter them from residing there at all. That it was precisely because of the lively environment surrounding this villa district that Lin Yuan took immediate notice. Were there any survivors left? He did not know, nor did he care. What he was certain of was the abundance of zombies, and potentially even evolved ones. However, the initial batch of ant squads dispatched had been insufficient in number, making leveling too slow. Therefore, he had sent 3 young eagles to deliver a second wave of squads. Resolving the Blood Wolf survivor base would also require these 3 eagles to act as couriers. Calculating the time, they should be arriving shortly. Chapter 60. Truly, the bolder the person, the greater the yield. Above the villa, as Lin Yuan shifted his perspective to the 3 young eagles, they had just arrived. Under the glaring sun, the 3 eagles were strikingly conspicuous. The largest of them, a peregrine falcon, boasted an impressive wingspan of 1.20 meters, exuding a majestic aura with its sharp gaze, formidable beak, and elongated talons akin to blades, instilling a sense of danger and power. The red falcon and the merlin, being smaller raptors, had a wingspan of over 40 centimeters, and although they could not be compared to the larger peregrine, their slender, sharp claws still conveyed a considerable threat. With a high-pitched cry, the 3 young eagles dove toward the villa district like bolts of lightning. They landed on the rooftop of Lu Qingxue's villa. The number of individuals at the Blood Wolf survivor base was relatively small, no more than 30, though each was a muscular giant, with many being boxing or martial arts instructors or fitness enthusiasts, boasting considerable strength. However, what good was this? Unless they possessed immunity to the zombie virus, it mattered not if they were muscle-bound or skilled fighters. Before Lin Yuan's pet squads, they stood on equal footing with ordinary people. Thus, for this operation against the Blood Wolf survivor base, the number of ant and mosquito squads did not need to be excessive. The second batch brought by the 3 young eagles consisted of 30,000 ants, 2,000 mosquitoes, 2,000 flies, and 1 little gray cat. Indeed, Lin Yuan had also brought along the striped cat, Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui's combat capabilities were commendable, although not yet on par with the foolish dog. Its smaller size, belonging to the feline family, endowed it with advantages in agility, speed, and sharp claws that it could accompany Lu Qingxue, ensuring her safety while alleviating her loneliness. Having a companion was certainly preferable to solitude. Of course, the primary reliance would still be on the ant squads, as they constituted the main offensive force. After several days of development and growth, they had significantly enhanced, each now the size of broad beans with formidable defensive capabilities. In the past, a simple slap from an ordinary person would crush a multitude. But now, even if one were to let them be slapped, they would remain unfazed, provided it was not done with a foot. After all, they had only developed for a few days and were not yet at that absurd level. Then there was their biting force. Presently, even a concrete wall would pose no challenge for them to gnaw through. However, Lin Yuan could not earn points from this, which significantly boosted their consumption speed. The mosquito and fly squads continued to serve as support units, hence their smaller numbers. Primarily functioning as surveillance, the 25,000 ants surged forth like a tide of blackness, swiftly crawling down the villa walls to merge with the first batch of ant squads, initiating a rapid cleanup of the villa district. Meanwhile, 1,500 mosquitoes and 2,000 flies dispersed quickly. Flying out into the surrounding commercial districts, subway stations, and large shopping malls, they needed to ascertain the situation in the vicinity promptly, as this would soon be their primary place of labor. Time was of the essence. It was time to set off for the Blood Wolf survivor base. After ensuring the second batch of workers was settled, Lin Yuan commanded the 3 young eagles to lift the remaining 5,000 ant squads and 500 mosquito squads back into the air. Departing swiftly, East Star Sports Center, not far from the Villa District, it was located beside Times Square in the southern district of Linhai City, with a straight-line distance of only 8 kilometers, insignificant for the 3 young eagles, who could cover it in no time. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry and deliberately slowed the eagles' pace to avoid drawing attention while also observing the apocalyptic conditions along the way. Even so, they arrived in merely 2 or 3 minutes. Times Square was expansive, being a crucial economic development zone in the vicinity, and the roads were numerous and interconnected, though most were choked with crashed vehicles, leaving only a few narrow paths cleared for passage. Lin Yuan scrutinized the congested roads and those that had been cleared, noting the unmistakable signs of human intervention. Moreover, this grand undertaking was only just beginning. Good heavens! Were they attempting to encircle the entire Times Square and establish a survival paradise? Without a doubt, this was the handiwork of the Blood Wolf base. One could hardly fathom the audacity of these individuals. With merely 30-odd members, did they not consider the workload? How long would this take? Lin Yuan felt he might have overestimated the capabilities of the Blood Wolf base. Creak. On the 6th floor of the sports center, the restaurant doors swung open. 2 burly young men emerged, carrying the lifeless body of a woman. Damn it, old nine. Haven't you eaten? Can't you even lift a woman? Mother of her. She doesn't look heavy, but why is she so damn heavy after she's dead? Third brother, can't you muster a bit of strength? They approached the window and unceremoniously tossed the woman's body out. After completing this task, the 2 young men appeared quite fatigued. Old nine, do you have any cigarettes left? Throw me one. Damn it. Why do you have such a big smoking habit? You'll smoke yourself to death one of these days. Old nine cursed and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself before tossing another to his companion. That I've had this smoking addiction for over a decade. I haven't kicked it even while working out. Now that the apocalypse is here, if I smoke myself to death, at least it'll be a relief compared to turning into one of those zombies. Third brother caught the cigarette, ignited it with old nine's lighter, and took a deep drag, releasing a cloud of thick smoke, comfortably squinting his eyes as he savored the nicotine stimulation to his brain, feeling somewhat lightheaded. For a veteran smoker, that sensation was utterly blissful. Old nine chuckled. I'd rather die under a woman's body. Before the apocalypse, I had to spend money for this. Now I can do whatever I want if I die. I can just be disposed of. This life is even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Is this all you've got? Third brother retorted, what kind of scum have you been playing with these past few days? The quality of the games I used to play far surpasses these. Yet, Lao Jiao remained unfazed, letting out a chuckle that I heard that Zhang Jinhua and the others went to that villa area where the commercial goddess Lu Qingxue resides. Do you think they will bring her back with them after this mission? What? You desire to play with her? Sangu exhaled a puff of smoke and retorted grumpily, you should abandon that thought at once that a woman like Lu Qingxue is not someone we can touch. Even if they bring her back, she would belong to the boss and the others. That don't say I didn't warn you. The boss may be easygoing in other matters, but when it comes to women, there is no room for negotiation. Unless they grow tired of her, it is best you keep your distance, or else no one will come to your rescue. With that, Sangu took a deep drag from his cigarette and extinguished it on the ground. I understand, Sangu. Damn it, where did that mosquito come from? Lao Jiao nodded, only to feel a sharp sting on his neck. He raised his hand to swat it, but found nothing, only a sense of dizziness enveloping him. Just as Sangu was about to laugh, he felt a sharp pain in his back. I got bitten too. I in this cursed weather. It's normal to have mosquitoes around. Now let's hurry back. The two of them dismissed it and quickly made their way back to the restaurant. At that moment, they remained blissfully unaware of the dark, glossy ants, as well as mosquitoes and flies, that silently entered the restaurant via the air conditioning ducts from the corners of the walls. Chapter 61. You have already found your path to death. This Blood Wolf base is indeed rife with unsavory characters. As Sangu and Lao Jiao returned to the restaurant, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze back. He had not intended to act so swiftly, but their earlier conversation had altered his course. Since they dared to entertain thoughts of Lu Qingxue, they no longer deserved to live. There is a saying, isn't there? You have already found your path to death. Lin Yuan was a staunch male chauvinist, possessing an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. In this world, as long as one had strength, one could do as one pleased. If Lin Yuan had superhuman abilities, he would not merely play the role of a superhero. He would embody the essence of patriotism beyond that of his own countrymen. Otherwise, he would not have set foot in this Blood Wolf base today. Upon returning to the restaurant, Lao Jiao and Sangu encountered several base members dining. Sangu is back. Ha, Lao Jiao, your complexion seems off. You look a bit pale that you've only played all night. You need to replenish. Get lost. You need to replenish. I just didn't sleep well. All right, you didn't sleep well. Just make sure you don't fall asleep during the live stream later. You talk too much. Just scram. After exchanging playful banter, Sangu and Lao Jiao decided to take a shower and change into fresh clothes, especially since they would be heading to the gym for a live stream shortly. In recent days, their base had attracted several groups of survivors to join them through this method. Zhang Jinhua was one such individual who had joined. Of course, survivors as capable as Zhang Jinhua were few and far between. Most who sought refuge were elderly, women, and children. However, their leader cared not for such distinctions. They welcomed anyone who arrived, taking as many as they could. Their Blood Wolf base currently lacked for supplies, and their combat strength was of no concern whatsoever. Although the base consisted of merely over 30 members, each was either a fitness enthusiast or a boxing and martial arts coach, that it was not an exaggeration to say that any one of them could easily handle 5 or 6 zombies. To put it bluntly, these 30-odd individuals would face over 100 zombies without flinching. That if they were all armed, they could be even more formidable. However, they lacked personnel for menial tasks, laundry, cooking, and, most importantly, women to help alleviate their stress. As for whether the influx of survivors would burden the base, that question was of no concern. That if there were too many, they could simply eliminate a few. In recent days, the number of people who had perished at their hands had surpassed 300. The once bustling sports arena, teeming with life before the apocalypse, now stood empty, save for the members of the Blood Wolf base who enjoyed all its facilities in peace. You wonder how they achieved this. The Mosquito Squad had undergone tremendous growth over the past few days. Their strength vastly enhanced compared to when they first began, and the zombie virus they carried had intensified during this period. These mosquitoes had transformed into blood-sucking fiends, voraciously draining the blood of zombies. To say they were practically swimming in it would not be an exaggeration. This also meant that being bitten by them would accelerate the infection process. Just how much faster? From the moment Sangu and Lao Jiao were bitten to when they conversed with the base members, the entire process took no more than 40 seconds, having parted ways with the members. Sangu and Lao Jiao had barely taken a few steps when they sensed something amiss. Sango, why does it feel like the bite on my neck is getting itchier and more painful? I feel the same. The two scratched at the spots where the mosquitoes had bitten them, but instead of relief, the pain intensified. They even began to feel a foggy haze settling over their minds. Lao Zhu. Yu, Sango lifted his shirt, seeking Lao Jio's help, only for horror to etch itself on his face. Lao Jio's previously pale complexion had turned an eerie shade of green, with veins protruding like writhing worms. An utterly bizarre sight. His once dark irises now appeared ashen, moving erratically, while he spewed forth black, foul-smelling blood. Sango, I feel so unwell. Lao Jio seemed oblivious to his transformation, his voice raspy and fragmented, blood pooling in his mouth. Damn it! When did you get infected with the virus, you bastard? Are you trying to kill me? As Lao Jio lunged towards him, Sango swiftly kicked him down to the ground, shouting, Brothers, come quickly! The base members, who had been engrossed in their meal, rushed over upon hearing Sanji's voice. Sango, what is going on? Holy crap! When did Lao Jio turn into a zombie? When did he get infected? Damn it. This bastard is trying to kill us. If it weren't for Sango, we'd all be in danger. Enough chatter. Let us kill Lao Jio first. Upon seeing Lao Jio, now fully transformed into a zombie sprawled on the ground, the members were taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, they grabbed their steel pipes, short axes, and daggers, charging forward without a hint of doubt. When faced with life and death, so-called friendships meant nothing. It was either kill or be killed. Within mere seconds, Lao Jio met his end, and his head was severed cleanly, leaving him lifeless in an instant. Damn it, that gave me quite a scare. The group exhaled in relief, yet they failed to notice that Sango, who had been the most vocal moments ago, had his pupils turned completely ashen, his complexion darkened, veins bulging grotesquely across his face. Thank goodness Sango warned us. A young man turned to look at Sango, only to find Sango lunging at him, biting down on his nose, eliciting a piercing scream. This startled the other members into shock. What the hell? What did those two bastards do? They've both been infected. Dongzi got bitten. What do we do now? Are you an idiot? What do you mean what to do? Just kill them all. Dongzi, don't blame me. You've been bitten and there's no saving you. Hearing the members' words, Dongzi wore a dazed expression, which quickly morphed into intense rage. You bastards. If I'm going to die, you want to live either. I'll take one of you down with me. With a swift kick, Dongzi sent Sango sprawling, then lunged at the other members. Having trained in martial arts, Dongzi had won several heavyweight awards before the apocalypse. The others, being mere fitness enthusiasts, were no match for his speed and reflexes. The members were caught off guard by Dongzi's sudden madness and couldn't react in time, finding themselves tackled to the ground. With a swift movement, Dongzi's sharpened nails tore into the arms of two members, while he sank his teeth into one's shoulder, drawing blood. Chapter 62. He sent out just 2 mosquitoes to take down the Blood Wolf base. Dongzi, I'm absolutely furious. Realizing he too was on the verge of infection, the members' eyes turned red with desperation. The remaining 2 uninfected members scrambled to their feet, fear etched across their faces as they fled. If you think you can kill me, then let us all die together. Dongzi laughed maniacally, glancing at the fleeing figures without any intention of pursuing them, for it was simply unnecessary. Horror! As the 2 individuals hastily fled, the fully transformed zombie, Sango, suddenly lunged at them from the side, knocking them to the ground with alarming force. Despite their imposing physiques, being shot-put athletes, size alone does not equate to courage. They were utterly paralyzed by fear upon being tackled in an instant. Their fates were sealed. Sanji's blood-soaked, blackened teeth tore into the throat of one young man, ripping away a substantial chunk of flesh as blood gushed forth like a relentless torrent. The other youth emitted a heart-wrenching scream, as half of his face was savagely clawed apart. This entire horrific ordeal unfolded in a mere 2 minutes. All those present were infected. Dongzi, you scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. Despair etched across the faces of several members. That cough Chingo. What good does it do to say such things now? We're all infected, and will soon become zombies. I shall meet a grim fate, and so shall you all. Dongzi's eyes had turned a ghastly gray, and blackened blood poured from his mouth. He was on the brink of full transformation. Damn it, I refuse to accept this fate. If I am to die, I shall drag others down with me. I want to infect others. I have had enough of this. Yes. Let us turn them into zombies as well. Ha! Ha ha ha! The women are theirs to toy with, and once they grow weary, they cast us aside. I will slay them all. Kill, kill. Gazing at the 7 members stumbling toward the dining hall, Lin Yuan, who had been observing the chaos, leisurely followed with a few mosquitoes in tow that he had initially thought that Sangu and Lao Jiao would not cause much trouble, considering they were merely 2 individuals, even transformed into zombies. How much of a threat could they pose? Given the combat prowess of the members in this base, dispatching them should have been child's play. Who would have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events? Lao Jiao, bitten at the nape, transformed at the fastest rate, becoming the first casualty, drawing fire as Sangu morphed into a zombie assassin, taking down one of the strongest members. This shattered the balance. Unwilling to be mere fodder, Dongzi erupted in rage, retaliating against 3, while the remaining 2 were whisked away by the now zombie-turned assassin, Sangu. This spectacle was far more thrilling than any film. The base comprised only a little over 30 individuals. Subtracting Zhang Jinhui and Ma Gan, there should still be around 20 left, and now with Dongzi's group of 8 gone, it meant that merely a handful remained. Lin Yuan was astonished. Had he truly resolved the Blood Wolf base's turmoil with just 2 mosquitoes? Surely it couldn't have been that simple. After all, there were more than just Dongzi who practiced combat sports within the base. Moreover, in terms of strength, Dongzi did not rank highly. Otherwise, he would have already usurped leadership and not remained a subordinate, waiting to be discarded once the leader grew tired of him on the 5th floor. In the gym, a dozen young men clad in tank tops, showcasing their muscular physiques, were scattered about in groups, some seated, some standing, all wielding various fitness equipment, dripping with sweat as they exercised. They were warming up. A live broadcast was imminent, and they needed to prepare to present their best selves. This was the chief's expectation of them. Boss, Zhou Wu hurriedly approached Qin Liang, his phone in hand, his head bowed. A look of anxiety plastered across his face. What's wrong? Still unable to get through. Qin Liang, the leader of the Blood Wolf base, was 35 years old, standing at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches. His bronze-toned muscles accentuated by a sharply cut crew cut, exuding a menacing aura that in truth, he was indeed a ruthless figure. Having trained in boxing, kickboxing, and jiu-jitsu since childhood, he had fought professionally abroad for 4 years. Once, due to his excessive force, he had taken a life, resulting in a 6-year prison sentence. Upon his release, approaching 30, he found himself ill-equipped to adapt to the changes of the world, leading him to pursue the quickest route to wealth: robbery. Embracing the life of a bandit, after several successful heists, he began to relish his lifestyle. With the money from his crimes, his remarkable strength, and connections made in prison, he enjoyed a lavish existence for a few years, before returning to his homeland of fortnight ago. That no matter how comfortable life abroad was, it could not compare to the safety of his own country. After all, firearms were difficult for ordinary citizens to acquire domestically. Unlike abroad where everyone was armed, even a homeless person on the street, lacking money, could very well possess a gun. Without access to such deadly weapons, his skills rendered him virtually invulnerable. Yet, merely half a month after his return, the zombie virus erupted. However, he remained unfazed. With his prowess, even in the apocalypse, he could still lead a life of ease. What irked him most was the incompetence of his subordinates. They could hardly manage even trivial tasks. I've been trying to contact them since last night, but still can't get through. Something must have happened to them. Zhou Wu was drenched in sweat, unable to raise his head. This mission was his responsibility. He had been following up since last night, and initially, everything was progressing smoothly, but then communication was abruptly lost. Not only could he not reach Ma Gan, but even Zhang Jinhui, who he considered quite capable, had also gone silent. Earlier in the morning, upon learning of the situation, Qin Liang had crushed the neck of the woman involved in a fit of rage, delivering a terse ultimatum. If they could not be found, starting tomorrow, he would begin the cleanup of zombies surrounding Times Square. The operation to encircle Times Square had commenced 3 days prior. Yet, as Lin Yuan had pointed out, the scale of the task was immense. Their manpower was woefully inadequate, compounded by the significant number of zombies congregating in the area. After losing over 200 survivors, Qin Liang finally resolved to alter his strategy, focusing first on eliminating the zombies surrounding Times Square. Still, he faced the same issue: a severe lack of manpower and firepower. After just one day of attempts, the survivors they had managed to gather were entirely lost, forcing yet another postponement of the plan. However, Chen Liang's earlier statement suggested he had not abandoned either operation. But how did that differ from a death sentence? Chapter 63. He found himself somewhat fond of this apocalyptic world. Boss, indeed this was my oversight, but please grant me another chance. I will ensure this matter is handled properly, and such errors will never occur again. Zhou Wu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Speaking urgently, that he had fought hard to survive in this apocalypse, and now, thanks to his exceptional management skills, he had secured his position within the Blood Wolf base, that no longer did he need to live in constant fear of being discovered by zombies in the middle of the night, nor worry about food shortages. He even had a variety of women at his disposal, indulging in his desires. Before the apocalypse, he would not have dared to dream of such a life that he did not want to die, for he could not bear to part with this existence. Zhou Wu, your management skills are commendable. I have always held you in high regard. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted you with so many responsibilities within the base. However, this time, you have truly disappointed me. Chen Liang's tone was casual, as if he were entirely unconcerned, even as he continued to focus on lifting the 2 dumbbells in his hands. Each dumbbell weighed 100 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms, a weight that few could handle. Yet in Chen Liang's grasp, it seemed almost trivial, devoid of any burden. Gulp. Zhou Wu instinctively swallowed hard, gaining a clearer understanding of Chen Liang's strength. Before 8 o'clock tonight, Zhou Wu gritted his teeth, vowing to account for their fates, be they alive or dead. Account? How do you plan to account for it? Chen Liang set down the dumbbells, exhaling as he lifted his gaze. Not at Zhou Wu, but at his own arms and the muscles adorning his body, a hint of a smile breaking through his fierce demeanor. He was quite pleased with the results of his training. His strength had increased. Just 2 days prior, he had sensed changes within his body, an odd sensation. He felt his stamina had significantly improved, and his strength seemed to have doubled compared to his former self. He had enhanced his abilities at least 2-fold. Initially, he had thought something was wrong with his body, but after immersing himself in rigorous workouts at the gym for the past 2 days, he had come to a definitive realization. His body had undergone a form of evolution. Stamina enhanced 2-fold. Strength amplified 2-fold. While it sounded absurd, he distinctly felt himself growing stronger. Furthermore, this enhancement continued to progress gradually as he persisted in his training. In other words, his evolution was not yet complete. He could become even stronger. This morning, the reason he crushed that woman's neck was due to his incomplete mastery of the enhanced power coursing through him. After conversing with Zhou Wu, he immersed himself in the gym for 3 consecutive hours of training. Not only had he become thoroughly acquainted with his augmented strength, but he also felt a slight increase in both his power and stamina. Although the enhancement was marginal, he was acutely aware of the difference. Strangely, he found himself growing fond of this apocalyptic world. If they betray the base, I will personally eliminate them. That if they perish, I will lead the missions to scavenge for supplies myself. After uttering these words, Zhou Wu bowed his head deeply. Boss, please give me another chance. Leading the missions, though perilous, was far safer than venturing out to exterminate zombies. Besides, he had no other options left. I hope you won't let me down this time. Chen Liang waved his hand dismissively. He was in high spirits and was no longer concerned about the matter. After all, it was merely a few subordinates who had perished, which he hardly regarded. Moreover, Zhou Wu's proposition conveniently resolved the issue. Since they were bound to go out for supplies anyway, if a few individuals died, they could simply replace them. Anyone could take on a mission, of course. This was just his current good mood. Had it been earlier in the day, he would have slapped Zhou Wu away without a second thought. What kind of rubbish thinks they can negotiate with me? Thank you, boss. Zhou Wu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in astonishment. He had survived. He would not die. Truth be told, he was not lacking in strength, standing at 6 feet tall and having trained in free combat for 8 years. He was undoubtedly much stronger than the average person, even if he wasn't particularly formidable. When Zhang Jinwei joined the base, he had sparred with him, exchanging blows until he nearly broke Zhang's neck with a kick. Yet when facing Chen Liang, he felt utterly powerless to resist, especially just moments ago when he sensed that uttering a single wrong word could lead Chen Liang to crush him with those 2 100-kilogram dumbbells. Fortunately, he had lived to tell the tale. Time's almost up. Let us prepare for the live stream. Chen Liang rose, ready to take a shower, but paused after taking a few steps. Remember to attract more women for this live stream. Once it's over, let the women in the base sort themselves out. Yes, I will remind them. Zhou Wu nodded vigorously. Did he realize that Qin Liang had already lost interest in the women at the base? Brothers, get ready. Zhou Wu quickly called over the dozen or so members participating in the live stream. The boss just announced that after today, as a live stream task, the women in the base would be available for everyone to share. And tonight, they could enjoy themselves however they wished. Upon hearing Zhou Wu's words, the members' eyes brightened instantly. Let us get to work. With Zhou Wu's command, the live stream of Blood Wolf Base commenced. The gym was soon filled with a lively and jovial atmosphere, entirely devoid of any apocalyptic gloom. The members showcased their physiques and muscles, resembling a bodybuilding competition. Whoa, is this really not a pre-apocalypse recording? Ugh, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in a day and a night. I'm envious of their energy to work out. I really want to go to Blood Wolf Base. I asked their boxing coach, a free combat instructor. That feels so safe. Please, what's the address of Blood Wolf Base? I want to go, and it's not far from my home. I just checked the navigation map. It's only 4 kilometers away. Hey, why don't you hurry and go join them? It's crawling with zombies outside. My husband went out for food yesterday and was infected. I'm the only one hiding in the house, too scared to go out, let alone join them. Wait, are you that flight attendant from our neighborhood? I saw you when your husband got infected. I wanted to help, but there were too many zombies. I'm also hiding at home, but I still have some supplies. Which building are you in? I can bring you some. I don't want to expose you. Flight attendant, don't fall for it. That guy is not trustworthy. Zhou Wu's eyes lit up at the mention of a flight attendant, and he chuckled. Miss, what's your address? Our base is heading out tonight to search for supplies. If you want to join us at Blood Wolf Base, we can come pick you up. Chapter 64. You desire her body, and she is aware of your intentions. At this moment, they were completely oblivious to the fact that the corners of the gym's equipment were crawling with ants, each the size of broad beans. Their bodies pitch black, silently approaching. Lin Yuan had just switched his perspective when he heard Zhou Wu speaking to the flight attendant. Was he treating people like fools? Which sane person would believe that? Yet, the next moment, Lin Yuan was astonished to hear the flight attendant agree readily, providing her detailed address and arranging a specific time with Zhou Wu. This unexpected maneuver left Lin Yuan baffled. Is the flight attendant really this dim? Wait, Lin Yuan suddenly had a revelation. Could she be doing this purposefully? Realizing this possibility, Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire her brilliance. Quite clever, skilled hunters often appear as prey. No wonder she is a flight attendant. Her game is truly advanced. In contrast, Zhou Wu appeared like a complete fool. What was the purpose of their live stream? To attract survivors to come and join them, allowing them to effortlessly obtain the supplies and manpower these survivors would bring. Yet this flight attendant managed to reverse the situation with just a few words. There was no need to step outside, to confront zombies, or to worry about the journey. They could simply wait comfortably at home. How much trouble had been saved? Lin Yuan even suspected that the earlier comment revealing the flight attendant's identity and suggesting a visit to deliver warmth was possibly made by her. The crucial point is, if she was merely trying to avoid danger, deliberately fishing for Blood Wolf Base members to come pick her up, then was Zhou Wu really a fool? One desires, and the other consents. But who can truly guarantee that the other party is a flight attendant? Just based on those few comments, no visual evidence, no truth. What if the other party were a group of burly men covered in chest hair? That would be quite a sight. Never assume that with the apocalypse upon us, all survivors are desperately struggling to survive. There are always capable individuals, regardless of the time. Qin Liang is one such example. You think you've got someone trapped, yet little do you know, they're laughing because you've already taken the bait. The appearance of the flight attendant heightened the live stream's excitement. Numerous single women followed her lead, revealing their detailed addresses, hoping for Blood Wolf Base to send someone to retrieve them. This unexpected windfall thrilled Zhou Wu. Although he couldn't promise them all, many of them were nearby. A quick glance revealed several quality options. Finally, he could ensure his boss's satisfaction. This would make his days ahead much easier. After a few missions, he could speak well of himself to Qin Liang, and perhaps he could remain at the base. No longer forced to undertake missions. At that moment, those fervently engaged in the live stream remained completely unaware that outside the gym, in the corridor, a dozen grotesque figures with faces contorted in rage and black Foul blood dripping from their mouths had been drawn in by the commotion of the live stream. Room 704, by the balcony. These guys have finally descended. Lin Yuan took a large swig from the ice-cold cola at hand. The chilling sensation coursing down his throat, bringing him immense relief that a cold smile played across his face. Earlier, Lin Yuan had intended to follow Dongzi and the others, hoping to directly locate the base members. After all, the gym building was vast, and he was too lazy to search. However, their rate of mutation had exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Just as they exited the dining hall, they all transformed into zombies. They had been shouting about turning the other members of the base into zombies to join them in death, but now they had become zombies themselves, utterly reduced to mindless husks. The 6th floor was quite expansive. With the base members preparing for the live stream on the 5th floor, there was little noise, causing Dongzi and his group to wander aimlessly around the 6th floor. Lin Yuan had given up on them. Thankfully, his ant and mosquito squads were proving their worth. Not only discovering the Blood Wolf base members in the gym on the 5th floor, but also uncovering a group of women being treated as playthings in the yoga center above. There were indeed quite a number of them, over 20. One by one, they were living quite comfortably. Some were preening themselves, others were blissfully savoring nourishing meals, and still others hummed cheerful tunes while trying on a variety of alluring outfits. They had come to accept their current circumstances, even relishing this lifestyle. Everyone possesses the right to choose their own way of existence. There was nothing more to say. Lin Yuan merely cast a casual glance and shifted his perspective to the gym on the 5th floor. Then he settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Why does a cat, having caught a mouse, delay its meal, opting instead to toy with it until the mouse is nearly dead before finally indulging? Some say it is the nature of cats. Lin Yuan, however, believed it was the cat relishing the processed AT this moment. He too was savoring the unfolding events. Creak. The glass door of the gym was silently pushed open by a small battalion of ants. Oh my goodness! Streamer, look behind you! Zombies! It was astonishing that there were zombies in this Blood Wolf base. My God, these zombies are terrifying. It's over. This Blood Wolf base is finished. Huh? As the live stream comments suddenly erupted, Zhou Wu and the dozen or so base members looked utterly bewildered. What was happening? Zombies in the base. How could that be possible? Roar! The next moment, a deafening roar exploded in their ears. Their faces changed dramatically as they turned to look. Only to see a dozen zombies, their faces twisted in grotesque rage, charging towards them. Leading the pack were 7 zombies, Dongzi and Sangu among them. The remaining zombies were survivors from the 6th floor who had once handled cooking and chores. They had been hiding, but after becoming infected, they had joined the fray. Help me, help me. The cries of despair echoed as 2 unfortunate base members, positioned closest to the gym's entrance, were directly targeted by the zombie assassins Sango and the berserk Dongzi. The 2 were swiftly bitten on the neck, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Zhou Wu reacted quickly, grabbing a nearby baseball bat and charging forward. Bang! He immediately targeted Sango, swinging the bat with tremendous force, smashing Sanji's head open like a watermelon, black blood splattering everywhere. The assassin Sango was obliterated in an instant. Chapter 65. Little brother, in this world, one must speak with strength. Being able to fight means nothing. Damn it. How could it be Dongzi and the others? What is going on? Weren't they all on the base today? How could they all be infected? Who the hell was on duty today? Did the zombies break in? Damn, I was just smoking with Brother Qian. Enough chatter, they're all zombies now. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten what the boss said, damn? Let us deal with them first. Zhou Wu's swift reaction was matched by the other dozen base members. Even though they recognized these zombies as their former comrades, they hesitated not for a moment, arming themselves and charging forth. Zombies must be killed, regardless of who they were, even if they were parents or siblings. Once infected, there could be no mercy. They all had to be slain. This was the decree proclaimed by their leader, Chen Liang, upon their joining the base, and it was a rule that everyone was bound to follow. For only by killing them could one avoid infection and the fate of becoming a zombie. In Lehigh City, the Blood Wolf base had garnered a certain reputation. After all, it was still the early days of the apocalypse. Merely the 4th day, and most survivors were still hiding, struggling to survive. There were indeed a number of so-called survivor groups banding together, but they typically lacked significant combat strength, unable to withstand the onslaught of zombies. still grappling for survival. The existence of survivor bases was exceedingly rare. The Blood Wolf base not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also managed to be self-sufficient, effectively organizing rescues and welcoming new survivors. Moreover, their frequent videos and live streams had naturally spread their fame far and wide. Each live stream attracted a multitude of viewers, garnering the attention of official channels. The more desperate the environment, the greater the need for hope. Only when a ray of light shines upon them can they muster the courage to continue living. Clearly, the Blood Wolf base had become a beacon of hope for many survivors. Previously, due to the appearance of that flight attendant during a live stream, the viewership had surged. Now, this sudden turn of events ignited the live stream's engagement, reaching an unprecedented peak. Wow, that Zhou Wu is incredible. He exploded a zombie's head with one strike. These muscular guys are impressive. They provide such a sense of security. No wonder the Blood Wolf base dares to go live. Every member is so strong. I really want to join. I thought the Blood Wolf base was doomed. How short-sighted of me. These zombies are no match for them at all. I'm just curious. Where did these zombies come from? What does it matter how strong they are? If so many zombies appeared in the base without anyone noticing, what is the difference from having zero defenses? Mark my words, this Blood Wolf base is going down today. Upstairs, the Prophet, I think so too. Bullshit, the members of the Blood Wolf base are so formidable. No matter how many zombies there are, they can handle them. How could they possibly be finished? On the live stream screen, the previously dense barrage of comments surged instantaneously, with each new comment being quickly overshadowed, rendering the content unreadable. Some survivors who had been debating in the comments ceased their arguments, focusing intently on the base members as they fought the zombies. After all, such scenes were exceedingly rare. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been struggling to survive, avoiding zombies whenever possible. That if escape was not an option, then one could only become zombie fodder. Direct confrontations with zombies were virtually unseen. Many eyes were drawn to Zhou Wu. When faced with Chun Liang, Zhou Wu appeared timid and fearful, yet in the presence of zombies, he was ferocious. He aimed all his strikes at their heads, swinging that bat as if he were playing baseball, and his movements were not only flamboyant, but also packed with explosive power. The most crucial aspect was his incredible speed that as three zombies lunged at him. He deftly sidestepped, then swung the metal baseball bat with a swift motion. Thud, thud, thud. Just like three ripe watermelons, they burst apart. This scene caused the live stream comments to explode once again. Wow. One swing, and three zombies are down. This combat power is astounding. In the blink of an eye, these dozen zombies are nearly gone. Was the crisis truly averted? If only I could fly, I would love to join the Blood Wolf base immediately. I crave that sense of security. Wait for me. I'm not far from the Blood Wolf base. I'll head down right away. I absolutely must join this base. Bro, I recognize your username. We're from the same neighborhood. Wait for me. Let us go together. The upheaval had come suddenly, yet the battle concluded swiftly. The entire process lasted barely over a minute, as only a few regular survivors had turned into zombies. The base members surged forward. Zhou Wu took a couple of steps back, allowing them the opportunity to shine in front of the cameras. Little brother, you've got some serious skills. Observing Zhou Wu retreating to the side, leisurely lighting a cigarette, Lin Yuan chuckled. However, in this world, one must demonstrate strength. Being able to fight means nothing. At that moment, a fly quietly buzzed by. Damn it, where did that fly come from? Just as Zhou Wu happily blew a smoke ring, he felt a slight itch in his ear. He scratched it and noticed a fly swiftly darting away. He muttered a curse under his breath, but did not give it much thought. Casting a glance at the densely packed comments on the live stream, his previously grim expression finally brightened a little. Although he was unaware of how Dongzi and the others had become zombies, he was relieved that today's incident had been resolved. Moreover, it had been resolved live. The impact was utterly maximized, surpassing all their efforts over the past few days. Even though they had lost some personnel, it mattered not. Given today's live stream success, new members would soon join, and their numbers would only increase. For any potential reprimand from the boss, it was of no concern to him. Today was not his duty day. It could not be pinned on him. Besides, he had eliminated half of the zombies himself, earning him more credit than anyone else. Furthermore, during the live stream, he had presented the boss with a selection of over a dozen high-quality women. Perhaps when the boss was in a good mood, The issues with Zhang Jinhua and Megan would simply be overlooked. He might even be spared from having to search for supplies. With that thought, a smug smile crept onto his face. Indeed, it seemed that fate was favoring him. Huh. IS&T had said that flies don't sting without cause. My ears are in excruciating pain. Chapter 66. Since they are infected. Let us eliminate them all. Did I ask this something I need to teach you? Ordinary flies do not elicit any sensation when they bite, but the flies cultivated by Lin Yuan's squad are an entirely different matter. Zhou Wu was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was already doomed. He merely felt a sharp pain in his ear, as though a needle were being driven into it. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, intending to seek assistance, when suddenly a woman's frantic cries for help echoed from the corridor outside the gym. "Da-da! Help! There are zombies upstairs! Quickly come save us!" He looked up to see the group of over 20 women from upstairs. A robust young zombie was chasing them, roaring behind, although its considerable bulk hindered its speed. "Damn it, is it not over yet?" Zhou Wu cursed under his breath, disregarding the increasing agony in his ear as he grasped his iron baseball bat, preparing to confront the zombie. However, in the next moment as he caught sight of the 20 or so women, his expression soured. Each of them bore injuries. They had been infected. That zombie looked somewhat familiar. Lin Yuan was taken aback upon recognizing the young zombie. It was one of the two he had seen earlier in the cafeteria. "Little brother, you've turned into a zombie, yet you're still thinking about women? It must have been quite a harsh time for you." If this young lad had not transformed into a zombie, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. For Lin Yuan had misjudged him. He had originally intended to stick with Dongzi and the others, planning to drag others down with him. But his large frame had caused him to lag behind. That'd be why the time Dongzi and his crew rushed down upon hearing the commotion from the gym on the 5th floor. He had already fallen behind. Subsequently, he was drawn in by the cries of the women upstairs. Logically, although he was a zombie, he was alone that if those 20 women had shown any courage, he would have been finished long ago. Yet, when he charged upstairs, the women were too busy screaming to dare attack him, and many were even injured by him. They ran down in a frenzy, and he persistently pursued them, ultimately chasing them into the gym on the 5th floor. At this moment, the women had already rushed into the gym en masse, and the little brother followed suit. Bang! A well-built young man swung an axe down, cleaving the head of the shot-put young zombie, who instantly met his demise, spilling brains and blood across the floor. "Da-da! He is dead. He is dead." Well, I'm terrified upon witnessing the shot-put young zombie being brutally slain, with blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Some of the women nearby were drenched in blood, causing them to scream in terror. "Shut up, all of you!" Zhou Wu bellowed, his face dark with anger. The women immediately covered their mouths in fear. "Wu Ge, they cannot be left alive." Just then, the young man who had just killed the little brother approached, frowning as he inquired. Not only him, but other members also gravitated closer. They were not blind. Zhou Wu had already discerned that these women were infected, and naturally, they had too. Though it was somewhat regrettable, having yet to indulge in these women, rules were rules. "Yang Kai, what do you mean? What do you mean they cannot be left alive? You bastards, we have all slept with your boss. Your boss assured us that as long as we behaved, we would be kept safe. Are you now disregarding your boss's words?" "Exactly, we are all your boss's women." The young man's voice was not loud, but given the proximity, the women heard him, and they erupted in rage before Zhou Wu could respond. Zhou Wu's expression darkened, and just then, steady footsteps emerged from the depths of the gym. From the direction of the bathroom. "What is all this ruckus?" Dressed in a tank top that showcased his bronzed muscles, Chun Liang strode forward. His imposing stature, accentuated by his height of nearly 6.5 feet, exuded an overwhelming aura, particularly with his fierce demeanor that was impossible to conceal. Just a glance sent shivers down one's spine. "Boss!" Zhou Wu and the others hurried forward. The 20 women, however, turned pale. Rendered speechless in fear, they trembled at the thought of Chun Liang, whether in bed or out of it. "What is going on?" Chun Liang scanned the corpses of the dozen zombies strewn across the floor. Though he had heard the commotion from the bathroom earlier, he had paid it no mind until just now when he had finished his shower. His gaze shifted to the 20 women, and upon seeing their injuries, his expression hardened. "Boss, Dongzi and the others have all been infected and mutated into zombies. We just dealt with them, and these women arrived, all bearing wounds. likely infected by the pursuing zombie. Zhou Wu spoke rapidly, recounting the events that had transpired, that if they are infected, then eliminate them all. That I ask this a matter I need to instruct you on. I step away for a mere shower. And so much chaos ensues. These subordinates are utterly useless. Chun Liang's expression was cold, his menacing aura intensifying, causing alarm. That I understand, boss. Zhou Wu, somewhat intimidated, nodded hastily, leading the handful of base members towards the women. Even the dimmest among them now grasped the gravity of the situation. Chun Liang, just yesterday you praised my skills and said you would treat me well? Ah! Before a woman could finish her sentence, Zhou Wu smashed her head with his bat, splattering blood everywhere, drenching several nearby women in the crimson spray. Their already frayed nerves snapped, sending them into a frenzy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I will obey. I can help you lure more women. Please don't kill me. When you lured us here, you promised we would be safe as long as we complied, but now you are sending my husband to his death. You promised that as long as I slept with you, you wouldn't harm me. Liars, you're all liars. The Bloodwolf base are all deceivers. You will not have a good end. The slaughter had commenced. Those survivors witnessing the entire live stream were utterly appalled. Chapter 67. What difference does it make if I left my vocal cords at home? My God, his head was cleaved open. Wow, they really killed them all. Who is this boss? I've never seen him in the previous videos or streams. Are you all missing the point? What they just said carries immense weight. Goodness, luring survivors, seizing their resources, forcing men to toil as laborers and cannon fodder, keeping the attractive women for themselves, and when they tire of them, either killing them or gifting them to their subordinates. The only cost? A daily commitment to broadcasting videos and live streams. This is a venture so low cost that even the capital tycoons would kneel and call him Big Brother. The Bloodwolf base truly knows how to play the game. I've been saying something was off about the Bloodwolf base. Yet no one believed me that I end this apocalypse who would be so kind-hearted. These scoundrels should be dragged out and fed to the zombies. At that moment, the live stream chat exploded. Everyone was deeply shocked. How long had the apocalypse been occurring, and humanity had already sunk to such darkness? After all, no one was a fool. Throughout life, who hasn't witnessed human nature? Yet what they had previously encountered was nothing comparable to the atrocities committed by the Bloodwolf base. Those survivors who had considered seeking refuge were now drenched in cold sweat. Though their current existence was arduous, fraught with fear daily, the ability to scroll through their phones and watch live streams indicated they could still survive. When faced with dire straits, when survival itself became a concern. Who had the energy or mood for such trivialities? To survive was enough. They could patiently await rescue. After all, it was the official rescue operation. How could the Bloodwolf base compare? What could they offer in contrast? Simply imagining being lured into their trap and facing the consequences intensified the rage of those survivors who had once been tempted. In an instant, the already dense barrage of comments exploded once more. Though this time, it was all a series of asterisks. Even with the screen filled with stars, revealing only scattered words like I could not quench their fury. This was their only outlet for expression. As Lin Yuan observed the incessant barrage of comments on the live stream, he couldn't help but glance over, only to quickly divert his gaze in utter disbelief. What a remarkable display of talent. Even in this apocalyptic scenario, they persist with their keyboard warrior antics. The Bloodwolf base is audacious enough to take action. Why should they fear your scorn? Moreover, the sheer volume of comments, a constellation of stars, clearly indicates that these individuals are seasoned veterans of the Zhuan region, boasting impressive speed in their typing. Yet who can decipher the gibberish they produce? Even a child in a quarrel understands a fundamental truth. While I may refrain from cursing, my voice will undoubtedly eclipse yours, creating an atmosphere that resonates with power. If I cannot best you in words, at the very least, I shall not be outdone in presence, creating a buzz that can be likened to magical damage. Their antics resemble a feudal argument in reality, where their vocal cords remain at home, for the audience is indifferent and utterly bewildered. This is a diminished form of damage, a mere shadow of the impact. Indeed, it is a farcical spectacle. In truth, this is precisely the case, whether it be Zhou Wu, engaged in slaughter, or Chun Liang, the leader of this base. They simply disregard it all, choosing to ignore the spectacle entirely. The live stream serves merely as a tool to attract survivors. Now that it has lost its utility, they can easily adopt a different approach. What is there to be concerned about? This imposing presence. It appears rather formidable. Lin Yuan regarded Chen Liang, having already witnessed Zhou Wu's combat prowess. With a mastery of intermediate fighting techniques, it was evident to Lin Yuan that Zhou Wu was well-versed in mixed martial arts, exhibiting profound skill and experience that far surpassed that of mere instructors. Yet in the presence of Chen Liang, Zhou Wu appeared submissive, adopting an excessively deferential demeanor that defied all logic. It seemed that Zhou Wu alone would not suffice. Lin Yuan contemplated extending a gesture of greeting to Chen Liang, the leader of the Bloodwolf base, especially since this was their first encounter. Although it was a one-sided introduction, with Chen Liang entirely oblivious to Lin Yuan's existence. It mattered little. Lin Yuan placed great importance on etiquette. Suddenly, a spray of dark crimson ichor splattered against the ground as a young man wielding a fire axe decapitated a woman who had begun to transform into a zombie. As the last of the women collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the members of the base collectively exhaled in relief, though they had regarded these women with disdain and found the slaughter effortless. The psychological weight of confronting the infected, who were on the brink of mutation, lingered. Their combat prowess did not render them immune to the fear of zombies. A momentary lapse could result in their own demise should they fall victim to infection. With all threats eliminated, they felt a semblance of security. However, at that moment, a swarm of mosquitoes descended upon them. Where did these mosquitoes come from? I've been bitten, one exclaimed. Damn it, the stench of these zombies' blood has attracted so many mosquitoes. Despite being bitten, the group paid little heed, preoccupied with the urgent need to dispose of the corpses. Brother Wu, what should we do with these bodies? Although Chen Liang was the leader, his temper was notoriously volatile. And after his earlier outburst, the base members dared not provoke him. They all turned to Zhou Wu, only to find him squatting beside a corpse, clutching something in his hands and gnawing away fervently. This sight left them utterly bewildered. Brother Wu, did you skip breakfast? Are you hungry now? And is that Dongzi's corpse you're feasting on? What? Are you trying to tempt him? Chen Liang sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed as he called out. But Zhou Wu showed no response, continuing to devour the flesh with his back turned to them. Chen Liang's expression darkened. Having been a fighter and a notorious thug, evading capture abroad for years, surviving the apocalypse required more than mere brute strength. His vigilance and observational skills were his greatest assets. Although Zhou Wu's back obscured his current state, Chen Liang was certain that Zhou would succumb to infection and had transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, he would not dare treat him with such insolence, even if he were granted tenfold courage. Though perplexed, Chen Liang dismissed it. Zhou Wu had been fine moments ago, untouched by zombies, so how had he been infected? Yet, this was no longer relevant. Zhou Wu had become a zombie, and there was no need for him to instruct his subordinates on how to handle the situation. Chen Liang was confident in his abilities. Yet he was not foolish enough to engage directly. That would defeat the purpose of having subordinates. Chapter 68. Lin Yuan's opportunity to rise. What a staggering stroke of fortune. What on earth? Brother Wu was turned into a zombie. When did this happen? The group felt as though they had misheard, wondering if their ears had betrayed them. Chen Liang's expression darkened as he barked loudly, and only then did the members snap back to reality. Although still incredulous, they dared not question their leader's words. Gripping their weapons tightly, they prepared to advance, but at that moment, Zhou Wu, still crouched and gnawing at something, suddenly halted. Hiss, hiss with a series of involuntary growls. Zhou Wu slowly turned to face them. His eyes, a pale gray with a hint of silver, glistened ominously, while dark veins snaked from his neck to his face, resembling writhing earthworms. The sight was grotesque. Blackish-red ichor dripped from his mouth, and remnants of flesh could still be seen lodged between his teeth. It. Truly a mutation. Look, he devoured Dongzi's heart. When had Brother Wu been infected? The group was taken aback. Lin Yuan, too, was startled. Silver eyes? Although the faint hint of silver was subtle and easily overlooked, Lin Yuan had keenly discerned it. Had Zhou Wu not just been infected and transformed into a zombie? Why then did his eyes bear this glimmer of silver? Was it due to his consumption of Dongzi's heart? As this thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Could it be? Zombies do not attack their own kind merely due to a lack of suitable prey. Otherwise, why would Zhou Wu, post-transformation, not attack the group, but instead eagerly devour Dongzi's heart. The notion that zombies could evolve and gain strength by consuming their kin left Lin Yuan feeling unsettled. How could they possibly proceed from here? No, there must be limitations. Otherwise, with so many zombie corpses surrounding them, why had Zhou Wu only consumed Dongzi's heart, ignoring the others entirely? Furthermore, why hadn't the other zombies attacked Dongzi to devour his heart? Lin Yuan contemplated a possibility. While it was indeed plausible that consuming fellow zombies could lead to evolution and increased strength, 3 conditions must be met. First, only the heart possesses this effect. Second, the zombie must be sufficiently powerful. Third, the zombie must be cold and lifeless, having become a corpse. All 3 conditions must be fulfilled. Otherwise, it would be futile. What utter nonsense. It was akin to the sluggish pace at which living zombies were devoured by an ant squad. Despite the absurdity, it appeared to be the only feasible explanation. Yet for Lin Yuan, this could potentially be a boon. If this hypothesis held true, it would signify that, following the chaos of the early apocalypse, all zombies worldwide would enter a phase of rapid power enhancement. For the survivors, this would indeed spell disaster. But for Lin Yuan, it represented an unparalleled opportunity. The stronger the zombies became, the more points he would gain from devouring them. This was an exceptionally promising prospect. With this realization, Lin Yuan felt a surge of vigor. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer felt fatigued, and even the sun's rays felt inviting. How many misfortunes could be reframed as boundless fortune when viewed from a different perspective? Lin Yuan continued to watch the unfolding drama, knowing that this grand performance was on the cusp of its climactic finale. Zhou Wu had truly mutated. What had gone awry? Chun Liang fixed his gaze on Zhou Wu, his eye twitching with intensity as he scrutinized Zhou Wu, seeking even the slightest wound, that if he could find any injury, it would confirm that Zhou Wu had inadvertently been harmed by a zombie, leading to his infection. However, such a discovery was impossible. Flies and mosquitoes differ fundamentally. Mosquitoes pierce the skin with their proboscis to draw blood, whereas flies employ a lick and suck method. To put it simply, the fly bites do not affect the pores at all. They merely impact the epidermal tissue, with wounds so minuscule that they are virtually invisible, even to eyes as keen as a microscope's. Under Lin Yuan's control, however, the site of Zhou Wu's fly bites remains just behind his ear. At this location, a network of dark blue veins is already spread. Where could one possibly find the wound? Damn it, could it be that someone has plotted against him? Chun Liang's fists clenched tightly, his expression dark enough to seem as though it could drip with water. In his mind, he rapidly replayed the events that had transpired in the base today. Something is amiss. It feels profoundly wrong. It is as if an invisible hand is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. The adversary appears to possess the ability to infect others, doing so stealthily, without anyone being the wiser. Does this imply that they could easily obliterate his Bloodwolf base? Yet, they have not done so. Instead, they first infect a group of individuals, allowing those infected base members to be slaughtered, leading everyone to believe the ordeal is over, only to suddenly select one of the remaining individuals for infection, continuing to sow chaos. It's akin to a cat playing with a mouse. This thought emerged, and Chun Liang's gaze suddenly turned ferocious. Damn it! He had roamed abroad with impunity for so many years, having witnessed all manner of scenes, and he had always been the one to toy with others. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? At this moment, he was truly enraged. Roar! Zhou Wu, now completely transformed into a zombie and having just consumed Dongzi's heart, let his pale, silver-tinted eyes lazily scan the group of over a dozen individuals. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Chun Liang. Chun Liang had begun to evolve. His strength and physical prowess doubled. Although he had kept this a secret and never spoken of it to anyone, such matters were not secrets among zombies. The actions of a zombie are driven by instinct. Zhou Wu, after mutating, did not attack humans, but instead devoured Dongzi's heart, because his instincts told him that doing so would facilitate his evolution and increase his power. Far more significant than attacking these people. The same holds true now. Instinct tells Zhou Wu that consuming Chun Liang's heart will enable him to continue evolving and growing stronger. How does he perceive me as his target? Chun Liang grinned. He genuinely laughed. Zhou Wu, you truly possess audacity. When alive, you were merely my dog, and now, as a zombie, You dare to bare your fangs? Roar! Zhou Wu let out a roar and charged directly at Chen Liang. His movement instantly transformed the expressions of the dozen or so base members. How fast! They clearly remembered that when Zhou Wu was alive, although he was swift, he could never reach such a speed. Before they could even react, Zhou Wu had already crossed a distance of 6 or 7 meters, appearing before Chen Liang. With such speed, had he targeted them earlier, they would have been utterly annihilated. Even as a zombie, he remains a worthless creature. Chen Liang's voice rang coldly. Bang! Zhou Wu's head exploded. With a single punch, he was obliterated. Chapter 69. How many points is this Chen Liang worth? The genius homebody. Jiang Qian, room 704, by the balcony. What the heck? This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Watching as Chen Liang effortlessly obliterated Zhou Wu's head with a single punch, Lin Yuan sprang up from a single sofa. His eyes alight with astonishment. Can an ordinary person truly explode someone's head with a punch? That is utterly absurd. This feat was accomplished not with a metal baseball bat or a hammer, but purely with a fist. Even world-class boxing champions cannot achieve such a thing. Do you have any idea how hard a human skull is? Especially since Zhou Wu had evolved after consuming Dong Zi's heart, making his skull even harder than that of an ordinary person. Chen Liang, without even moving his feet, accomplished this with a single punch, the force of which undoubtedly exceeded that of an average human being. This man has undoubtedly evolved. Lin Yuan was left with a singular question. If he were to devour this Chen Liang, how many points would he gain? Indeed, upon realizing that Chen Liang was an evolved individual, Lin Yuan's first thought was not about the strength of Chen Liang, nor why he had evolved. His first thought was calculating how many points this Chen Liang would be worth. The Ant Squad has finally reached a stage where they can feast on fine crumbs. Oh my goodness! This leader possesses terrifying strength. Zhou Wu had just demonstrated astonishing speed, yet he was obliterated with a single punch. This is no longer that of a normal human. What the heck? Just out of curiosity, I captured a screenshot of this leader's appearance and searched online. To my surprise, I found news articles about him. His name is Chen Liang. He has committed several major robbery cases abroad, killing numerous people, a super notorious criminal, wanted internationally for 5 years without capture. Who would have thought he would return to the country and establish this blood wolf base? Gasp. We are all human. Why is he so formidable? Damn it. No wonder he is so ruthless. The survivors who had been watching the live stream were also thoroughly frightened, and as some survivors uncovered Chen Liang's identity and deeds, it left everyone gasping in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the hope they had clung to for days would actually be a remorseless criminal? It is utterly ironic. At that moment, Chen Liang suddenly turned to look at the live stream footage, marking the first time since his appearance that he regarded the camera. What is he up to? A question mark appeared above everyone's heads. Before they could ponder it further, Chen Liang had already strode toward the live streaming equipment. His cold, knife-like gaze, so close to the camera, felt as though he was staring directly at them. Oh my goodness! The survivors were startled, nearly dropping their phones as they watched the live stream. They are all ordinary people. Who could withstand such a gaze? In an instant, the once dense barrage of comments on the live stream vanished entirely. At that moment, Chen Liang spoke. You must be watching the live stream as well, right? Huh. Hearing Chen Liang's seemingly nonsensical words, the survivors who were already frightened by his gaze found themselves even more bewildered, the question mark above their heads growing larger. When I have a question mark, it is not I who has a problem, but rather you. To whom is he speaking? Who is watching a live stream? This Chen Liang cannot possibly be insane. Can he? Linhai City, West District at a 5-star hotel. Top floor, I in a luxurious suite priced at 200,000 for the night. It seems that this Chen Liang has realized he is not entirely foolish. Jiang Qian, freshly emerged from a shower and clad in a white bathrobe, casually nestled into the soft, genuine leather sofa. However, this fellow cannot possibly respond so simply. Can he? I am genuinely curious about how he accomplished this. Such methods are simply unscientific. To her left lay an open bag of original flavored potato chips, and to her right, several bottles of lime-flavored sparkling water. Her favorite snack flavors. She placed the tablet, which she had not set down since leaving the bathroom, casually on the coffee table. Jiang Qian's beautifully shaped brows furrowed tightly, her enchanting eyes unwilling to leave the tablet for even a second. After all, she had been staring at it even while soaking in the bath. Come on, just respond with a single word. Even a punctuation mark, and I can locate you. Brushing her slightly obstructing hair behind her ear, Jiang Qian felt a bit uncomfortable and casually took a hair tie from her wrist, tying her damp hair into a high ponytail without further care. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze on the tablet, already having retrieved a notebook, ready for action at any moment. The droplets of water from her hair quickly coalesced and dripped down from her hair tips. At this moment, her posture was less than ideal. She leaned forward, and combined with her stunning physique, the upper part of her bathrobe gaped slightly, allowing all the droplets to cascade into the abyss below. Yet, she was entirely unconcerned about this. She had never considered herself a refined person. During high school, she devoted herself entirely to her studies, and after finally gaining admission to the top academic institution in Linhai City, she completely let herself go, transforming into a homebody who only pursued her interests, disregarding everything else. She knew she was beautiful and possessed an excellent figure. Upon entering university, she was immediately pursued by countless boys. Hailed as the campus belle, attracting many suitors. Yet, she found it all rather dull. She enjoyed reading, archery, computer science, snacks, the two-dimensional world, and she simply wished to devote her time to the things she loved. Sometimes she could spend an entire day in the library lost in reading, or forget to eat while studying computer science, or even develop calluses on her fingers from practicing archery, yet still find joy in it. She was also immensely grateful for all the years she had dedicated to archery. Otherwise, she would not have survived to this day. Sometimes, being a homebody has its advantages that a tech-savvy homebody is still a homebody. Jiang Qian considers herself quite the tech enthusiast. Apart from her exceptional prowess in archery, her greatest source of pride lies in her computer skills. Since the apocalypse has descended upon the world, her comfort has been sustained solely through her technological expertise. After seeking refuge in this hotel, she infiltrated the hotel's back-end system, cleverly luring the zombies throughout the establishment to the ground floor with the noise of the elevator and other disturbances. Subsequently, she hijacked the university's broadcasting equipment to divert the horde outside the hotel, effectively sealing the main entrance. From that moment on, the entire hotel became her exclusive domain. Chapter 70. What is the point of growing up? It's utterly exhausting. Resources within the hotel are finite. Every little bit counts, and Jiang Qian cannot remain in the hotel indefinitely for official rescue efforts. It is indeed a flicker of hope. Yet she refuses to be so naively optimistic as to believe that Lady Luck would be so gracious towards her. She is not the protagonist, after all. Merely surviving long enough to reach the hotel and maintaining her safety thus far feels like a culmination of her family's ancestral good fortune, likely all spent on her alone. Thus, over the past couple of days, she has been contemplating her next course of action. The Bloodwolf base was something she stumbled upon while browsing short videos that ASA homebody, particularly one enamored with the two-dimensional world. Her initial impression of the Bloodwolf base, much like Lin Yuan and Song Yufei, was far from favorable. Later, employing her hacking skills, she accessed the surveillance system of the Dongxing Sports Center that IT was indeed no good. Though she felt a surge of indignation towards these scoundrels, she refrained from engaging in any reckless acts of heroism. After all, such actions would be futile, with her own survival hanging by a thread. She hardly had the capacity to concern herself with others. Moreover, she has never been the type to overflow with sympathy. Otherwise, she would have acquiesced to the affections of suitors during her 3 years at university. Nevertheless, she has kept a watchful eye on the Bloodwolf base in recent days. Just moments ago, while enjoying a bath, she witnessed events unfolding within the base through a live stream. Her spirits soared. Finally, someone was taking action against the Bloodwolf base. Moreover, this individual was shrouded in mystery, employing extraordinary methods that bordered on the unscientific. Most crucially, she felt that this person might become a potential ally. Do not mistake her thoughts for casual frivolity. Her decision was grounded in 3 compelling reasons. Firstly, the individual managed to infect the members of the Bloodwolf base without ever having set foot inside, executing this with stealth that was nothing short of remarkable. Such skill and prowess in this apocalyptic world could guarantee survival, perhaps even a life of relative ease. Secondly, their audacious approach to attacking the Bloodwolf base suggested a personal vendetta against it. She had also noted that the women slain by Zhou Wu had been infected by a zombie that had previously engaged in shot putting, distinguishing them from the others. While she could not ascertain if this was mere coincidence, it was evident that the individual had refrained from targeting those women, indicating a moral boundary. Of course, the specifics of their intentions remained to be seen, and she would need to investigate directly to determine whether collaboration was feasible. Chen Liang had already sensed the presence of an adversary. Jiang Qian could only await a response. If the person replied in the comments, she could track them down using her hacking skills, even accessing their phone to see what they looked like. Then, she could decide whether to cooperate. Regardless, she had nothing to lose. Respond quickly. Respond quickly. Jiang Qian's beautiful eyes fixated on her tablet, her lips muttering in anticipation. Her fingers clutching a piece of potato chip she had just unwrapped, completely oblivious to the fact that she hadn't eaten it. To be a formidable outlaw indeed requires a certain intellect. Upon witnessing a sluggishly drifting comment on the live stream, Jiang Qian's eyes widened, causing the chip in her hand to shatter with a resounding crunch. They had truly responded. Overcome with excitement, her movements became exaggerated, and the bathrobe, already stretched to its limits, could no longer contain itself. The sash around her slender waist slipped free, causing the robe to slide down, revealing her delicate collarbone and porcelain shoulders. Oh dear. Jiang Qian gasped softly, her exquisite features flushing a shade of crimson as she hastily pulled the robe back up, tightening the sash once more. Yet, despite her efforts, the garment remained stretched beyond its intended bounds, leaving her in a dizzying state of vulnerability. What use is growing up if it only leads to such exhaustion? Jiang Qian glanced down, a frown marring her otherwise lovely face. Sometimes, having an enviable figure isn't all it's cracked up to be. But this was hardly the time for such thoughts. She lifted her head, swiftly retrieving her pre-prepared laptop. The sound of her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard echoed in the room as she adeptly hacked into the back-end server of the short video platform, using code she had written previously. This presented no challenge for her, especially in this post-apocalyptic world where no one was maintaining the systems. It was all the more straightforward. Now, all she needed to do was lock onto the IP signal of that comment and commence tracking. Meanwhile, she kept her gaze fixed on the developments in the live stream, eager to observe what this individual would say. To Chen Liang to facilitate this, she had modified the data of the live stream, silencing all other participants and designating the account that made the comment as the sole administrator. In doing so, everyone else was rendered mute, leaving only that individual free to comment. Everything happening at the Blood Wolf base is indeed your doing. Upon seeing that comment, Chen Liang's expression darkened significantly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. How on earth had this person managed to do it? Didn't you already guess? Surprised? Unexpected? Can we discuss something of substance? Your words are soothing, but typing is rather exhausting. The bold red comment drifted by, leisurely. Chen Liang's eyes twitched violently. The silent survivors were left in a state of utter confusion. Initially bewildered, they began to grasp the situation upon witnessing Lin Yuan's first response. However, as they attempted to comment, Jiang Qian had already taken action. Hearing Chen Liang's inquiries alongside Lin Yuan's second comment plunged them back into bewilderment. Was it you? How did you do it? Surprised? Unexpected? Discuss something substantial. Typing is exhausting. Seriously, are you that playful? Can't you see how Chen Liang's eyes are twitching? This is infuriating. Jiang Qian too felt a twinge of confusion, but it quickly morphed into amusement. The contrast between the playful comments and Chen Liang's dark demeanor was simply too comical. Continue, don't stop, don't stop. Jiang Qian's lips curled into a smile, a sense of anticipation welling within her. She felt that the individual must be quite young, not yet too old, and through the content of that second comment, her interest was piqued. Not only did they possess a moral compass, but they also exhibited a playful spirit. She was now apprehensive that the individual might stop commenting. If only she could have a few more minutes, she would be able to pinpoint their location. Who on earth are you? Chen Liang's gaze turned icy. Many survivors felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. That don't come so close. It's as if you could reach through the screen and devour me. The bold red comment drifted by once more, slowly. Many survivors finally began to react. Exactly, what am I afraid of? There are countless zombies outside, and I'm thriving. Why should I fear you, you fool? If you have the guts, come through the screen and bite me. Alas, they were silenced. Otherwise, they would have relished the opportunity to experience the might of the Zhuan keyboard warriors, delivering face-to-face damage that would surely be explosive. Just as the survivors adjusted their mindsets, preparing to continue enjoying the spectacle, they were abruptly startled, their mouths agape in shock. When had those dozen or so base members been infected? Chapter 71. The Pleased Jiang Qian. Has she found Lin Yuan's location? In the hotel, Jiang Qian, who was swiftly typing away to track Lin Yuan's location, was equally taken aback. She was not frightened by the infected base members. Rather, she was astounded by Lin Yuan's methods. Having closely followed the live stream, she recalled vividly that these individuals had not been harmed by zombies, meaning they could not have been infected. Yet now, they were infected and transformed into zombies. Quantum infection? Wasn't he that a bit far-fetched? Jiang Qian's bright, intelligent eyes were now filled with bewilderment, to be honest. She was genuinely shocked by Lin Yuan's tactics. It was you all along. Chun Liang's expression darkened. After Zhou Wu had been turned into a zombie, he had sensed something amiss and had tried to remain vigilant. But how could this have happened? When had they been infected? How had that individual accomplished this? He was utterly perplexed. Even so, it is utterly incomprehensible. This has surpassed his understanding. His countenance darkened, not due to his subordinates. In truth, he had never regarded either Zhou Wu or the members of the base with any esteem. They were nothing but a pack of useless fools. He looked down upon them, dismissing their demise as inconsequential. As long as he remained alive, he could forge an even stronger blood wolf base. He had already begun to evolve. Given time for his development, he would grow more formidable, and his new base, along with its recruits, would undoubtedly be more powerful. However, the methods of Lin Yuan instilled a sense of dread within him. An intense unease gripped his heart. If the other could so effortlessly turn others into zombies, did that not imply he could likewise transform him into one with ease? At this thought, his cold, knife-like eyes abruptly narrowed, then widened in alarm. Trembling slightly, did I in that moment. A long-dormant emotion surged forth from the depths of his heart, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Fear, indeed, he felt fear. How preposterous since his first kill. He had forgotten what fear felt like. Even as a ruthless bandit, skirting the edges of life and death, he had only known exhilaration, never fear. Yet now, he found himself gripped by fear of a person whose face he had never even seen. Kill him. No matter the cost, he must be eliminated. As long as he was dead, he would no longer have to be afraid. Hiss, hiss, roar! A series of low, rumbling growls erupted. The dozen or so base members, now transformed into zombies, charged at Qin Liang like a pack of wolves that had not eaten for days, suddenly catching sight of a delectable roast that them. Qin Liang was no different from a piece of roasted meat. Their strength was already considerable, and after their transformation, they vastly surpassed ordinary zombies. Although they had not evolved, they could be deemed elite monsters. If they could devour Qin Liang, they would undoubtedly evolve, significantly enhancing their power. Bang! 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 Faced with the onslaught of the mutated zombies, Qin Liang did not even spare them a glance. He lifted his right leg like a battle axe and delivered a devastating sweep. The four foremost members were instantly sent flying. These four zombies were exceptionally robust, each nearly 1 meter 80 tall and weighing over 90 kilograms, their muscles appearing even more visually striking post-transformation. Yet under Qin Liang's kick, their heads were shattered. Blood and brain matter splattering forth, their bodies flying backward like a broken kite, crashing into the remaining members and sending them sprawling to the ground. Who are you? Why are you targeting me so relentlessly? Qin Liang fixed his gaze on the live stream, his face contorting into a snarl, his eyes bloodshot. Room 704 targeting me. Observing the frenzied Qin Liang on the screen, Lin Yuan smirked, his fingers leisurely tapping on his smartphone keyboard, sending out a barrage message. Are you perhaps suffering from some grave illness? What gives you such confidence? I don't even know you. Upon seeing this message, the survivors watching with their phones couldn't help but twitch their mouths in exasperation. Brother, you truly know how to infuriate someone. Jiang Qian became even more convinced that Lin Yuan was a young man. Damn. You bastard. I will find you. I will definitely find you. I will kill you. You useless lot, die. All of you die. Answer me. Answer me. Who on earth are you? Qin Liang bellowed incessantly, demanding answers. yet received no response. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression increasingly feral, and his strikes grew ever more savage. The dozen or so mutated zombies from the base fell within a minute, all obliterated by him. This guy going insane. The survivors watched in stunned silence. But soon they realized that the flamboyant older brother had yet to make an appearance. If he had shown up, Chun Liang would not have gone into such a frenzy. Where had that older brother gone? In the hotel. It had been over a minute, and still no barrage response. Jiang Qian opened a bottle of lime-flavored sparkling water, taking a small sip, feeling the bubbles burst in her mouth, causing her to relax to the point of spreading her toes, that he hasn't discovered that I'm tracking his IP address. After another small sip, she contentedly capped the bottle, placing her slender hands back on her laptop keyboard, quickly resuming her typing. IT would be too late to discover. I have already pinpointed your location. Sunshine Community, gazing at the location traced on her laptop screen, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. How could it be so close? She was quite familiar with Sunshine Community, as her university was nearby. And the hotel she was currently in was merely 2 streets away from IT. In terms of straight-line distance, it was less than 2 kilometers. Yet she recalled that the majority of residents in that community were students from the university town, particularly many student couples who, finding it inconvenient to stay on campus, chose to rent accommodations there. Could it be that this fellow is also a student from the university town? With this thought, her excitement intensified. The location has been traced. Now, let me see what you truly look like. Chapter 72. The hook has been set, and now it is time for his performance. Room 704 by the balcony. The sunlight feels quite pleasant. Lin Yuan stood up from the single sofa, relishing the cool air from the air conditioning. Stretching luxuriously, he casually tossed the empty bottle of iced cola into the trash. Kenan stepped into the study, retrieving a laptop from the desk. This was a birthday gift from Lu Qingxue, a top-tier gaming laptop with every specification maxed out. However, he had seldom used it, grabbing an apple that Song Yufei had washed earlier from the dining table. He bit into it with a satisfying crunch, returning to the single sofa with the laptop in hand. The roar of Chun Liang echoed continuously in the live stream that he merely glanced at it before averting his gaze, showing no intention of responding, because it was meaningless. Only a little over 20 minutes had passed since Lin Yuan made his move, yet the entire Blood Wolf base, from its members to the survivors and women, had been eradicated, leaving only Chun Liang behind. Moreover, he was now on the verge of madness. When a bandit loses his composure and can no longer control his emotions, what does it signify? He was afraid. Lin Yuan had not only destroyed his base, but had also shattered his psyche. Harvesting him next would be a mere matter of flicking a finger. Yet before that, Lin Yuan had another task to accomplish. Sitting cross-legged on the single sofa, with the laptop resting on his lap, he plugged it in and pressed the power button, waiting for it to boot up. Lin Yuan picked up his phone, first glancing at the barrage messages he had sent, then focusing on his account name. How bold to stir up trouble right under my nose. The moment he sent the first barrage, he sensed something was amiss. The live stream had activated a complete mute. His account had become the sole administrator of the live stream. Who did this? Chun Liang? Impossible. Although Chun Liang was close to the camera, he had not taken any action. This was rather intriguing. Someone was stirring the pot. Moreover, it was evidently aimed at him. It wasn't hard to guess. The moment he sent the first barrage, the other party immediately set his account as administrator and then muted everyone. Clearly, they only wanted him to send barrage messages. Was there any significance to this? Of course. Having never seen a pig run, could he not have witnessed a pig race? This was the information age. Though the apocalypse had descended, it was still in its early stages. Electricity had not yet been cut off, networks were still operational, and many social media platforms were still accessible. Therefore, many technological means from before the apocalypse could still be utilized. For example, hacking techniques. You want to track my IP address through barrage messages and pinpoint my location. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's face as he opened the system shop. That I may not possess hacking skills, but I can certainly make purchases. The system shop was filled with a dazzling array of products. Although Lin Yuan had browsed through it many times before, he had only looked at items related to pet care. He had yet to explore other categories of goods. Skills, driving, master level. Price 2 million points. Master level driving proficiency allows the handling of any vehicle with ease, from bicycles to aircraft carriers. Evaluation. I can drive anything. Trust in my expertise. Maintenance. Master level. price 5 million points. Masterful proficiency in maintenance, mechanics, vehicles, weapons, and residences. Evaluation. I am solely responsible for logistics. All matters of repair are entrusted to me. Chef. Master level, priced at 800,000 points. Masterful culinary skills encompass any cuisine and any dish. If you can name it, I can create it. Evaluation. With my presence, you shall never face starvation. Hacker. Master level, priced at 500,000 points. Masterful hacking skills ensure that as long as there is a network, you are a one-of-a-kind deity. Evaluation. The key sage is no mere bluster. My key hangs above your head, ready to descend and eliminate you at any moment. The system is increasingly boastful. If you possess the ability, allow me to experience it firsthand. Lin Yuan's gaze burned with fervor, yet he reluctantly diverted his eyes, ultimately spitting defiantly. This price is beyond his means. However, even if unaffordable, he could not afford to lose face. Moreover, dealing with that little hacker did not necessitate master-level skills. It would be a complete waste. Hacker. Advanced, priced at 50,000 points. Advanced hacking proficiency positions you as an absolute expert in the online realm. A world-class hacker, one of the top 100 globally. Evaluation. Before my key sage, you hold no secrets. This price is reasonable. Indeed, within my reach. Lin Yuan glanced at the point total displayed on the system panel. By 5 o'clock that morning, his points had already surpassed 50,000, but having raised the newly added Ant Squad and Mosquito Squad, he had only utilized a little over 20,000 points. Now, approaching noon, the diligent labor of the Ant Squad and the tabby cat, Little Gray, had once again surged his point total. Points. 87,659, that his current point earning rate stabilized at approximately 10,000 points per hour. Purchase ding. Congratulations, host successfully acquired the hacker. Advanced skill book. As the system's voice faded, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and a slender book materialized in Lin Yuan's hands. Would you like to use it? Yes, boom. The book transformed into a beam of light, surging into Lin Yuan's brow, flooding his mind with a torrent of information. This sensation is quite pleasant, as he absorbed the seemingly innate advanced hacking skills. A satisfied smile graced Lin Yuan's face. With the acquisition firmly in hand, it was now time for him to demonstrate. Crackling sounds echoed as the laptop powered on, the screen illuminating. Lin Yuan's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaping swiftly as a flurry of incomprehensible black windows and lines of code materialized at an astonishing pace. His thoughts crystal clear as a flowing stream.